10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing what he's saying. What he's saying. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Steps back, close your eyes and listen, and look from somewhere different. I know that I've been slipping. I fold my tie and ribbon to hide my scars. That's how it starts. Ooh, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Yeah. Told you so. Yeah. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. Pick up the phone. what she wants. And get what she wants. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. I'll pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. Pick up the phone. till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. But none of this seems right. What am I holding on to? coming right away, my dear. I tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear. Tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear. I tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear.
It's a spooky day here on Friday, day number 2 of Smite Masters Week 1. 4 best of 3s yesterday. No team sent home yet. However, that all changes here today. We got 4 more best of 3s on the slate for you today. And by the end of the day, a few teams will officially be going home from Smite Masters. So the heat kicked up a bit of a notch here going into day number 2. And let's look at exactly where we stand here in Smite Masters, because yesterday was a quick one. 2-0s across the board. Wargs, 2 2-0s. Hex Mambo, 2 2-0s. They'll face off later today. But up first, you'll have the losers bracket down low. These are elimination matches. Athenian Sages, Tyrian Weavers. That'll be our first matchup. Solar Scarabs, Valhalla Valkyries. After that, both of those will be elim rounds. And so we'll be sending a few teams home here today. Of course, 1 seed out of North America. It's a Weavers team, number 2 seed out of North America. And then competitive matches throughout the phase in the North American SEC. 2 teams with higher aspirations than what they've gotten up to this point here in this weekend. So you're looking at this Tyrian Weaver squad. It's Zen, Promise, Tripno, Grave, and Remakami. And so this is really a roster, Alpha Jackal, that I think, again, I think higher expectations than what we saw on day number 1. And I think a roster that can turn things around. And Grave, the jungler for this Tyrian Weaver squad, standing by for the pregame interview.
Thank you so much, Dave. We do have Grave here from the Weavers. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. Tough question right off the bat. You guys took a spill to start the day yesterday up against the Wargs. What did you guys take away from that matchup that you're trying to bring today into the game?
I actually think we learned a lot from the Wargs yesterday. As you heard, they've been double blocking scrims for the past 3 weeks. So they definitely have a really good idea of the meta, and we had time to watch the 3 other sets after we played. So we came in here very limited on scrims due to situations we got going on at home. And we didn't have the best idea, but I think yesterday was very good for us, and we're going to change it up today.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you guys were sort of at a disadvantage to start the day. You didn't get a chance to watch anybody else play, right? After watching the 4 matches yesterday, what are some takes on the meta? What are you guys bringing into this match?
You're definitely going to change up our strategy. As you can see from our first game, we drafted a whole dive comp with the characters, and I blinked on the first wave on the Baba Yaga and just died on the first wave, and that was just a terrible start. You know, we fell behind. It's pretty hard to cover after that. So definitely learn to not die on the first wave, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully can avoid getting first blooded. That's something everybody's trying to avoid. Last question. You're going up against the Sages, right? This is a team that you guys have played throughout the SEC regular season, likely have been scrimming them as well. How confident you guys feeling going to this matchup? Do you have a game plan to sort of run up against these guys?
I think all I got to say today is I got my Crocs in comfort mode today, and that's all, you know. Pretty easy win here.
They're feeling good when it comes to the Weavers. That's all. Good luck today, Grave. Hope you have a great match. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Thank you.
Now, I think this is an important question here, Alpha Jackal, because there's 2 ways you can take that. So the Crocs are in comfort mode, right? Does that mean that Grave is feeling so comfortable that it's going to be a breezy 2-0 win for the Tyrian Weavers that he's in comfort mode? Or is it an I don't care comfort mode, and I'm here to play Smite one way or another, it's all good. I don't care is maybe harsh. I don't want to word it that way. Or a laissez-faire type attitude. I'm kicking back, what happens happens. Because I think those are 2 totally different outcomes.
They are 2 totally different, like you mentioned, but I think it's got to be the first option. They're feeling extremely confident coming in here today up against the Sages.
They're cooking again.
Yeah, they've got to be cooking. I mean, the chef's in the back. He's got some new strats coming in today, hopefully. As we heard, they have had more of an eye-opening from the meta from what they've seen yesterday. So even if they have scrimmed the Sages beforehand, the Sages' notes will probably be a little bit less worthwhile now.
Yeah, look, the food was a bit burnt yesterday. The chef changed up the menu, and we're coming out with something new for our guests here, if you're the Tyrian Weavers. On the flip side, the Athenian Sages, a roster that levied expectations on themselves yesterday, unfortunately fell a bit short against the EU squads. Renjaru, Privative, Nehu, Jangaru, and Snatty. You know, I love the duo lane of this team, Renjaru and Privative. They're an absolute treat to watch. Priv was playing like one of the best supports in the SEC throughout the North American SEC this phase. And you know, I think it's just far too talented of a roster to go out 0-2 day 1, 0-2 day 2. I would be incredibly surprised if that's how things end here, Alpha Jackal. because this is a team that found success in a very competitive North American SEC.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised. I mean, we could chalk up yesterday to them focusing too much on Jangaru's birthday, you know. Just
That's
give them a bit of a little lifeline there. And today, you know, the celebrations are done. It's all serious from here on out.
Right. Yeah, that's the hope, right, is that you check the box, and now you're able to come into the studio here today a bit more mentally prepared. They hung in there yesterday. Remember, there was a match, I believe it was Hex Mamba that they played yesterday, where they had like 4,000 or 5,000 gold in the lead. It felt like they were really in control, and then they just
Game 2, yeah.
They pumped the brakes, and that game got away from them. And so it's clearly a team that knows how to build the lead, and we saw that throughout the phase, but not capitalizing on a lead here this weekend. And it's an elimination match, Alpha Jacqueline, so the heat gets turned up a bit. Who are some of your players to watch on this Sages team? Who do you need to see step up today?
For today, I would like to see Jangaru continuing how he played yesterday. I thought he started that second match on that Darji extremely well in a pick that is a little bit more unorthodox in this meta. I want to see him continue that good form. And I want to see Snaddy also continue what he was able to do. I mean, he played the Thor one game, rotated over early, started to have influence on the game, but as you mentioned, they just put the brakes on everything for a few minutes, and you can't do that against Hex Mambo as they showed yesterday.
No, you can't, because the conversation for so long last year was these long, drawn-out games in the EU SEC. That region has picked up the pace coming into this event. It's been quicker games. It has not been the 35 average minute. 35 has felt like the longer games that we've had over the last couple days. You got to step up, and you got to play quickly right now. Saw a couple Thor games out of Snaddy yesterday against Hex Mambo. One was okay, 2-1-1. The other was not the best at 1-4-1. That's interesting. And so as we move into picks and bans for game one here, Alpha Jackal, I'm curious if the Sages are going to stick with that style of pick for Snaddy, because we've talked so much about tank meta, right? And we've seen the King Arthurs, the Tiers, the Guan Yus, and then it's back-to-back Thor games for Snaddy, which is a bit off of what we've been hearing about. And so I wonder if that's an area where the Sages will adapt some of their priority here today. Remember, this is an elimination game. We're in the lower bracket. Sages and Weavers, best of 3. Winner moves on in the lower bracket. Loser, your Smite Masters is over. Game 1, luckily, pressure a little bit off, but game 2, you can't be thinking that far ahead. I already am, but these players cannot. They got to be focused on the task at hand. Yamoja heavily banned out yesterday, 75% of the time, 100% pick ban rate on the weekend, and Alpha Jackal left open and first picked by the Weavers.
No surprise to see this first picked. I am surprised to see what has been banned, though. It's different from what we have been seeing. We've been seeing the Erlong Shen, the Kabrakan being taken away. Both been left open here so far. Terra taken away. Yamoja stands out a head and shoulders above the rest of the supports as the top support there. 2 Hunters being banned away as well. And Baron Stabby, not seen at all yesterday. In fact, we haven't seen any major supports yesterday, and all of a sudden, back up on the menu.
I haven't seen Baron Samdi in quite some time. Does this scream support Baron to you? I mean, it's obviously not going to be mid, because that's where Baba Yaga is going to go. And so is duo lane where you feel like this is slotted?
I think it almost certainly has to be, but there's a very, very small potential that this could go into the solo lane.
Okay.
Very small potential.
That's right.
But like you mentioned, I think this does have to go into the support.
I would assume. We've seen mage supports anyway. PVM, by the way, big fan of the Baron Samdi. And probably cheering at his screen right now, seeing the Baron locked in for the Athenian Sages. And it's Priv. Priv likes playing some of these off-meta picks, and I trust Priv to play it at a very high level. Big Privative fan over here. Yamoja, Bakasura, Merlin, Shred and Burn. Already does not seem like it's going to be an issue here for the Tyrian Weavers. They've got good setup with the Yamoja, and Merlin provides good control over there out of the mid. Baba Yaga v Merlin. I think maybe expected at this point. Another new pick for this weekend is the Izanami. Haven't seen much of it. Hachiman and Ram both banned out. Is Iza the obvious next choice in your mind?
An obvious next pressure choice, and I think we'll be seeing a couple Hunter bans here. First one off the table is going to be that Kurnos. Marty Chorus probably going to be the next Hunter ban here. No, it's going to be the On-Her taken away.
On-Her again.
Oh, very surprising, considering I don't feel like the On-Her had a very fantastic performance yesterday. I thought it was a bit...
One game, 0, 2, and 3. And so you're right.
Yeah.
It was not the best out of the On-Her, but the Athenian Sages hoping to limit maybe some pressure on the return side. You could maybe say the same about the Robin. 25% pick rate, 38% ban rate, so just over 50% pick ban. But 0-2 in the games where we saw Robin. But these players just not ready to give up the pick. What does Robin bring to the table?
Robin brings a good amount of tankiness and burst into the jungle because of his damage mitigation from his ultimate. He dives in, is able to handle one-on-ones with Bakasura quite well, has a good long-range route with that 10-hand Shadow Fist. But he's going to have to contend with a King Arthur just running at him, and that's not what you want to be seeing as a Robin, because your route's almost effectively useless against him.
Now, though, you get to look at what is left open in the Hunter pool. It's Ishtar for now, with heavy Hunter ban priority from both teams combined. Ram on one side, Hachiman, Cern, Anher on the other.
No
But
Marty.
still left the Ishtar open. You're right. No Marty. Seen Marty in the mid lane and the double Hunter compositions, but not wanted over in duo. Is Ishtar still in a good spot, though, in your mind?
I think she's in an okay spot. She has lost a little bit of potential, given that hunters in general have done. I think she's one of the hunters that leans more into crit than she does into kin size in terms of how suitable it is for the build. And these days in hunters, you have to build kin size, otherwise you're dealing almost no damage to these frontline tanks.
Yep.
So in that instance, Ishtar has lost a little bit of value, which is why you see her drafted a little bit lower down here. Someone who's lost a little bit of value as well, Tyr, going up against the King Arthur. This seems to be the matchup of the weekend in solo lane.
It does. And again, I'm a big fan of this matchup. It's been fun watching which solo laner feels like they're able to wrestle control, and it puts a lot of weight over on that side of the map. So Remikami v Snatty, a matchup that we've seen in the North American SEC throughout the year. Now, here at Smite Masters, given 2 picks with high expectations levied on them. And this was a matchup. We saw King Arthur pull like a 4-level lead yesterday, just kind of casually in lane as things were going on. A few things to mention. Erlang Shen, 100% pick ban rate throughout the weekend. That comes to an end here in game number 1. Not picked or banned. It was 100% ban rate up to this point. Not the case here in game number 1. Terra, Yamoja, Baba Yaga, Hachiman, they continue their 100% pick ban rate. I look at the duo lane here for the Sages here off of Jackal. We now get a clearer look. Baron Samdi plus Izanami, but now you're going up
Huge
against
pressure.
a Yamoja and an Ishtar. Is there a clear pressure advantage in your mind?
Huge pressure over towards the Athenian Sages. I mean, you can't look past Izanami in terms of early game clear level 2, level 3, level 4. She will almost single-handedly give you the edge in terms of wave clear. But as the game goes on, as it hits level 6, level 7, don't be surprised for the pressure to start turning towards his Ishtar Yamoja as that sort of guardian natural protection start to take over.
I'm curious. Talk to me through a couple of the stages of the game in your mind. Early game, and maybe specifically through the lens of this jungle matchup. You look at Jangaru on one side, Grave on the other. Bakasura v Raven. How does this matchup play out over the course of a game?
Early game, I think the Raven should have a bit more of an impact for the Athenian Sages, but if the game continues to be almost in that balanced state, the Bakasura will grow and grow into it. A Grave should have an easier time than most junglers diving onto Baba Yaga in that mid lane, diving onto Nehu, making sure that he is uncomfortable because that's true damage coming out from his Butcher Blades.
The question is, does NA get its first... does NA get a set win here over NA? Yes, is the answer. I'll spoil this one for you. I think a heavy weight on this set in a way that we haven't had yet this weekend, because the Athenian Sages are on knockout point here. You come in as the number 1 seed. Priv talked about the expectations that they had on themselves and the weight that this team was feeling coming into this Masters event, and really where the bar was set. Didn't quite meet those expectations on day 1. You could say the same for the Tyrian Weavers, but this matchup, a bit of a rivalry forming over in NA. If you're in Twitch chat right now, you're wagering your viewer points.
Ooh.
Which side are you going?
You asked me to wager my viewer points.
Yep.
Ouch. I'm going to have to go with the Tyrian Weavers on this one.
All right, we'll see if the Tyrian Weavers are able to win some viewer points for Alpha Jackal in game number 1. Down to the casters we go.
I can't believe Dave spoiled that for us. An NA team is going to win this set. They're going to finally break the streak of losing all their. An NA team has to come out on top here.
Well, I'm holding my breath. I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about that?
Let's watch how this goes. We'll see how this game ends, and then we'll, determine how that goes from there.
I think that's fair. Day 2, game number 1, Tyrian Weavers, Athenian Sages. Put up the poll on screen there. 62% favoring the Sages going into this one. That did not match the confidence. Grave came out in the interview. He had his Crocs on. He was feeling comfortable going into this one. They've battled it out in the SEC, and both teams got the chance to watch the 4 sets that we had yesterday. They've got new takes on the meta, and we've got some new things here on the screen. My eyes, as yours, I'm sure, go immediately to the Sages duo lane. Privative and Renjaru bringing out 2 new picks this weekend.
Yep. There's a lot of pressure we should be seeing. War Flag start there from Priv on this Baron, which is just going to give more attack speed over to Renjaru. You clear the wave a little bit faster. You should be able to get just a little bit more pressure over in that lane because in my Zen on the Ishtar, those AoE autos are pretty strong. You usually pick Ishtar thinking you're going to be able to get some good wave pressure, but I'm thinking Iza still the premier hunter for just clearing that wave as effectively as possible, saying, hey, we want to get aggressive if possible. If we have eyes on Jengaru, we know exactly where the jungle is. We're going to step forward, but if not, at the very least, we're going to stuff the wave forward.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that popular support matchup as well. Yemoja banned almost every game yesterday, and Promise is able to grab it early on in this one. But I think my eyes also go towards this jungle matchup, right? We saw both of these picks yesterday. I think Ravana was banned and picked, and Bakasura, of course, played by Johnny and performed on by Johnny, as we expect on those auto attack carries. Gray was talking about in the interview how he came in and wasn't really feeling confident in his jungle picks in the first sort of iteration in the meta. And now that he's gotten back on the horse, he knows what he wants to bring to 10.6. He's chosen this auto attack jungler in this heavy, farm-oriented Bakasura pick. What are your thoughts on the pressure here for the 2 junglers?
What an innovator. Wow. He said, man, I now know I want to play Golden Blade Baka. I don't know where he got that from. Probably the miles and miles of SPL data of everyone picking this god. But in reality, Baka excels at farming quickly. In my mind, Grave has always been a jungler who wants to fast track to level 20. If he leaves his team on an island while he does so, that's fine, because once he gets there, hey guys, I'll hard carry away. In this case, Robin, good early pressure, good ganks, but has a bit of a struggle farming, does not clear the camps as quickly as once this Bakasura does get the Golden Blade online, just starts eating whatever minion is possible and then zooming across the map. So I'm thinking Jengaru maybe focused more on kills, whereas Grave, he wants to get XP. He wants to get as many items online as quickly as possible.
And it'll be interesting where we see that pressure come out for both of these squads. Now, this is an elimination match, right? Whichever team loses here is going to be sent home earlier than they anticipated here in the losers bracket. And I think that definitely caused some teams to play a little bit slower, play a little bit more careful. I don't want to step up and be the first one to be picked for my team. If you're looking at these 2 compositions, what's the go button? Where do these teams want to fight stage of the game?
Well, Tyrion Weavers to me looks like late game oriented for just about everyone. I mean, Baka does not come out of the gate with a strong gank. Remakami would love to get some itemization online, and of course, Ishtar and Merlin, not known for their early pressure. Sure, clear the wave fine, but you want some itemization online. Whereas on the opposite side, I think that, of course, Jengaru's got the ability to find some ganks early on. Of course, Natty as well. Been known to rotate out early with this teleport, make some presence over towards the duo lane. So if we are going to see some sparks fly, not necessarily meaning First Blood goes to the Sages, but it's probably going to be off of their targeted aggression unless Grave goes back to base, gets that Golden Blade, and just finds the opportunity to do so. The Baka is really the only one who has that ability. I do think that Promise could get active as well, though. River's Rebuke, there's no Phantom Shell, and Priv is going to be stuck relatively easily in that ability. So things to watch out for. Definitely duo lane aggression as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen this solo lane 4 or 5 times at this point. Hold that thought, though. First gank, Grave blinking in onto Renjaru. No dash, but he does not have the last auto in the tank. Early attempt from Grave, no kills, though.
I told him, got to go back to base, buy some of those items, and then go in for the gank. But at the very least, you pull the beads. Renjaru is going to be a lot less safe over in that lane. And I think Grave is, just shown, hey, I've got the ability to go over towards left lane, blink on you, make sure I can get aggressive. And without beads again, Renjaru is probably going to be stuck underneath tower, at least for the time being. All of that was out, any ultimates, but look at this, Jengaru actually trying to fight at speed buff, but up downs and does not get much.
Yeah, not on the mark with that ultimate. And now the mid laner is here to chase him out. Jengaru's falling low. This could be first blood if they're looking to catch the jungler. Nehu rotating over and has the peel for Jengaru. They're still trying to get in range. Promise trying to finish this one off, but I'm not sure he's got the within the tank. I don't know if he's got the damage, and Jengaru does not get punished. Will just lose the ultimate on the other side. It is in my Zen who gets taken out for first blood.
And Priv doesn't even get the extra auto attack from the tower. I mean, I didn't love the aggression there from Jangaru onto the speed buff. Didn't seem like the damage was really there. Once that Mystic Rush missed, the gank was just dead. But Tripno made one fatal error, and that's going into Fire Stance on Merlin. Those cooldowns are just too long. I know that the idea was, hey, we'll burn him down, he won't be able to escape, but unfortunately Jangaru juked enough, was able to get away from the River's Rebuke, and the CDR from Tripno was just not there to finish off that kill. Because of that, you give First Blood over to Priv on the Baron, finish up that Gauntlet of Thieves, start getting it stacked up. It's going to be a good look here for the Sages early on.
Maybe looking for some pressure as well. Answering back is the Weavers over towards this blue buff. The rotation is here. Priv onto Grave. That ultimate has been dropped, but he has the escape tool available. Snatty wants to continue, and Grave may be under fire. Good peel from Remakami in a rotation. It may still be the blue buff invade here, though, for the Sages. Grave finds himself in the middle of 3 and does not have the ultimate. I don't know if they have any follow-up here. It's only Priv who's now trapped in the Weavers, and the Riptide will keep him locked down. The damage comes through, but it's only Remakami looking to charge forward, and now it's Grave who needs one more auto, but Snatty takes the only kill of this engagement, and it's still Athenian Sages, the only ones on the board.
Okay, Frog, I've got a saying that I talk about a lot with Baka when his ultimate is down. I equate it to he's a big minion, right? He does not have kill potential. He doesn't do a lot of damage. If he's got some itemization, maybe. But the fact that Grave blinked in and his heart of hearts thought he could get a kill there baffles me. I mean, there was just no chase down potential. The CC was clean. Priv gets double riptided back into the fight, but just didn't seem to care. The heals from this Baron were pretty consistent. And sure, there were some low health targets. The Weavers wanted to make the action work, but just could not happen. They strike blood twice. Remakami does not have the charged ultimate, so Snatty will be just fine. But the Sages, they're not afraid. They're stepping up to every engagement here.
Yeah, Priv feels fantastic on this Baron. I think you can he's got already 20 stacks onto the Thieves, and I want to talk a little bit more about this War Flag, right? We haven't seen this picked up, I think, in entire seasons.
Yep.
We haven't seen this picked up, right? And he's choosing to bring it out on 10.6, brand new meta potential for that. He's got the Oracle Chalice as well. He's just inventing things here and bringing them to the table. But you know, with how I played yesterday, I support the new ideas.
Yep, I equate it to, hey, whenever I buy War Flag, I say we're War Fragging, right? I want to go in, I want to use that attack speed to my advantage, and I think that it does just help the duo lane immensely. Renjaru is going to be able to help out. You get one of those upgrades later on, War Banner, or of course the one that just heals your team, and both have some decent, avenues later on, and using that attack speed to try and get a kill on the Zen. Unfortunately, not able to find the pull or the beads, but the ultimate goes down, and I think the tower is really what they're after.
Yeah, Privative trying to force that one once again. It's going to maybe force the rotation, though, from Promise. Trying to catch some members here in the River's Rebuke, and will catch both of them. They may be able to squeeze out, though. When they do, it's Jangaru on the counter rotation, and he hits the Mystic Rush this time around. Will grab yet another kill onto Promise. The rotation is tried from the Sages, but punished.
Is punished. Unfortunately, the River's Rebuke looked clean, but there was just a little bit of wiggle room, and of course, the rotation in from Jangaru was massive. All the while, Nehu has not been making any presence known. The Baba Yaga has not rotated in. That's benefit 2 levels, level 11 already, 8 minutes into the game, which is insane. Jangaru, no fear, does not care about Graves' blink. In fact, is getting aggressive, stepping forward. Would you believe that was a fight that Graves started? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think that, that's the second time that Grave has blinked in and immediately has to leave. He was at least successful that time. They didn't take him out, which is
he almost died a
positive.
rep buff.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be careful. I mean, he's the one who said he went back to the drawing board and picked this Baka, right? Brand new thought. He brings the Baka to the table. And maybe a brand new thought in the form of this build, going that tier 2 charged bow. It feels like he doesn't have any power online.
He does not. The idea here, of course, is, hey, I've got Butcher Blades, so with more attack speed I get more procs, and also it helps with farm. If he's going the Scream route, probably not going to upgrade that item for a while, just hold on to the tier 2 for extra attack speed, help it. I was going to say like a pseudo Golden Blade, but he already has Golden Blade, so really prioritizing farm. And if that's the case, there's nothing wrong with that. But trying to fight when you're prioritizing farm is a bit
conflicting.
A little bit so, right? We've seen how much damage he can dish out, not so much. If he wants to get to late game, that's fine, but he's already a level behind in the jungle to Jangaru. And if I am Grave, I'm telling my team, listen guys, play safe, try not to need me. I'm going to be just running to camps. Like that is my job for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah. Sages have gotten off to a great start here. 3,000 gold, more or less, at 10 minutes into the game. 3,000 experience as well. I think they've got a level or two lead in pretty much every role, maybe a half a level here and there. How do they take advantage of this? We got the Stygian Beacon spawning soon, maybe the Gold Fury. Where are they looking to fight?
They should definitely be grouping up for the Beacon. That's step one. They don't have to step forward for the Fury. That does leave a little bit of room for, I'm not going to say throw territory, but trying to give up a steal. Doesn't seem to be that necessary with how well the Sages have been fighting. Forcing engagements is the easy call. So I do want to see them rotate through, maybe send Snatty over towards that Beacon if need be. Just to try and, force engagements, force fights whenever possible. Jangaru has been playing very aggressively, you'll notice, rarely on his half of the map.
Yeah.
Usually on this side, just saying, hey, if there's a camp, I'm going for it. If there's a fight, I'm looking for it. And look at the group up here. It seems for either A, the purple buff, or B, a Gold Fury attempt, but Promise might be the first target.
Primitive in with the ultimate's going to pull the support back, and Reverse Rebuke traps a couple in as well. But Promise is getting shredded down, makes it out just barely, and now Primitive may be the focus. He gets a critical heal off, and he'll walk away too. The support's knocked down low, but everybody lives on the back end of the engagement. It's consistently through this dual lane that they keep looking to find pressure, and Jangaru's not done. He needs one more ability to find the kill on the Grave, but Tripno stands in the way, and still no one falls.
Yeah, unfortunately, overhead kick, just not enough damage there. Jangaru probably not putting points into it as you usually don't until you max that first ability. But plenty of damage coming through towards immediately Promise, right? That was the first target, but using the ultimate, jukes out, and then Priv starts to get turned on. They created space, though. They're going to start up this Fury. It's only Promise here to go for a steal.
He's got to be perfect if he wants to win the coin flip. It's weighted heavily, though, for the Sages. He's throwing out the bubble. I don't know if he has it, and the Sages, sure enough, secure the objective. They get the TKOs onto the Weavers. They grab the objective for free.
Yep, and they're able to back up. All without rotating out of the solo lane. They said, hey, Snatty, we don't need you. You stay away. The Beacon is here, though. And Promise is going to start putting it in the Weaver's favor. Now he was nearby, but it looks like the Sages said, hey, we got the Fury. We don't need to try and go for the Beacon here. Let's just make sure that we get out scot-free and continue with our undying streak. Losing the Beacon is just a small price to pay. And it does seem like grouping up, fighting has been their MO. Pyromancer spawns in here shortly. You can imagine the Sages will step up to that. My question is, when do the Weavers draw a line in the sand and say, we're not going to give up these objectives for free, we're going to stand true and fight? They did attempt to fight, and it was close. We're not able to confirm those kills. Anti-heal, still something to come into consideration. You look at Baron Salmon and you think, hey, he's got to hit that ability to actually get the heal. Maybe we don't need it. I think Priv's been showing the healing is still an issue, and I think has lived twice now because of those clutch heals.
Yeah, I mean, he for sure dies at the beginning of that last engagement if he does not get that heal off. And especially when you're grouping up, it's not too difficult to hit a big AoE ability when you are aiming at all 5 grouped up members of the enemy team. But it's still the Sages looking for pressure, and sure enough, grouped around this Pyromancer soon to spawn. They've got quite a gold lead. I mean, we talk about like 1 or 2K, maybe doesn't matter when you get up to 15 minutes, but 5,000 at this point in the game is I would definitely call that significant. And the Sages, I think, haven't even done a ton of the forcing themselves. I think 2 of these 3 kills are failed engagements by the Weavers.
Yep, and I don't think that they really have to step forward. Tripno takes a ton of damage. Nehu finally getting his hands dirty, using some of that poke. And Chankar, once again, not in his own territory, deep in the enemy jungle, just trying to see, hey, can I blink under? Can I go for Tripno here? Decides against it because, again, that Pyromancer is the real target. But just goes to show, you're never safe if you're the Weavers. Even underneath your tier 1 tower, you got to be watching your positioning and warding up. Pyromancer will go down for absolute free. See who picks up the Runic Bomb there. It will be Jangaru. Question is, are you saving it for confirmation on objectives, or more likely, are you trying to just destroy a tier 1 tower, put some extra gold in your pocket, and open up the map state just a little bit more?
Let's take a look at these builds, Trelly, because something that's been interesting, and we've talked about, hold that thought, won't get to talk about it. Tripno getting taken down with the ultimate, and we'll get pulled in. Nehu trapped on the other side of the River's Rebuke. Heads up play there from Promise to not allow the follow-up to come through from Nehu. But it might be a gank on the other side now. Remikami, fearless into the wall, has the dash back towards safety. He's got to have a lot to damage to come out, and these tanks just get harder and harder to kill as we go on.
Yep. There's still a full charged ultimate there from Remikami, and that's the reason Mystic Rush doesn't come through. If you feel that confident, you're not going to stick around. But Priv is here. They're waiting for the teleport. I was wondering if they were going to go for a regank once the teleport came through. Decided against it. Just did not have enough damage. But as you were talking about build-wise, I do think that it's just, hey, we're going to build some tier 2 items to get the passives if need be. If there's some extra power we can pick up, you know, for the tier 2 Book of Thoth, for example. It seems like Tripno just likes to hold on to it until he's able to get the Soul Reaver, the Odibo again. You still get that passive from the charged auto attacks. Everyone else does seem to just be finishing up those items to get that call, but Renjaru getting dove real hard here.
Gank here coming through. Promise and Gave available, but he does still have the tier 1 tower, and he's 2 levels ahead, so he's got the damage as well. Grave doing his best on the auto attacks, but Renjaru's fighting back. He does not have enough, and Grave puts the Weavers on the board.
Yeah, that's a 3-man dive. Unfortunate for Renjaru. Tried his best to juke out with the stealth, but the bubble finally revealed his positioning, and they were able to find that kill immediately, though. The Weavers disengaged. That's their first kill of the game 16 minutes in. They're able to grab a tier 1 tower and a big shutdown of just, hey, Renjaru's level 17. He's 3 levels above Zen. Let's make sure we get this kill. He's not on a kill streak or anything, but we need to try and slow down a bit of that farming. All the while, Oni Fury spawned back in. I was wondering if the Weavers would feel confident enough to step forward, but after they used so much and just barely were able to grab that kill, doesn't seem like the Oni Fury is something they want to gamble with just yet.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Zen is the sub this weekend. Typically Hydrogen taking the place of this ADC on the Weavers side. So maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable there over in the dual lane. It's Renjaru out to a huge lead, highest level on the map, level 17, and that's even after being off the map for a good 40 seconds after that gank. But now that he's back up on the map and this Oni Fury has spawned, I think no mystery where the Sages are looking to place their pressure. You've got all 5 members for both squads, in fact, over towards this left-hand side of the map. You've brought the soul laners over to try and start a fight. It's a question of who decides to pull this trigger.
I'm guessing Snatty would like to. Has the blink available. He's just hiding around the wall looking for someone to dish up. All the while, Remikami sneaks to the backline, maybe. Snatty can find a good initiation, pulls the beads. That's as easy as it comes. Doesn't even have to blink.
Yeah, that's a good early pull for the Sages. That's going to give them pressure here. I think they already had it in terms of where they were standing, but you're right to look at Snatty, right? He's got the blink, he's looking for the engage potentially, and the Sages taking everything where they can, right? They bring the Weavers over towards the Gold Fury, and now they find an engagement under the tier 1. Promise has finds himself trapped, he's stuck! And he gets taken down. Renjaru finds the pick. They burn a couple of ultimates, but they take down the support.
And I love this because not only do you get the pick, not only are you heading towards Oni Fury, check the right side of your map. You're getting tier 1 towers. Jengaru just dropped the Runic Bomb. The Tyrian Weavers are forced to get aggressive. They have to go forward, but so does Snatty.
Snatty on the engage is going to solo down Tripno by himself, and they'll find yet another pick. The Sage is on a rampage, and they're looking for more. Remikami, no beads available, and trapped in the green buff. It has to be Grave to save the day, and he might do just that. He drops the Regurgitate and finds the answer back on a Renjaru, but Snatty is on a killing spree and takes down the other carry in the fight. He finds both the mid and the ADC, and Sages still feel like they're on top. Remikami doesn't want to stop. He's pushing forward. Sages have to back up, though, if they want to hold on to their lives.
Snatty just has no problem stepping forward, though. This tier is a big issue, and it seems like Jengaru finally decides to make his presence known in this fight. Robin wants to back up, though. Remikami still does do some respectable damage with those Glad Shield procs, and is going to stick around for the time being. Beautiful engage, though, from the Sages. Grave was able to find a return kill, and the beacon goes the way of the Sages. So they're going to split that 50-50, first one Weavers, second one. But the objectives stand tall, and it looks like the Weavers are making a conscious decision here. Do we fight for the Oni Fury, or do we go for the Pyromancer? The Sages don't know exactly where they are until Snatty walks forward. He wants to go for a steal attempt. and he's not.
He gets
He
it.
does get it. He was able to steal it away.
He takes it away. They'll grab the Pyromancer for the second time. Still perfect on objectives, and they're looking for kills on the other side of the map as well. Remikami and In My Zen here to try and help themselves escape, but Privative and Snatty want to chase this one down, and Grave is now here to answer back. Drops the ultimate, and all 5 members of the Sages now grouped around this Gold Fury. They've knocked a couple of members low and burned almost every ultimate on both sides here. Just a couple remaining as they look for positioning around this Oni Fury. They've picked it up, but they've dropped it. We'll look to back off.
I got to give Grave credit there. That regurgitate, the throw-up goo, if you will, was able to save In My Zen's life. Snatty had a targeter on his head and said, hey, I'm in the back line. I've got a Fearless, but cannot use it when he's crippled. So Zen gets to walk out. No beads, no Aegis would have definitely fallen down there. The Pyromancer, of course, ends up going the way of the Sages, so Nehu gets to pick up that Runic Bomb. And now, only one real objective on the map that is obtainable for both of these teams, just given positioning. They both have the ability to sneak a Fire Giant, but it would not be quick. So you got to make sure you know exactly where all 5 members are. Snatty's going to step forward to try and zone after the Oni Fury. And the Weavers are not immediately making a pull onto the FG, so there's just a net win. And now Snatty's just going to try and put some damage onto Zen. I don't imagine he can get a solo, but one ult might be able to just put it in his favor.
He might go for it. And I think if that ult had hit, I would have been a little bit worried for Zen's health.
For sure.
Once again, the Sages find themselves what is essentially a free Gold Fury, right? The Weavers put up a little bit of a fight. They're there for the first couple of pulls, but the Sages keep at it. They grab the objective. They're still perfect on objectives in this game outside of that first Stygian Beacon.
They're real far up here.
The lead shows for the Weavers. They are real far up. They're pushing up this right side. Athenian Sages want to answer back, and that starts with an ultimate from Jangaru. The tanks are the furthest forward. Nehu is in the home sweet home trying to force this one down. I think the Weavers may be too far away, though, for the chase. They'll get the Tier 1 tower and walk out.
Well, you know what they say. You're never too far up as long as you have a Riptide. So if Yamoja's there, you're going to be able to zoom out. Everyone says it. You know, it's just maybe you haven't heard it, but trust me, you're going to start hearing it.
Got it.
And now, the ADCs tell no lies. When you look and you see that the Izanami is on this side of the map, Fire Giant's being started, Zen just split pushing, and it's already half health.
Half health, and it will be kept on. The Sage is looking to secure this. They've got the Runic Bomb in the pocket as well. And the Riptide comes through. Privative pulls him in for the ultimate, and Promise is the first to fall, but they're still on it. And Grave finds the next one. Weavers take it away! And Grave gets out with his life. Renjaru continues to fight, and Remikami falls. 3 fall for the Weavers, but they take the Fire Giant. They'll take some pressure as well. The Sages are going to push down right, though.
Yeah, they are able to push down right. You can see that Snatty's stopping back here, so that's a free Phoenix if they're able to continue this push. Grave, no blink, no ultimate. This right side bird does fall down. You get Fire Giant. Unfortunately, you lose your bird. You don't even get the Tier 2 over on left, and Snatty is still being a nuisance just chasing down Zen. I was wondering if the Sages were going to be able to rotate in and catch out the Ishtar, but good pathing tells him to head over back to left lane. And the Sages siege forward again. They're able to push despite losing that Fire Giant. Tripno and Remikami will be up soon, and that should be the call to back off. You get one Phoenix down. You got to feel decent about that one, but the question is, and I think I've got the answer, do the Weavers feel confident enough with Fire Giant on 2 members to try and make a push of their own? With the right side bird down, I'm thinking no.
I don't know. They pushed up on that Tier 1 tower. They certainly did not have the advantage before, and I'm not sure they have the advantage now. But this feels like a Fire Giant where you take it away so that the other team doesn't have it.
You're happy to stall out the game, right?
Right. You definitely get to hold on for a little bit longer, but any sort of stepping up in the jungle, and that's what you're going to see from the Sages. Snatty uses the Lawbringer there, doesn't catch anybody out, but Grave just walks right by into the backline and drops the ultimate. Has to jump out, but Remikami still on the engage, and this has all been around the Pyromancer, but it's gone towards the empty Fire Giant pit, and Promise has been pulled back in. He'll get taken out, and the Sages are on the board once again. This Fire Giant around 2 has not helped them to secure the pressure. Promise falls again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yamoja, this is one of those matchups where she does not love being close to Baron Somni. You don't have much in your kit to try and get away from that ultimate. Usually these supports are not itemizing into beads. It's the Sunder and the Shell for Promise. So if the team bails, usually Promise is left out to dry, and that's happened a few times now. 4 deaths for this Yamoja. And of course, as usual, Priv is on point with life of the party. But Fire Giant's off the board. Pyromancer goes the way of the Sages, and they are heading right towards the Primal Fury. It seems like they've got no problem trying to force fights. But upgraded starter items are a bit lacking on the side of the Sages. I mean, Jengaru is still level 19, does not have that upgrade to Bumba Spear or Hammer. And of course, Snatty, who has just been holding down the ultimate button. It seems like every single time he gets the chance to, just ulting in. Even whether it's a whiff or not, he gets in there. But look at this, Graves to the backline again.
Yeah, they're still looking to fight, and Graves starts it off well for the Weavers. Renjaru to fall early, and now Jengaru is finding his own engagement in the backline as Remakami is pushing forward with Grave. It's the Sieges on the escape route now, running towards the Tier 2 tower, and the Primal Fury still stands. A 5v4 advantage, and Fire Giant still around the waists of 2 on the side of the Weavers. Health bars, though, still somewhat healthy for the Sages. They've got to be careful here. It's not a free objective by any means. What may be fought over instead, though, is this Stygian Beacon. 5 members on it for the Weavers, and Snatty's looking for the engage. They'll grab the Stygian Beacon, though, and everybody backs out.
Yeah, it seemed like stopping the backs was the call. I mean, there's fire minions pouring in right. Not a lot of damage towards the Titan, though. And because of that, you lose your beacon, you don't get the Primal Fury, and you have a little bit more time to try and let that bird over on right spawn in here. The Sages have the ability to make a choice, though, because Fire Giant's going to be spawning in here shortly. The Titans are going to be sieging over on left, and that right side bird is going to be spawning in here shortly. Do you push with the Titans and try and get a left side Phoenix? Do you just go for Fire Giant? Someone from the Weavers is going to have to deal with the Fire Minions that are going to be over in right lane.
Right.
There's a lot of map state that has to be considered, and it seems like part 1 is going to be grabbing the Primal Fury here for the Sages, and then they can decide if they want to group up and push with their Titan.
Still have some time before that Fire Giant respawns, and that's going to benefit the Weavers, right? They changed that timer. We're back at a 5-minute respawn, so they're going to have that Phoenix up before that Fire Giant spawns for the second time this game. But it is going to be these Titans pushing right around when that respawn timer comes in. Sages are grouped up on the left side. It looked like they may have been grouped up just to destroy that Order Titan early on, but I think it may be recognized here by both teams that they may just let the Titans fight and kill each other and trade in the left lane. The real fight may be around the Fire Giant.
I like this from Zen, though, because as long as you're able to stall at Fire Giant and not let it go down to the Weaver or the Sages immediately, if Zen just kills the Titan, lets it push, and then gets over to Fire Giant quickly, they should have enough time. But it looks like they said, hey, they're going towards FG. We can't stop them without you, Zen. Get over here. And the Ishtar has to abandon that chase. The Sages have the aggressive positioning here and the ward coverage, but so far, Fire Giant looks like it's just going to be gambled over. No one's going to make the pull. Finally, it started up, and Snatty's on zone duty.
Sages will pick this one up early, but Remakami gets swallowed alive before the fight even starts, and a double stun and a double ultimate there from the solo jungle dive, and In My Zen has to retreat, and he won't be successful. Jengaru on a killing spree takes down 2, and Grave trying to fight back, but Promise will fall for 3 down on the Weavers, and the Sages don't even need the Fire Giant to push down this right-hand side. They'll push down for the Phoenix. They will take the bird. They may, in fact, even push into the Titan room here. 5v2 if they want to push for it. They don't have the minions, though, and I think they have to back off.
Yeah, Primitive very weak here, and it looks like Tripio's forced to Aegis. Does Jengaru have the damage? He does now. It's a 5v1, 15 seconds without Remakami. They're going for it.
They don't need the minions now. 5 strong. Grave, no ultimate available. They've got to tank this well, though, and Grave has to do what he can, but he does not have it, and the Sages take game 1.
4-15, maybe a deceptive scoreline. I do think that was a little bit closer than it was led to believe, but the Sages, gold-wise, XP-wise, objective-wise, was just in the lead all game. They didn't seem to have any sort of stop for that aggression, and more specifically, I didn't see an answer for the tier. Snatty was unchecked that game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that you can really... We've seen the tier King Arthur matchup all weekend long.
Yep.
And I think it's gone the tier's favor pretty consistently. This stun that they've added to the Lawbringer ultimate has been an incredible series of engage, and it just felt like early on, I mean, if Grave is looking to make those plays early on, I'm not sure if Bach is the pick.
That I think I tend to agree. If you want to AFK farm to late game, which he ended up making a bit of a pivot towards, like once 2 failed ganks, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go farm. I'm getting level 20. But once it started away, yeah, if you want early pressure, there's other picks that he can get active much earlier.
Well, Weaver's looking to bounce back in game number 2. Sage is looking to take it in 2. We'll see what happens after the break.
Take 10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing what he's saying. What he's saying. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Take 10 steps back, and close your eyes and listen, and look from somewhere different. I know that I've been slipping. I fold my tie and ribbon to hide my scars. That's how it starts. Ooh, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Yeah. Told you so. Yeah. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so.
Your number 1 seed North American SEC team notches their first win of the weekend here at Smite Masters. I guess it's Friday. When does the weekend really start? That's a mental question for you. But the thing that's not a question is that the Sages are officially on the board. And if you want some great value, allow me to pitch you an idea. The Color Forge Season of Souls event going on right now. And where's the value, Dave? That's the question. Not only is it value, it's the best value. Let me tell you about the best value. 33% off what it'll end up costing later on down the road. Here in 10.6 right now, you can buy all of the Color Forge Prism of Souls event skins for just 3,000 gems. 33% off what it'll cost in 10.9. If you wait till the next update, price will increase, so on and so forth. So if you want the awesome recolors of skins and the awesome Tier 5 Fenrir skin, a lot of value in this bundle right here, and you can get it in-game right now for the cheapest price that you'll be able to get it for. But we got to talk about Game 1, and that's finally the Athenian Sages Alpha Jackal doing what we figured they might be doing early in this tournament. A bit back and forth early in this game. The Bakasura on one side of things left something to be desired early. Ended up coming online a bit later on in the game, but that's all on the other side. I'm looking at Snatty. I'm looking at the Sages, and in Game 1 kind of got out of control when we started grouping and team fighting.
Yeah, I also have a little bit of a bone to pick with you. You asked me to gamble all my points, and
yeah, but
I lost them all. I'm down in the dumps, like 34% of chat.
How has that anything to do with me? I simply asked you to wager some points, and it's my fault that you wagered wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. You put me on the spot, and then that's exactly what happened. But anyway, we're here to talk about the Athenian Sages and the fact that they did extremely well in that game. And like you mentioned, Snaddy, I think, was the standout performer here on this tier. He controlled every single team fight that he was a part of, did extremely well in lane. It looked like it was getting a little bit out of hand in Ramakami's favor early on, but he weathered that storm beautifully. Yeah,
look, and we talked in going into picks and bans about exactly that player, Snatty. Played Thor a couple times yesterday. We're thinking, it is a unique pick. It can work in solo, but it's just not on the meta from what we've seen. Change it up a bit. Stick with the meta a bit stronger. And Snatty makes the Weavers pay here in this game. Played with a lot of desire in his eyes, and Snatty really took things over. Renjuru on the Izanami, I thought really hit their stride later on in this game as well. We figured they'd get some lane pressure, but not only then, but come team fight time, Izanami was doing Izanami things. And really it just felt like a Sages team that was playing a bit more cohesively Alpha Jackal than they were yesterday. Loved Priv on the Baron, felt like that was pretty disruptive. And so the Tyrian Weavers, now you're looking down, you need to win 2 straight, or you're out of Smite Masters. Because the Sages really took it to you in Game 1. Nehu with the perfect support KDA at 0-0-12. But top damage in the game, but top damage on their team by about 10,000. So it feels a bit bad not to get even one of those kills, but you'll take it every day of the week.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, if you're Tyrian Weavers, you're looking across the board. Grave, the only person on that team to have any kill whatsoever. Everybody else with a big fat 0 in that kill column. That definitely needs to change. I mean, you look at Promise and Myzen, that is a strong dual lane for early game potential for kills, and they get nothing from it. So it looks like the rest of the roster really needs to pick things up in the second game.
Yeah, you need more from Zen, I think. Zen had like 8, nearly 9,000 damage in this game. On the flip side, Renjuru on the Izanami, like 19,000, so you're getting doubled up and then some by the enemy AD carry. I mean, it was just difficult. Think about all the bans that went to ADCs in that game and what Zen was left with by the end. But Ishtar, not a bad pick right now, all that being said. Things just got away from the Tyrian Weavers a bit there in game number 1. How much emphasis are you going to put towards ADC now, knowing what we know now from how willing the Sages are to ban out those picks? Do you grab something a bit earlier? Do you change up your bans a bit? No, not for now. Ram still gone, taken away.
At this point, I think you have to pick your ADC early. You have to pick it as your top 3. Get in something he's extremely comfortable with. Just say, right, Zen, what do you want? What god will you play well, or what god will you feel the most comfortable on? And just pick it. Even if it might not be part of the meta, even if it might not be the top pick, top ban right now, just give it to him. Because he's obviously feeling a little bit uncomfortable coming in here as a sub.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Zen in the SEC games. I've seen them play and has carried games in the past. This hasn't quite been there here this weekend. 1 or 0 kills in the games that we've seen this Weavers play so far. 1-1-0, 1-2-1, 0-3-3 in game 1 of just this set. So you hope to get the ADC spun up a bit further. But the thing is, the bans are starting to swing in the same direction here. Hachiman, Rom,
Exactly
they
the
get
same.
taken away. Yeah, I think you're right, Alpha Jacko. I think if the bans continue this way, got to grab something a bit earlier to avoid, another 2 bans was the way things went towards ADC in that second wave. But that does mean a lot's going to get left open. As a reminder, there are only a handful of gods that remain at 100% pick ban priority. Baba Yaga, Hachiman, Terra, Yamoja. Already see Terra. Already see Hachiman. And so the Baba Yaga and the Yamoja still in question. Erlang Shen was 100% pick ban prior to game 1, was not picked or banned in game 1, so drops down to 88%. Horus, Rom, Tier, just behind there. And so with the way that picks and bans go, Alpha Jackal, it's interesting because then you start to wonder, all right, are you going to leave the Yamoja again? Because Yamoja was strong, but Yamoja got locked down by a Baron Samdi, and I think the Weavers have now shown some of their flexibility in draft has maybe confused the Weavers a bit going into game 2.
Yeah, I think you probably do stick with the Yamoja still. I mean, well, Baba Yaga's been taken off the table then. With 3 ADC bans, do you pick your ADC up first pick? I don't think you do.
Yamoja's still there, 100% pick ban.
Yamoja probably will have to be the pick here, although Erlang Shen and Kabrakan and
Erlang Shen,
Kuzumbo are 3 other picks which I think could potentially be up here at the very top.
You're right. Kabrakan at a 66% pick ban rate, so 2/3 of the time. 66.6667 repeating, of course, for Kabrakan on the pick ban priority. Tier just above that at 77%, and that'll continue rising as it's a first pick tier. Look, not only great for your solo lane, but also get that out of the hands of Snatty, because my goodness, game 1 was a takeover. And again, this is an elimination game. If the Sages win game 2, Tyrian Weavers are headed home from Smite Masters. Now, Priv also has a really good Yamoja, and the Sages can run back essentially whatever duo lane they want at this point. Priv also, I think, doesn't care about the other side getting Yamoja. They'll play the Baron Samdi if that's where they choose to go. The Sages have bought me some goodwill after game 1, and then the way that they played on some more flexible picks. Solo lane, that's what I start to wonder about, though, now for the Sages. Your tier is gone. Are you going to go to the King Arthur? And what are you prioritizing here in your top 2? Guan Yu's the answer. Guan Yu makes some sense. Been highly coveted this weekend.
Yeah, Prot Shred coming on from that Tallow Assault really helps you to be able to burn down the objectives. Merlin for that as well. So maybe a little bit of a hint so far about what the Athenian Sages are looking for in this game 2 in terms of a play style. Play around the objectives, burn them down when the Weavers are caught off guard, when they're caught off wards. And, if the Weavers don't have the answer to that, it could get ugly real quickly for them.
It could. Something the Sages were trying to make work in game 1, or the Weavers rather, on the Merlin, but ball never really got rolling there out of mid. So the question around duo lane now forced on the Tyrian Weavers. It's the Hachiman Rom ban, Izanami ban this time. Thor is picked. That'll be a jungle Thor.
I like it.
So we're now asking the same question for Zen. Are you going to pick your ADC right now, or are you going to allow the Sages to pick theirs and double ban? No, you say, I want to get Zen on something that he's comfortable with. Heimdall is the answer. Haven't seen it yet this weekend. 11%, that's got to be 1 ban thrown towards Heimdall. And Heimdall is a Zen pick. This is something Zen has performed on quite well at the SEC level. Getting into some comfort in a must-win elimination game for the Weavers AD carry.
Yeah, and I like the change up from the Bakasura to the Thor as well. I think whilst he did have a decent slash line in that game, Grave, he started off a bit uncomfortable on the Bakasura, it felt like. Grew into the game, but it was a little bit too late with the lead the Sages had. The Thor should be able to control the early game a little bit better, has a lot more safety than the Bakasura, has better gank potential, I feel. Just overall a stronger pick, in my opinion, whilst it doesn't have that late game hyper carry capability.
Yep.
Goyo gets this on her in the ADC position for the Heimdall. It's a 50-50 matchup. Whoever ults first is usually the person that can end up winning.
What's the word on her? Are you bought? Are you sold?
Not entirely yet. I mean, it's had a couple of games now. I think the first game we saw it was flat-footed. This second game has the potential to shine a light onto why the Honor would be a little bit better in this meta.
Yeah, remember, it just got slight buff. What was it, 0.9 to 1.0 base attack speed? I mean, that feels all right. It doesn't feel bad, that's for sure. Shifting sands, you get slowed down a little bit more. So we'll see if Onher is able to carry the weight that some of the teams are starting to apply to this pick. Bans rolling through in the second wave here, some centered towards the mid lane. Anything you can do to limit the damage output of the Tyrian Weavers, because they've already got initiation out for Jackal. They've got a Tyr, they've got a Thor, we imagine. Still good front line to be played over in the duo lane, or picked rather over in the duo lane. And really for both teams, now the support is the question. Both Baron and Yamoja made their way into the second wave of bans, but they were banned out there. So teams prioritizing picks elsewhere. And that'll be Primitive's Nox for the Athenian Sages to pair with Yonher.
Yeah, Nox, rather obnoxious pick to play up against, but I think one that makes a lot of sense. The Thor dunks in, all of a sudden he's on a silence field, and then he can't continue his gank. It's a really, really terrible matchup for this Thor to go into in the jungle. And they've just counterpicked, the one shining hope from last game in Grave. They made sure he's going to be ill-effective wherever this Nox has gone. Yep. Kabrakan, on the other hand, again, has that issue. Starts the Tremor, all of a sudden is silenced out of it. Does try and bait out that ability, though, to maybe give Grave some maneuverability.
Kabrakan has seen a couple of picks this weekend. Banned, though, twice as much. 4 bans, 2 picks for Kabrakan over the course of Smite Masters so far. Have not seen much Tiamat, if any at all.
We saw one game of it this weekend so far.
My brain is melty, Alpha Jackal.
It's got a long weekend.
We're a one day in. And you know what? We will see one more game of Tiamat. Maybe, it didn't win, 0% win rate, just the one pick, so maybe it's a forgettable game of Tiamat. Does Tiamat, though, in your mind, is it the type of mage, does she just fall into that kind of catch-all territory? I mean, we've seen heavy Tiamat meta, we've seen Tiamat not getting picked all that often, but still feels like the style of pick in a heavy mid-lane pick ban phase that a mid laner can go to and still feel comfortable.
I feel like Tiamat is just one of those, like you mentioned, catch-all picks. If you need a pick for early game, Tiamat fits that. If you want to pick for late game, Tiamat fits that. But the last time we saw Tiamat, it was up against Johnny's Carly. And now it's a bit of a deja vu here, as the Sages have given Carly over to Jangaru. Probably the only other jungler in the SCC that would look to pick up this pick. And look at the composition it's going against. I see almost no chance for the Weavers to really be dealing with this outside of the Kabrakan walls.
That's going to have to be the big question, though, isn't it? I mean, can you slow down Akali? Can you wait until Destruction times out? Heimdall can be a safe pick, so maybe you're getting away from it with your Bifrost. But, man, Kali, there's a lot of potential set there. Thor v. Kali, Alpha Jackal. Set the stage for me in the jungle. How do you see this matchup playing out?
Kali just runs through Thor. That is pretty much how it goes. I mean, if Thor gets a lucky dunk in when Kali's unsuspecting of it, probably does win. A fortunate war when Kali's unsuspecting probably does win that head-to-head. But it is straight up two of them see each other before anything goes off. The Kali should win that 8 times out of 10.
We saw some fun over in the duo lane in game 1. We figured there'd be pressure. We saw Baron, Izanami duo lane. Now we get on her Nox on one side. But on the flip side, Heimdall versus Kabrakan. Kabrakan has been a run-it-down style support in days of past. Heimdall, you want to scale up, get there later on in the game. How about the duo lane? What's the ebb and flow of this laning phase?
Early game, you would expect the Heimdall Kabrakan to have the pressure, to have the push. But as the game develops, as the Onher and Nox continue to gain a few levels and hit that level 5, start to look to see the pressure go towards them, especially if Kali does rotate over. But then after the mid-game sort of peak that they have, they'll start to fall off a little bit more, and then goes right back to the Heimdall Kabrakan.
And on one side, look, in game 1, we saw a complete tier takeover by Snatty, the Sage's solo laner. Got out of laning phase, dominated initiation. The stun on the ultimate has been game-changing for a couple of the players and a couple of the games that we've seen so far. I imagine that'll keep climbing up over the course of this weekend. Allow me to set the stage for you once more. Smite Masters, you played through an entire phase of North American SEC. You lose in game 1 if you're the Weavers. You lost yesterday. You're trying to claw your way. Find a win here at Smite Masters. Get something going for yourselves, because this is an elimination game 2 for the Tyrian Weavers, and a move on game 2 at that for the Athenian Sages. Number 1 seed out of North America. They've given themselves a great shot here. Alpha Jackal. It'll always come down to play on field. I don't want to ask you to levy your points again.
I don't have any.
That's right. You have no more points to bet. And so that is a cop-out one way or another. I'll give it to you, Alpha Jackal. Game 2, elimination on the line. Can the Sages get it done?
The story of game number 1, Trelly, the tanks for the Sages came through and popped off. Privative on the Baron, the tier coming out from Snatty. Incredible amount of engagement. Felt like they were running the fights at times, completely unable to handle that from the other side. And so the Weavers have taken a different approach. They have taken the tier away, and it's now on their side. Remakami is going to have that engaged potential, and they've gone for a little bit more of an aggressive tank in the support role themselves, off of the Emoja onto this highly valued, it seems, over the weekend so far, this Kabrakan. What are your thoughts on the switch-up?
I do like the Kabrakan, especially into a pick like Nox, where you're just not going to have to care about Shadow Lock at all as long as you channel that first ability and just immune the root. You do have to watch out for being the first one targeted in those fights, because Kabrakan's escape is essentially that first ability as well, right? That's about it. You get that movement speed, that slow immune, and you just try to zoom on out of there and hope that that's enough. But there is plenty of lockdown here for the Athenian Sages. Ranjaru has plenty of CC, so they have disruption for those tremors. Of course, once Jangaru and Snatty decide to get active, that also could be something that puts Promise in some trouble. And that may be the reason that this Kabrakan has opted for the blink as opposed to something, like a shell. When you get dove as a Kabrakan, you're probably dying anyway, so hey, why don't we go in first? Why don't I be the first one in? That could be the idea here from Promise. Just trying to be as aggressive as possible. That's the way this Kabrakan likes to be played, and that's probably why it's getting highly prioritized.
Yeah, I mean, last game, I think we saw Promise have a lot of struggles against the other side, the Baron Samdi pulling that Yemoja in. Not the greatest matchup, just character-wise, but this time Promise looking to hopefully channel that aggression a little bit better. And I think we've got another interesting part about the dual lane. These two picks, I'm not sure we've seen either of them yet this weekend. Haim, I think, received 1 ban. But it is in My Zen God. We've definitely seen him perform on this pick in the past. And then on her, small buffs into 10.6, showing his face once again.
Massive buffs. 0.9 attack speed to 0.1.
To 1.
1.0, sorry. Up 0.1.
Up 0.1.
And the slow on the pillar. And that's exactly why we're seeing this on her, and that's why we're seeing Grave trying to put some pressure on her. But Ranjaru says, I'm going to shove you up against the wall and not care. Sorry about that gank.
Ooh.
No beads down, and laughs at him for his troubles. There's going to be no gank attempt, no beads down. Ranjaru lives to see another day.
Yeah, I think Ranjaru is feeling pretty good on this pick already. Maybe a comfort pick for him. But you're absolutely right. The buff brings him into the forefront, and with the Hunter pressure that we've seen, I think yesterday we saw very heavily Rama, we saw very heavily Hachiman. So to have this many Hunters be prioritized or at least able to compete at this level, I'll be interested to see how this 1v1 goes once these supports start to rotate out. But thinking about the game and the pressure that both of these teams have, I think we saw things off to generally a slow start in game number 1, right? It was a couple failed ganks that Grave had, very similar to that early attempt over there on the left-hand side. But it changes up now in the jungle significantly. Grave wanted to go early last time. He's gone more early in the Thor this time. Meanwhile, Jangaru has gone much later with the Kali pick.
Yep, the Kali, I think, just does not love fighting early, as you can see. Grave can just kind of W key him down and try and find those 1v1s. But Kali has always been a ticking time bomb. It is, hey, if we can stay relatively even until like level 20 when I'm full slotted, there's a chance I just hard carry this game away. And that is the idea. Grave hammers right in front of Snatty, can't find the slow, and we'll be able to take away the blue buff. But the question now becomes, can you try and steal this one away? Ramakami gonna pull it under tower. Unfortunate for Snatty. Gonna be losing out a bit on that XP, not hit level 5 quite yet until those minions die, and that always hurts. But Graves playing this matchup exactly as you should. The Thor should be looking to find Kali in the jungle, force out beads, look for 1v1s whenever possible. Kali just doesn't have the damage to fight into Thor right now.
Yeah, she definitely needs to get a couple of items online, but good look early there from the Weavers, good macro play, and it might actually lead to a solo kill here, but a good Fearless there brings Remikami back to safety. Thin margins there for Snatty trying to find the first kill of the game. And it shows. I mean, we saw King Arthur versus Tyr the last time around. This time, the King Arthur was up. Instead, Snatty chose early to look for it, and the Thor's in the sky, trying to find the counter engage onto Snatty, but he's off the mark and will just look for the CC, and it's beautiful onto Snatty. Grave comes back around and finds the first blood for the Weavers.
It looked to me like Snatty knew that gank was coming. Just booked it for his tower, ran as far as he could away, said, hey, there's a low health Tyr, but I'm not going to put myself out of position. And then threw that all away and just ran up as far as possible the second the Anvil of Dawn started getting channeled. And even though it missed, ends up falling down. Jangaru, low, is getting chased down by Tripno there. That conduit gem does mean that Tiamat has a lot easier time clearing the wave, a lot easier time just finding poke. And that means you have to watch out if you're going to step near the mid lane, which unfortunately Jangaru did. But striking first, finishing up that Transcendence already. It's going to be a good look here for Grave.
Yeah, definitely off to a better start than he was in game number 1. And I think that is a good look in terms of how he wants to control the map. Oh my, in my Zen, out of nowhere, decides to go on to Renjaru, and Grave is here to join him. No jump available, and Renjaru channeling the VGS once again as they are going to fail to catch him out on the aggression. They have a clear goal. Like, they want to focus out the honor. Renjaru just keeps living.
Yep, and that increased slow, paying dividends there. He put down the pillar and started laughing. He said, there's no way you can try and chase me down. At the very least, On Her excels in 1v1s and surviving ganks, right? He's able to just put down the pillar, impale away, jump, use that ultimate for CC immunity. He's good at surviving when those things are coming his way, but if he loses those beads, it might be a little bit different. Finally, Snatty's able to grab a blue buff at the very least, thanks to Jangaru making that rotation over. But it has not been too much aggression. It's been a lot of this towards Snatty, forcing out the cavalry charge. And now Guan Yu's going to have to be careful, but look at this. Jangaru is nearby. Graves going up to the sky. Maybe Kali makes a presence known.
Misses once again. A good dash there. But they will take the blue, though, and playing the macro game once again is Jangaru. Doesn't even want to participate in the fight, as Grave is going to keep trying to find this jungle v jungle matchup while he has the advantage. But Jangaru, what a switch up from game 1 to game 2. I mean, we kept talking about how he was just constantly in the enemy jungle on this Ravana in game number 1. And now he even has a pretty good opportunity to fight there. He is just on his farm game.
I mean, this is how you play Kali in my mind. You can go for the sort of burst build, which we've seen a couple times, where you just go for like Hydras and try and go for a one-shot off a blink. But it just seems to me, if you're going to pick Kali and you're confident your team can make it there, again, Jangaru had the ability to say, hey, Graves ulting you, I'm going to go in. And he said, no, you're going to live, I know it. I'm just going to take away blue buff. I want farm. He's about a half a level up over Grave despite going down for first blood, and I imagine that's what he wants to keep prioritizing. It ends up working out very well, as long as your team's not dying, and so far, it was just that one gank.
Privative in my Zen. Will take a little bit of poke as a result, but still feeling confident in the fight in this dual lane once again is the recipient of a little bit of action as Gamma rotates over as well. But Snatty continues to be poked down here by Remikami in, that first successful gank. You have to imagine Remikami's got a little bit of a lead. He's got all the pressure. I'm wondering if they're going to try and rotate this soul laner, especially with how impactful the tier was early on, try and rotate him out a little bit earlier in this game.
Definitely has the ability to do so. They both don't have access to that teleport, so Snatty can say, hey, Tyr's going to have to walk the whole way over. I can just TP in. Because of that, Remikami has to plan his ganks accordingly, saying, hey, if you guys want to go for gold, you got to let me know like a solid minute in advance so I can book it on the way over, clear out a wave, maybe proxy farm, and then go over. You can tell, though, Renjaru in this 1v1 has been holding on to those beads as well as possible. If he can just avoid the ultimate, if he can just jump away and try and avoid that encouragement, he will do so. He wants to make sure he's got that survivability because of Grave, because of this Thor, the delete potential Anvil of Dawn brings. Grave has access to it right now, but there's just no easy targets. I mean, Priv's got the CC immunity, everyone else has beads, and of course, Snatty's been playing very far back in that solo lane. Not making it easy for the Thor to find some gank targets.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, for as many ganks that Grave has had in those various lanes, I think he's only used the Anvil of Dawn in that solo lane, right? Even when he's tried to have the mid pressure, the dual pressure, he has not used that semi-global ultimate at all. And I wonder if that's because he's waiting for some of those power spikes to come online. Still stacking the trans, but I will eat my words as he Anvil of Dawn's over towards the left-hand side and is off the mark onto Renjaru, and he will get out once again safely. This time he's got to use the beads, but I speak too soon, and the blink in for Promise in the double tap will finally nail the kill onto Renjaru, and Promise gets out alive. They finally find success in the game.
Yep, beautiful blink there from Promise. That kill does not go their way if it doesn't happen. Of course, Grave off the mark, but still pulled the beads. I think that was the target. Let's just get beads down. Maybe we find a kill, but at the very least, we put this on her in an unsafe position. And then Promise says, I saw a blink. If you hit a double tap, I can go in. The shell was not enough. Priv did try just about everything to try and keep his ADC alive. Doesn't end up going their way. And a second kill on the board for the Tyrian Weavers. And this Transcendence is getting stacked up. This Thor is playing the early game exactly as you would expect. But once again, you see Grave ganking. You can look on the right side of the map and see Jangaru stealing farms. Still a level ahead, or about half a level.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Tyrian Weavers, or for the Athenian Sages rather, they're about 1,000 gold down, but with the Kali, with their more late game team comp, you're just trying to keep their head above water.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing that pretty successfully thus far. It's on the Weavers to pull the trigger, and that's maybe what they're looking to do. They group up on this left-hand side once again. No beads now for Renjaru. We'll see if Grave looks to channel the ult, but Privative rotating over as well.
Making sure, saying, hey, I know exactly where this Thor's at. If he goes up, I'll tell you. But it's standing underneath the tower, probably a smart call. I am curious as to when Jangaru feels like, hey, I'm strong enough, I can get active. The kin size is finished up. That's usually the big power spike, but in my mind, Blink is the second big power spike, right? Kali doesn't like to leap in. You're essentially forced to beads in that regard. So Blink and Kins might be the go button, but Grave is sitting around here. Look how far, look how deep the Sages are, and Grave is still like, maybe I can gank. Like, they have not left the tower line, and they probably won't for 42 more seconds. Reason being, that's when Renjar's beats come back up. That's when he's not just instant deleted if Anvil of Dawn connects when he's not paying attention.
Yeah, they could not be trying harder to get this gank off. Grave is waiting in the wings, as is Promise. Those relics still down. I don't know when they call it quits on this. Looks like that was enough time and fantastic discipline from Renjaru, because I know, there's a ton of people who just die there every single time, right? Renjaru,
me, for sure.
Yeah, Renjaru sits with the patience, under the tower, perfectly the rotation from Privative, and they're able to keep him up. Still, though, a little bit down, and that's what the first gank, that they try consistently, but the first gank does give Zen a little bit of a lead, and that may be the first time, especially last game when he was 3 levels down, Zen looks a lot more comfortable so far in this game.
Definitely does. He's been having a lot of wiggle room. He's got ward coverage. I mean, Jangaru hasn't went for a gank so far this game, so you imagine Zen isn't fearful of anything just yet. And even if so, you're on Heimdall, one of the safest ADCs in the game. This Bifrost will get you out of most trouble if Jangaru does decide to go for a gank. The beacon spawns in here. It looks like first one to touch it is going to be Tripno, but already Priv is going to be there just to make sure that doesn't go down. I think the Sage is going to attempt to walk in, but you have to watch out. That Anvil of Dawn is available, and Grave is nearby.
Rotation as well from Remakami,
There it
coming
is.
in on tier, but Grave finds the first engage onto Privative, and he will fall. And Tripno grabs the last hit. Order side grabs the Stygian Beacon as well. Tyrian Weavers continue only ones on the board.
Yep, Renjar say, I'm not rotating out. I've been having a lot of ganks sent my way. In my Zen is going to start up the Gold Fury.
Wow.
And I don't know if you see this, Frog, but I see no one in sight. Nehu is trying to get in, but it looks like Remakami might just be on zone duty. Can you even step up? I don't think so.
I don't know if he gets here in time. You might not know Remakami's there. Now he does, though, and certainly not going to be in range for that one. Tyrian Weavers secure the Beacon and secure the Gold Fury, and will only force out the ult of Remakami in trade.
Yep, all the while, once again, Jengaru's nowhere in sight. He's on the right side of the map. He's taking back camps. He's trying to push towers. This Kali is, I'm not even going to say farming. Anti-fighting is the way I would describe it. Saying, hey, please do not need me because I am going to be as far away from any sort of engagement as possible. And he still has not went back to pick up that blink, so does not have any reason to try and engage for the time being. They don't even grab the tier 1 tower.
Wow.
Maybe you take a bastion. But Grave has been controlling the pace of this game so far. Anywhere there has been bloodshed, it has been spearheaded by this Thor's engage.
Yeah, and credit to Grave, absolutely. But I think you might have hit the nail on the head. Anti-fighting for Jengaru. He has actively avoided fights and avoided answering this Thor. And for what, I mean, only a half-level lead? Maybe not even that, as Thor takes over to level 13 as well. I don't know, like, when is the power spike here for this Kali? This might be, I mean, only gets a tier 2 1,000-fold, but now, finally, has the blink online, as you mentioned. And this Pyromancer's about to spawn, but once again, it's only the Weavers grouped up for this one.
I have a theory, and I would love to see the XP after this fight to make sure my theory is correct. Nehu is going to be able to stall that one out and make sure that nothing comes from this engage onto the Pyromancer. The Sages are probably ahead XP-wise just because of how much they've went farm. Yeah, they are. Despite being down 1,500 gold, they're chilling. They have that XP lead in their favor because they are just trying to get to level 20. That's their play. It looks like a blink in from Remakami and ult, I should say. There's Grave.
Oh, they combine to go on the front liners. They will grab Nehu and push back, but Nehu has the damage as well, and they'll trade 1 for 1, but now it's the Tyrian Weavers trapped, but they've captured the enemy in here with them, and Jengaru will fall. Tripno on a killing spree. They'll take down a 2 for 1, and the Pyromancer still stands.
Pyromancer lives to see another day, and that's the big win there. The Sages finally did attempt to get aggressive, and it ends up biting off just a little bit more than they could chew. We saw Jengaru go in, did not get the passive reset. It seemed like that was the call. I'm guessing if Promise went down, things would have went a little bit differently, but didn't end up so. So Jengaru gets no credit, gets an assist for that kill as Nehu gets it to pick it up. And the Pyromancer doesn't drop down. Definitely in favor of the Weavers. And that XP differential I was talking about is probably no more. I mean, Tripno just gets so much off that fight, and yeah, finally, the Tyrian Weavers take the XP and the gold department.
Yeah, and I think now it's on them. It's always been on them, right? They've got the more early game composition, but they were fighting around this Pyromancer. They were able to find the fight, not able to find the objective. But, you know, if I'm them, I just keep going back to it. And that looks to be exactly what they're doing. In fact, they're even farther up past the Pyromancer onto Jengaru. We'll force him to dash out early on in this one. And the supports will find some damage back and forth as Grave and Remakami are positioned aggressively around this objective once again, but they'll pick it up and the Pyromancer gets started down to about 75% HP quickly. And once again, Jengaru is just not here. He is farming the right lane, looking for a wide gank, and it's only Snatty stepping up to this one, but the ultimates get channeled early, and Snatty's on the chase. Finally, it's Grave who gets focused on, but he's up into the air. They're looking for the re-engage.
Yep, Jengaru doesn't have beads. That would be a good target, but it looks like the ult down defensively, just hanging out with Tripno. So Grave is not going to look to engage. He didn't have his beads either, and recognize if he went in, could have fallen down, and that's not going to be a good look, giving this Kali a way back into the game. So the Sages are going to have to play defensively for the time being. I'm loving the aggression from the Weavers. They have not just sat by and sat on their lead. Every chance they get, they go for some aggression and say, hey, Pyromancer's up, maybe we can bait something in. But the Primal Fury spawned back in, and that is where I want to see pressure immediately. Remakami goes back to base. Wouldn't be surprised if he starts angling towards that left side of the map instead of clearing out the right. And it doesn't seem like that's the immediate case. Is running it down mid. I guess because Tripno, your 3-0 Tiamat, who's level 18 at the moment, does also have to go back to base. So playing defensively for the time being, not the worst idea. But if we don't see a Primal Fury pull in the next 2 minutes or so, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, and I think we've got some power spikes coming through here as well. A lot of tier 2s, and specifically these builds coming through from the carries. But we don't even get a chance to see those have action in a fight, as the Gold Fury is going to get taken down for free. The Weaver's the only ones over there, and it's the Sages looking to trade the Pyromancer for the Gold Fury. But the Weavers steal that as well. Ramakami and Tripno combine for the damage, and the Weavers get them both.
Yeah, Tripno just doing too much. You're letting him have an uncontested chance to just spam through the wall there. Was not enough. That second ability confirms it right on time for the beacon spawning in. It's all Weavers, and a beautiful engage from Promise. Doesn't drop the walls, and actually he's getting aggressed onto.
Oh my goodness, the ultimate is perfect, and Snatty grabs the kill onto the support, but Grave is a huge ultimate, and Ramakami helps out, takes out the mid laner as Grave falls on the other side of the fight, and now it's in my Zen in the middle of 4, and it's the Weavers on the retreat, running away from the capture point. The Athenian Sages have finally found the answer back, and they'll grab the Stygian Beacon.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The Weavers are ahead, but so much so that Grave and Ramakami dive that tier 1 tower. That was a bit reckless. Doesn't end up working out for them. They lose their tier 1, they lose their jungler, and they end up losing their support as well. Not for nothing, Nehu drops down, but the Sages are probably happy they're finally getting to get some action in these fights. Relic's down as well. Not looking too good, so the Sages might want to retreat pretty much immediately because of how much they used just to confirm those kills. And in my Zen said, yeah, I was aggressed upon. I had to use my Relics, but I'm still going to grab the tier 1 tower over on left as well.
Pressure is in the hands of the Weavers, or at least it felt that way up until that one fight goes the way of the Sages. But I think, once again, you're on the target, right? They aggress too much, and for as much as Grave has been running this game, now we finally get to see Jangaru in these fights. He's got his power spikes online, got the Kins, got the Hasten, he's got the Blink on the engage, and now he has that level lead that he can hold on to. But in that fight as well, it was Snatty, who has always been in the front of these fights with the cavalry charge. For as much work as he was doing last game with the Lawbringer, he's been as effective with the cavalry charge and getting into these fights for the Sages.
Certainly has been, and I think that Snatty is something that needs to be dealt with, but the biggest issue I see on the map is Tripno, right? This Tiamat is still 3-0, has a massive bounty, already upgraded into the Gem of Focus, just spamming abilities consistently, proccing that Soul Reaver. It's going to be an issue, and no one has been able to pull those relics. Pay attention to Tripno's relic timers. They're going to be up pretty consistently because no one wants to get within melee distance of this Tiamat, just pumping out too much damage so far. Peel hasn't really been necessary because everyone's going on the tanks, right? Promise is usually the first target in these fights, and because you're using your ultimates and your CC on a Kabrakan, the Tiamat gets the free cast. Not the highest on the damage chart so far, but hasn't really needed to put himself out of trouble, and because of that fact, I mean, no relics used, undying so far, has a big bounty on his head.
Certainly has the bounty, and that's definitely going to be the Sage's target when they're looking for these engages. Ramakami finds himself pretty far up on this right-hand side and getting collapsed on even. Does have the Lawbringer available. Will be collapsed on himself. Goes down to half HP, but Snatty chasing on the horse down onto the tier. The Blink is channeled, and the beads get used as well, but I do not think that it will be enough, and Ramakami will ultimately fall in trade for 2-3 ultimates and both of his relics. That is a pick, but at what cost?
A tier 2 tower, that's the cost, over on left, and so much more. I understand Jangaru wanted the knock-up immunity there with the ultimate. Didn't seem like it was that worth. Oh, they could have hit around the corner. It seemed like Promise was going to step up, but they're going to try and grab a tier 2 tower of their own. I guess it didn't cost a tier 2. If you get one in tow,
yeah,
you're okay with getting that gang. As long as you're not fighting in the next couple minute or so, all those relics and ultimates will be back up. So Ramakami, unfortunately, just steps up a bit too far there. At the very least, the Weavers were able to say, hey, we're going to grab this tier 2, but Pyromancer spawns in, and a Runic Bomb in the pockets of the Sages is not something you're upset about.
Will not be stolen this time around, as Tripno is not in range to try and contest that objective. But we are getting around the point where I'm not sure these teams are going to be satisfied with Pyromancers and Gold Furies anymore. This Fire Giant is going to come into contention, and we're only one Stygian Beacon away from these Titans roaming down the lanes as well. So we're getting towards the later stages of this game. And the Weavers, for as much power as we've given the late game composition, this Kali, once she comes online, the Serrated Edge, a huge power spike for this Kali. for as much as we've talked about that late game powerhouse that is the Sages, I'm not convinced that the Weavers have gotten themselves enough of a lead to carry them through this late game.
I would argue that their lead is essentially gone. It really is just on Tripno, net worth-wise, and of course the duo lane, because In My Zen has had a fantastic lead, as you would expect from this Heimdall. But Graves a level behind. He's not going to be hitting level 20 anytime soon. Priv, 2 levels up. This Nox has been farming efficiently. And I think you're right. Not to say that it's just impossible to win. CC is Kali's worst enemy, and the Tyrian Weavers have a ton of it. If Remakami, Grave, and Promise are all grouped up together, they should be able to deal with a lot of what the Kali wants to do. But Gold Fury started up. The Sages are a little late to the party, but Snatty, first one in.
Weavers started it up, half HP, and Promise will get the CC onto Snatty, but Grave goes up into the air, and Promise blinks in. They're looking for the engage, and it's on to Nehu. Both relics burned, but the rest of the team comes to help him, and Remakami is the one that gets traded out. Grave falls as well, and Promise may be next on the chopping block. A double kill for Jangaru, and Tripno is being chased into his own jungle. Jangaru on the front foot, and they're still looking to chase the mid laner down, but they'll take a 3-for-0 and head towards the mid lane.
Yeah, turns out Gold Fury, who cares? That's a useless objective. We're going for Fire Giant, the Sages, off the back of Kali, turning into a blender at level 20. Massive damage. No one expected Remakami especially to just get cut through like that, but look at that build. It's all HP. Kin size does not care, and it's going to be Zen stepping up to go for a miracle steal. I'm not sure this is a smart call.
I don't know. He's got to be perfect, and Jangaru's the first one to meet him in the jungle. He uses the Bifrost well, though, and will at least hold on to his life. Tripno's now in the vicinity, and Snatty's on zone duty. The Fire Giant's falling to 25% HP, but they've got to clean this up fast. If Tripno's going to get in there, he's going to try and steal, and maybe on the precipice of it, the Weavers take it away, and they face no punishment. Tripno walks away scot-free, and the Weavers hold on to the reins.
That is ridiculous how slow that Fire Giant went down. I mean, I love the call from Jangaru to say, hey, Zen's walking up. We have to do something. But Zen walking up not only stalled the DPS, but Jangaru's so weak that he couldn't help with the Fire Giant. And Tripno just walks up slowly and steals another objective. This one, much more important, by the way.
Oh my goodness, and like Snatty was there, he was zoning out Tripno, and Tripno just continues to be the MVP for this squad, still deathless, and it's the Weavers now firmly in control. They've got the Fire Giant around their waist, they're grouped up for the Gold Fury, and they'll take the other objective on the left side as well, and look to push up this left lane. Surprisingly, it's both soul laners here at the enemy Phoenix on the right-hand side, but now the fight's changed, Trelly, right?
Yep.
We're moving out of the jungle. We're moving in towards this mid lane, this right lane where the tier 2 towers remaining still stand. And you see that mark on the map. These Titans are going to be marching down the middle lane where that tier 2 tower stands. The Weavers are going to have themselves quite a push.
They certainly will. So split pushing is the name of the game here for the Sages. You can see Jangaru and Renjaru on the left side of the map. They're not pushing with the Titans. But Jangaru needs to be worried here. Doesn't have beats for another minute, and Grave was nearby. It looks like just going to grab the tier 2 tower for absolute free. No one on the side of the Weavers is going to try and stop it. They're pushing with their Titan. Not necessarily a bad call when you have Fire Giant. They want to run it down mid, but someone might have to back if the Sages decide to stick around for this Phoenix, and it is Grave. Looks like he's going to head back to base just to make sure that left side bird doesn't fall down. But now the Weavers, they've got a Fire Giant buff on 5, a full health Titan, and they're marching up to a tier 2 tower.
Jangaru was the whirlwind in the last fight that the Sages won, and he's going to be late to this one. Back to base just now, but looks like without Grave, the Weavers feel the same way. They don't push under that tier 2 tower with the Titan. They'll instead wait for their own minion waves and wait for their jungler to get back in range of the Anvil of Dawn. It's going to be a pressure around this tier 2 tower as they've got the Tiamat minions pushing in as well. I'm looking at the blink from Promise here for the potential engage.
Could be. Graves also standing by trying to find a wall, but this tier 2 tower is looking a little more daunting than the Tyrian Weavers expected. They're going to wait until some minions push up, and keep your eyes on Jangaru, who's sitting in the jungle, trying to find an engage. Now has the Magi, so even if the beads go down, it has that CC immunity.
They're in on the engage. Ding, tier 2 tower, and Snatty gets poked out early, and the Phantom Shell gets burned as well as Promise's ultimate. That tier 2 tower, though, still healthy, up at half HP. The Sages looking to potentially back off of this one, but Jangaru's still waiting in the wings, and the teleport coming through as Zen takes a ton of poke, and that is going to be the retreat button. Their ADC falls down a little bit too low. The Weavers back off.
Yep, that's the Fire Giant there. Of course, it was a steal attempt by the Weavers, and it ends up going their way, so it's not like that was the aggressive play they would have liked. They got the tier 2 tower half, and they pushed down with their Titan. All the while, the Sages were able to take away the tier 2s on left and right. So, all in all, a decent play for both teams. You're probably having a sigh of relief, saying, okay, number one, we didn't break the base, and of course the Weavers say, hey, we were able to take away that first FG push. Fire Giant's going to spawn back in here shortly, and that means that if this game stalls out like we think it will, because these fights have been very close, we're looking at enhanced Fire Giant territory. It's going to be a minute 20. No one's burning through that objective right away, and because of that, relics come into play, CC, ease of engage. That Phantom Shell that went down a minute ago could be a big deal if Promise is able to find a massive ultimate before Priv is able to get that off cooldown. And I'm just paying attention to number one, CC, and number two, the ease of engage for both of these squads. You've been talking about the cavalry charge, and Snatty has been a big deal, but hasn't been able to find too much as of recent because his team's been so far back.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still looking at Remikami to be able to make this impact. They first picked this tier, and so far in the couple of fights where they have combined the engage along with Grave, they've had a good solo jungle dive. He's just gotten completely shredded down. He gets swallowed alive by the composition that the Sages have, but they may have found a soft engage there. Nehu gets hit by a double tap, and Remikami loses half of his health as well just before this Fire Giant spawns. Remikami will not get the back off, and Jangaru's coming around the back on the blink in and burns the beads, and he's onto the solo laner as his team fights to join him in the front line. Snatty uses the ultimate as well, but all ado about nothing. Everybody has to back off. The destruction not available, though. Grave is not able to get the finishing blow, and Jangaru makes it out just barely.
Wow, I cannot believe that Grave went in there, because if he had his hammer, that's a guaranteed kill, but he didn't. He just went for the ultimate, hoped that the beads were down, but that was the Magi's bubble that was popped previously, so Jangaru still had the beads to try and survive. Remikami also had to burn his beads just to make sure the Kali wasn't able to find anything, and that, I'm going to call that a double down, relatively even for both of these teams. And now, enhanced Fire Giants being looked at. No team wants to make the pull immediately because, again, relic-wise, Zen loses his beads, Grave loses his beads, and Remikami, but you can see Jangaru loses everything, and of course, Nehu also lost the beads, so neither one of these teams are feeling great about being the first ones into the action.
And those junglers running these fights are going to want their ultimates back up, but Snatty doesn't have to wait for his to come back. He'll force him off the Pyromancer with the cavalry charge, and it's picked up by the Sages, but two get trapped in with the tectonic shift, and the Sages take the Pyromancer as Nehu falls for their crimes. As Jangaru finds the opening into the backline, though, and it's mid laner for mid laner, but Grave hits a massive ultimate in the mid lane, and Ranjaru gets taken down for two, and both junglers have a double. It's on who can find the next one, and it's Grave who gets the triple, and they're going to continue pushing down onto the members of the Sages, chasing down Privative on the left-hand side, has to burn the beads and hope he can stay alive for as long as possible, but the delay will only be enough to stop the Quadra, the unofficial Quadra for Grave, and the Weavers stand strong.
Unfortunate there for Jangaru, got a bunch of kills, but once again, none of them were Kali targets. You don't get that reset, and Grave shows up massive for his team. Unfortunate again for the Weavers, Grave doesn't have much Fire Giant damage, so it's not like you can just pull the EFG immediately. Snatty's also on zone duty, just making sure no one steps up immediately. Nehu's going to be here in 2, and Ranjaru in 10. So Enhanced Fire Giant, not going to be an easy pull here for the Weavers. The big deal, though, is that Priv's going to be gone for 25 seconds, so at the very least, it'll be a 4v5 if they decide to step up. But this Thor has definitely been a problem for the Athenian Sages. Watching out for the Anvil of Dawn, pulling those relics, and just being able to pick up those easy kills at the tail end of these fights.
Grave goes huge in that last fight, and I think a relic graveyard is what I'm looking at for the Athenian Sages as well. The only things that are on cooldown are those ones that were off cooldown the last time this fight started. And critically, that's Jengaru having that blink available, having those beads back available to try and be the game changer that his fight needs. Both of these like big engagements continue to start with these mid laners being the focus. And now it's the Weavers with positioning around this Fire Giant, but they're looking to catch somebody out with a fight. They're hesitant to pull it.
They don't have Phantom Shell yet, so the Sages do not want to step forward. Now, 2 seconds, it is available. Promise missed the opportunity, but is probably happy with just sitting back and waiting to see what will happen. Waiting for Remakami or a good wall from Grave to start the engage.
Into the Anvil of Dawn and looking for a target. It's Snatty who's up front, but Grave goes into the back on a Renjaru and geeks it out just barely with a hammer. Meanwhile, Jengaru finds his way into the back, and the destruction will grab the jungler and grabs the reset on a trip. No, Snatty comes through for a third, and it's Promise now who's the focus is Snatty and Renjaru combine.
Wow.
Nehu has run as well, and they'll grab a deicide. The Athenian Sages hold on in the fight and look to push down mid lane.
I mean, Grave did everything he could with the engage, but being the first one in his Thor is so difficult. Even with Renjaru's relics down, even with the jump down, Priv was there with the peel, and where was Jengaru? Sitting in the jungle waiting. He said, go ahead, hammer, I want you to do it, because when you do, I'm blinking in, I'm finding 1, I'm going to trip, no, I'm finding 2, and that's going to be an easy deicide. No one alive to try and keep this Titan, and Snatty brings the team in, cavalry charge through, and they're going to take game number 2.
The Athenian Sages with a clean 2, well, I don't know about clean 2-0, but they take the set 2-0 dominant fashion in that last fight especially, and looking fantastic as that late game rounded out. For as much pressure as Grave had and the amazing pop-off that we saw, the unofficial quadra kill there to keep them in the game, that Fire Giant steal that comes through, it is almost on the thinnest margins that the Sages win that last fight, but unlike the fights that the Weavers won, they weren't able to push off of one fight win. The Sages take the game.
And that's, you said clean, and I think clean, barring those objective plays, I tend to agree, right? It did seem like their fights, when they were actually getting aggressive and taking them on their own terms, seemed real good. Of course, you got to shout out Grave. I think he had a fantastic performance. Promise was setting up well for the team, but late game, you let Kali get to blender mode, and if she's able to blink in freely when there's no relics down, she can just carry a team fight.
Well, the Sages take it into, they'll move on in this bracket and send the Tyrian Weavers home. That'll do it for us in the cast. We'll throw it back to Dave and Alpha Jackal on the desk.
We've now officially said goodbye to our first team here at Smite Masters as the Tyrian Weavers head home. The #1 North American seed from the SCC and the Athenian Sages, they move on in the lower bracket. Alpha Jackal, potential realized for the Athenian Sages, I think, in this set. Game 1. A barn burner. They ran away with that game. This one a bit more back and forth. Could have ended a bit quicker had the Fire Giant not been stolen. You're maybe looking at a 5-minute faster game potentially from the Sages. Really, though, we focused on the jungle during picks and bans. We talked about the Kali matchup. We talked about the Thor. Could they find their impactful late-game team fights? They both did. But it's ultimately the final one, the Kali, the big play down the stretch, good initiations from the rest of the team, Alpha Jackal, that wins the day.
Yeah, and Kali had the potential to do it as Grave got his unofficial quadra kill as well. Unfortunately, just got CC chained a little bit too long to fire off that destruction ultimate to keep herself alive. And that's what caused her to fall down. Grave gets that quadra kill, and we continue on a little bit further. But the final fight, as you mentioned, just completely unchecked in the backline, gets a double or a triple kill at the very end, carries the team fight pretty much single-handedly at the end.
And this is a late birthday gift for Jengaru, I think. I'm looking at the set yesterday, 1 and 2 on Cirquette, 1 and 3 on Daji against Hex Mambo. Complete flip of the script. You go 5-0 in game 1 on Robin. You go 7-2 on Kali in game number 2 here. So you have a 12, 2, and 12 day compared to a 1, 5, and 4 day yesterday. It's just an immediate improvement and a complete turnaround. This is later on in the game, and Jengaru just would not be denied the heals, destruction, And it's something you expressed, Alpha Jackal, during picks and bans. There was concern about the ability to deal with this Kali.
Yeah, the only chance that they really had to separate the Kali would have been the Kabrakan ultimate just putting up a wall and denying the space for the Kali, forcing her to use her leap in, forcing her to use her safety. But every single engage was done by Grave. Promise didn't really have too much of an impact on this Kabrakan, I felt. It was a bit flat from Promise. Tripno, I felt like he had a decent game on the Tiamat, alongside obviously Grave having a decent game on the Thor. But you need everybody to step up when you're up against such a potent hyper carry.
Yep, agreed. 7-2 and 7, as mentioned, for Jangaroo on the Kali. Snatty at 2-1 and 11. Snatty had a great set here as well, back-to-back, really good solo lane games. And this is what we talked about yesterday with the Sages. EU is on a bit of a tear in their side of the bracket, and we'll see those teams play a bit later on today. We were wondering if we were going to see this version of the Sages show up. They sure did here, and they keep themselves alive in Smite Masters with a win, though. That means we've got to talk to Snatty for the post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Dave. That's right. We've got Snatty here. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it.
I think you played fantastic, right?
Thank
You were one of the ones, I think, really running these engagements. They took the tier away from you in game number 2, and still on the Guan Yu, it felt like you were getting in there first. What was going right for your team in those engagements?
Man, yesterday we just played so slow. We're a slow-playing team, and I think we really wanted to make sure we're still staking with our slow play style. But we need a little bit more engage. I was playing Thor, we had a Sylve, it just didn't really piece together as well as we needed to. I wanted to go something a little bit more frontline warrior-esque, and we were in that with Guan and Tier, and it went well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely were waiting it out, especially in that second game, Jangaro on the Kali. But ended up just, one fight, and you run it down. I got to ask, you guys got a chance to play yesterday, of course, the last set of the day, and now get to play again in the morning. What has watching the games and now playing, besides learning that different play style or different pacing that you're looking for, what are some of the new takeaways on the meta that you guys are sort of relying on as a team?
I think one thing we've really looked at is yesterday we kind of let Jangaroo out to dry. We gave Johnny good matchups. Johnny played very, very well into us. We wanted to make sure we let him be a little bit more selfish. We know he's probably our best player mechanically. We want him to get those good 1v1s. So we prioritized getting him a good matchup, and things just went so much better because of that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Jangaro definitely was another star player for you guys in that set. Well, last thing, after that win, you guys later on in the day are going to be facing off against the winners, Valhalla Valkyries, going up against the Solar Scarabs. You got a chance to see both of them play yesterday. Do you have a favored matchup of who you're looking to play later today?
Well, we've played against the Valks a lot, in SCC and whatnot, so we're more familiar with those guys, but I'm a big fan of both of those teams, so I'd really be honestly open to play whoever.
Well, we'll see who takes that matchup later in the day. Once again, Snatty, congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Great interview. Great answers from Snatty there, Alpha Jackal. Actually, a lot of information to take away from that. A lot of it centered around pivoting their mindset, their play style, giving Jangaroo more favorable matchups. Clearly worked out. I talked about how today 5-0 in game 1, 7-2 in game number 2. And I'm glad Snatty gave himself a bit of a shout out there because it was Thor in back-to-back games yesterday, more standard from the meta solo laners today, in a world of difference. Athenian Sages might be cooking something on their side of the player booth here today. And they'll move on the lower portion of our bracket. On the upper portion of our bracket, we are still awaiting the Niflheim Wargs versus Hex Mambo. That'll be a great matchup later on today. However, truly awaiting their opponent are the Athenian Sages, who just sent the Tyrian Weavers home. Congrats to a great phase for the Tyrian Weavers, but unfortunately their Masters has come to an end against the Athenian Sages. And as mentioned in the interview, Alpha Jackal, the Sages will play the winner of the Scarabs versus the Valhalla Valkyrie. The loser of that matchup, unfortunately, also will be heading home. Scarabs v Valks. Goodness, that one's difficult. Scarabs, the first seed from EU. Valkyries, the third seed here from North America, but a very talented team on paper. Do you favor one team or the other in our next elimination match?
With the EU bias in, I've got to go for the Solar Scarabs, but honestly, with the fact that they brought along 2 subs to this tournament, you got to look at the Valhalla Valkyries as probably favorites for that matchup, redeeming NA in some way, shape, and form from their performance from yesterday, and taking 2-0, 2-1, depending on how the result goes. And I liked Snyder's answers in the fact that he said really doesn't mind who he plays up in this next matchup.
And I think that's important, right? You don't want to sit back, because you're going to have to sit back, you're going to have to watch a couple sets play out, and then you're going to play your match later on today. I think sitting back and praying, like, we only have a chance if this one team wins one way or another. Not the right mindset, and the Sages team seems to be in the right mindset here today. The Athenian Sages, they win our first set of the day 2-0 and send the Tyrian Weavers home. The Sages will play a bit later on today in their next matchup. Stick around, though. 3 more best of 3s just around the corner. Another elimination match coming up next.
It's more than emotion. I feel I'm never gonna
what she wants. Pick up the phone. Get what she wants. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. Get what she wants. Pick up the phone. Get what she wants. Pick up the phone.
Up next, no longer in the SPL, but still duking it out in the SCC, we got the Solar Scarabs and the Valhalla Valkyries coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to Summer Masters as we continue our elimination. I'm going to call it Elimination Friday, even though all of them aren't elimination games.
Some of
because
them
this
are,
next
though.
one is. Most of them are, actually. And that's where we get into this. The next one, still an Elim matchup. We just saw even the set where NA wins, NA loses. Now, Mifflin, we get back to the region rivalry, which is Europe versus North America. The Valhalla Valkyries, a team that has a lot of players people would recognize, but is definitely been an interesting side of the conversation over the last few weeks in the SEC, going up against the Solar Scarabs, who are down here despite being the first seed in EU, with a couple of subs that are coming in for their tournament. So a lot of pressure, I think, on both of these teams to try and show up. Some for trying to retain former glory, some trying to maintain current glory, and of course both just trying to stay alive in the bracket right now, which, as we said, is the threat that is looming over them.
Yeah, and you know, Gore, as always, I try to do my journalistic due diligence. I went into the Valhalla Valkyries booth and I said, "Yo, Sam," he was the only guy in the booth at the time. "Sam, what's going on, man? What are you going to lock in today? What's the god pool look like? Are we going to see mages out of the jungle? Is it assassin time?" You know, trying to glean whatever information I can because I have nothing of value to bring myself. I just have to be a talk box for these pros. And he said to me, "It's going to be whatever I lock in." And that's all the information I got. And then he told me about his tattoos. So terrible story, no information gained, and that's what I brought.
What's his tattoo?
Oh, it's Stormlight Archives, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So he's just like twinning with aggro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I put aggro onto the Stormlight Archives, and aggro put Sam onto the Stormlight Archives.
So really, it's because of your
yeah,
great
and
genius.
and you know, he had to alter his body
And
a little
benevolence,
bit, you know. Yeah, it's me.
My tattoos aren't Stormlight Archives, so unfortunately.
Mine either.
Well, and admittedly, you never told me to get into it, so maybe that's.
We'll get
around
to
I think that we're starting to find that there's a very fine line in some friendships here that we thought.
Okay, all right.
Scarabs, though, Valkyries, it's going to be a really fun one to watch. Again, it is just because the fact that when you start to look towards, and very specifically, what the Scarabs have brought in, you've got a team that did incredibly well, did lose one set throughout the regular season, nothing too crazy, and it was to the Wargs. That's who they lost to yesterday. So if you're going to lose to the team, then at least you lost to the same team twice, I guess, question mark.
No.
But you're also coming in, you've got Echrome, Worst Turtle, Panvich, who have been hanging around. But Zeros and Dazer, who are subbing in for this one, right? Dazer coming in for Silence, Zeros coming in for Sap 7. So you've got incredibly talented guys. You've also got the unfortunate scenario where, yes, they're all great talents in Europe, but they haven't been great talents that are playing with you for the last few weeks. And so trying to get over maybe some of that hurdle, Zeros working with Worst Turtle, Dazer blending with E-Chrome, it's definitely something that makes this tournament a little harder for him.
Yeah, so again, just to reiterate, it is 2 subs for this team, but the Solar Scarabs have not seemed that much weaker for it. It's still incredibly talented stack up here. I would argue that the Solar Scarabs, or maybe the core players that have been switched up here, Zeros in particular, have changed their playstyle since last we've seen them, and that was during the Worlds event. We saw a lot of much slower play, drag it out, lock me the Chronos in mid, I'll see you at the 40-minute mark, and I'm going to blow up a tower. Since then, I'm looking at some of Zero's recent selections. It's been a much faster pace of game. They've been getting a lot more aggressive, a slight departure from the European standard that has served them well in their region.
Look, man, if I see a player cam like that and they're all laughing and having fun together,
it's scary.
I'm starting to worry less about any synergy that might be going on. Seems like they've got the communication down pat, and so that's kind of the question asked and answered immediately by the Scarabs. The team they're going up against, though, is the Valkyries. Again, a team that has a lot of talent behind it, and we're wondering when we're going to see those peaks that we kind of expect out of them. And so who better to ask about that than one of the players themselves? We got Gamma standing by for an interview.
That's right, Dimes here, standing by with Gamma from the Valkyries. Now, Gamma, as Gore said, it's Elimination Friday here for the Valkyries. Is there any added pressure on your team knowing you could go home, or is it just same old, same old?
Oh man, I think at this point we're all used to the pressure like that. We're easygoing, not really much pressure that's gonna affect us in any way.
Now, we have to talk about the obligatory EU NA matchup. EU's been dominating Smite Masters thus far. What exactly is it that you've noticed that has put EU apart, and what has allowed them to succeed that NA hasn't quite reached yet, and what makes you guys different?
Well, there's definitely a lot of talented players over there who I have to respect. Although one of the casters on the desk mentioned it, EU traditionally was the slower paced team, but they really have kind of shifted it up and be more faster paced than they have in the past, and scrimming them was kind of a learning experience for us. We kind of had to get used to some more of that, and I think yesterday was really good for us. We got a lot of adjustments, and today should be easy peasy.
Last question for you here, Gamma. The Valkyries have been together for quite a while. You and Wowie have been in that lane for some time now. There's a lot of synergy in that team. The Scarabs are coming into Smite Masters with a couple of subs. Do you think that's going to play a difference in this game?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really tough to just play with, especially 2 subs last minute. So I am really confident because of that, right? And yeah, me and Jacob Wowie have been playing together for a minute, so we're just gonna go in there and do our thing,
Gamma, I really appreciate your time, man. Gamma from the Valkyries. Let's chuck it back to the desk.
Well, confident, and that's honestly key right now. If you're trying to go into a set, especially on an elimination day, you just got to feel confident about every single game that you're stepping forward to, whether it's because they've got subs, because, as mentioned at the very end, they've been playing together for a little while. I think this is a Valkyries team that as mentioned before, it just has a lot of talent on it. I mean, Wowie, ex-SPL, Gamma, guess what? Ex-SPL. Crimson, almost SPL this year.
Smite Console League World Champion.
And a Smite Console League World Champion. And then Sam, Aquarius, guess what? Ex-SPL. Sam, even more so, World's MVP. So
even more so, PC World Champion.
Yeah, like they've dialed it up. They've got exactly what you would expect from a talented team. But it's not been the talent in question, Mifflin. It's been the picks, the play that has been in question. We got to see Sam on Thanatos yesterday. I think Hex Mambo just, unfortunately for them, looked incredibly good. Valkyries didn't, like you said, didn't look bad in the process. But that was one of the first assassins we'd gotten to see out of Sam in a long, long, long time. It feels like the mages, as you had mentioned earlier, as you walked into the booth to ask him, they've just been a little more prevalent. To further that point, after the Thanatos, he did go to the Poseidon in the jungle, which is not something far-fetched. If you've been watching the SEC this year, you've seen it a few times. But I'm going to quote chat for this one, because I remember seeing someone. It is very dangerous, but that's why I want to take the liability, because I thought it was a good chirp, and it was just like, you can tell that he's an ex-SPL player because of the Krakens.
That's awful. Look, the Krakens were landing in
They
the
were
early
landing.
game.
I've seen nothing but
and he was
successful
pulling relics
Krakens.
as well. I'm not going to stand for Sanford Soccer Poseidon slander, right? You want to talk about the team's drafts as a whole? Okay, that's fine. Could they be playing things more in line with the standard? Absolutely. I'm not going to call into question whether or not they're playing their non-standard picks up to an optimal level. I would say the Poseidon looked pretty good there, Chet. Leave him alone. But I think there is a little bit of truth to that chirp in that maybe this team, the Valhalla Valkyries, have fallen prey to the same curse that a lot of previous SPL players and teams have when they drop down to the SCC. Once you've been at the top and then you get to take it back a little bit, you're back to being the big man on campus.
Yep.
You start taking your practice a little bit less seriously. Maybe the week in, week out, you're not so in tune with your win-loss day to day. And so you start to see suboptimal practice. That's why we've seen a whole lot of Scylla jungle from Sanford Soccer throughout the regular phase. We've seen a few Nox jungle games. He's gotten on the E set. I believe we've seen some Hunter jungle games as well. And when you spend so much time still having fun and hanging out with your team, but maybe not playing the standards, all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more difficult to slip back into the just meta picks.
I think the utmost example of that I can think of is because we just saw it last week where Panda Cat on a team, and that team gets relegated, right?
Yep.
It just does not end up looking, I guess, as good. And like you said, sometimes that's just the way of the road for the pro players who maybe take a little more lax. We'll see if Gamma and Squad are feeling back to form today. The Valkyries going to be first pick here, picks and bans for game number 1. They've banned out Erlong Shin, Baba Yaga, and now Marty to top things off. Scarabs, the Tyr, the Kabrakan, and now the Hachi going to be banned away. I'll try to get it in. I'm not going to get there. I was going to say, what do you first pick? With what's left, Yamoja's still available, Terra's still available, a lot of really solid picks. The Valkyries value the Terra, which, given what we've seen out of Gamma, I'm not too far against.
Yeah, Terra, of course, just a very strong pick. Some of the changes to itemization. Guardians feel a little bit stronger right now. How power and defense has changed here in 10-6. Feels like the additional protections and damage mitigation that Terra has intrinsically in the kit would also lead to just a very good selection on current patch. You've got a little bit of sustain. You've got decent pressure, great lockdown. That massive AoE CC on the third ability should find even more value here considering the enlarged open spaces around the mid lane where the control points are. Those fights being such large corridors essentially means that AoE CC likely will find a good deal of value. You're not as easily able to line up small CCs like a Horus knockup or maybe single targets, things like that. So Terra, I'm just fine with, and there's not necessarily any poor counter matchups that you're immediately worried about. The Solar Scarabs, on the other hand, I think, have still got some very strong selections available to them. Immediately, my mind goes towards the Guan Yu as a lock-in. Has been very, very strong. The Horus still comes to mind as well, just for a great sustain. But the Tiamat, not something I would have expected to see this high in the draft. I know that Tiamat has been popular, especially this week, and that's been for both regions. But feels like there are so many mages still available that you could have gone a little bit elsewhere in your first two.
Something Zeros has really liked over the past few months, but like you said, not really the number 1 pick that everyone is jumping at. So maybe could have held off on it. They don't, though. And as such, they're leaving a few things open. So instead of the next couple of picks from the Valkyries, because they could grab a whole ton of stuff here, what do you think the Scarabs try to slot in? You've got a Tiamat Horus. What's something you don't want to see banned and maybe is like best in slot? Because immediately I think the Yamoja, but I don't know how much. In North America we've seen a lot of Horus solo. Is that something that you try to do to pick up a support, or do you think you just throw that into support and try to find something else?
I think that the flex potential of Horus is easier to evaluate once you see more of the Valkyries draft. So you could hold off on another frontline selection and just decide whether or not it's a matchup that the Solar Scarabs would like over in the Soul Lane. As to what I imagine we would see in their third selection, could be a jungle focus here. The Solar Scarabs, of course, incredibly talented and a phenomenal jungler. In Worst Turtle has got a whole lot of flexibility, so maybe doesn't necessarily need to grab his pick. Otherwise, I was going to bring up the ROM for the Solar Scarabs, which has been quickly rising through that tier list. Now with him taking away Ishtar, I suppose just the next up. But this will leave Worst Turtle in a position where his signature pick, the Thor, has been taken away, and the Valkyries can just ban out 2 more and make him dig a little bit deeper into that God pool.
I mean, sometimes that pick is crucial. Sometimes it's not. We'll see where the Scarabs go. Where the Valkyries go. You had mentioned it. Rom got picked up for them. And alongside the Rom was the Thor. And so a few gods that we've seen have quite a bit of success, pretty high on the priority list as well. Rom even has an 80% pick ban rate as of right now. Bans that start to cycle through for the second phase. Scarabs get rid of the King Arthur and the Agni. So some matchups there in solo, but specifically one that maybe Zeros doesn't want to have to deal with. Raven, as you had said, with Worst Turtles. Wide god pool, but very selective tastes sometimes.
Early game picks,
Yeah.
essentially.
Raven is definitely high up on that list of things that we'll see Worst Turtle roam to. And so, presumably another jungle ban about to come his way.
Maybe the Fenrir? I wouldn't mind a Fenrir ban here.
Well, how
Susano's
about
good
Susano?
too.
Yeah, he
that's
falls
good
in
too.
the same category, right?
Just the ability to get involved, put some threat on
Would you like a
beads.
Fenrir lock-in?
I think Fenrir is always a really strong selection if the enemy support doesn't have CC immunity in their ultimate, because it's essentially a free pickup. Support just really struggles to get to level 12, so if you're forcing beads in first relic slot, you're finding value immediately just by existing as Fenrir. If they're not going beads, you've got an easy lane to rotate through and essentially just abuse until they do eventually tick over to level 12. So it also fits into the playstyle that Worst Turtle likes, which is getting involved early on. You've got an okay matchup in the Thor in that 1v1. You can catch the hammer pretty easily. If you're forcing that wall defensively to stop Brutalize, you've got the opportunity to just go ahead and look elsewhere. Instead, though, would be the Surcat locked in. Still a very strong pick. You've got 100% anti-heal to deal with maybe the Earthen Fury from Terra, or even just self-sustain. Rom, or the majority of ADCs really have been going towards Aussie in that first slot. Aussie passive's incredible. Doesn't necessarily work when you've been Surcat ulted, so could find some value there as well. Incredibly fast jungle clear. And looking at the lanes that have already started to develop for the Solar Scarabs, assuming that it is Horus in support, that's a highly aggressive kill lane. Would be easy for Surcat to just rotate through there and facilitate them.
Well, Achilles, now locked in, hovered beside a Giannis. Also locked in.
I'm such a Giannis hater.
Finalize the Valkyries. I know you are.
I'm such a Giannis hater.
But that being said, as much as I know you don't necessarily like the pick, I do have to ask, because we've seen him finding some success, but in a very specific style of play. It is not, hey, I'm going to sit in lane and, like, he's not here to outpace a Baba Yaga and try to knock down the tier 1 tower first. He's there because his rotations are really good. And when I think Giannis plus Thor, I mean, at the drop of a hat, you could have 4 people in any of the side lanes at any given time. Does that give enough pressure to the Valkyries, you think, if they play that style, to just steamroll over the Scarabs?
I mean, you could. Obviously, you could leverage the mobility, but I think for the most part, Giannis is the solo agent, assassin in your late game team fight. He's going to spend the majority of the early game out farming his opponent just because he's got more mobility. He'll be able to clear out those jungle camps very easily, clear out his wave, rotate out, farm up very, very efficiently. So when I look at Giannis and I evaluate whether or not a composition is capable of facilitating a Giannis, whether or not they can exist in the late game without Giannis being a detriment, I look at the 4-on-4 engagement and how self-sufficient they are in the 4-on-4, the 4v5 even. And when I look at what the Valhalla Valkyries have, now with full knowledge of this composition, I actually don't mind Giannis slotting in here. You've got a very strong front line between Achilles and Terra. You can even add Thor to that equation. You're not lacking for initiation. You've got very strong counter initiation. Terra, one of the best counter initiation gods in the game. So often the answer to Giannis compositions is, oh, okay, well, they don't have their standard mage with them. We can go ahead and just spearhead, dive into the back line, see what we can do before the Giannis is capable of getting involved. This is a draft that is very capable of kiting that style of play. Oh, you want to jump on us? We can drop Earthen Fury, lock down an entire jungle path with a root, and just walk away. Throw up a Thor wall, walk away. Have Achilles be unkillable in the back line. All the while, the Giannis is peppering and damage with whatever this is, unstable vortex, right? Over wall, or distracting the Surcat and forcing her to dedicate all of her attention to chasing out this Giannis and making sure that he isn't getting involved in the fight. So I do like how the Valkyries late game are going to be able to play with this 5-on-5.
We have seen in the past, though, how often, even if you build a good comp around it, sometimes your team fight can get boiled down to, well, did Giannis his ult? If yes, cool, we're golden. Did he miss? Let's back away. Let's hit the reset button, see what we can do. And so a lot of that question is how the Scarabs can deal with it. You had kind of mentioned that the Valkyries have a really good counter-engage team, But let's talk, I guess, about the engage, good things about the Scarabs. You had already mentioned the Serket already being pretty deadly. Ishtar has been in a really weird spot where the plays I can think of when I'm thinking of Ishtar, even over the last 6 months, have been really sick plays. It's just she hasn't really been at that top of the list until, I guess, this week, right? This patch, kind of cycling some of those. But even still, it feels like we've seen Rom ahead of her, Karnanos, Marty's still getting banned, things like that. Is this Ishtar, whether it's in lane or late game, going to be able to provide what they need for the Scarabs?
I think Ishtar is always going to be at least decent. Even in metas where she isn't completely prevalent, her kit is incredibly safe. She's got non-committal initiation from your ADC. Having a long-range stun / cripple
nice.
is just a great way to be able to self-peel or dive into that back line and burn out some of those relics and making sure that when cavalry charge comes through, he knows someone won't be able to CC him unit, or when Horus decides to initiate with Fracture, he knows that maybe Ishtar had already burnt those beads. But the fall of Ishtar, I think, runs completely parallel to the fall of Crit, right? Once Crit's off the table, the Shotgun Blast auto attack doesn't find nearly as much value because those pronged autos don't proc in-hand effects. So with the yellow numbers build coming back into the equation, you're not getting 3 kin-size procs on every auto, whereas you previously would have got 3 crits.
Well, we'll see how well it works out. Maybe even what kind of build we're going to see as we jump into game number 1. We got Dimes and Alpha Jackal to take us through it.
It's win or go home for the North American Valhalla Valkyries and the European Solar Scarabs. You got Dimes, you got AJ, and you got our good pal Doug spectating here. Now, AJ, a couple things jump out at me, but first of all, Sam for Soccer and Worst Turtle were the 2 junglers yesterday to play that Poseidon jungle, and both have moved away from that particular pick onto more traditional assassins. I'm loving seeing both of these hyperactive carry-style junglers moving to something that's a little more backliney, a little more just take out, the mid laner or the ADC and carry a game. Give me your thoughts.
I think you've hit that nail on the head. I think both these picks really speak to their play styles of let's me carry this game. Sanfasoka, we need to see a lot more out of him, I feel, from what we've seen so far, and this is the exact pick to do it on. And Worst Turtle didn't quite get his signature Thor, or doesn't want to go back into the Hombats, which we also have seen him play time and time again. But Serket, definitely a powerhouse pick.
Now, looking at these duo lanes, Gamma and Wowie, kind of talked about it in the interview there with Gamma, ton of synergy going on. They've been together forever since they were in the SPL together as the Valhalla Valkyries. Looking at the other side, the Solar Scarabs, Dazer, subbing in, Echrome, maybe a little bit less synergy. We heard from Echrome yesterday they weren't able to get as much practice as they would love coming into this event. So just looking at that duo lane in particular, do you see any maybe hesitation on the side of the Solar Scarabs, or is it business as usual?
Should be business as usual. I mean, yes, they haven't had as much synergy, but you don't pick up a player unless you believe they are good enough to sub in for you. And Dazer is a very experienced player. He's been around the scene for multiple years, as back as a coach on the Trig days, back in the Dignitas days as well.
Wow, you're really, I'm stretching back, man.
Yeah,
that's a little bit, as there's aggression in the left lane here. Dazer and Gamma trading shots as Trig and Dignitas, AJ.
Yeah, so all the way back. They're talking Season 2, Season 3, Season 4, maybe Season 5 as well. So he's been around the scene for a long, long time, and whilst he hasn't played at a high level before, going into SCC level definitely is where I would put him at that level.
Dazer and Gamma once again going at it. Clearly, no hesitation on the side of Dazer and Echrome in this left-hand lane. And now you've kind of, 1 minute into this game, you've made me feel like an old man as I reminisce about TSM taking down the launch tournament so many years ago, Alpha Jackal. But, I mean, just looking across the map, both of these compositions feel, just because I operate off gut feeling, obviously no numbers, that's too much for me. Just gut feeling, both of these compositions are so cohesive. I mean, you can see the potential there. You can see the initiate and the great peel. If you were looking at both of these teams cohesively, is there one that really sticks out to you?
I mean, for the first time, I think both of these teams... Oh, whoa! There's actually a kill in the mid lane.
As Worst Turtle is somehow put in the ground by Crimson, put that first blood on the Honest, which we were going to talk about eventually. Echrome getting chunked down here, a little bit of a backflip under the tower. And that was a first blood for the Valhalla Valkyries. That's how you want to get it going if you're a North American fan.
Yeah, I think Crimson managed to catch Turtle in the portal. No beats available on the Serket, so it's going to eat the full damage of what's most likely going to be a double tap from Sanfasoka, as well as the full damage from the Silver Vortex for Crimson. At level 3, that's a kill. 100%, no matter who you're doing it to.
And Giannis, it's been back and forth. there's been talk about the damage being unconfirmable. We've been, let's take a look at the first blood. Let's see how this all went down here. But, this Giannis pick has kind of been in and out of the meta. And as we see Erupt Crimson here looking for the first blood, let's see how it all went down. Comes in the lane here. Oh, yeah, it's already pretty low here. I'm sure it's going to be a double tap into a portal like you called it, AJ.
Yeah, there's the stun. It doesn't even fall into the portal, just the wall was very well placed there from Sanford. The portal forced him to just stand there and eat all the damage.
And like we were saying, I mean, what's your take on Giannis? Obviously, with mid lane getting a little bit wider, maybe the portals don't land as often on the walls, maybe a little less escapability, but value in that global ultimate.
Yeah, definitely value in the global ultimate, but I'm indifferent on Giannis. I think he's probably one of the better gods you're going to see in this meta right now, considering he will proc Soul Reaver, he will proc Ethereal Staff very easily. But you're going to have to sacrifice your flat pen in order to get the cooldown that you want to build on this Giannis token, and you want to be able to get a Chronos Pendant to get that 20% CDR plus the 1 second off every 10 seconds from the passive, and you're probably also going to want to get Spear of Desolation, so you're locked in for 4 out of 5 items on your build already.
Now, speaking of items here, AJ, I think some players are still trying to lock down optimal build paths and figuring out where they want to go with their builds, but see a couple different jungle starts on both of these assassin-style junglers. I think it's always valuable to talk about the difference between Iron, Bumbas, and what they bring to the junglers.
Obviously, well, most likely will be wanting to keep the fights in the jungle for as long as possible, going into Protector of the jungle when he hits level 20, just to make sure that around the Fire Giant fights and around the Pyromancer and Gold Fury fights, they still go on when he's level 20, that he is as effective as possible. While Sam, the second he lands, he wants to auto-cancel as much as possible by going into that Bumba's Hammer.
Over in the solo lane, Aquarius and Panvich trading shots back and forth as solo laners are so apt to do. And this is a matchup I've been looking forward to all morning. I mean, Aquarius has shown his stuff in the SPL, and for years now has been a top solo laner, sometimes taking a stumble, often on the lower tier teams in the SPL, but the talent is certainly there. And Panvich has been hanging around that SCC spot for quite a while now, both very competent solo laners, especially with Aquarius picking up this Achilles, which we've had conversations about how optimal this god could be if played correctly.
Yeah, we've had conversations. We've said potentially you could look to see him in the jungle, but Panvich gets executed, almost gets away on the horse. Aquarius with the kill. Sam, yet again, influencing a kill.
And 0-0 in 2, usually what you want to see on your support, but Sam roaming across the entire map. Seen him impact mid lane already, right lane. Pre-5 minutes, are we going to see Sam take steps into the duo lane, or where do you think his primary focus is going to be on this map?
I don't think he really wants to go over to the duo lane. He's going to let Wowie just do Wowie things on this ROM. Early game, it's really difficult to gank when you have a ROM because you don't have any CC coming out from him. Yes, you have a cripple and a slow, but that's not really what you want to be looking for. Crimson going to get poked out here by Dazer just a tiny bit as he gets away. He's going to keep his focus over on this right-hand side and in his mid lane, and that's what I want to see from Sanford, just get Aquarius and Crimson off to the flying start that they want to be.
And speaking of the right-hand side, Worst Turtle making their way over here. Dazer and Zeros locked down with a clutch wall there for Sam. No follow-up, though, from the rest of Valhalla Valkyrie, so it's a step away as buffs are coming back up on the map here at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. You see the purples back online in just a moment here. Gamma locking down E-Chrome. Should be able to walk that one right back under tower. No invades yet coming out from the Scarabs, but certainly the case for the Valhalla Valkyries is in comes the Horus with the ultimate. Sam knocked up. Dazer trying to lock down the jungler for the Valhalla Valkyries. Comes through space and time. No rotation, just trying to dissuade the Scarabs from following up. And the Valhalla Valkyries more than happy to back off and take their own jungle.
Yeah, that's one of the big things about through space and time as well. It gets fired, and as an opposing team, you have to take the risk. Are they coming through the portal, or are they staying? If you don't have vision along those portals, you have to make that guess. And the Crimson doesn't rotate this time, but influences them enough to the point where they just back off thinking, he could rotate, we don't want to fight him yet.
Mid laners, just about at parity here. Level 9 for the Giannis, level 8 for the Tiamat. Zero's on this Tiamat, saw him play the Marty yesterday, saw him play a magical god as well. Surprised to see that signature Chronos not coming out for the mid laner here from the Scarabs yet.
Hey, we could potentially see it in this next game, especially if the Solo Scarabs do fall down in this game to the Valhalla Valkyries, which they are currently 1,400 gold behind, but Sanford looking to make that even worse.
Up in the air, here comes Thor, dunking down E-Chrome with a well-timed dash away, but the wall for the lockdown out of Sam. E-Chrome burning those beads for some CC immunity. Gamma's made the rotation as well, and a final shot from the Hammer of Thor puts a kill in Sam's pocket.
Yeah, that is 3 kills influenced there by San Francisco, and still no sign of Wurstl on the map right now. Farming, but still not farming as much as San Francisco is. Look at the level disparity, 8 to level 7. That's just due to the 2 assists and the kill bounty which he has got available to him. If I'm Solar Scarabs, I'm looking for Wurstl to do a little bit more than he is doing right now. Start to get something going. Maybe do have a look at Aquarius, or look to try and do something with Crimson.
I mean, you have to appreciate what Worst Turtle is doing there, though. A gank on the left side by Sam, so at least rotate over to the solo, see if there's any farm to steal, try to strip it away and keep the Solar Scarabs in this game, at least with the macro play. And it's just pure aggression on this left-hand side. I mean, Gamma and WoW, we have the advantage, and they certainly are not afraid to push it. Worst Turtle, not finding everything on that right-hand side of the map, decides to take a look here at the duo lane as Purple Buff is due to respawn in just a minute here. Worst Turtle blinking in aggressively, grabs Gamma, who immediately dashes away and locks down the Circuit as well. Dazer's in, but Worst Turtle and Ecrum too far away for any follow-up. Seemed like a bit of miscommunication there, maybe not enough follow-up from the Solar Scarabs, and Worst Turtle burns the blink for nothing.
I think it's just wrong target there. I mean, yes, you do want to try and kill the support because Gamma is half health, but the second the pillar comes up, the Last Breath ultimate is not going to push Gamma away at all. So you're wasting that Last Breath opportunity, you're wasting your CC, pushing it back into your team, because he's going to be immune to that. And Gamma gets away scot-free, the blink is wasted, the ultimate's wasted, and that's all she wrote for the gank.
Now, as we're talking about the mid-game, I know we're only 8 minutes in here, AJ. So, still plenty of early game smites, plenty of laning phase. But as we get closer to that first Stygian Beacon spawn, I mean, we've seen it play massively here in day number 1 and even day number 2 here. Titans pushing down the lane, the extra gold, XP, a little bit of movement speed in there as well. As we start pushing towards these objectives, which team is going to have the better space control, the better confirm, and things that you really need around objectives?
Oh, 100% the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, they have the Anvil of Dawn coming out from Thor, they've got the Earth and Fury coming out from Terra, 2 massive teamfight ultimates. You've also got the Through Space and Time coming out from Janus to be able to get yourself in and out of these fights. I think when you have a look at that composition compared to what sort of Scarabs bring, it's a rotation ability from the Solar Scarabs that you're looking for with Dazer's ultimate rather than the engage that you get from Gamma.
I mean, in just one set ago, we saw a Tiamat strip away a neutral objective, right, with a clutch steal. So a little bit of potential there for Zeros as Worst Turtle has made their way back in. Great stun there, a taunt in onto Gamma and Wowie. Gamma's caught in not the best place ever, but has those walls, able to slam down Gamma, burning the Terra ultimate. Here comes Sam in the backline to protect the support. It's a 3v1 as Sam's versus the world here. Wowie chucking away in the backline, Through Space and Time connects with 2. E-Chrome put down by Wowie, clutch snipes as Dazer's trying to push out the backline of the Valhalla Valkyries, and the Solar Scarabs lose one of their own.
Again, probably a bit of miscommunication there from the Solar Scarabs. Worst Turtle, he still has his Last Breath ultimate available to him to go in there and look to take a pick, but I don't know if he was too scared, if the call wasn't there, if the call was there and it wasn't communicated as well as it could have been, but something broke down there for the Solar Scarabs after what looked like a fantastic opportunity to get their first kill.
I mean, check it out. Sam for Soccer 103, still 100% kill participation, right? 1 kill, you got 3 assists. Sam is making an impact, and it's the impact that we didn't see yesterday on this Poseidon. I think that's really making the difference.
Yeah, I wanted to see him pick up something where you'd go, this is a Sam for Soccer pick. This is something which we are used to seeing him play back in the SPL, back when he was World's MVP, and this Thor fits that through and through. Already has 20% CDR available, going for 30% now with the Transcendent stacks. We'll have 40% once he upgrades his Bomber's dagger into either the hammer or the spear, both of which will give that 10% CDR that he needs. So all in all, he just needs power and pen afterwards.
Meanwhile, over in the solo lane, Aquarius farming his way to a 2-level lead over Panvich. Sure, the Guan Yu has taken a single spell, but 2 levels is still quite impressive just with the 1 death on the board for the Guan.
Yeah, it's not something you expect to see, especially when it comes to Panvich. Panvich, one of the better farming solo laners out of EU. Also does like to play a little bit of trickery with some of his picks, so to see him on a standard pick like the Guan Yu, not befitting of him 100%, but something he definitely has in his wheelhouse. But to see him this far behind with just 1 gank influence on that speaks to me that Aquarius has been going into the jungle, been getting a lot of his farm as well, maybe even been taking the back camps, as San Francisco was over on the left-hand side, whilst Panvich has been stuck in this solo lane, very rarely able to go into the jungle.
The farm's down across the map, so don't be surprised if Sam or Worst Turtle get active here in just a little bit, especially now that we've hit this 11-minute mark. We've often seen around 11 minutes, 11:30, a gank on this duo lane side to prepare for the beacon spawn. Could see that coming up shortly.
Hey, we've already seen a couple of backs here from the Solar Scarabs. Dazer and Echrome have already gone back to base to buy up some items, increasing the relic to tier 3 as that fortified shell. Gamma has already back to finish up his relic as well, going into the splitting Sunder, the one that's will give you a nice splash effect to be able to hit loads of people if they are grouped up. And he's done that despite the fact that he only has one item. Upgrading your relics very early on seems to be the name of the game here in this meta.
Grouping up here from the Solar Scarabs. Got Worst Turtle in the backline there, grabbing the speed buff before the spawn of the Stygian Beacon. Same thing goes for Sam. Charging up that mana, heading back to base, picking up a katana for himself before this thing comes online. Zeros so far, Zeros and Dazer, I should say, the only two members of the Solar Scarabs to not have taken a spill. And Zeros and Dazer capturing this point so far uncontested. Gamma's moved his way into the Stygian Beacon, smashes through Dazer. Sam for Soccer grabs a little double tap there on a Worst Turtle. So far, no dive aggression yet. A portal onto Dazer. Big time damage from that unstable vortex. Aquarius making the rotation as well, just to confirm this beacon for the Valhalla Valkyries. And Panvich over on the solo island in right lane.
If you watch the Valhalla Valkyries in their set yesterday versus Hex Mambo, this is something that Aquarius did both games. First Stygian to Beacon that comes over, he's teleported over, he's rotated over to help his team collect it. And he's done that because every single game he had that level lead over in the solo lane. So maybe as the next game of the Solar Scarabs, that's something to look at, is put Aquarius behind, see if he does still rotate, as Valhalla Valkyries see nobody in sight here, as the Gold Fury is going to go down for free.
Oh, the Valkyries catching the Solar Scarabs unaware here. Sam for Soccer uses that Anvil of Dawn just for vision to make sure that none of the Scarabs can move in. And that is a beacon into a quick Gold Fury there. The Valhalla Valkyries have catapulted their lead to a pretty significant chunk here at 13 minutes.
Yeah, they've almost doubled their lead in the past couple of minutes. 4,000 gold, about 4,000 experience, as the graph showed just there. And about 1,000 gold per kill if you're keeping track at home, with the fact that they're 4-0 up at 13.5 minutes in. But what do they do to push this lead? The Pyromancer obviously is the next best call. Going for the tier 1 tower in mid would give them a lot of map pressure. So those are the two which I'm going to be looking out for. And Gamma very wisely looking to ward up that next objective.
Gamma and Crimson combining in this middle lane here. Dazer and Worst Turtle right there as well. So Dazer's got eyes on the Pyromancer. Aquarius and Panvich, don't be surprised if they make a quick rotation here. Sam for Soccer wrapping around the back. No Tectonic Rift just yet. Dazer getting out of danger there. And a bit of patience here. Worst Turtle moving their way. Interrupt Crimson hit with that Circuit ultimate, but a through space in time for the CC immunity. Gets the Giannis out of danger. Sam for Soccer still hovering around this right-hand side. Dazer gets caught by a Tectonic Rift, a double tap, and an unstable vortex, and decides to nope out of there.
Yeah, and Aquarius makes his rotation yet again to make this Pyromancer push just a little bit easier. Panvich making his presence known, but Dazer already low.
And Giannis back in action here. Dazer falling low, able to be executed, unneeded though. Erupt Crimson picking up the final shot onto the support player for the Solar Scarabs. This Pyromancer is now wide open for the Valhalla Valkyries. Zeros, Echrome, and Worst Turtle still here. Panvich joins the fray as well. A rotation over from Echrome, well timed to stop the Pyromancer.
Yeah, just that one presence of the ADC alone, enough to force everybody to back off, but that leaves Wowie completely uncontested over on this left-hand side, able to farm up some jungle, and now that everybody's dispersed once again, the ADC's forced to go back over the farm. Pyromancer picked up once more here for the Valhalla Valkyries. I don't know if the Scarabs can get here in time.
Zeros over the wall, but Gamma there to zone out the mid laner. Tiamat still looking for this Pyromancer steal, not giving up on it quite yet. The Valhalla Valkyries, little spin to win out of Thor there, puts the Pyromancer in the pocket of the Order Squad. Gamma might be in a bad spot here. A taunt in from the Circuit.
There we go.
And the Solar Scarabs pick up their first.
They're finally on the board, and the target selection came through eventually there from Worst Turtle and the Solar Scarabs, but that is a good point for them to finally get themselves on the board, get that pressure, get that monkey off your back, so to say, as the Solar Scarabs find them now down 5-1 in the kill column as we enter the 16th minute of the game shortly.
Now, Worst Turtle, I'm checking out this build as Worst Turtle finds the first kill of the game here for the Scarabs. Got a Jotuns into a Glad Shield. Is that just reacting to the pace of the game, or is that something you're actually looking to build into as a Circuit?
As a Circuit this time, you have basically two build paths. You could go in full damage, full I'm going to murder you in 1 second Circuit, which has its obvious risks in the fact that you are in the middle of everybody as you're doing your combo, you'll probably die before you get it off. Or you go the much safer Bruiser Circuit, so you get your cooldown online straight away, and then you build 3 defensive items. One of which that we have seen a lot of is the Stone of Binding, mainly because your Stone of Binding will proc off your Cobra's Kiss, reduce their protections, then it'll also proc off your Last Breath ultimate as you stun them, and then as you push them away as well. So you get a lot of value from that one item on that one target.
Gamma moving into the jungle here, allowing WoW to secure that shield buff on the left-hand side. And Gamma not quite satisfied, peeking around the corner there. And AJ, what is it about the rest of the Solar Scarabs that allows Worst Turtle to build into this tankier route instead of that Glass Cannon Circuit?
It's something that you almost have to do as a Circuit. You have a look at the rest of the composition, and the thing that does allow it really is a protection shred that you have from Panvitch and a protection shred you have from Dazer. Both of them are able to reduce physical protections and magical protections to a lesser extent, to be able to allow E-Chrome and Worst Turtle to do a little bit more damage. Zero's on this mage mid lane. He's going to be able to do the damage no matter what once he builds his next 2 items, which I believe we're going to be seeing the Ethereal Staff and we're going to be seeing the Soul Reaver.
Sanford Soccer and Wowie combining on the left-hand side to take down a Tier 1. Gamma locked down here by the Solar Scarabs. Up goes Sam. Gamma with that Terra ultimate as well. Erupt Crimson blowing the Giannis ult. Worst Turtle throws out the Circuit ultimate. Is the victim of a double tap. Unstable Vortex just out of range there from Crimson to put the finishing touches, but Wowie says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Puts a kill onto the ROM, make it 2-0-1. Gold Fury online, but the Valkyries aren't quite done yet with the aggression in the middle lane. And now finally the Valks back off and look for this GF.
Yeah, the beacon looks like it's going to be spawning about a minute and a half, if that, but that gives you plenty of time to do this. Oni Fury gives yourself some Oni minions to push up that wave. Solar Scarabs are not going to let this one go for free like they did the last one.
Oni Fury dropping down to half,
Aquarius
is now
back.
dropped by the Valkyries. Aquarius moving in, execute available. E-Chrome dash away, but Aquarius is not done with this ADC. Meanwhile, Sanford Soccer takes out Dazer in the backline. Zeros protects the ADC, but once again, this Oni Fury picked up by the Valks.
And all the meanwhile, Panvitch taking out a protector of the solo lane tier 1 tower.
Kind of.
And is also going to potentially take out the tower as well. Or just leave it. That is a very odd fact that he hasn't rotated here for this fight at all. Maybe, again, the call wasn't made by the Solar Scarabs to bring him over for this engagement. But that has been at the detriment of another 2,000 gold lost. The experience difference at about 5,000 now, with the beacon available, able to be collected. And no one pushing into it right now. I believe that means the Valkyries should be able to take this one for free once they push someone over here.
I mean, it's a tough look for Panvitch, right? I mean, at the time when the Gold Fury, or the Oni, I should say, was being started
Is he going
up,
to get this for free?
level 16, no shot as Gamma's rotating in. Dazer, it's going to be close, for sure. Gamma's going to be able to step on the point, though, before it completely ticks over and allow the Solar Scarabs to grab the next spawn of that Stygian Beacon. No one else, though, is helping out these two supports. They're just kind of play fighting on top of this objective. Crimson finally joins the fray here. Aquarius wrapping around the backside. On to Dazer, who's not all that tanky on this Warrior Horus. Aquarius, certainly at level 19, is dishing out some crazy damage to the level 11 Horus. And we saw this issue yesterday with Hazer, right? On that Sobek, even on any other support that we've seen Dazer play, just behind in levels and subjected to the damage out of the solo laner and pretty much anyone on the side of the Valhalla Valkyries.
Well, this time I think he's behind the levels mainly because the team as a general is just so far behind.
Sure.
He's actually put himself even with Gamma right now to the delight of himself. Has got that Relic Dagger, hasn't upgraded it just yet. But my eyes are going to say he's going to go into the upgrade that gives him extra protections when he fires off the Relic, so that when he pops that shell, the shell just gets as much value as possible.
Pyromancer back online here, AJ. Dazer, E-Chrome, and Zeros in the middle lane. E-Chrome rotating a lot this game out of the duo lane, and meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Wowie farming up happily. Or for the rest of the game, I should say, as Wowie's made the rotation here into the Pyromancer. Easily taken down by the Valhalla Valkyries. No look here by the Solar Scarabs. And the Valks immediately moving into the Fire Giant pit, starting up this objective.
Look at what Worst Tunnel is. Worst Tunnel's all the way over in left. They know they're not going to have to deal with the Circuit in this engagement. So if you don't have to deal with the problem jungler, might as well go all in for this objective in a 5 versus 4. It's in your favor.
Wowie with the oboe online. Plenty of damage. Gamma's moving forward. Sam's in the air. Who is going to be the recipient? It's E-Chrome immediately deleted. Zeros returns one, but Aquarius flips it right back around. 2 members down now for the Solar Scarabs, and Zeros is going to be the next target, and Aegis is only going to delay the death of the Tiamat for just a moment here. A double for Aquarius, 3 drop for the Scarabs. And back to FG, the Valkyries go. Worst Turtle just off the mark there. And now, with a beads, a great wall locked out from Sam over the wall. Worst Turtle escapes a deadly fate.
Yeah, if he manages to get the taunt onto Crimson there before he gets through the portal, I think he gets a triple kill there. Because he gets the poison spread off from his Last Breath ultimate onto at least 2 other people. Those 2 people are probably going to die in the form of Sam and a form of Wowie. And then it's an entirely different fight, just a little bit off the mark when he blinks in with that Cobra's Kiss. Gives the space that Crimson needs to get out.
You know, there have been so few kills in the early spaces of this game. Now the game's starting to pick up. We haven't even really talked about this Soul Surge and what it provides to these teams. Walk me through the new mechanic, AJ.
So the Soul Surge, as you can see, if somebody dies, there's a big area that can grow up to 4 more times.
And now it's huge.
Yeah, lasts 30 seconds, but that can last up to 1.5 minutes with each subsequent death, giving it an extra 15 seconds, hence 4 stacks being the max. And the more deaths you have in it, the larger it gets. It goes up to, I think it's 200 units, which is absolutely massive. That's about 2 Thotholts when you go through his glyph. That's how large it is. When you are in the area, if you are under 50% health, you gain extra movement speed, and your abilities and your basic attacks will deal extra burn damage to anybody that you hit. So it's one of those mechanics where if you are inside it and you are low, it gives you the opportunity to fight back and to be able to almost take a last stand, if you will.
The Solar Scarabs have been stripped of all of their Tier 1 towers. The Tier 2s are now exposed. The Hall of Valkyries are ready to take them down. Wowie clearing out this left-hand side. Gold Fury back on the map as well. Crimson, Aquarius, and Sam all chunking away at this objective. And that's going to go down for absolutely free. Put a little more gold in the pocket. And AJ, we're reaching that trepidatious 10k gold mark that you so often talk about.
Oh, I love talking about the 10k gold lead. It's almost there, 9,250. So we're basically there. Let's just call it what it is. They are 10,000 gold up at this point. And for those of you that haven't heard me talk about it in the past, once you are 10,000 gold up, you can only lose the game if you make mistakes or if you let the game get to an even point yet again, which potentially can happen if you let it go for 35 minutes. But when you have a squad that's as tenured as the Valhalla Valkyries, the second they're 10,000 gold up, they're not going to make mistakes. They're not going to let you get a 4 or 3 versus 5. They're not going to let the game go to 35 minutes here.
And with the Pyro down, Gold Fury in the pocket of the Valkyries, the Fire Giant the only remaining neutral objective to be looked at here by the Order Squad. And I mean, the Solar Scarabs, sure, they're quite a chunk of gold down here, but levels getting closer to 20 where that XP lead is going to matter less and less and less. But if you're looking at 1 or 2 particular players on the side of the Solar Scarabs who really have to step up and show their stuff in this next team fight, is there any particular god or player that you're going to point out?
I mean, the 2 which I'm going to be looking at are Panvich and E-Chrome. Panvich mainly because he needs to create the space as this Guan Yu, or needs to be able to peel for the backline like Daze just hasn't been able to do so successfully right now. And for E-Chrome, he is one of the only people that's able to deal the damage necessary to kill Gamma, to be able to kill Aquarius, to be able to deal with Sanford Soccer as he dunks into the backline. Fire Giant about half health, but they're not worried about that. They're worried about the engagement.
You heard it from AJ. Keep your eyes on the duo and the solo of the Solar Scarabs. As the Valhalla Valkyries are moving forward, E-Chrome dropping down, and that's one of the 2 players you pointed out, AJ, already in the grayscale. Going to be for the next 45 seconds or so. Dazer at half HP as well. Panvich using that cavalry charge preemptively. Huge teamfight ultimate off the board here for the Solar Scarabs. Another double tap connecting, but a good taunt from Morse Turtle. Keeps him on the board for just a moment longer. Dazer getting out of dodge. Sam for Soccer. And Aquarius using the portals very effectively. Speaking of a portal, Erupt Crimson sends Dazer through that portal there. Sam for Soccer puts the finishing touches on that kill. And Dazer and E-Chrome, the duo down for the Solar Scarabs for at least another 20. And every single member of the Valhalla Valkyries now collapse on the FG.
Yeah, no ultimates available behind Zeros has only just come back up. I don't think they have any shot of contesting this Fire Giant. The first one of the game going to go the way of the Valhalla Valkyries. And this will be the only normal FG of this game. The time it respawns, it will be enhanced. And at that point, the Solar Scarabs have to be able to contest it.
And we're at critical mass here, AJ. Fire Giant wrapped around the waists of the Valhalla Valkyries. Got that 10k gold lead. Items looking good. Level 20 across the board. Minus Gamma, but, you know, that's the support life. What are you going to do about it? And it's a full back here from the Valhalla Valkyries as they make maybe their final purchases and look to siege down these tier 2 towers.
Yeah, they're going to have the aid of the Titan pushing down that mid lane as well. The golden rings surrounding the Phoenixes indicating where the binds of Tartarus, now that they have been extinguished, will allow the Titans to go down. And that's because that's where most of the towers are. If you don't know, that's where the Titans will be able to go down, is where the towers are plentiful. just to be able to help the teams push down those towers, because the game recognizes that it's, you know, a little bit difficult for that composition to push down that specific lane. That should be coming out in just about 30 seconds for that Titan push, and that's where the Valhalla Valkyries will make their push down that mid lane.
It's been fascinating to watch these players adapt to these Titan pushes. All day yesterday, of course, the Wargs trying to push into the Titan base, and it's over in right lane, so you can't take down the Titan. Could be a factor here in this game number 1 between the Valhalla Valkyries and the Solar Scarabs. It's a best of 3, so this is not the end-all be-all, but one of these teams at the end of this 3-game set, AJ, is going home.
Yeah, but so far it looks like it's going to be the end-all be-all of EU's clean sweep of this tournament, with NA finally notching up at least one win in the column of NA versus EU to make it 6-1. And then the Valhalla Valkyries hoping to make that 6-2 with a clean 2-0 sweep here of the Solar Scarabs. But it all starts here in this game number 1, and they find themselves in a commanding position 27 minutes in. Solar Scarabs praying for a miracle to keep themselves alive in this game.
Titans clashing in the middle lane here. The Chaos Titan's going to drop swiftly to the Valks, and now that Order Titan continues its rampage down the middle lane. E-Chrome throwing some of those lightning shots out of Ishtar into it. Aquarius leading the charge, but meanwhile, Gamma, Crimson, and Wowie pushing up this left-hand side for absolutely free. Only Panvich is there to stop this 3-man push on the left-hand side. Already dropping low is the Phoenix. Sam for Soccer and Aquarius teaming up in the middle lane to take out a Tier 2 tower, and the Scarabs are pretty split.
And there we go, the tower in mid lane falls down as well. The Titan doing 188 damage per swing, able to clear out some of those minions as well as the Titan pushes up into that mid lane Phoenix. Gamma, while we're still on that left-hand side, look at the split push and keep E-Chrome occupied.
I love this half and half with the Titan playing as the 6th member of the Valhalla Valkyries. Up goes Sam. The question is, where is he coming down? It's on the left-hand side onto E-Chrome, who immediately dashes away through space and time, baby. That's why we pick up the Giannis. Takes out E-Chrome and allows the rest of the Valks to take out the left-hand Phoenix. Middle Phoenix drops as well, and the Valhalla Valkyries are looking to shove into the Solar Scarabs base. This is not a back situation. They are looking for the G. Days are falling down. 2 go through the portal. Crimson is on a tear. Aquarius picks up one more. In Panvich, Snipes coming through from the ROM. Worst Turtle able to be executed. Double tap off the mark just for 1 second longer. Worst Turtle is just going to try to play distraction here. Crimson chases out the Circuit. Meanwhile, Gamma, Sam for Soccer, and Aquarius teaming up to take down the Chaos Titan. Only Zeros here to play defender. Crimson joins the rest of the party, and NA takes down EU.
The supremacy looks like it's coming to an end here, as it's now 6-1 as we called out before. Valhalla Valkyries looking very clean during that game, and do you put that up to Sam for Soccer picking a god that is more Sam for Soccer-esque, or is that just the team performance as a whole?
Dude, I mean, it was choking out the Solar Scarabs from minute 1. I mean, Sam, we saw 100% kill participation all the way through, but it just transitioned beautifully into the mid lane and the solo lane, and I think you can chalk that up to a team comp win.
Yeah, I think, as you put out, team comp was just so good. That Giannis, which we had a little bit of doubts of from the desk, you know, some were saying, you know, it was a little bit bad. Some were saying, you know, actually, looking at the rest of the composition, it looked good. In the end, looked fantastic. I want to see him play it again, because Crimson was just unstoppable on that pick.
And meanwhile, the Solar Scarabs, who have been so dominant over in Europe, taking a little bit of a spill here, looking to regroup and come back in game number 2 to force us to a game 3. You're not going to want to miss the second game in this 3-game set. Stick around.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Masters, Smite Masters, Summer 2023 words. Look, there's 2 S words in there. It's easy to get them confused. In fact, you know what? I think I might need something that's like just physically on me that helps me remember what it is. Probably has a really cool logo and is coupled with a really comfortable t-shirt as well. In fact, I actually think we have those. Skulls, our partners over there, have made all of our merchandise this year and last year. Some of the beautiful jerseys and hoodies that we have now put out a Smite Masters t-shirt. And, of course, you can get your own. You can go to shop.hirezstudios.com or shop.smiteproleague.com and pick up your favorite shirts. Represent not just Smite Summer Masters if you like the logo, but also some of your favorite teams out there. They're all super, super comfy. Some of my favorite shirts that I have and own. And, of course, this one, running for just Masters, right? So, like, you want to make sure that you can rep it while you can. Last year's design, I know, was one that I was a huge fan of. I believe last time I looked, it was still on there. Who knows? Maybe there's 2 shirts, 2 Summer Masters shirts that you can go ahead and pick up. But thanks to Skulls for making the merchandise. Thanks to Mifflin for being on the desk with me. And unfortunately for you, the job that then follows up is breaking down that game. And it's not a hard job because it's difficult to break down. It's just because it's difficult to make a few minutes out of it.
Yeah, very difficult to extend it beyond one sentence, and that sentence being, wow, they got owned. They happened so quickly. It begins early in the mid lane. Once Giannis is off to a fast start like that, we had already talked about on the initial desk how quickly he should be able to outpace his direct opponent in farm. That was less true than I thought it would be, considering how quickly he did get started, but still certainly true. Sam for Soccer back on Assassins, and what a treat that was to see, especially considering it was his Thor. Absolutely dominant in his backline dive. Everybody does well here from the Valhalla Valkyries. But maybe the most significant thing I saw from them was the best executed Titan siege that I've seen off the back of the control points. The Titans running down the center of the map. It was a massive lead for the Valkyries, so they, instead of grouping up as 5 and playing with their Titan, say, well, how do we make sure this Titan makes it as far as possible? It's mitigating how many people can be there to defend it. So a 3-stack on the left side of the map drags away the attention of the Solar Scarabs, forcing a split push. The Titan essentially solos the mid-tier 2 tower, does 50% of the Phoenix's HP before it even takes any damage there, and makes its way into the enemy Titan room. That is the most impactful Titan push we have seen so far, and I think it's replicatable so long as you've got a massive lead like the Valkyries did. So maybe a harder ask and something we won't see too consistently, but something we can keep our eyes on.
Well, when your team has 2 deaths and they're both on the support, you're already feeling pretty good about that, especially when it's 0, 2, and 10. Grand slash line there for Gamma. And then when the rest of your team goes 16 and 0 combined, that's pretty damning, right? I mean, like, it just tells you what happened that game. You know exactly where it was. No, the one that stood out to me, look, there were a lot of kills that game for the Valkyries specifically. But a lot of them either starting with Crimson hitting an ult and chunking people down, or at the very end, we even got one where he just deleted some dude from the backline and then got to go into the fight. It feels like all the things that we had said going into this game, hey, if this goes right for the Valkyries, then it will look really good. They managed to make all of that come true, which is difficult to do with a draft like that. And so the question, I guess, is what do the Scarabs do? Because when you have a game like that, I don't even know where the adjustments begin, right? Because sometimes it's like, okay, well, was your lane phase bad? Technically, yeah. Was your late game, mid game bad? Yes, but you were super far behind. So how much salt do you give credit to? Was it picks and pans? Where are you thinking things went wrong?
I think in a game like that, often the answer is forget about it, right? Yeah. But you could still certainly identify high friction points in the composition. I think getting Sam for Soccer off of Thor would be a great start for the Solar Scarabs, and they beat me to the punch, having already banned it out. Otherwise, you can go one of 2 ways, as always. If you're absolutely blown out in the early game, you can lean into a late game style composition and just get a couple of bridge selections to make sure you get there, and then outplay them in the 5-on-5. It's just about keeping your head above water. Or you could fight fire with fire and bring an early game composition, which is essentially what the Valhalla Valkyries did. We had heard from Gamma in that initial interview, and he said, look, EU's been playing a lot faster than we've become accustomed to, with years of just standard play from them, or even in the regular phase, taking a slower pace. Seems like when they come out to this event, something just speeds them up. He said, we've identified that. We figured out how we want to play against it, and going off of game 1, outsider looking in, it just seems like play faster, right? Just play even faster than your opponent. So if that's something the Valhalla Valkyries are looking to do, the Solar Scarabs can similarly identify that and try and play around it however they so choose.
I'm just happy him and Wowie have kept the true team synergy up and alive. Maybe more than any other duo lane we've ever seen, because I don't think I've ever seen these guys in not matching flannels at any given
It's their
time.
thing.
It is their thing. And look, that just screams duo lane synergy. We saw Hachi banned last time. He's one of the 3 gods so far this week that is still the 100% pick ban. And of course, he's going to maintain that. The other 2, guess what? They're still maintaining it. It's Baba Yaga and Terra down at the bottom. But it's King Arthur, something that was banned away last time, and the Heimdall locked in super early. And in any other instance, I'm asking you, why Heimdall? Why this early? But it's Ecro, and we know that he really likes his Heimdall. It's Europe, so we know they really like their Heimdall. But still feels, for something that is not a super high priority, a very high placement to put it, even if you know that your players are good with it.
Yeah, I think we see him pick it this highly for the same reason that we identify why they picked it. It's Ikram.
Yeah.
He's a Heimdall specialist. He plays it just about every single opportunity given. The Valkyries know it. We know it. The fans at home know it. So the Scarabs likely realizing if they don't take in their top 3, they won't have an opportunity to take it whatsoever. And so I will not be arguing against it. High safety, doesn't particularly have any poor matchups. Knock-up immunity, actually very strong into Maui in particular. So long as Gallarhorn is available, Maui's Landfall, the ultimate, cannot pull Heimdall. It just doesn't work. You just start channeling it, and you're going to be just fine. And so I think a good matchup there immediately. Anything that can prevent you from losing out on your beads or your ultimate in a situation like that is going to be incredibly valuable. And then it's still very good scaling come late game. He was never the crit hunter style of build, right? He's always been the standard either penetration auto attack or yellow numbers, which is the meta right now. So I'm all right with Heimdall. He's also just very safe into what was a fast jungle selection from Sanford Soccer in the previous match. Having additional just vision into the jungle thanks to your first ability means that it'll be a little bit more difficult for Sanford Soccer to just roll through your lane.
And if I see that style of play, not just Sam, but I feel like everybody kind of got hands-on in that one, which we have evidence for, all of the highlights that were the Valkyries kills. It feels like you said, having a pick that is decently good against Maui is nice, because that means at least in the duo lane you have until the jungler shows up before things can go maybe too drastic. Still towards level 5, both picks for the carry is relatively safe. Giannis locked in alongside that Maui, so we're going to run that one back for the Valkyries. Although, given what we've seen, I'll give Sam some benefit of the doubt. Who knows if it's going to be Crimson? It better be Crimson, but who knows if it's going to be Crimson. Yemoja locked in for the Scarabs, and for all intents and purposes, I really like their top 3. We'll just see if the Yemoja, Heimdall, and the King Arthur can get the job done. Bans as they start to cycle through. Same bottom 2 from the Valkyries as last time. Same 5 bans total. Raven and Susanoo joined the fray towards the tail end. Achilles, this time stripped away from the Valkyries, and the Thanatos. Normally, I see a double execute ban, and immediately I'm thinking
Cthulhu.
You're going to be locking in a Cthulhu or a Geb, or not a Geb, a Khepri, or something like that. This is also just, no, they like playing those gods anyway, so maybe you're going to have to wiggle and work things out. But you get a Discordia if you're the Scarabs here, Mifflin, and that's another pick, at least in mid, that's actually been pretty high towards the at least pick rate.
Yeah, I like Discordia a good deal. Very able to sustain herself in that back line. Self-sufficient, the better way to word that. Good at countering dive, very good at surviving those situations, has a standard leap, pretty low CDR, good poke potential from range, so if your front line's doing a good job. The ability to get involved from downtown also there thanks to the Golden Apple. And also just scales very well into the late game. I know mages are a little bit lower on the overall tier list, stock in mages at a low in 10-6, but Discordia, I think, one that will be pretty resistant to some of the recent nerfs. Otherwise, the only thing I see with this Discordia that might not be ideal is that it's pretty likely King Arthur is going to have that Discordia passive for the first 15 to 20 minutes, right? Just able to bully out in lane. King Arthur, one of the best at just boxing in lane. Maybe, depending on the matchup, gives you an opportunity to look for ganks in solo. A little bit additional power means you've got a little bit additional kill potential, but up against tier now, that kill potential is going to be largely mitigated post-level 6. Getting an eyes on jungle selection, if that is going to be a Ratatasker for the Solar Scarabs, that means that tier is going to be able to double dip on defense, making it even more difficult to actually hit pay dirt on your gank.
Well, swapping away from it as of right now. Maybe thinking about exactly what you were saying. If you can double dip Physical damage, you want something that can strip it away. Nemesis being hovered. Let's talk about the Wheelish, though. Locked in. I'm going to be honest, Mifflin, there's a lot of things that she can bring to the table, but the furthest my brain is going to go, well, Sam likes a Wheelish.
Yeah, Sam's always been a massive fan of a Wheelish. She is one of the most fun early game stomp picks. If you're able to set a pace like we saw in game 1, I've gone on record as saying at a Wheelish at a head at like level 6, Feather Steps and Execute. Like it does that much damage with her passive. It's very safe as well. And you've got some counter matchups into the Solar Scarabs. The Discordia, obviously, Gravity Surge going to be great into her. But the Yamoja as well, all of a sudden puts threat on the rest of your team. Riptide does proc Gravity Surge, so anyone who's trying to use that to escape is all of a sudden at risk for an Wheelish pull back in. Otherwise, you've got maybe a little bit of CC, a little bit of knockup on your side. Tyr, of course, great with the Fearless. Maui with the ultimate. So synergy already for the Valhalla Valkyries, and just a strong bridge pick like we had talked about earlier. Someone that can make sure your composition does make it into the late game. That's a Wheelish. She can get it happening very early. She can be that solo agent on gank. She's got the CC for her stuff, and she's got the damage. The only issue being a Wheelish in the late game jungle 1v1, not always great.
Might find some struggles there. Might set the same pace as last game and just absolutely obliterate anyone that stands in her way. So there's definitely, I guess, a few avenues for the Valkyries to go here. Nemesis gets locked in. You would really like the Nemesis towards the end, specifically even though it's double dipping in physical damage, something that can strip away some procs from a Tyr maybe and make a gank over there happen. But as a whole, I think is what we need to start evaluating. And maybe we don't. Last game, we never got to really see a true 5-on-5 team fight that felt like it was even. And so maybe that's a pipe dream right now for the Scarabs. Maybe it's just get through the first 10-15 minutes. And so split it up early game. Can they get through it without falling super far behind? Mid game, can they take the fights at an ideally equal world? And late game, do they have enough to topple the Valkyries and push us to 3?
Early game for the Solar Scarabs, going to be a major contention point, of course. I mean, it's kill lanes across the board for the Valhalla Valkyries as well as an early game jungler. So keeping your head above water needs to be prime on your mind. As far as the lanes themselves are concerned, Heimdall's the safest hunter in Smite. You've got Yamoja, who should be able to match up pressure on her own, as well as matching sustain on the other side. Discordia can play relatively safe. Not exactly the sit in the back of your own tower and clear away from their style pick. Still need to get up to nearly melee range to land Unruly Magic on everything. But Nemesis, a very safe pick, and once you have Golden Blade, can generally just hang out in the jungle and continue to farm up. My concern for the Solar Scarabs isn't necessarily even whether or not they can survive the early game or even the mid game. It's who deals with Yanis. Who's chasing out Yanis? Who's got the chase potential? The reason we've seen the Susano ban every single time is because that's the standard counter matchup. He's one of the only assassins in Smite that consistently chase Yanis through walls. I'm not so sure Nemesis is going to have an easy time with that. Nemesis is there to deal with the front line.
Crimson looked phenomenal on the Giannis in Game 1. We'll see if he can repeat it here in Game 2. It's do or die for the Scarabs, and it's Dimes and AJ.
The Scarabs on their last breath here at Summer Masters, AJ. The last hope for Europe. My British friend, as the Valhalla Valkyries look to climb their way back into the next bracket. It's Dimes, it's AJ, it's Doug spectating. Now taking a look at the Solar Scarabs. If any comp's going to do it, it's probably this one. Dazeron, potentially the best support character in Yamoja. You've got the classic Discordia King Arthur combination. E-Chrome on his legendary Heimdall. Is this going to be enough to scrape to a Game 3?
It all depends on how Worst Turtle performs on this Nemesis. It's a notoriously slow pick to start in the jungle. In fact, probably one of the weakest level 1 through 3s in the game coming out of the jungle. But after you hit level 5, starts to pick up a bit of pace, and then becomes one of the most nightmarish picks to deal with when you get to the late game. So, as the desk was saying, it's all about holding out for that first 10-15 minutes. If the Solar Scarabs can do so, we're going to a Game 3. If the Valhalla Valkyries get off to even half the lead that they did in Game number 1, it's going to be a swift 2-0 here.
Watching E-Chrome play this Heimdall is always a pleasure. Dazer picking up Yamoja. But on the other side, Gamma and Wowie, the story duo lane combining for this classic matchup here. I mean, the Hachiman has been dominant all weekend long so far. I know we're only day 2, but it's been looking fantastic. Same thing for this Maui here. And you basically just trade the Terra Ram for something just as good.
Yeah, I think you do. The Terra Ram has been probably the quintessential dual lane that we've seen here. But the Maui and the Hachiman certainly able to keep up pace with it. Hachiman, I would say, is most likely the best ADC in the game right now. Zero's taking a lot of damage here.
Goodness.
He's gone.
Gracious, Sam for Soccer dishing it out. Worst Turtle looking for a turnaround. The double dash takes out the jungler, and it's going to be a 1-for-1. Getting it started early here in game number 2. The Valhalla Valkyries wasting no time. But good on Worst Turtle for making it happen and putting one on the board for the Scarabs.
At the very least, they got the return kill onto San Francisco. That was absolutely necessary, because the worst thing to do when you're 1-0 down in a best-of-3 elimination set is to go, oh, Ikram almost fell down there as well. But Zeros, unfortunately, did still use his beads there, so he's going to be targeted again by San Francisco and Crimson here.
And sure, Discordia does have that little flutter away, right? But it's not like a Thoth dash, caught in a portal, unstable vortex. Look at that damage as Worst Turtle makes his way back in on this Nemesis. Blink used as well. But, I mean, the damage coming out there from Crimson already, combined with Sam for Sakura in this early game of Wheelix pick, I mean, Zeros is going to be abused in this early game.
He's going to be
Speaking of abuse, hold on, E-Chrome through the Bifrost, able to escape with the safety of Heimdall, but Gamma and Wowie applying the pressure on this left-hand side.
Yeah, they are doing relentless pressure on all sides. As Mifflin was saying, it was going to be a kill lane throughout the entirety of the left, mid, and right-hand sides. San Francisco seeing if he can sniff anything out over here, but instead just going to be picking up the shield buff for the rest of his team to allow themselves to continue the farm that they found themselves ahead of over here on this left-hand side. Gamma and Wowie putting the pressure onto Dazer and Ikram. Dazer only just hitting level 3 now. Interestingly enough, so far throughout this entire weekend, we've been talking about the dual lane, we're talking about the mid lane. We've mentioned the solo lane a couple of games, but it has been the lane which has been almost self-sufficient, has been just there by themselves, isolated, rotated 2 for the junglers for the blue buff spawns, and that's about it. And in this matchup, it is the quintessential matchup we've been seeing all weekend of the Tyr versus the King Arthur.
And I like it, right? I mean, Tyr has really come into his own, especially with that buff to Lawbringer a little bit ago. You know, I got the stun on the blue stance there, a little bit of extra power. In the orange stance, looking good, fearless for the knockups. And then King Arthur has been seeing a little bit of play here at Smite Masters. Hasn't recently been at the top of the meta charts, but has certainly made his way back. Gamma and Wowie would love to grab this purple buff away from Dazer and E-Chrome. It's going to be picked up there by the Valhalla Valkyries, but Gamma falling quite low. Riptide just off the mark there from Dazer. E-Chrome going in aggressively. Wowie following up Gamma just to make sure the support gets out of there scot-free. And a good pickup there from the Valkyries on the left-hand side.
Able to take away the buff and able to, looks like, secure their own as well, but Dazer wants to at least make them pull it all the way into tower to secure it. This is what you need to do as a support, is just make a life obnoxious for them on securing their own purple if your purple has been taken. And Dazer been sundered. Does stand out well, but doesn't take it.
Sam for Soccer, though, making the rotation. Level 5 and a level 3 Yemoja is just not going to do it. Yanked back in as Sam for Soccer uses the Wheel Exalt. That's an easy kill. I mean, Dazer was standing between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 at level 3 at 330. That's exactly what should happen in that scenario.
Stayed way too long there. The second that they pushed it all the way over towards just where the Tier 1 tower line is, and they're holding on to it, you know something's coming up. I don't know if that was a call from Zeros in the mid lane. I don't know if San Francisco rotated straight from the mid lane there, but if he does pass through there, Zeros needs to make the call to Dazer, get out, they're ganking you, they're going to kill you if you stay.
Panovich knocked up the Heron, juggled by Aquarius. Panovich more often than not going to be the recipient of that Discordia buff. I mean, I mentioned it, Summer Masters last year, we were seeing this brutal combination, and it's made its appearance here in this Masters as well.
Well, right now it's going to be E-Chrome actually having the Discordia passive, doing about 1,000 damage more than Panovich has done on the King Arthur, but he's most likely waiting until he gets his Breastplate of Valor online before he starts to really ramp up those damage numbers, because he needs that protection to be able to survive the tier combo, because he doesn't have any innate sustain himself on the King Arthur.
And you know what I'm liking here, AJ, early on is we're just taking over to the 5-minute mark here. Sam looking for something in the solo lane. Look at all those slash marks. I mean, assist, 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 assist as Aquarius goes in, finds the stun onto Panovich, juggle, knock up in the air. Panovich able to dash away there. Sam hasn't blown too much on this rotation. So a good pick up there for Sam. A little bit of a TKO sitting Panovich on his back foot. But I mean, look at all the assists and the participation coming out from the Valhalla Valkyries. This is a team effort so far.
Yeah, this is what you want to see from the Valhalla Valkyries when throughout the main season it's not really been a team effort. Is Crimson going to be recipient of the Divine Judgment, response with Through Space and Time, and that's ultimate for ultimate trade, plus Blink from Worst Turtle.
I mean, is that worth it? I mean, when you're comparing the Nemesis ultimate to the Through Space and Time, is that something you're willing to trade out?
No, absolutely not. I think if it was just ultimate for ultimate, you have a case to make, because you make the Yanis a little bit more unsafe. But the fact that you use your Blink there as well, just to be able to get in range to get ultimate for ultimate trade, heavily in favor of Erupt Crimson, because now Worst Turtle has negative gank potential, especially with the fact that he's gone Golden Blade. He's looking for farm.
Early on, we saw Worst Turtle pick up that the return to First Blood onto Sam, and has so far twice burned Blink on the Giannis in middle lane, one of the more escapable mages here in Smite. Kind of surprising that we're not seeing any kind of presence from this Nemesis in the duo side, or even over onto the tier on the right-hand side, especially when using that Lawbringer aggressively, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be going on to this Yanis in the mid lane, you want to stop him getting to his portals. You have the god that has the capability of doing that, as Worst Turtle actually going to be ambushed here.
Ooh, in a bad spot, Worst Turtle with the shield, but a great stick there from Sam for Soccer, jumping over the top. Not quite enough to finish it off. Zero's chucking out that apple just to dissuade Sam from following up. Crimson throwing out a little bit of damage as well, but Worst Turtle is going to be, if not sent back to base, at least sent back to farm.
Yeah, he's going to have to, well, he's going to go back to farm. He's going to be able to heal up thanks to the health potion, thanks to the slight health regen he gets from that Bomber's Dagger every so often. But I would like to see Deza on this Umoja go into the mid lane more, if they're going to be going on to this Yanis a lot, because as I was alluding to before that fight started, Deza's god here, the Umoja with the River's Rebuke, is able to stop the Yanis getting to his wall portals, is able to make sure that if you do engage on him, he loses his safety, and that's what you need to be able to do to shut down this Yanis.
Crimson completely out of mana here. Gamma has to get out of dodge as well. Zeros and Dazer combined to take out those left side Harpies. And as we're looking at this 1v1, this Hachiman versus Heimdall, kind of prophesies that maybe Heimdall would see a little bit more play than we've seen. Worst Turtle wrapping around, immediately sees Gamma and Sam and says, ooh, maybe not. Maybe that doesn't seem like the best idea. Dazer's here as well. Drops the river, splitting the fight in half. Gamma able to escape as well. Shield buff going down. E-Chrome pushing forward. Worst Turtle still hanging around. Sam for Soccer dropping down low. Whoa, that is a good chunk of damage from the Umoja. 2 pairs of beads. Great ultimate there from Gamma, stripping away the active from the Scarabs.
Yeah, we didn't even pick up on that fact that Deza has got beads to begin with. I think it's entirely necessary for him to have picked this relic up, because otherwise, much like if you go up against a Fenrir or an Ares, you are the target of every single engage until you hit level 12 or until you get Magi's Blessing. Deza being able to save himself means he's around his team a little bit more, is able to heal them more, so it's probably the best relic pickup he could have chosen.
Oh, but for the next 140 seconds, no CC immunity here for Dazer. Riptide is not enough to get the support out of danger. Wowie with the final auto attack to put the support in the ground. Through Space and Time used just to make sure that one was able to be confirmed. Valhalla Valkyries take over to their 3rd kill of the game and a very tiny gold lead.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you need CC immunity on your supports. Right there, because otherwise you just picked off time and time again. The CC chain there was perfect. Waited until Deza goes through the Riptides before using any of the CC to stop them right in their tracks. And it pulls them away thanks to the hook coming out from Gamma. Beautiful play there by the Valkyries.
And an immediate follow-up, I mean, great timer awareness there from the Valhalla Valkyries, immediately moving into the enemy green, grabbing that for themselves, putting it onto Gamma, and taking the stuff after the stuff, right? You get the kill, you strip the beads away, and you grab the buff, and now all of a sudden your macro farm looks a little bit better, grab a little bit more gold, maybe a little XP, and you're going to be seeing this all game long. Panvich using that King Arthur ult just for funsies.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a look at the ward coverage on the left-hand side, you see both wards are aggressive here from the Valhalla Valkyries. 2 up near that green buff. That is deliberate. They want to make sure that every single time Worst Turtle goes into this left-hand side jungle, that he has spotted that Wowie has plenty of notice that there is a gank coming his way. They've even put a 3rd ward now right in that mid lane entrance, just to make sure that if Zeros decides to rotate, if Dazer decides to rotate, that they're caught out as well.
E-Chrome and Dazer still no beads for 50 more seconds here. So Sam for Soccer got a little bit of bank time to play with for no CC immunity on both of those characters. Gamma has just been playing deep all game. I mean, we saw him move into the purple buff. They stole that one away. You got the green buff, been looking deep all 10 minutes of this game so far, and it's been paying off. I mean, you've got the timers, you've got the deep wards. It's all about vision and awareness in Smite, and if you can capitalize on that, you can control the map.
Yeah, and he's playing this aggressively because he has that he has the consumable slot, that second one. He's gone in for the Chalice of the Oracle. Not an item we have seen picked up too much, but it seems to be favored by these NA teams more than these EU teams. We saw it in the last set where we had Baron Stamedy pick up both his Baron's Brew and pick up this Chalice of the Oracle, so no sentry wards for him whatsoever, but it's just placing wards constantly aggressively in the enemy jungle to get as much value out of it as possible. Remember, you get 8 wards placed with it, you've bought it for value. You place more than that, it becomes a good investment for you. So getting it early, make sure that you're able to do so.
Equity on the rise here for Gamma, as that beacon is spawning sooner rather than later, about a minute. Talk me through that other upgraded relic we see out of Gamma. That is an early 11-minute top-tier active.
Yeah, it's something that he did in the last game as well. I think all supports are doing so these days, just making sure that their first relic that they get is upgraded to the maximum, just so that they're able to teamfight a lot better. With Gamma, you're bringing everybody in closer to your landfall. If you hit 2-3 people, you want to make sure that everybody is affected by the sun. You want to make sure that you're doing extra damage to everybody, so that if you pull in Panvich and you pull in Daze that are 2 tanks, both of them don't feel tanky anymore.
Gamma able to swing away on that fishhook. Stygian Beacon is coming online sooner rather than later. Dazer using the rivers for... Why did he use the rivers there, AJ?
He was trying to catch Gamma, but... yeah, just like a fisherman with a dodgy net, there's a hole, just able to swim right through.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Good job. Did you workshop that one? As his gravity surge in onto Dazer, who is once again the recipient of a death here. Gamma's going to reach out with the hook and snag that one. And for 2 days in a row, Dazer has just been beat down by his opposition. Opens the door wide here for the Valhalla Valkyries to steal this first Stygian Beacon, put a little bit more movement speed on their shoes.
Yeah, they got the beads off of him as well, so no more CC immunity for the next 2 minutes, so he can be bullied even harder for the next 2 minutes if the Valhalla Valkyries want. And you have a look at the slash lines. It's 4 kills for the Valkyries, 3 deaths on Dazer, but the gold lead looks to be completely even. It might change here as Echrome's forced to teleport all the way away. That is a big teleport. That's going to be on cooldown for a while.
That is a long Bifrost, and like you mentioned, the farther you teleport on that Bifrost, the longer I should say, it's going to take to recharge that. I mean, it's just deja vu from yesterday, basically, where Dazer was just abused all game long, as Gamma's going to be the recipient of a Nemesis ultimate, shredding away protections. Echrome sends Gamma through the dimension, slamming back down. Here comes Sam. Here comes Aquarius. Dazer, Echrome, and Worst Turtle in a bad way here, Sam, for Soccer, dishing out the damage. Meanwhile, Aquarius targeting out the ADC. No Bifrost for you, Heimdall. Wowie picks one up, and Echrome and Worst Turtle trade it back out, but Sam is not done destroying this Yamoja. You gotta feel bad for Dazer.
What can Dazer do about all of that?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, there's one thing which I've seen constantly from Aquarius, is that he is probably the player across SEC, SOC, and SPL that's most likely to just teleport around the map looking to, you know, swing around his big solo laner body as much as possible. So that teleport is going to be on cooldown for another 48 seconds. Each time he gets a kill or an assist, that's going to be reduced by 10 seconds. So a brilliant investment here from Aquarius.
And I mean, look at the levels, right? 14-14, so it's not even like Aquarius is really missing out on any farm or losing a significant advantage, as Panvich is just about even here with the solo laner for the Valhalla Valkyries. And speaking of rotations, we've seen Crimson utilize those portals and through space and time to make his appearances, but Zero's pretty much just keeping it to the middle lane so far.
Yeah, he wants to because he can't match the rotation power of Iana, so what's the best thing for him to do? Stay in mid lane, farm up, reach level 20 faster than Iana's. Not happened so far, but just try and stay in as relevant as possible. The gold lead, as you saw there, even the experience difference was closer to about 3,000, so the Valkyries finding success in the experience department. Most of that does seem to be on that mid 3. The jungler a level ahead, the mid laner a level ahead, the support, 2 levels ahead there as well.
Well, something we didn't see in game number 1 is this Pyromancer hasn't fallen quite yet. We saw the Valhalla Valkyries target out that Pyromancer pretty aggressively and early on in game 1. So far hasn't fallen down to either of these two squads. could be a point of contention here for the Valhalla Valkyries as they look to break that lead open, or could be a great opportunity for the Solar Scarabs to sneak one away and try to edge their way back into this one.
Well, I'm thinking that it has to be the Scarabs that look to try and take down that objective, because they need something to get themselves back into this game. Not in terms of gold, as pointed out, gold-wise they are there. It's just mental-wise. You are down 6-2, you are down a game in a elimination bracket as Pavich makes his teleport in. The Gold Fury is the play that they're looking for. The teleport is available from Aquarius, so expect to see him rotate in as well.
5 members of the Solar Scarabs here targeting this Gold Fury. Unstable Vortex used, so that secure tool off the table. Here comes Sam for Soccer, though, onto zeros. Through space and time catches Worst Turtle, pops that shield. River's Rebuke only catches Wowie, who in the backline is getting sent in the air by Panvich, the King Arthur. In the meanwhile, Aquarius is rotated all the way back around. Discordia goes down to the tier. Wowie and Panvich looking at the solo laner. Sam for Soccer going to put the finishing touches on the King Arthur. And it's a 2-0 thus far for the Valhalla Valkyries after a botched Gold Fury start there out of the Scarabs.
Solo lane difference there. Panvich dives into the backline, immediately dies. Aquarius dives into the backline. Full health, still on the tier. That is the big difference that you see in the zoning capabilities in the midpoint of the game between the King Arthur and the tier. E-Chrome looking for a steal. Can he pick it up?
Wait for it. Oh, E-Chrome single-handedly has forced the Valhalla Valkyries off the objective, and a great Bifrost away is going to allow Dazer to move in as well. Aquarius is back here. Sam, Gamma, and Wowie are solo. Erupt Crimson has been chasing Worst Turtle the entire time, puts the jungler in the ground. Gold Fury goes down for the Valhalla Valkyries, and it's a clean win across the board.
Yep, that is devastating for the Scarabs.
Tough.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that started the objective. They looked like they were in a good position. The engage from the Valhalla Valkyries fell a little bit short, so you're thinking, okay, Scarabs can push in. They can look to try and take this fight. No, they couldn't. E-Chrome dashes into the middle of 4 people, has to immediately teleport away. Panvich finds himself completely on the wrong continent compared to where the rest of the Solar Scarabs were, and just gets isolated and dies, and they get nothing in return for it.
It was kind of weird because we saw the Solar Scarabs group up, and then I don't know if you noticed, E-Chrome wraps around and does the shield buff while everyone else is still kind of putting damage into the Gold Fury. So it makes me think, oh, maybe it's a bait or something like that, but no, then wraps back around, and it's just a bit of a split aggression there out of the Solar Scarabs as the Valhalla Valkyries now take a look at the Pyromancer. Panvich, Zeros, and Dazer are here to defend the Pyromancer. A couple Vortexes out from Giannis, thrown into Dazer, who's level 10 now on this emoji, a couple levels behind this enemy support in Gamma. Pyromancer still about half HP. Panvich yanked in by the Gravity Surge.
Oh, wow.
Good damage over the top, and Dazer has to use those rivers just to separate out the support. Dazer and Panvich, the solo laner, get yanked by that Lancefall. Sam for Soccer dashes in aggressively. Nemesis ult onto the Awilix. Panvich still alive, spinning around, but Sam is going to finish off the solo laner and able to escape as well. That's a big win for the jungler.
And they do that all without Wowie, who's over on the left-hand side. Going to get down this tier 1 tower as well. It's win after win after win for the Valhalla Valkyries. And it could have been even better. Gamma and Aquarius overlapping their CC there with the Landfall and the Lawbringer ultimates. Just put them right up in the air before they get pulled in, put them right back down because they're stunned.
And, you know, this is kind of what I expected from this Valhalla Valkyries roster, right?
Yes.
I mean, the Scarabs, I mean, E-Chrome said it himself best. Either they come in with 2 subs and they do fantastic, and it's like, whoa, we killed with 2 subs. Or the Scarabs come in with 2 subs that they have no practice with. Understandably, you know, they take some shots in day number 1. Looking a little rough here in day number 2. Oh, we have 2 subs. Like, what's the big deal, you know? So, but the Valhalla Valkyries, impressive here in this set of the day, this game number 2.
Yeah, the one thing you don't really talk about with the fact that they bring in subs as well is that one of them is the support sub.
Yeah.
The support is traditionally going to be your shot caller, the one that is bringing the team together, saying where everybody should be. So when you're missing that shot caller as well, have to bring in somebody else, it can always make your team even more disjointed than just missing that player.
Pyromancer dropping in the backline. Aquarius is distracting too. Meanwhile, Crimson takes out Panvich. E-Chrome slammed by that through space in time. Dazer knocked in the air. It's about to be knocked down into the ground. Crimson picks up a second. Pyromancer picked right back up by the Valhalla Valkyries. And it just gets from bad to worse here for the Solar Scarabs. Looks like fire not on the mind here of the Valkyries. That tier 1 tower at half HP looking quite tasty though.
Yeah, they could have done fire, but instead, as you mentioned, going to go for this tier 1 tower. Going to go for the tier 2 as well, as the Titans have come out of base. They decided they don't want to wait any longer.
They're running down the middle lane here. And same thing goes for the Valhalla Valkyries, taking out the Tier 1, taking out the Tier 2 as well. Objectives going down all across the map here for the Valks that have catapulted their lead to a comfortable about 6,000, let's call it. And only a Tier 1 and a Tier 2 in the right-hand lane, one Tier 1 in the left-hand lane, and then the Phoenixes defending the Solar Scarabs from going home.
Yeah, this is dire straits for the Solar Scarabs. It looked like it was an even game, but that they could push over to the 20-25 minute mark as even, but it's all been downhill since that Gold Fury attempt. And that was, what, about 5 minutes ago. It's only just spawning again now, so it was a full 5 minutes of just pure domination here by the Valkyries, where they have upped it from Gear 2 to Gear 3, and we want to see them just go up to probably even Gear 5 by the end of this game.
And after a quick back there, taking out the Tier 2 in the middle lane, looks like middle is where the Valkyries are going to continue placing their pressure, along with that Titan. Both Titans now being put down, sent back to base, driven back to where they belong. Oni Fury has spawned, and Oni Fury taken down here by the Valhalla Valkyries. That'll send empowered minions down the lanes. A little bit more gold, a little bit more XP, and the Valhalla Valkyries in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they continue to be in the driver's seat from this set, not picking up where they left off from Game 1. They are destroying the Solar Scarabs compared to where they were in Game number 1. I mean, it took them a little bit longer to get to this point, but it is just business as usual, as we expected from the Valkyries. And going into the very beginning of the split, you would say this squad would have been either Seed 1 or Seed 2. Absolute guarantee, sure. No questions of it. They come in here as the 3rd seed, and they had to go up against the Hex Mambo squad, who came in as 2nd seed. Not what you expected at all. You didn't expect it to face up at the very first round, but because of that, they have found themselves going down into this lower bracket. They have to fight their way through it, and they're making a good start of it.
And, you know, we got the pleasure of casting the SEC all season long, AJ, and I think it's easy to say that the SCC has multiple SPL-level talent teams in it. I mean, they come in as 3rd seed, sure, but it's because the rest of the squads in the NASCC were so competitive. So it's just impressive that the Valhalla Valkyries fought their way through some pretty intense competition in the lower SCC level and found their way here to Smite Masters, taking on the Solar Scarabs and looking to eke out a 2-0 against the European squad and send their way to the next day.
Yeah, just send the number 1 EU SEC seed packing home at the 2nd day. On the first time we've tried the Valhalla Valkyries doing what they need to do so far, 22.5 minutes into this game. 12-2 is the scoreline as they are 6,000 gold in the lead. They need to extend that a little bit further if they want to be able to push down these Tier 2 towers. And they're going to start with this Tier 1 on the right-hand side. Fire Giant positioning being jostled over as well. Without any real contest coming out here from the Solar Scarabs, the Valkyries could potentially take this one for free.
Fire Giant being started up here. Wowie sending auto attacks into the neutral objective. It's Dazer, it's Panvich, and it's E-Chrome hovering around in the FG pit. Dazer already at half HP. Uses the rivers, but Aquarius made the way to the back line already. Dazer dropping so low. Gamma with the landfall there, yanking Worst Turtle back in. But a wonderful placement of that landfall is going to lock in the jungler. No one has fallen just yet. Wowie low, Zero's taking out the ADC. Crimson turns it back around.
That's two.
E-Chrome finds Sam for Soccer. That is a priority target for the Solar Scarabs. If you can take down one member of the Solar Scarabs, it's got to be Sam. It's got to be Crimson, and the jungler has fallen. But Crimson adds one more to the tally, 5-0-4 for the mid lane Giannis. The Solar Scarabs have a breath here.
Hey, but that's 2. That is 2 kills to the price of 1 there for the Solar Scarabs.
Worth it.
Life in the old dog yet. They are not down. They are not out. And that was a fight from 6,000 gold behind that they took. And they managed to come out on top. Look, it's lowered it down to about 4,000 knowledge. They've eaten 1,000 gold into the lead. 1/6 of it, gone. They do that another 5 times. It's an even game.
They're not dogs. They're Scarabs.
Well, you know what I mean. It's a phrase.
Well, no, we have hounds. They're not the hound. They're the Scarabs. They're not the dogs.
Okay, so we have hounds. We have wargs.
Yeah.
You know, are there any other dog-based teams that we currently have?
Well, apparently the Scarabs now.
Yeah, I'm officially naming a Scarab as a type of dog.
Yeah, okay, about a 4K gold lead here for the Valhalla Valkyries. A little bit more. Okay, moving on. Pyromancer back online here. FG still on the board. Was taken off there. Or fell off, I should say. Valhalla Valkyries hopped off it to jump onto the Solar Puppies. Solar Scarabs. Wow, what a stupid bit. I'm sorry. I would like to take... You bring out the worst in me, man. We haven't casted together in a hot second, and I remember why now. As the Pyromancer... I'm just messing around.
We're too destructive.
We are
too destructive together.
Joke. Pyromancer goes down to the Valhalla Valkyries. 13-4, the Valkyries in control here. Game number 1 was kind of almost like a chokeout, right? Like just slow, steady. You kind of felt the Solar Scarabs eking away. This one is certainly more of a crush.
They're going to be capturing the beacon here as they get themselves a little bit more tower damage, a little bit more movement speed as well. So they'll be using that to help push down these final 2 tier 2 towers on that left and right, push their way into the Phoenixes. But before they get all that, they'll most likely want the Fire Giant belt around their waist as well. First engagement on that objective didn't go to plan. But at the very least, you know what went wrong. You would have discussed that in the downtime. You would have adjusted your strategies and to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Aquarius leading the charge here. Zero Z-Chrome, Worst Turtle. Basically the entirety of the Solar Scarabs all grouped as one. I mean, can you blame them? If Sam catches one member of the Scarabs out, it's curtains for pretty much anybody. I mean, from Dazer to Worst Turtle, Sam has a 1v1 potential on pretty much anybody. So you have to wander as a unit if you're part of the Solar Scarabs. Aquarius and Gamma have made their way into the Fire Giant pit, sending out some wards, grabbing some vision, and getting ready for the dance.
Yeah, well, I like what Dazer has done, though. He's picked up the Sovereignty to give himself more physical protection auras alongside that Gauntlet of Thieves, as well as the second item he's got there, the Lotus Sickle. It just allows him to put as much physical protection onto his carries as possible, meaning that this dive from Sanford Soccer and the dive from Aquarius is not as effective as it can be.
Oh, Aquarius with a great knock up there, an immediate pull in onto Panvich. Landfall grabs the King Arthur as well, who's able to escape for just a moment. All the CC on the Solar Scarabs used just to get the solo laner out of danger there. I mean, one ultimate after the other just to peel for the King Arthur. Valhalla Valkyries did return that landfall. Got Aquarius and Sam ults as well. But, I mean, Active's looking good on the side of the Valkyries. Same thing goes for the Solar Scarab, so it's going to be a moment of respite.
Yeah, they do have teleport on Panvich, so he's back in the fight already. And that was a huge investment for them to try and get the kill onto the King Arthur. They're looking the same thing for Dazer. He's able to get out of that damage. Don't forget, no Gravity Surge, so he's able to get out of there without having to spend beads, but he does so already.
Sam blinks in, pushes out Dazer, but Panvich has used that teleport to get back into the action. And immediately dropped out a yoink back in there from Gamma. Well-timed CC Crimson, finding a 6th kill of the game for the Giannis. Gamma, Crimson, Aquarius taking a good chunk of damage there in return from the Solar Scarabs. Not quite able to pick up a kill in return for their King Arthur. So it took 2 attempts to take out the Arthurian King, but eventually does find the grayscale for at least 35 seconds.
Oh, Aquarius was going to teleport in, just stop the teleport in as Worst Turtle by taking off the ward. We've talked a lot about Sanford Soccer in this game. We haven't talked a lot about Worst Turtle. He's not really been as effective. But Aquarius lands in the middle of 3.
Oh, here comes the tier. Wow, he finds E-Chrome, and it's only going to be a second before Dazer joins his ADC. Zeros and Worst Turtle have to say goodbye to their duo lane as the Valhalla Valkyries find 2 more and just keep the carnage rolling. I mean, we're seeing kill after kill after kill, but not enough space creation to start up this FG.
No, I think they do have the space up now. I mean, yes, there's 3 members of the Solar Scarabs up. Dazer and E-Chrome on 20 and 30 seconds respectively. However, what did he do about Aquarius' tier? He's been shown that they can't do anything about it. He's landed in the middle of 3 people multiple times, and he's just walked away healthier than when he went in.
I mean, it's almost like a jungler where you see Aquarius taking this long, meandering path around the backline, coming in after the engagement has already started and making it happen. Fire Giant going to be taken out here by the Valhalla Valkyries. Not a sniff from the Solar Scarabs if they have to let this one go. A 28-minute, call it 29:45 Fire Giant here for the Valhalla Valkyries. 2 towers, 3 Phoenixes, and 1 Titan remain for the Solar Scarabs. And it's all they have to keep from going home.
Yeah, this is the final moments you're probably looking at the Solar Scarabs here. 8,000 gold down, well, closer to 7,000, but as they take down these, as they take down these towers and the Phoenixes, will be going up to about 9,000 really. But the first stop on their tour of the entire map is going to be this Primal Fury. Don't need it for now, but it's good to have that extra damage on these Juggle Bosses in the bank for later.
And I mean, more than anything, you're also stripping away any potential comeback, right, from the Solar Scarabs. You clear the map, you make sure that the enemy squad has absolutely nothing to inch and claw their way back into this game. It's going to be a full-on back here from the Valhalla Valkyries. You grab some items, you grab some wards, finish off actives if you need to, and get ready for the base push.
No, I as I was alluding to before, we saw Aquarius land into the middle of 3 people and completely win the fight single-handedly. I want to see more out of Worst Turtle right now. We have barely called out his name in these fights. He's been hanging around on the outskirts, and every single time he's tried to meander his way into a fight, it's been over before he gets in, or he gets caught out on a rotation by Crimson, who puts him down to half health before he even gets a chance to do anything.
And more often than not, this Nemesis ultimates are on Sam or Crimson, but there's not enough follow-up damage, right? You haven't seen a big apple come out from zeros that really sends the Valhalla Valkyries packing. It's going to be a combination coming out here from the Solar Scarabs, but eyes on Worst Turtle, making it happen in the backline for the Solar Scarabs. It's going to be a split once again. We saw this in Game 1. Quite successfully operated here from the Valhalla Valkyries. It's going to be Sam and Aquarius in mid, and the remainder of the team over on that left-hand side. Both Phoenixes being pressured here. Solar Scarabs also splitting it down the middle. Jungle and Solo in middle lane. Everybody else over there on the left-hand side, so it's even here. 2v2 and a 3v3. Aquarius moving his way into the first Phoenix here in mid lane. Panvich boxing back and forth. Same thing goes on the left-hand side. It's aggression all across the map here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Just waiting for that integral moment where the Valhalla Valkyries decide to hit the go button.
You know, the only difference between this scenario and game number 1 where we saw this is no 6th member, no Titan pushing in that mid lane Phoenix as well, so a bit easier for the Solar Scarabs to defend this, but mid lane Phoenix already down to about 1,500 health. If they had the second bomb from Gamma over here, it's a free Phoenix to be taken, but look at the push over in mid and look at the start of the engagement.
Here we go, Aquarius moves in, Panovich dropping low, and a 2-man lands fall out of Gamma. Pulls in zeros and Dazer, Aquarius slamming down on the mid laner. Meanwhile, E-Chrome in the backline, able to escape with the Bifrost. Dazer able to get out as well. Aquarius puts down zeros. Mid laner drops, the jungler drops. 3 members remaining for the Solar Scarabs, all 5 online, but Aquarius and Sam low.
1 Phoenix down, 2 to go for the Valhalla Valkyries. They're backing off. They're going to the left side. They're pushing that wave up, and they're going to claim their next prize here. Sam Vasoka claiming a little bit more as he claims yet another speed buff for himself. Notched that up in the jungle v jungle matchup, as you always do. But now 3 members strong for the Solar Scarabs versus the 5-man Fury of the Valkyries. It's not looking good for Dazer.
Dazer yanked back in and put down by Crimson, who's had a heck of a game on this. Giannis Gamma able to get out as the left side Phoenix goes down. 2 birds for the Solar Scarabs have been extinguished. 1 tower, 1 Phoenix on the right-hand side. And I like this, a little bit of a slower play, let the adrenaline subside. Right, you go back, you heal up, maybe wait for the next Fire Giant spawn, you take what you can.
Or is this, you know, the bad guy showing, you know, the good guy in the movies, just that one little bit of mercy to allow them that...
the monologue?
Yeah, the big bad monologue where they're just lording over them, to give time for them to, you know, just wrestle, you know, the knots behind their back and just escape.
While the laser moves so slowly across the wall waiting to hit the hero. That's got to be tough, as the Solar Scarabs are the ones strapped down in the chair waiting for the serrated saw to finish him off here. Pyromancer coming back online. Aquarius starts that one up, waiting for the rest of his team to join him. I'm sure Aquarius is like, hey guys, I'm tier. This is going to take a while unless someone gives me a hand.
He can do it. He'll just let him solo it. It'll be fine. Just, you know, everybody stand around.
Yeah, everyone just watch.
Yeah, you know,
don't dish any damage.
Oh, Crimson's ruined it.
Boo. Pyromancer goes down to the Valhalla Valkyries here. Fire Giant coming online in just a moment. Now the Solar Scarabs, 2 Phoenixes down. I mean, do they even contest this? Is this a glint in their eye? Looks like Oni Fury is going to be the target here, assuming that the Valhalla Valkyries are starting up the FG, but Aquarius knows a little bit better. As the Valhalla Valkyries rotating over to this left-hand side. We're sort of looking in the backline here, but good positioning out of the Valhalla Valkyries, sending Sam up, making sure the rest of the tanks are supporting Crimson, who's 8-0-4, really putting on a clinic here in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's pushing in the minions, making sure that fire damage is being done, sending somebody back, and that's forced Dazer to go out to base. It's actually forced everybody to back off, and you know what that means? A free Oni Fury here for the Valhalla Valkyries. That's going to spawn 2 Oni fire waves in that left-hand side and mid-side. They've just missed the cutoff for the first wave, so in about 20 seconds is when you're going to see that start to be pushed up, that 34-30 mark. The Fire Giant has spawned as well. The enhanced version is there to be able to be taken by other teams. And the Valhalla Valkyries, you've got to make them 95% favorites for it.
And now the Solar Scarabs are juggling like 9 plates in the air because we've seen Oni-empowered Fire Minions literally in games before.
Oh, yeah.
At the Enhanced Fire Giants online, you got to take a look at that. You got to protect your base. You got to get your Phoenixes back up if you can. The Solar Scarabs stretched thin here at 34, call it 34-40, as the Valhalla Valkyries get this Fire Giant underway.
Yeah, they're taking it, but very, very slowly. They're wanting to bait in a fight, or they want to make sure that the Solar Scarabs aren't around at all. I mean, there's just a sea of wards on the floor right now from both teams. The defensive wards from the Scarabs to allow them to push in, and the aggressive ward from the Valkyries to say, hey, this is a dangerous area for you. We could be around this corner, so don't come round.
Valhalla Valkyries all grouped up. Ultimates online, actives looking nice and fresh. But meanwhile, left-hand side minions are pushing up. Those Oni-empowered Fire Minions. Phoenixes are due to spawn, but that left-hand lane looking pretty fragile here as Aquarius takes a little bit of poke. Worst Turtle wrapping his way around. Here comes Aquarius, locking down Echrome, who has to use the ultimate defensively. They're probably the best use of it. Honestly, Dazer takes a ton of damage. Sunder down as well. Panvich getting ripped apart in the backline. It's supposed to be the opposite. Panvich is supposed to be ripping apart the backline. And meanwhile, middle lane Phoenix back online here. And the minions have,
half health.
Crushed this Titan half HP, forced to back as these plates continue to spin in the air. Trepidatiously here for the Solar Scarabs. Gamma, half HP. We're sort of just waiting for the moment in. It's on to Sam for Soccer, who goes down to the Nemesis. Wowie turns it back around. Echrome finds one. Aquarius trades it out. Wowie's low. Wowie on the horse. Worst Turtle finds one more. And the jungler's coming through for the Solar Scarabs big time.
That is a huge play from Worst Turtle. In fact, they're going to stop the backs there.
Phoenix.
Worst Turtle wants to go in on a Crimson. Crimson just about gets
Phoenix,
away.
Titan,
well, he's going to be exposed yet again, but look who's back. Zero's back in the nick of time to be able to save it. Does he save it?
2 waves pouring in here.
He needs
Zeros
help.
doesn't have enough to take care of both. Panvich backs as well. Here comes Worst Turtle. And already the Titan at a quarter HP just for a minute. We've seen these things in games, and the Solar Scarabs just don't respect the power of the Oni Fire Minions. Quarter HP that goes the Titan. The Valhalla Valkyries to this point. Can you start considering just diving the fountain and putting the finishing touches on it?
You could do. You have a Yanis. The dropship is available.
The dropship.
We haven't seen that for so long.
It's been a hot minute. But, the dropship is one of those plays where maybe you're behind, maybe it's an even game, maybe you're willing to risk a throw of the dice. But the Valhalla Valkyries are in such command in this game that why risk it all on a coin flip when you can simply win from oppression, right? You take a Fire Giant, you take a team fight that you just flat out win and march down middle lane. Worst Turtle looking at Sam for Soccer. Nemesis ultimate. Can Sam hop over the wall? Worst Turtle takes down Sam, and a little bit of bragging rights there as the jungler takes out the 4, and now 4 a Wheelish. And Sam's going to be down for at least a minute here with the Fire Giant online. That's a big pickup for Worst Turtle.
If anybody is thankful for the fact that Sam for Soccer is gone, it's Dazer. For the past 35 minutes, he's been tormented by this Awheeling, so now doesn't have to deal with it for a minute. Worst Turtle's getting an extra beer tonight.
And 38 seconds. Solar Scarabs have a bit of time to play with here. You got to ward up FG. You got to get in position. Maybe Dazer looks to shore up those 3 levels he's still got until 20. Right, the Solar Scarabs thanking Worst Turtle to give him a little bit of a breathing room, a little bit of a sigh of relief there. And clearly, Solar Scarabs not out of it yet, right? The Valhalla Valkyries wasn't able to take a fantastic team fight there. On the Fire Giant, Echrome takes out the Tier 1 tower, Tier 2 tower, I should say, in the middle lane.
Aegis.
And now just a brief second here while the Valhalla Valkyries wait for Sam to come out of the grayscale.
Well, that was Beads and Aegis down from Echrome to be able to get away, and a fairly lengthy cooldown on that Bifrost from the distance he had to travel.
Sure, just for a Tier 2.
Yeah, and Sam for Soccer's now back up, so it's business as usual for the Valhalla Valkyries after a brief interruption coming out on the services as they look to pull out at the station that they've had to temporarily stop in.
And the entire Valkyrie squad is screaming. Echrome no beads, Echrome no Aegis. Right, a landfall could prove deadly. Gravity surge out of a Wheelix. Yank in Echrome. Now the only form of CC immunity is that ultimate. And once again, Minions looking at the base here. But Echrome pushing out that middle lane. Left lane is pushed out quite far as well.
It's dangerously low, that, actually.
Whew. Minion falls there. About a quarter, maybe not less than a quarter, about an eighth of an HP bar left for the Titan. It might be the Solar Scarabs' last gasp here as Wowie, Crimson, and the rest of the Valks combine to take out the Fire Giant. Panvich moves in, Apple connects onto Wowie. Doesn't do as much damage as I expected. Nemesis ult goes onto the ADC as well. Wowie takes out Panvich. River splitting this fight into half, buying a little bit of time for the rest of the Scarabs. Worst Turtle turns it back around. So far has been the saving grace of the Solar Scarabs. Crimson finishes off Chrome with some vortexes there. Sanford Soccer picks up Dazer, and with just a tick of HP remaining on this Titan, the Valhalla Valkyries combining, racing it down middle lane. Worst Turtle not even gonna give it a look here. Aquarius and Crimson. Crimson having a heck of a performance in the middle lane. The Valhalla Valkyries punching their ticket, taking down the #1 EU seed and finding their path to the promised land.
6-2. Now it's the scoreline between EU and NA in favor of EU, but a very, very good performance from the Valkyries there. It looked like the Scarabs were coming back into it.
Yeah.
It looked like they were finding their footing. They were able to eventually get something going, but it was too little too late. If they find that fight 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, before those two Phoenixes go down, and before the Oni minions push into the base, completely different story.
And I mean, it's tough to put that one on the Solar Scarabs, right? Because you've got the Fire Giant fight going on, you've got both Phoenixes down, Fire Minions pouring into your base, you only have 5 members of the team. You can only spread your resources so thin before something starts to fall through the cracks.
Yeah, and that is essentially what happened. They let the most important thing fall through the cracks, which is the Titan's health. You cannot let that get to zero, otherwise you lose the game no matter what you are doing. And you got to feel for Worst Turtle. He spent so long trying to get online, eventually finds a phenomenal solo kill against Sam there, but in the end, it's not going to work out for him as the rest of the Scarabs fall short.
Valhalla Valkyries fighting their way to the next stage of the bracket, and unfortunately, the Solar Scarabs, the #1 seed out of Europe, getting eliminated here in the second match of the day. It was a great one, AJ, but let's throw it back to the cast to break it down. The desk. That's what I meant to say.
So, Mifflin, we get a 2-0, though in specifically Game 2. How do you want to frame it? Is it bumps in the roads for the Valkyries? Maybe some mistakes on their part, but good play from the Scarabs to bounce them back. It goes long, but Alpha Jackal said it, I think, best at the very end, which is just that you got a really great fight, but you got it about 15 minutes too late. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, wherever you happen to slice it. Any time earlier in the game, if you were able to get that, probably is putting you not just into a better position, but maybe even winning this game, pushing us to 3. Instead, the Valkyries had such a lead that even that one tumble doesn't ruin their road.
Yeah, so to address the initial question, I think maybe some self-inflicted road bumps for sure, right? Anytime you maintain a 10,000 gold lead for over 20 minutes, there are probably going to be opportunities within that 20 minutes that you could legitimately just end the game. Otherwise, I really did like how the early game went for the Valhalla Valkyries. I felt like they were leveraging their lead very well. Some of the weaknesses of the draft of the Solar Scarabs that we were concerned about, which was their ability to actually deal with Crimson, chase down Crimson, finish him off, or even just poke him out. They just don't quite have that in the composition. That tended to be true, which I think is the crux of why those team fights were starting to go the way of the Valhalla Valkyries in the late game. Keep your eyes on Crimson in all these clips. He's usually around 70% HP because he's one ability and says, all right, I'm going to go back to playing very safe and just throwing out my poke. And there was never exactly a great answer to that. AJ brings up the 1v1 between Worst Turtle and Sanford Soccer. Sanford Soccer is never going to win that 1v1 in the late game. Sanford Soccer, like, Worst Turtle could have one hand, right, in the late game team fight. Yeah. And so long as that hand is pressing the 3 key on Nemesis, a Wheelich has no counterplay. So Sanford Soccer, I think, deserves credit for getting the early game rolling, getting involved, having massive impact on map while he was in his PowerPoint. We never thought a Wheelix was going to be the late game crux. That's never the keystone of this composition in the 35, 40-minute 5-on-5. Unfortunate for him that he does get 1v1 and delivered a swift taunt spam by Worst Turtle. But at the end of the day, I think Sanford Soccer does a great job. Crimson has a legacy game here. Gamma makes everything costly. Wowie survives the majority of his team fights just so that he can, like, slam some towers. The Valhalla Valkyries potentially could have closed it out sooner, but I'm not going to levy that against them. That was a very convincing set.
You get beautiful slashlight from Crimson 2 games in a row. This time 9-0 and 8. Although that doesn't detract away from pretty much anybody else. I mean, Gamma again has a gorgeous support line. Same thing there for Aquarius. Just a lot of potential, I think, from this team. Like you said, maybe some opportunities to close out the game a little bit quicker, but they get there at the end and they find a 2-0. And not only that, they take the first European team to get eliminated now. So North America continuing at least a little bit of a roll. And the Scarabs get sent home. Granted, there were some things going on, I guess, for their roster and things like that, but for the Valkyries, it is a huge deal, I think, to be able to get this win, keep moving forward, and being able to pick up, especially games like that, right? When you go back-to-back, let's say Undying as a mid laner playing Giannis, that's got to feel pretty good. You don't got to take it from me. We actually have Crimson standing by for an interview now.
That's right, Erupt Crimson here from the winning Valhalla Valkyries. Crimson, first of all, congratulations on taking down the #1 seed in EU. Fantastic job from you guys. It seemed like you had the Scarabs number all the way through game 1 and game number 2. Do you chalk that up to game planning for the Scarabs or just a good, clean team win?
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely game planning. So when it's a new patch, there's a lot of variables that you don't really know what's going to play out. So basically having the experience after the first set, we figured out what we wanted to do. We know our mistakes, and we just capitalized from there.
Now, Mifflin called your performance on Giannis in that second one a legacy match. First of all, how do you feel about this being your legacy match here at Smite Summer Masters? And second of all, the Giannis pick, is that something you're just comfortable on, or do you think Giannis is coming back into the meta as a top pick, top ban?
I think it's something I'm comfortable on. Shout out to Baronic. The console days, we had there was one Worlds Finals. We literally went back and forth. Whoever got Giannis won. So yeah, that's just something historically I've always felt really comfortable on, something I've always gone to. I think the percent pen change on his ult is really good. Makes him a lot more valuable. You can build more power when everything just got reduced. So yeah, I'd say Giannis is a comfort pick, and also he's better in the meta as well.
Now, before the game, I asked Gamma about your guys' synergy, Scarabs coming in with subs. It looked like across the board, you guys won as a team. I mean, great team fighting, CC control, macro farming across the board. How comfortable do you guys feel as a unit, especially moving forward into the next round of the bracket?
Really good, especially since 4 of us were the same as play-ins. We've been playing together now for majority of the year, so yeah, synergy is something we know. We know how we like to play. We tried doing something that we didn't want to do, or how we played in the first set. So we've fixed it, and now we're back to the boys.
Crimson, congratulations on your 2-0 over the Solar Scarabs. Let's go back to the desk.
It's a 2-0, as mentioned there towards the end, and nice shout-outs not only to old SPL players, old console days as well. So really picking up, I think, some of the legacy. I guess I'm just going to steal the word from you. Yeah, the tapestry. Continue weaving it here as they move on in this bracket. The Valkyries, again, staying alive here, sending the Scarabs packing. I believe it is going to be later today that they'll be taking on the Sages. And so, unfortunately for NA fans, NA is going to eventually lose again today, but they will also win again today, which has been a very solid performance for them. That's going to get the opportunity to play up against the loser of, I believe, the next match here, which is going to be the Wargs and Mambo, 2 EU powerhouses who have found nothing but 2-0 wins so far, both yesterday. Trying to repeat it here. Mifflin, after what we've seen from the Wargs, what we've seen from Hex Mambo, it honestly feels like this one's kind of up in the air. Has you seen anything that sets one apart from the other?
I feel like of the two teams, Hex Mambo and the Wargs, I feel like the Wargs have established a slightly faster pace. Could be that they try and lean into that up against Mambo, who have, during the regular phase, been able to expedite their own pace, but during this tournament, I think, slowing things down a little bit, playing a little bit more so through Johnny in the jungle, getting him on those late-game hyper carries like Ao Kwang, and just playing through scaling.
Yeah.
So if the Wargs are paying attention to that, could elect to try and, jump on Johnny, play through him, try and take him out before he's allowed to scale up. We'll see, though. I think it comes down to very much so, especially in a European versus European matchup.
Yep.
A lot of it really does ride on picks and bans.
What's wild is I'm excited for the mid matchup, the jungle matchup, and the solo matchup all in one match. That's a lot to highlight, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, so hopefully you stick around and watch it as well. Stay tuned. We'll be back with Mambo taking on the Wargs right after this.
So we know these wolves can dance, but how well can they mambo? Hex Mambo versus Niflheim Wargs coming up now.
Welcome back to the SPL Masters. We are now at the halfway point of our day. Our first 2 sets are complete. We now move into our second half here with 2 more best of 3s. 1 more elimination a little bit later on down the road, but now a big potential qualifying matchup here for these 2 squads out here. It's JMax Charlie here on the desk to help me out on this set as we jump into the Wargs and Hex Mom. And as I said, we're now jumping ourselves to the winner's side bracket. Now, if I'm not mistaken, winner of this one moves on. They get to jump up and see who gets to play up against some of the SPL talent a little bit later on. Loser of this one, they drop down a little bit later, and they wait for their opposition, who will come from a match a little bit later on through. So Niflheim Wargs and Hex Mom, a lot on the line for these 2 teams in their matchup. Chance to move up and face some of that SPL talent. And Charlie, I'm very excited for this one. It's a battle not just between the 2 EU, but the number 2 and the number 3 seed squads out of here. Hex Mambo, the number 2 out of Europe. Niflheim Wargs, number 3 out of Europe. And both these teams having pretty dominant performances so far, 4-0 in their 2 sets.
And that is not only a big deal because I think momentum, the first team that takes a loss here is going to be knocked off their win streak, so to speak, and that can be a big deal playing for the mental, especially you already highlighted so much on the line, just being able to jump in to the next form of the bracket, which is a huge deal. So I would imagine nerves high for the Wargs and the Mambo, of course.
Yeah, for both these 2 teams, it's going to be a very important matchup here. We'll start off by talking a little bit about the Niflheim Wargs, kind of how their week started out here. Great performances by these individuals on the team, and it really feels like there isn't a whole huge, usually we can kind of point to one of the SC teams and go, okay, that's their standout player this is the one that has been carrying this team. But in all honesty, the whole of the Niflheim Wargs has really stepped it up for this event. They've really been able to kind of find their own throughout this entire thing through. Still great performances by Rapio and Khan. I think those might be 2 of the maybe more standout-ish players, at least as far as some of the early game is concerned. But once we hit that late game, the team fight is really where this team brings it together.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm glad that you highlighted Khan and Rapio because I think that they have been the picture of consistency. They have been around for a while, been playing together for a bit now, and it's one of those situations where I've really been noticing the improvement, and I think they've been playing at the top of their game for a situation like this. And then I tend to agree with the rest of your statement as well. The rest of the team has really been stepping up. I think Davy's been pretty consistent as much as you can be in a situation like this where there's a lot of kills in this sort of new meta, and I think Davy's been able to hold his own. The entirety of the Wargs, I've been impressed, and I've been really enjoying watching let's call it a win streak, because that's exactly what it is, right? 4-0 at this point. I've been enjoying the gameplay style that they've been putting on for sure.
Yeah, we've been seeing, at least out of Gunter, a lot of these Discordia games. It seems that this is one of the mages that has kind of come to the forefront of conversation, not just for EU. We've been seeing a little bit over in the North American region as well. But for the EU players, the Discordia, most specifically the Baba Yaga, which more often than not now has been banned away from a lot of players. Sometimes you'll get kind of that game 1. Baba Yaga does really good. Okay, we don't want to deal with that anymore. Banned in game number 2. But it feels like those are kind of the head over the rest style of mages that have really emerged in these EU teams.
And that's what I've been enjoying the most is the amount of diversity in picks and bans. It has not been, there's been some picks that of course are going to dominate the meta, but there's been a lot of different style of play. The thing, we're just going to see the jungle matchup, 1v1s, being able to camp the solo lane, all viable strategies so far in this tournament. We've even seen a lot of these junglers sit back and say, hey, maybe we don't get aggressive. Maybe we don't look for that early pressure that we're so used to seeing. We're going to farm till late game and still have that potential to impact the map. And because of that, you never know what to expect. And even though we've seen these teams so far 4 different games, they could hold out a completely different strategy here for this actual qualification match.
Yeah, I think kind of seeing the EU versus the EU matchup once more here on the upper side of the bracket is really going to give us a nice little show for these 2 teams out there. And going up against the Wargs is going to be that Hex Mambo roster as well. And I think this is where we'll really get to kind of see kind of the most impactful bout between these 2 teams out there. Because remember, the number 1 seed of Europe, you guys had a couple of subs out there, haven't been able to form up to the same level maybe of expectations out there. But really with Hex Mambo, Niflheim Wargs, and again, we highlighted Rapio and Kana. I think it's only right to highlight their opponents on the opposite side who have also been pretty consistent carries for this Mambo team, Julio and Johnny. Johnny specifically, just in the matchups that we have seen from him so far, really feels like the mentality of the team is one of 2 things. Either Johnny's on a late game carry, we're going to get to 20-25 minutes and then let Johnny carry the game, or Johnny's on an early god, aka something like Bakasura, and we're just going to hit the gas pedal from minute 5.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the team lives or dies by Johnny, but he is certainly holding a lot of the weight of this squad. He's able to control the momentum pretty well, as you said, either A, just riding early, saying, hey, I'm going to go for some solid ganks, get one lane ahead, we can play through that, or saying, hey, everyone's sort of farm, we're going to play a little bit passively, you know, a very low kill game, and then I'm going to be able to pop off in the later stages. But Johnny can't get all the credit. I think that Hawk has been having a fantastic performance in mid, as we just saw there. The Baba Yaga is a contested pick between pretty much every mid laner at the moment, and as long as you can pilot it and get some good damage off, there's a good threat towards your own mid lane matchup and picks and bans, that sort of thing. So I think the entirety of this squad as well deserves that same level of praise. You don't get to this point in the tournament unless everyone's pulling their weight.
For Hex Mambo, been very impressed with their performance through, again, talking, you know, second, third seed between these two teams out here, now having another opportunity to face off against each other here in this bracket matchup. So going to be a big one, and I'm very excited to see what this Mambo team has been cooking up, having Deathwalker over here as the coach. We all know what Hex Mambo is able to do as a squad, just in general when it comes down to these events, but you always got to wonder what's in the back of Deathwalker's mind. You know, what is he kind of cooking up for his squad here? We saw some of the tier play that he brought out last time, then we got to see what Julio was able to do on the tier, so you never know what Deathwalker's got, at least for the back of his team here, trying to figure out, you know, what kind of plays that they want to go, what kind of strategies, because right now, I mean, the picks and ban strategy against Hex Mambo for any team that has faced them so far has been, okay, we'll get our generic stuff, and if Johnny hasn't picked something, we're going to ban out Johnny for the last couple. But that hasn't seemed to have worked just yet, Trelly. So we'll have to see maybe if the Niflheim Wargs have been able to lock something down against Hex Mambo. We get ready to jump into the picks and bans for game number 1 between the Niflheim Wargs and Hex Mambo. Winner, a guaranteed spot to face off against an SPL opponent, either the Hounds or the Gladiators. Loser still has an opportunity to make their run through the lower end of the bracket, though not quite as far back potentially immediately after. And I love to see what the Wargs coaches or what the Wargs players are throwing up there, showing, hey, we're putting a little bit of respect on Johnny. A Bakasura ban immediately by the Wargs.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate it. I think Johnny's been able to control the early game flow of the map pretty well with this pick, and a lot of other junglers as well. And because of that, you got to try and limit what Johnny's able to do. If you want to get to a late game ahead or even, I think trying to limit exactly how much map state Johnny can cover is probably going to be a good look. Followed by the Disco, as we mentioned, probably be a contested pick between both these mid laners and, of course, the tier. And that leaves open a lot. I still do think that Baba Yaga could be a viable first pick, even though it's not this end-all, be-all. Just getting your mid laner on something that's A, comfortable, and B, can farm relatively safe is still very important. With the new map changes, that mid lane's a bit bigger, and because of that, you want to stay pretty far back. And everyone's just they're having a good time.
I love the energy and the emotion that we're already seeing out of the Wargs just in some of these first few bans out there. We do see Bakasura Discordian, as you highlight, tier by the Wargs, Mambo take away Yamoja, Horus, and Kamazat. So it's a Baba Yaga first pick by the Wargs, and a Hachiman lock-in for Mambo. Terra seems to be at least the hover for the team. We're not to be surprised to see if that one gets locked in. But I will say this, Trelly, all of day number 1, we saw 2 bans specifically throughout the day. Haven't really seen that same level of priority towards them, and I wonder if we'll get to see him maybe in this set. Erlong Shin and Kuzenbo, they were banned all day yesterday. Haven't seen any sign of them just yet.
Yep, I do think that those are picks that maybe teams are afraid of, but at this point, meta has come through. They recognize there's bigger threats, or they just don't think those picks are going to be grabbed. The Wargs are going to put some presence. I've been loving Kana being able to grab this King Arthur. I think he's been having a fantastic performance on this pick, usually coupled, of course, with that Discordia passive. Not going to be able to pick it up this time, but still, some great lane pressure. And it's going to be the Kali. Man, we've seen a few Kalis already this weekend, and if you let that late game get online, we've been talking about Johnny in particular, these picks go hand in hand. Just let them get to level 20.
Johnny said, I'm not letting them triple, quadruple ban me this time through, as he picks up that Kali early, alongside Terra and Hachiman. Now we jump into the second wave of bans. We'll see a ban of Nox. We saw a little bit of it early on yesterday, but then as the day started progressing, we started seeing less and less of kind of the mage support style of bans. Specifically, the Nox has really been the only one that's kind of been jumping up to the forefront of conversation. And throw in there, got to make sure that if you're playing against Rapio, you ban away one of his signature picks, Thor, taken out by Hex Mambo and Niflheim Wargs. They'll go with a Guan Yu, and still one more ban available over towards them, with Tyr and Guan Yu taken away, and now an Agni. Wonder what we might see out of the solo lane for Kana. Hercules, got to imagine, maybe still at least the topic of conversation, but haven't really been seeing him this tournament so far, Trelly.
Yeah, it really depends on what Julio wants, and it looks like some safety there for the Wukong. fearful of ganks, mayhaps. And if that's the case, then hey, you got the Somersault Cloud. You're going to be able to clear just fine. Probably not any solo kill potential, but we rarely see that nowadays anyways. So just something that can survive in lane there for Mambo. The Wargs have their opportunity, though. I do still think that Rapio would like something that can get aggressive early, because you're not going to out late game Kali. It's just too difficult. The Fenrir, I know, has been a pick that Rapio could go to try and say, hey, you don't have any CC immunity. If you want to get blink early, I'm going to force you just not to be able to do that, and try and grab a beat just to make sure that you're safe. It'd also give Terra a run for their money.
Wow.
The Aphrodite lock-in, possibly for that immunity, trying to deal with what Kali wants to do. Hey, my target's getting relatively low. Now they're unkillable.
Warrior Jungle seems to be the name of the game now for the Niflheim Wargs, as Rapio locks in an Achilles to go alongside the partner, in at least warrior sense, of the King Arthur there. So Niflheim Wargs, we've been seeing a little bit of Warrior Jungle in the past, though. It's been a while since we've seen Achilles. I think back to Season 8, maybe early Season 9, we were seeing things like Achilles sometimes kind of pop up its way through there. Obviously, we had the meta with Erlong Shen, Osiris, and the more auto attack style, but it's been a while since we've seen more of the ability style warriors make their way there. How do you kind of feel about the Achilles? You tend to talk about, when you have the Aphrodite, you want kind of a pocket carry to go along with it. Is Achilles kind of that pocket hyper carry that you can have for your team?
Hyper carry, no, but he's going to have to fill the role in this composition. It can work out. There's just a lot of answers to the execute on the side of Mambo here. Kali simply not going to care, just going to pop that immobility, and we're going to see the Merlin as the last pick. Still pretty late game slanted, right? You don't have that much early pressure with the Merlin. Kali wants to sit back and farm. The only guy that you feel pretty comfortable just sitting around and farming on is going to be your side lanes, of course. Wukong and Hachiman, very safe. They've got that CC immunity to disengage. And we were talking about, that Afro and that Achilles combo. You're going to want to look to fight in those side lanes. So see if the Wargs are able to, number one, keep their ward vision up so they can go for ganks like that. Number two, see how much damage this Achilles jungle can really dish out.
I think when we're talking about Hex Mambo, we mentioned earlier, you kind of have that those two sides of the coin for Hex Mambo. You have where the 5-minute powerhouse, we're just going to start running it down as soon as Ultimate comes online for our team, or we're the late game powerhouse, so we're going to wait for 25 minutes, wait for everybody to get a few items through. For Niflheim Wargs, is this a composition, one that can kind of get themselves through this early style of game that Hex Mambo may or may not have drafted for themselves? And is this a composition that can work well late game into what Hex Mambo? Specifically, we look over what Johnny can do on this Kali, the Sun Wukong as well, kind of being that backline nuisance. Is this a composition the Wargs have drafted to be able to deal with what Hex Mambo has?
They definitely can get active early. Late game does get a bit scary, though. I would say that the Baba matchup in particular, Johnny is going to have a field day. If you blink near her, what is her defense? If you ult, she just uses her ult to say, hey, you're not knocking me back, and I'm going to shred through you in the house. If you go into blast off, I just stunned you out of your dash, and now you can't get away. So Hawk's going to have to play so safe in the mid lane, right? You have to make sure that anytime Johnny's nearby, when he has itemization to shred through you, that you're playing completely safe, far back. Peel, very important here for the Wargs. I would argue that you might need just constant support from the Aphrodite just to make sure that your Baba stays alive. But in that case, yeah, their early pressure is decent enough that they can try and stop what Hex Mambo wants to do. But if you think about it, their gameplay style has always been, let's just get to late game, right? Let's get Johnny online. Let's get our carries online. So they're playing right into their hand.
Niflheim Warriors might want to get active maybe a little bit earlier in this game to try and find some success. Otherwise, Hex Mambo, they get to late game. This feels like a devastatingly scary team. And if we're looking at the history between these two teams, Charlie, kind of their matchups throughout the regular season phase for them, Hex Mambo is able to get a 2-0 over the Niflheim Wargs. This is all the way back in late April. They were able to find a win there, so Niflheim Wargs want to get some revenge on Hex Mambo and see if they can do it in one of the more important settings here, being able to find a win against Hex Mambo here and now to keep themselves on the winner's bracket, guarantee that spot against an SPL team to fight up in the next half of the bracket. Could be a big moment for both these teams. They're 4-0 going into the set, but one of them's got to take a loss here. Who's it going to be in game number one? Will it be the Wargs? Will it be the Mambo? Let's jump right into the casters.
The two EU powerhouses this weekend. We've seen on Twitter, they're calling EU dominant. NA is going to get sent home. They're all down on the losers bracket, and it's been these two teams that have been sending those teams down to that losers bracket, and one of them has to start losing here. Best of three, Niflheim Wargs, Hex Mambo. It is a big set. They're guaranteed to go up against an SPL team. Whoever wins this set, the other one's going to be sent down to that loser's bracket, have to fight back towards it. And I think the poll says a lot. 75% almost are favoring Johnny, and I can't blame him. Back on this Kali, it is, one of his signature picks. He goes back to it.
I love that you say 75% favor Johnny.
Yeah.
It's not Hex Mambo. It's Johnny on the Kali, and that completely flips the vote. And you know what? You very well could be right. I'd love to see a world where Johnny's forced onto something like, I don't know, what's a lackluster jungle pick? Achilles. Mine was a little bit more charged, I think, right?
So?
Yeah, because there's an Achilles on the other side. So, the vote might sway there. I'm interested in this matchup, to be sure. I think the Deaths does a great job highlighting just how powerful this Hex Mambo composition is going to become once they're allowed to group up as 5, start playing around objectives, start leveraging Johnny on this Kali. The Niflheim Wargs, on the other hand, it's not as if they've got a poor late game. They certainly haven't. Gunther is going to scale very well with a couple of items. Once Prophetic Cloak is done, it feels like Gunter's just going to be unkillable. Link him up with Preds, and he's legitimately unkillable. We know that Aphrodite, even in spite of a few nerfs, still does give just enough protection share, has just enough utility. She's going to be incredibly annoying to deal with.
Wow.
The major contention point has to be Rapio on the Achilles. Rapio, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I've had personal experience playing against him for a good long time. Davey, are you good?
Oh my, the shell gets popped. I don't think he would have been
Is he good?
Oh,
no, he's
man.
good. He's good.
Oh, he's good. He's good. He's got the heal coming through as well. And I think you might be right to focus over towards this duel lane, because this Aphrodite is something that has had a lot of contention as to whether or not it is really a top pick. And that was for the whole first half of the season. Now all of a sudden 10.6, we haven't seen it by these SCC teams at all. And now Brett's on perhaps the most important match so far for the Mamba this weekend, for the Wargs rather this weekend, both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah, he pulls out the Aphrodite first game.
Yeah, I am a prolific, loud Aphrodite hater.
I could not have guessed.
Yeah, I'm a massive detractor from Aphrodite and all of her accomplishments. I'm preying on her downfall. It just feels like this god struggles in the laning phase, as exampled here. Preds now on the retreat should be able to work his way back in towards that tower. Great positioning by Davey to block a few of those critical auto attacks from Spudio. Her laning phase is very weak, at least for the first 4 or so levels. You get a few more points into Lovebirds, and then you've got the sustain to match up and the ability to clear out those waves. But levels 1 through 3 to 4 look like this. You're going to be stuck in your tower for the most part. You've got single target CC, and you might not even have access to it all the time if the link gets broken. Your back off isn't there either. And even to leverage back off on wave, you have to put yourself in danger. So Aphrodite very much so does struggle at this portion of the game. But I will say, Aphrodite, maybe more so than any other god in Smite, is good at winning harder. If you're already winning, Aphrodite simplifies it. You can link up to your win condition, whoever's ahead, make them even more difficult to kill, make them even more likely to find kills as they don't have to use their own beads or Aegis. You've got one built into your kit. And she also helps you out on chase, gives you over additional damage, protections, a slow, a heal. Very good at keeping someone who is ahead already there. Aphrodite's not the reason you pull ahead, though.
Yeah, and I think that's what Wargs want to do with this composition, as we see a couple of buff invades come through across the map. Will be secured on the duo side, but on the other side, Johnny and Rapio trade blue buff steals, but Johnny may have bit off more than he can chew. Does get the jump off over the wall and will just be the ultimate burned from Gunter there, so no other blue buff invades. But I mean, that seems like exactly what the Wargs want to do, right? They want to get off to this early game start. They don't want to let Johnny get into that late game Kali phase. And this Achilles jungle, something that's going to get, maybe a little bit tankier as the game goes on, that may be the way to do it, but that's if the action doesn't start in the duel lane. The third time, I think, Preds or Davy has been posted out or poked out and forced under this tier 1 tower. This jungle pick, though, this Achilles, I think, has the potential to drive a lot of what Wargs want to do.
Yeah, the Achilles certainly capable of securing kills. The Execute going to find value into a few of these targets. Kha'Zix in particular, I think, very susceptible to the Achilles ultimate, that Fatal Strike. If you can isolate the Terra or even figure out which direction she's going with the dash, and that's easy to do. It's wherever her third ability is. She's dashing directly towards that. You could stun that out, chase down, and the burst healing from Kha'Zix, it's not exactly the most difficult to see coming, not exactly the most difficult to play around either. So I expect Rapio to make some rotations over towards that dual lane sooner rather than later. Otherwise, You don't exactly have great kill potential into Julio because he's Sun Wukong, and nobody does. Nobody's killing Sun Wukong, not consistently and not without at least a bit of user error on that Sun Wukong's part, at least in the laning phase. Come late game, there's a little bit more entropy, there's a little bit more nuance to that conversation, but in laning phase itself, Sun Wukong in the conversation for safest laners. It was Sun Wukong and Jormungandr for a very long time. And even Merlin, to a certain extent, is very much so capable of just hanging out in arcane stance, walking up to the wave, throwing out his persistent damage on field, backing up, and just rinse repeat, very similar to a Kukulkan in execution. And so, if you are completely reliant on Rapio to be the crux of your early game, you got to find opportunities, and I think those really only do reside in the duo.
Well, he's trying to find one in the soul lane. Julio already has that Somersault Cloud online, but they've rotated the support over as well, and they're going to look at this blue buff. Johnny tried to secure it and will do so successfully, and that's exactly what you're looking for at a Hex Mamba. They're there on time for the buff invade. They get it. They don't want the fight. They just back away. They're looking to farm up.
Yeah, just play it safe, slow down that early game, but when opportunities arise, Hex Mambo will be privy to take them. Kha'Zix's already leveraging his. An invade on the purple buff on the opposite side. No support here. You attempt the blue buff on right. No way to defend on left. Davey was already forced back to base, and so an easy steal for Hex Mambo, who for now have already done better than I think they would have expected, and nursing a slight lead, paltry lead at around 500 some odd gold, but still significant considering there hasn't been any action on map. Neutral farm has been split for the most part evenly, just as that invade and the more efficient gold split from Hex Mambo. Keep your eyes on Kha'Zix. You'll start to see the level disparity start to develop in favor of the dual lane of Hex Mambo because of these hyper-aggressive rotations from Preds. But I think Preds is correct in that it was the right call that you want to get aggressive right now. You want to play around Rapio. You want to catch Hex Mambo in the jungle. It just doesn't always pan out. Even if the idea is right, you got to get a little bit lucky sometimes.
Yet again, another rotation towards this left-hand side. Rapio and Preds onto Kha'Zix to start this one off, but will be able to hold on to the dash here and stun Rapio out. So, unfortunately for them, no gank opportunities on this left-hand side. But this may be the start of, Rapio coming over here towards the left side. But talk to me about, I'm really interested in this Sun Wukong, because we have not seen this all weekend. We've seen these classical tanky solo laners, the Tyr, the King Arthur, come out and have a lot of success, the Guan Yu as well. And Julio going into a more damage solo laner and starting out with damage as well, going into that solo leader early on, has no defense yet.
Yeah, not a whole lot of defense, but I call Soul Eater the off-tank item. You could still be tanky, at least in laning phase, just through sustain, right? Jinku Bang has so much damage on wave. You're going to heal off of all 6 minions now that you've got ability lifesteal thanks to Soul Eater. So you make up for lack of defense in just, okay, you've sunk your entire kit into me. I Master's Willed and Jinku Bang the wave. I'm back to full HP. Worst case scenario, I had to bird out, or maybe I go into the Somersault Cloud. So as far as the laning phase is concerned, Sun Wukong might have an advantage at this point just because you can poke out and the damage he does to Kana will stick, whereas Kana, any damage he does to Julio won't necessarily stick to him. Otherwise, Sun Wukong is very good in the late game team fight at chasing down immobile targets. Sun Wukong is very good at jumping onto mages or getting onto hunters and just disrupting their flow. The knock-up from 72 transformations is perhaps one of the most slept-on abilities in the game. Everybody talks about Tiger Stance. It's a great stun, it's massive damage, it's good burst, but find a knock-up on both backliners, and all of a sudden Hex Mambo are just going to start tearing through the team fight. It facilitates Johnny, it makes sure that the other frontliners of Hex Mambo aren't taking consistent damage, and because it keeps you mobile, it makes it very difficult to actually turn onto Julio. Whereas Tiger Stance, okay, I hit their mage, I'm stuck here, oh god, I'm going to go up into the Somersault Cloud. You don't really need to worry about that when you're in that Ox stance.
Right. Rapio has been linked to Preds, I think, since literally 6 minutes into the game. He finally just backed, so they had to break the link, but I think he may have realized on that last attempted solo rotation that this is not going to be the lane that he gets to play through. Like, he has to come over to the dual lane, come over to that left side. Sure enough, they do get a small invade off. They take away the green buff, but I think unsurprisingly, we get two EU SEC teams who have played each other and are now on the verge of making it into our larger bracket with those SPL teams. Things slow down. Nobody wants to be the first one to step up and make a mistake. It might have been Preds here to lose the ultimate. in exchange for a couple of abilities just stepping through the jungle right there. But I mean, you know, who makes the first move here? Are both teams happy to farm? I would think the Wargs want to get something going here around the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the Wargs that need to get active a little bit sooner just by nature of Hex Mambo having such a strong scaling composition. But it's not for lack of trying that we haven't seen action. We've seen Rapio make 3 attempted ganks in the solo lane, 2 in the duo lane. I think the issue now for the Wargs is realizing, oh, how do we lock someone down? How do we actually stick to our targets? We don't have standard CC from our support. There is no CC out of mid. It's got to be Rapio with a blink stun to start your fight, and hopefully Rapio is connected to the Aphrodite so he could survive afterward. That is going to be a continued effort for the Niflheim Wargs. That's not something that's going to change in the 5-on-5. It's not going to change around objectives. The only thing I could see forcing a fight consistently here for the Niflheim Wargs is if they jump onto something. If it's a Gold Fury, if it's the control point, the Pyromancer, force Hex Mambo to walk into you. Because every fight we've seen nearly start so far has been Hex Mambo finding someone isolated and they jump on him, like what happened to Preds earlier. Right. Or it's 3 members of the Niflheim Wargs walking to Mambo, and Mambo just stays just outside of their realm of influence, just outside of the area that the Niflheim Wargs could actually deal sizable damage. It's been a whole lot of kiting. Anytime they get close, it's like 2 poles of a magnet just pushing away from each other. And Hex Mambo legitimately is just right to play that style. With this type of composition, with the pacing of the game so far, Hex Mambo is winning solidly. 11 minutes in, 500 gold separating them, that's nothing. A ward, maybe a second tier of one of these relics, nothing. But the scaling that's starting to stack up is very strong. Johnny, Kensai's already finished up. We've seen from him in 3rd slot, it's generally that Hasten Katana, and then all of a sudden, now the Kali's a threat on map. Hawk's starting to get some of his proc items. We're looking at things like maybe Spear of the Magus or a Soul Reaver, things along those lines. Once that's there, then Hawk's going to be an issue. Whereas the Niflheim Wargs, they're already playing at very strong power spikes. Final Amplifier for Rapio finished up. Gunter finishes his Divine Ruin. They would love to fight. It's whether or not they can find an opportunity to force that fight.
Well, they might have one in just a couple of seconds here. Getting to that 12-minute mark, this Stygian Beacon will spawn up soon. Going to grant you a little bit of more damage onto the structures, onto that Titan, a little bit of extra movement speed as well. But some poking in the dual lane means the supports will at least be late to this one. It'll be Rapio and Gunter that have the pressure on this point just to start things off. But Johnny hesitating on whether or not he wants to step in, and he may get flanked. Davey and Preds both rotating over to this one. Davey rolling in as well. Aggressive wants to start this one. And Kha'Zix with a triple stun. And the Soul Laners come over as well. Early fight brings all 5 members in. And the destruction is there just to get Johnny out safely. And will navigate him towards that red buff. Rapio now in onto Spudio. Will force him towards the green buff. But it's consistent positioning here for the Wargs. They force the Mambo back, and they are looking to secure this beacon.
Yeah, maybe the Beacon or a TKO onto 3 members could net you a bit more. Beacon has been forgotten about by both teams, neither side looking to control the point, or perhaps maybe already captured.
I think
Excuse
they did
me, yeah, just in the background. That said, could have maybe been an opportunity to leverage that healing from Preds, move in towards that Gold Fury instead. A reset to neutral. The Niflheim Wargs happy in forcing Hex Mambo back, happy in their ability to take that control point for themselves. And even then, I think within the realm of acceptable losses for Hex Mambo. In year 10, gold leads are much harder to come by than they once were, maybe in Season 9, Season 8, where 3,000 gold, you're already starting to hit that alarm bell. Nowadays, it feels like a gold lead is not solidified until it's around that 4,000 to 5,000 mark. And even then, with the comeback mechanics that are in play, nerfed here in 10.6, of course, but still certainly there. One more kill for Hex Mambo closes up the majority of that lead. A First Blood would completely turn this back into a neutral state, or potentially could put the Niflheim Wargs into an advantageous position. But as it stands, and I think you kind of hearken to this at the beginning of the game when you say 75% of the vote for Johnny. Johnny's got a level lead. He's on Kali. He's doing just fine. And if that's the case, when Johnny's doing okay, I got to think the rest of the team's happy with it, right? That's your late game win condition.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm too worried if Johnny has a level lead on the other side. That's exactly what you're looking for. You're feeling okay if you're Hex Mambo. And on the other side, I'm not sure Rapio is feeling too bad, right? This Achilles is definitely looking to do something different, especially as we scale into the late game. It's not this hard carry And in fact, talk to me about this build. We just saw Achilles in the soul lane in the last game, and he did also pick up this Vital Amplifier, but just a little bit of offense early and then maybe going into a more tanky build after the fact.
Yeah, it could be that he's got Bruiser on the mind. Pyromancer burned down to about 30% HP, but it's the fight they're after.
Yeah, Pyromancer low, and the Wargs will secure it. Hexmambo hesitant to step up and fully engage, just once again playing on the outskirts of this one as Davey gets poked down and Preds may be caught in a little bit of a rough spot as well. Meanwhile, the Soul Laners just trading poke out on the right-hand side. Looks like they'll walk away with a free objective.
Yeah, all the while, Spudio able to knock down the tier 1 on left. So a nearly even trade with the Pyromancer. Can't fully evaluate the value of that neutral objective until the Runic Bomb is channeled. Runic Bomb currently in the pocket of Preds, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that. But to get back into the build around Rapio, Vital Amplifier just makes sense to me. You're going to proc that heal regardless. The second ability giving over ability healing to both your first and third abilities means it's always going to be there.
Oh my goodness, Kana being taken down lower than I expected, but on the other side,
Whoa.
These execute targets are dangerous. Rapio is dealing significantly more damage than it looked like they were ready for. Didn't even get a chance to target the executes, and will at least rotate over and be able to walk away with the blue buff, just making space on the right side.
Yeah, good rotation from Rapio, but that is, again, one of the reasons Julio has gone towards the Sun Wukong. That execute just never had an opportunity. The second he's put in a threshold, jumps up into the Somersault Cloud. Johnny clearly able to make the decision of, all right, well, if he's in the Somersault Cloud, we're not fighting anymore. We've lost too many resources too quickly. Channels his ability, or his path out, I should say. Just walks himself out there. Doesn't even need to use the destruction. Nearly does fall down to the Bluestone, but fortunately for him, Bluestone not upgraded just yet. Means that Johnny to be just fine. And so Hexmambo maintain the status quo, which has always been their MO in this match. We'll hit an inflection point shortly. I'd say within the next 3 to 4 minutes, where it's going to feel like a switch has been flipped, and Hexmambo is going to be much more willing to take these engagements. Could be around that next Gold Fury, could be around the Fire Giant. But the rhetoric that I always push around these distinctly European-paced games is that if the first fight happens at the 20-minute mark, the first fight has much more value than any other battle would have. You die at 5 minutes in for First Blood, it doesn't matter nearly as much. You die now, and you're dead for 40 seconds, could be Fire Giant, and it could just be the game.
Could be the Gold Fury here. That gets picked up by the Wargs, and they're already down to half HP. Kha'Zix and Spudio in range, and Hawk looking to get here as well, but the Soul Laners here, and Kana has forced Spudio out, and the Gold Fury will get taken down before Mambo get a chance to react. The Niflheim Wargs on the board first with objectives.
1,500 gold, still not too concerned just yet. I need to see that first team fight. See how well the Niflheim Wargs start to scale up now that Hexmambo has been given an opportunity to finish up some of their itemizations. Speaking of, we could check back in. It's Divine Ruin for Hawk in third slot, finished up down the restored artifact tree, likely going to be a Rada Tahuti. Hasten Katana finished for Johnny as well, so he'll have a decent time sticking to that back line. And one of the double-edged swords of this tanky jungle style is that kin size is going to get additional value if you start stacking up some of that HP. So Johnny and Spudio going to have a decent time dealing with Rapio a little bit later on. But the dive potential of the Niflheim Wargs, nothing to be scoffed at. It's essentially a four-man front line if you want to include Gunter in that conversation, and I think you should.
Yeah.
With Home Sweet Home and how that operates. And so the discussion now becomes for Hexmambo, once they do decide to take that fight, is can you keep Hawk safe? Can you keep Hawk out of range of all this damage? You've got decent counter engage. Terra always phenomenal in situations like that, but otherwise the hard CC of Julio, great on knockup, great on aggression, maybe hard to do to peel.
Siege Beacon once again, and Kha'Zix is the engaged target off the bat, has to run away, and now it's Johnny who's in on the back line with Julio, and forced into the barrage is Davey, but the shell and the ultimate comes through, almost saves the life, but Julio grabs the first blood for the Mambo and forces the Wargs back under the tier 1 tower. They've taken positioning, and it looks like they'll take the beacon.
I can't believe Johnny gets away with that. Getting into the backline as Kali, difficult with ultimate. Has ultimate, doesn't even need to use it, and the fight continues. A TP in from Kana.
On his back, and Spudio Aegis gets forced. He doesn't have the ultimate anymore, but he doesn't need it. He'll get the dash out, and this beacon once again flips the other way, but Kha'Zix and Spudio still have the health to contest, and nobody will stay from the Wargs. It's once again the Hex Mambo who have remained here on the positioning. Looks like they will grab the beacon and grab the first blood.
So, a small win for Hex Mambo and a good look at how the team fight could be in the coming moments. Johnny just given way too much value on this Kali in that back line. Felt like the Niflheim Wargs saw him, said, well, he still has destruction, we can't do anything about it. He's just going to channel death immunity. Let's look elsewhere. Okay, but Johnny's going to hit you and keep ultimate then. Someone's got to force that resource. Someone needs to make Johnny think, consider whether or not it's a good idea to actually be diving, and if he's not taking any damage, it's always a good idea. Pyromancer pulled, dropped low and confirmed by the Niflheim Wargs. Little fight back there by Hex Mambo. We're starting to get concerned now. There's 2 runic bombs in pocket for the Wargs. That means opportunity to either push in towards the tier 1 mid tower, which would be another POI that could control Hex Mambo's positioning on map, or it just could be that the Wargs realize that Hex Mambo have still been playing largely hesitant in the 5-on-5 engagement. Could be they could walk in towards that Fire Giant, use that 2,000 true damage to weigh the coin toss in their favor. But I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. The damage is stacking up. Johnny hitting some more significant power spikes. Odysseus bow, charged bow, excuse me. It's only a tier 2 in pocket. And you've already got the Sunder upgraded from Kha'Zix, a secondary Sunder for Julio, so whoever Johnny sticks to won't have any defense to play with. And it's a heavy frontline emphasis from the Niflheim Wargs in their composition. These next couple 5-on-5s will be very telling.
The support builds are interesting as well. I mean, you mentioned the upgraded Sunder and Ankh on the other side as well, right? As soon as Terra pops that ultimate, pops that Earthen Fury, you're going to have a little bit more damage, a little bit more fight back into these team fights, it feels like. But some positioning around the left side of the map, and no surprise there, the Oni Fury is going to be spawning the second time around here. 21 minutes. Still only 1 kill. I think you may have characterized it best when it is a typical EU pace, perhaps. These more EU-paced games. But it's all about when somebody gets caught out, and Johnny, trying to avoid being that person, will be able to jump back in. But they've got the soul laners rotated over towards this side of the map. The Oni Fury here, potential for a big fight.
Doug, go ahead. Help me out here. I'm looking at Preds' build. Which one of the relic daggers is that? That's a new glyph here in 10.6. The Bewitched Dagger. Okay, so this is essentially just the Witchblade on top of a standard relic dagger. I think a smart decision to go ahead and deal with some of the attack speed on the side of Mambo.
Kana, no hesitation, burns the beads on Espudio, but it's Julio in the back line, and the execute is off the mark, and that makes room for Johnny to get in on his own. He finds the engage and forces the other soul laner out as well, but the ultimates have been burned, and the Oni Fury still picked up by the Wargs. Hesitation on the second half of this engagement, though, and Johnny is still behind. Critical positioning here, and the ultimate to safety tools have been used, but the peel comes out. Preds with a huge stun, but Rapio dove too far and gets caught out by Spudio. Kana is trapped as well as Johnny finds the ADC. A 2-for-1 thus far. Make it 3. If they finish off Kana, it'll be a double kill for Spudio, and Hex Mambo once again find themselves winning a fight.
Look, I know it's not Johnny doing the damage. I know it's not that, but I have to talk about his positioning that team fight, because we saw it. The Niflheim Wargs on their siege forward, Rapio leading the charge, and then there was just a distinct moment, 1 second, where the Niflheim Wargs look behind them and say, oh no, Johnny's behind us, and it completely crushed every bit of momentum that they had. They stop in their tracks and say, well, we can't keep moving forward. Rapio says, oh, I'm stuck up here, loses his life, and now you're caught in this weird middle ground of, it's a good fight, but if we keep going, Johnny's going to get in behind us. Some people fizzle the engagement, others continue. And when you can't get on the same page, when the Wargs are split in their decision-making, Hex Mambo tear him apart. Spudio sinks in every single one of his shots, every auto finding their way home. Hawk able to peel out for his ADC buddy with that arcane stance pull in. And Johnny says, okay, well, they're all staring at me. I'll go join you guys in my own backline. Deal with those frontliners. Clean and simple by Hex Mambo, just keeping the Niflheim Wargs guessing on whether or not they're allowed to get active. And that's not even going to the fact that it's another team fight where Johnny is in the enemy backline and doesn't have to channel destruction. This Kali has not been checked just yet. Relics as they stand, though, should favor the Niflheim Wargs if they're able to get into another team fight. Whether or not you actually want to leverage that right now, considering Hex Mambo for the first time this game starting to solidify still a paltry lead, but a lead nonetheless, might keep you guessing on whether or not this is a good engagement. Niflheim Wargs, though, like their odds. No beads or Aegis in either of the carries for Mambo.
They've grouped around the Pyromancer, and it will get channeled here, potentially looking for a coin flip, and the damage getting put out from Hex Mambo makes them hesitate for an extra second, and naturally that's when it gets stolen away. I think that was the Heavenly Banner that came down. Spudio takes it away. Thank goodness they don't have a third Runic Bomb to rely on. But now, look at that. I mean, that's 3,000 true damage that's sitting in the pockets of various players here on the map, and we still have not gotten to look at the Fire Giant. And with how the pacing of this game has gone, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to the EFG point and we're trying to do a coin flip there. We're almost at this third Stygian Beacon, and the Titan's pushing. This is going to get to a siege territory.
Could be. Julio in some trouble here. Instant channel the Somersault Cloud. Doesn't want to leave it up to risk. Will lose out on his own safety, but at the end of the day, Sun Wukong's got plenty inherently in the base kit outside of the ultimate. Niflheim Wargs starting to feel the pressure.
Whoa.
Step forward, blink from Kana, stun off the mark. It's Kha'Zix in the back.
He's in the back, and he channels ultimate onto 5, but he dashes in, and who is it but Johnny in the back line, channeling destruction and chasing after Gunter, but he has to jump out. He cannot find the pick he needed, and it's Kha'Zix and Julio pushing forward onto the rest of the Wargs. Nobody falls. Everybody's able to heal up. Johnny finally finds his way into the back line and channels the ultimate at least. No kills found, though.
So the Niflheim Wargs realize, looking at Johnny, maybe a good idea in the next couple of fights. And
oh my.
Hex Mambo, I don't think they're aware of this. Fire Giant pulled by the Warg. Sure, you got the beacon, but can you get there in time? Julio turns the corner. That should be it.
They know that it's coming, and they do have the Runic Bombs in the pocket. They might look for the weighted coin flip. Julio's in the field. It's getting low, and the Wargs secure the Fire Giant and are now on their way out. Kana will fall in return.
Yikes.
They'll hope to keep as many alive as possible. The support falls as well. A 2 for 0
Johnny.
for the unenhanced Fire Giant, but Johnny looking to make it more. Will not dive past that tier 2 tower. 2 tanks fall. They get the Fire Giant. Is it worth it?
Oh man, you've got Fire Giant on your ADC, but 30 seconds eaten up just by respawns. If the Niflheim Wargs don't lose a Phoenix here, we'll have the potential to leverage that Fire Giant siege soon. It's in 10-6, you get an extra minute to play with, so if this were 10-5, we're talking about how Hex Mambo have absolutely decimated this Fire Giant siege, and there's no opportunities here in 10-6. Maybe a little bit more leeway for the Niflheim Wargs. A tier 1 taken in trade. Titans have spawned. It's the Wargs there first. If the Wargs get knocked down, Hex Mambo's Titan, before they clash, before their own Titan takes too much damage, I think still a massive win for the Order side. It seems to be the case. Take a peek at positioning on map as well. Everybody starting to move towards the center. Seems to me that the Wargs confident now in their ability to siege.
They've got the Fire Giant around 3, and they've taken down the pushing Chaos Titan, and they've got this tier 1 tower in their sights. A little bit hesitant, though, to push under this tower. They've got the Titan under helping them out, but if tower is only falling as fast as they can hit it and everybody has stepped back, they will grab the tier 1. But they will let their Titan fall to Hex Mambo as they make their way over towards the Gold Fury side.
It's a 5-man stack from the Niflheim Wargs, nearly able to spring a trap on a Kha'Zix on rotation in. Are Hex Mambo willing to fight into a triple Fire Giant team for a Primal Fury? Gold lead's so massive for Mambo that even if they lost this, wouldn't be a massive swing for the Wargs. But I suppose if the gold lead's massive, there's no reason to give it up either. Primal Fury reset just by Hex Mambo showing face. Keep your eyes on Rapio, though. He's going to round the edge of the team fight.
Both of these junglers have the critical positioning. Johnny in mid lane as well will surely be looking for a flank here. But he walks over Ward and they find the engage. Hawk, the execute is timed perfectly, and the mid laner's taken out first in this fight. But look at Johnny. He is behind the entire enemy team, and Rapio has found a double execute onto the members of Hex Mambo, while Johnny picks up the ADC and is looking for more. A triple for Rapio, and Julio has to clean it up with a double kill of his own. And all of a sudden, a 3 for 3 leaves Spudio and Julio fighting for their lives. Just barely enough damage, and Spudio grabs a double of his own. A deicide for Hex Mambo. They'll push down right lane.
Beautiful team fight for Rapio. Got to get that out of the way immediately. The Achilles doing much more in the late game than I think anybody had expectation of him, especially considering this eclectic build. But it's the blink from Julio at the very tail end that completely seals the team fight for Hex Mambo. Blinks in front of the kiss that was aimed at Spudio would have prevented the chase down potential. Maybe one or two members of the Wargs walk out alive afterward. Julio blinks right in front of it and keeps the fight rolling, turning it into a clean deicide for Hex Mambo. Johnny, of course, does immense damage in the back line, nearly able to match output with Rapio. But at the end of the day, it's Hex Mambo and their self-sufficient backline, the immense damage they were to return to the front line of the Wargs, that swings things around. A fight that begins at the Primal Fury, ends there. But it's Hex Mambo into the face of 3 Fire Giant members of the Niflheim Wargs that come out massively ahead.
Wow.
It was 4,000, maybe 5,000 gold separating these two teams, but a big team fight swings further in favor of the late-game slanted squadron. Hex Mambo on the upswing.
Looking fantastic in these last couple of fights. And I think, Johnny, as much as we can speak to him and the damage that he's doing, he's almost been more of a facilitator this game. He's not getting the double or the triple kills in these fights. He is outputting the damage he needs to be, surely, but he makes his space known in the backline, and the Wargs have to dump everything into him. He is just a nuisance, and that gives Johnny the chance to make the space. Julio gets to do the damage. Spudio gets to do the damage. And look at this build that's coming through. He's got a Brawler's Beat Stick as well on the Sun Wukong just to deal damage. Grabs the double kill, 4-0-5 and 5-0-4 for those two damage dealers. Maybe if you're the Wargs, with how these fights have going, with how that fight goes specifically, maybe you have to change your target focus here.
You do, but it's again that composition issue for the Niflheim Wargs of how do we stick to the carries? How do we get in there and stick to them? You don't have the initiation consistently. Kana, Sunder connects. He's just dead. Easy pickup for Spudio. Kana, what are you doing so far up, bud? That early in the game, and then Johnny makes it happen here?
Destruction channel. He'll get out with a pick. And out of nowhere, it is a 2-0 in favor of the Mambo, and that's going to make room for them around this enhanced Fire Giant. They may not even be done yet. It will be a back for Johnny as he is now on his way back towards this enhanced Fire Giant, but with 3 members still on the map, I would be remiss if Niflheim Wargs didn't at least try to contest this objective, still holding on to that runic bomb in their pockets, and Gunter and Preds linked up here as Julio is on zone duty. This is falling slow, though. It's only Cudio and Kha'Zix on the fight, but Rapio gets caught as well. It is 3 picks in a row, and with that, the rest of the Wargs have to back off.
Hex Mambo, clean. This pick-based late-game composition paying for itself in dividends here. The Niflheim Wargs struggling to find footing on the map. The only way I can see them finding that footing is grouping up as 5, and they missed that first critical hurdle. And instead, it's Hex Mambo who cleanly sweep the map, take Fire Giant for all 5, enhanced, by the way, and start to knock on the door of the Titan. 30 seconds the Wargs have to play without their jungler.
5v4 here, and they do have a minion wave a couple seconds behind them as they push under this middle Phoenix. A triple stun there for the support, and that enables Johnny. He's in on the mid laner.
Can't do that.
Nobody can help Gunter. It's just the Aegis, but Johnny will find the pick, and he's still alive in the back line. That makes room for Hawk. He grabs Preds, and they grab the middle Phoenix as well. It's just the 2 members remaining, and they do not have enough to stop it. The push down. Hex Mambo take game 1.
Hex Mambo, they wrote up this script 33 minutes ago. Hang on tight, just wait it out, get to the late game, and we win every single time. I mean, you can see the confidence in the booth, throwing up a thumbs up to the other side. You played into my hand perfectly, say Hex Mambo. If the Wargs want to win, they're going to have to throw him off tilt. There's got to be something you can do. Getting Johnny off of Kali, that's step 1, surely.
Sure.
Get rid of that. Otherwise, I mean, even just looking at the damage output, it wasn't entirely Johnny. Johnny, of course, facilitating a lot of those team fights by positioning, but you got to give credit to Spudio, the damage output that he has, the Merlin as well, absolutely amazing. The Wargs needed to find a little bit more in that early game, but just couldn't quite make their damage stick.
I think for as much as Julio did on the Sun Wukong, I'm surprised we haven't seen it at all this weekend. It's maybe a little bit of a sleeper pick, maybe a Hex Mambo specific pick right there. I mean, how do you talk so many times about the weaknesses maybe of the Wargs draft, that they just don't draft around a CC heavy support. They go into something a little bit unique to them, a little bit unique to their play style. What needs to change there for them to just have a little bit of a better team fight come 33 minutes?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm incredibly biased on this topic. I hate Aphrodite. All my homies hate Aphrodite, so maybe get off Aphrodite. But if you are going to lock in Aphrodite, and if you're going to do it, and I can't stop you, can't stop the SPL teams, how would I stop the SEC boys? Get your CC somewhere else. Get someone that can consistently start your team fight. If it needs to be a Horus out of the soul lane so you have Fracture, fine. If you want to put a Guardian there too, fine. But you need to have someone that can lock down these targets and make sure your damage finds those priority targets.
Well, we've heard Mifflin's advice. Niflheim Wargs got to go back to the drawing board. We'll see what they come up with right after the break.
You've been wanting to get one of the best ice shakers out on the market, or even some of the best drink supplements out there. Make sure you go visit our friends over at Advanced GG by going to advanced.gg and picking up not only the God Slayer bundle, which comes with the God Slayer energy and the ice shaker as a combination discounted for you, the fans out there, but you can pick up anything else that Advanced GG has to offer. And if you do so, make sure you use code SMITE to get 10% off of your order for those items out there. Thank you so much to Advanced GG for joining us in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League and in Year 10 of Smite as a whole. Great products that Advanced GG has to offer for all of you out there, so make sure that you go check them out when you get the opportunity to do so. Here in game number 1, Hex Mambo and Niflheim Warg go about 20 minutes or so, Charlie, where pretty much nothing happened. I think it's safe to say not a whole lot happened in the first 20 minutes of the game.
True.
But once that first blood comes through, once the ice starts to kick off around that second beacon spawn or so, that's when Hex Mambo really started able to come online. A lot of the damage output coming through Spudio, but as mentioned, a lot of great positioning by Julio and Johnny to really get this thing set up.
Yeah, it seemed like not only was the backline doing as much damage as possible, I mean, Spudio was popping off on the damage charts, as you can imagine. I think that Johnny finally got online on that Kali pick that we warned about. That could be a ticking time bomb if they were able to get to, 20 minutes in with only 1 kill. That sort of thing does not bode well for your late game. Unfortunately here for the Wargs, the duo lane got pretty much dealt with. It didn't seem like Davey or Prez were really able to get much done at all. And of course, Gunter, not a great matchup. Johnny was able to just shred through this Baba Yaga pretty consistently late game because there's not much that Baba brings to the table self-peel wise that Kali can't really be dealt with. And you highlighted it as well. Julio on the Sun Wukong wasn't doing too much damage, but the survivability and the movement that pick brings was clearly very annoying to deal with as well. 4-0 and 8 there for that pickup. So not a lot to take away when the matchup goes that late. I would say that early pressure, still something that the Wargs could have done to try and offset the late game comp that the Hex Mambo went for, but as we've learned time and time again, it's not like you can ban out Johnny. He has so many different picks that can play that style of jungle.
Yeah, it really feels like the only way to quote-unquote ban out Johnny is to spend all 3 of your first bans on Bakasura, Kali, Ao Kuang, and then pick a Loki for yourself, or not ban one of those 3 and then take the latter of those 4 for your own side there. So we'll have to see if the Niflheim Wargs do decide to put priority towards Johnny. Do you continue trying to ban out the jungler? Maybe do you focus somewhere else? It really did feel like this was a good early composition for the Niflheim Wargs to try and get the ball rolling, but Charlie just felt like they didn't do anything with this early game lead that they could have been afforded to.
Could have been.
Could have.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't get kills by 19 minutes, 1 kill I should say, it's like, maybe you try to force a little bit earlier of a composition.
Well, we'll see maybe if the Wargs can get an earlier composition. Will they ban out Johnny? All those questions and more will be answered. Picks and bans, game number 2 between Mambo and the Wargs. Hex Mambo now 5-0 to start their weekend. Out Niflheim Wargs 4-1 with their first loss. Now being handed to them by their EU counterparts in the second seed, Hex Mambo. And we'll see the Wargs actually move over to second pick this time through via Yamoja ban by Hex Mambo. Niflheim Wargs stick with the Bakasura ban, trying to put a little bit of focus towards Johnny, while Hex Mambo work on banning out Preds more than anybody else. Seems that a lot of support-oriented mindset bans for Mambo, and Wargs, they might just be taking the advice of hard ban Johnny out here, maybe. As we see 2 Johnny bans, do we see the Ao Kuang or the Loki?
This is Coach J-Mac at work. Let's see if they take your advice and just focus out all of Johnny's picks. And
but then they got to pick. They also have to pick before Johnny too to take his 4th one.
I mean, I still think the Hebo is pretty high up on my list in my mind.
I forgot he had a Hebo.
Yeah. So,
oh no.
That's what I was saying, Johnny.
Oh no, you need more bans.
It's real difficult to try and ban out Johnny. They're attempting to do so. It looks like they are thinking about this last one. Smart, I might add. Do you even want to waste a ban on Johnny or say, hey, let's try and, limit what everyone else was able to do? Because, again, Spudio looked fantastic. It wasn't just the Johnny show, and it looks like they will just take away the Discordia, which inherently buffs just about anyone on Mambo who's going to be able to get top damage. The Baba Yaga is still a pick that has been highly contested between both of these teams, but because it was, largely dealt with in game number 1 there from Gunter, Hex Mambo they're not forced to pick it up here in first pick.
So with the Disco and 2 jungle bans by the Wargs, Hex Mambo still continue to train as support bans with a Terra in their final ban column. And now Hex Mambo maybe taking a little more time than we would imagine for a first pick here. We've been seeing a lot of snaplock Baba Yaga if left open to this point, but then that does give over potential of Hachiman to the opposite side here. But Hex Mambo do lock in the mid lane mage to give themselves a little bit of that extra burst damage over from the mid lane. The extra bit of tankiness afforded from the prophetic cloak as well has been a very versatile God pick for any team that goes through. But instead, Niflheim Wargs, they're going to go early, pick up that King Arthur in first slot.
Something that Kana has been leaning on quite a bit. I'm not going to say it's just been working fantastically. It's been going from really well to last game didn't have too much to offer, but that may just be because of the slow-paced game. Kana still feels that this pick brings a lot to the table, and at the very least, you're going to have a fine time in lane. With that, though, the Hachimana pick, taking that away from Spudio, definitely a good look. I wasn't a big fan of the Rama from Davey. His positioning came into question a bit. Hachiman, very hard to catch him out of position. That mounted archery can get you out of trouble very easily, just so much movement. And that safety could be something the Wargs want to lean on here in game number 2.
I saw an 86% win rate on the Hachiman so far in the games that he has been played. I believe it's 7 games. He's had the opportunity to at least be picked up, and only one of those we have seen be a loss so far. So it could be at least a small stepping stone now for Niflheim Wargs to try and find some success in their draft. But King Arthur Hachiman is a top 2. Now leaves Hex Mambo with a decision. Do you pick up Johnny's pick now? I imagine the answer to that's got to be yes, because then Niflheim Wargs could just ban away his other 2 big picks, but not going to do so. Tyr and Rom, the pickups for Hex Mambo. Tyr, one of those big power picks for Julio in the solo lane.
Yep, Tyr, gonna have a good time. Not the greatest matchup in the King Arthur, but there's still moments where you can find success in that lane. Now the stun has been added to Lawbringer, all of the spinning that King Arthur can do, and the cripples, of course, you can have some answers for, but more often than not, you're not even picking anymore to counter the enemy solo laner. You're picking to try and find value in force rugs for your team, which Hachiman and Agni are your targets in this regard. So the carry's already locked in here for the Wargs. They do have plenty of range damage between Agni and Hachiman, just being able to sit back at a distance and try and stay away. Unfortunately, Baba Yaga and Rama still do bring a lot of that same range with their ultimates, of course, being able to snipe from across the map and home sweet home, just lobbing those fire attacks from a fair distance as well.
Still banning out Johnny as the Niflheim Wargs and Ao Kwong. I was expecting maybe an immediate snap Loki ban as well, but seems the Wargs are not going to go with that route just yet. Hex Mambo will continue their support bans, going with Nox, so it's been entirely focused on Preds. We'll see a switch up though. Maui. Now the ban for Niflheim Wargs, something that they've seen at least a little bit of success on themselves, but haven't really seen too much, at least from Hex Mambo. I think Kha'Zix did have a couple of games where he was able to pilot that pick, looked really good for him, so maybe a wise ban to take some of that kind of non-committal initiation away from Hex Mambo. But now stray away from the support bans for Mambo. It'll be a Thor ban up against Rapio. No surprise seeing that there. And now Rapio going to go back to a pick that's worked really well for him this weekend, hovering the Camazotz as they pick and likely to lock that one in.
And hit or miss this Camazotz pick. It is very safe. It does bring incredible damage, but you miss that second ability, your whole engage can go downhill. So got to make sure you're on point with the qualifications on the line here. Hex Mambo going up 1-0. Niflheim Wargs go to the Camazotz. That shows me that Rapio is feeling confident, and why not, right? If you're feeling this good, you might as well give him a pick like that where you got to make sure that all of your abilities are on point. You were talking about how the Loki could be something that just gets snap locked here, but Camazotz at the very least has some ways to track Loki in that invis, just keep his tabs on him, maybe even pick up an Erendite for his team, things like that, just to make sure if that is something that Johnny wanted to go to, they have some answers for it. But I still think there's, Johnny has played a lot of picks in his time in the SPL and in the SCC. Doesn't have to go to the Loki if he feels like he wants to get even more early pressure. I still think that things like the Fenrir or even the Hebo have a decent time into what the Wargs have drafted so far. But with that being said, I would like to see a little bit more CC. So far you got Tyr to pull some beads away. Support-wise, the Nox, the Terra, the Horus, the Yamoja, the Maui, a lot of picks taken away that would be able to benefit from those burnt beads. Something like the Kuzenbo
wow, there it is.
Comes through. This is a pick that was banned away a fair bit towards the beginning of this tournament. Sort of went, I'm not going to say uncontested, but just under the radar for a bit. It's going to be the Loki and the Kuzenbo being locked in. A lot of tick damage on the side of the Wargs.
Yeah, a lot of small little spurts of damage more than anything. Not a whole lot of burst until this Baba Yaga really comes online, until Johnny hits this Loki. And Charlie, really feels like this is another Hex Mambo style of draft where you wait for 20 minutes to go through, you get Johnny 3 items online, let this Loki do Loki things, and try and win out through here. Niflheim Wargs, one more pick to go for themselves. Need their support. But we've already seen 5 of those banned away, and then a Kuzenbo picked up, something as we talked a little bit about. Saw a lot of priority towards bans yesterday. Haven't seen really much of anything today from the Kuzenbo. So now we're going to see his first pick, and maybe we'll finally get to see a reason why we're seeing this one at least banned away. Though some buffs did come to Kuzenbo, a little bit more reflect damage on those shell spikes.
Yep.
I believe a little bit more damage mitigation on the ultimate as well.
I can't lie to you, J-Mac. I faced a Kuzenbo recently, and he made my life just miserable. If you're able to build just like full tank, Glad Shield, maybe even throw in a late game Soul Reaver if you're feeling it, Kuzenbo can be given a good position. It all depends on, you know, if you're ahead. If you're behind, you just kind of get blown up before you can make use of those shell spikes. But Agni, Kamazats both have a lot of tick damage. They can reset the cell spikes, give you a double sumo slam, 2 Nenes. You got to watch both of them. Can be difficult to try and deal with.
Nice. Sobek final pick now for the Niflheim Warg. So a full look at the composition in the draft here. You got some decent, at least initial initiation here from the Sobek. You walk up, you pluck somebody. Usually you'll either burn beads or throw a target back. Maybe force out some relics afterwards. Some quick mobility here for Niflheim Wargs. Have their immediate kind of linear style initiation now for this team. For Hex Mambo, again, really feels like a comp that's going to wait a little bit longer. So for the Wargs, considering how, I guess maybe inactive they were in game one, given the composition that they had, is this another composition for the Wargs that could just be fine being inactive and work well towards the late game, or is this one that really needs to get active a little bit sooner?
I don't think they need to, but it is a composition that probably should have that ability, especially with the Kamazats. I think level 5, once you get your Blink online, once you get your ultimate, you have so much safety, you have so much dive, and all of that means that you have the ability to get aggressive early. After watching game number 1, I would say the Wargs probably should be trying to get aggressive early, because letting Hex Mambo get to level 20, letting Johnny have freedom on a pick like Khaleer, in this case Loki, can be disastrous. So I'm not going to say that they have to, but let's be honest. Gambling the dice on is Johnny going to carry once he gets online doesn't seem like the smartest gamble.
Well, then for the Wargs, you know, wanting to get active early, are there any real good targets maybe for the jungler, for Rapio, to try and get active on this Kamazats? Do you full commit dive to trying to take down this Baba before maybe the Prophetic Cloak goes online? Do you try and camp out the Rom? Or where do you kind of go as Rapio and this Wargs team to try and find some of that early pressure?
I would imagine side lanes are your best call, just because they're a little bit longer. You have a little bit more chase down. It's kind of hard to try and gank a Baba Yaga with the Kamazats. She has a lot of built-in safety to just, you know, blast off, use the ultimate if the tick damage is too scary. But you know, Rama and Kuzenbo are certainly decent targets, especially if you get over there early. You catch them too far up at a shield buff, something like that. And even with tier, even with all the safety that this pick does bring, there's always going to be a way to catch out a solo laner if you catch them lacking too far up in solo lane as well.
So Niflheim Wargs and Hex Mambo. Game number 1, we went 18.5, almost 19 minutes before seeing any first blood action kick off, and then everything exploded from that point through, and it was Hex Mambo coming out on top for game 1. Niflheim Wargs have got to find a win in game number 2 to get that qualification chance for a game number 3. But it's all got to start here in game number 2. Can they tie up the set, or is this going to be another 2-0 sweep for Hex Mambo? Let's jump right in with the casters for game 2.
Hex Mambo and the Niflheim Wargs trying to push it to 3 for the Wargs. Hex Mambo trying to clean it up here. It's Frog, it's Miff, it's Doug on the call, and both teams bringing quite a few differences in the compositions here to the table, and I think Doug's right to put us on that Kuzenbo right at the start of things, because that is where my eyes immediately went as well, into these support matchups. The Sobek going up against the Kuzenbo, how does that change this dual lane?
So Sobek is much more of an initiator style pick. He wants to find the pluck, displace somebody, tail whip to keep him there, and then lurking in the waters to keep him there even longer, right? When I think of Kuzenbo operating at the highest level, there are 2 avenues of play. It's either jump onto enemy mid laner and make him miserable, because if he hits you, he takes more damage than he's doing to you. Or it's play in your own backline and just make it miserable for the dive of the enemy team. Rapio can blink in, land Vampiric Bats and Screech, and both connects with Hawk, and now he's down to 50%. Oh, whoops, Watery Grave. And I've been knocked up 20 times in a row, and Hawk's already all the way back in base, right? So 2 distinct styles of play for Kuzenbo, whereas Sobek a little bit more so inclined to just play the I'm going to land my pluck and hope it works out style of play. So there's a reason we haven't seen Sobek a whole lot. I believe it was iRaffer last time he was in studio that had said, Sobek's interesting because I love playing him, but if I land a pluck in the late game and they have beads, I will die every single time, but I'll have known that I burnt the beads, right? And that's about it. So a thin, nice edge that Prez is going to have to be navigating going forward. but I would argue that the Niflheim Wargs have got themselves a much stronger composition. Just blanket statement, much better here in Game 2. And I would argue that Johnny, even though it is one of his signature picks in the Loki's probably just straight up worse as well. So we'll see how well he's able to perform. And I know that I'm opening myself up to a lot of criticism anytime I call into question anything Johnny has even considered doing.
Absolutely.
But I like that. I like conflict and spreading hatred and misinformation.
Sure. No, I mean, absolutely. I feel like that's pretty much your style. And I think it's Johnny's style to carry games. It kind of feels like. And it's fascinating because I can't think of one other jungler, one other player, SPL, SCC, anywhere, where I can safely call 4 picks signature picks. Right? Like, I can't think of one other player in maybe the history of competitive where I would so easily call all the 3 picks that just got banned out and this 4th Loki that he has gone to. And even then he could have gone to the Hebo. Like, we talked yesterday, I think, about the difficulties of banning this guy out. And they attempt to do it. They take away 3 of his priority picks, and still he gets to go back to this Loki and just runs the game a different way.
You know, I'm an awful co-caster, so I'm going to go ahead and blow up your spot. And it's Sino. It's Sino. I can name 17 signature picks. Nike, Surtur, everything in the Warrior tab, Naja.
No. Playing something for the first time decently and being the only one that does it does not make it a signature pick.
What do you mean? He's the only one doing it, though.
The only person that plays Nike... So you're saying if I went into the SPL and I played Nike jungle...
I'll be like, wow, he's trying to pull a Sino. And I think therein lies the signature pick.
I think you're reaching, man. I think you're reaching.
All right, chat. Who's right? Get at him in the comments.
Dude, I don't know, man. What I am sure about, though, is that I find no problem with calling this Loki a signature pick for Johnny, right? And I think that it definitely changes up a little bit what he wants to do, right? Sure enough, not going to wait until 33 minutes, I think, to find those first couple of fights, and hopefully not until 17 minutes to find the first blood. Definitely has a little bit more early pressure on this pick.
Yeah, Loki, very capable of getting involved a little bit earlier on. Doug, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to see the ability priority order for Johnny, because at times he's elected to max out. Vanish in first slot, at others it's been that Flurry Strike, and it will be the Flurry Strike this time around. Looking at the composition from the Wargs, they haven't got the greatest ways to cancel it. Of course, it could be the Pluck from Preds, or maybe the EI Jutsu from Davey, or the Stun from Gunter, but Rapio doesn't have an answer, and Kana would have to dedicate the ultimate to stop Flurry, and if that's the case, I'd argue Johnny had found his value. Preds barely able to make it out of there. That tail whip well placed. Had Kha'Zix been able to avoid it, shoves him into a wall. Preds likely would have been limping back to base, or perhaps in a body bag. So fortunately for him, not the case. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ventured and still nothing gained there for the Sobek.
I think in game number 1, maybe a defining fact of, hold that thought, talk under some pressure here in the mid lane, and maybe I'll change my point of view over towards these junglers, right? Because in game number 1, we talked about the Kali, the late game, and how satisfied both teams felt to just, sheesh, that is that is a rough one to watch.
Wow.
Definitely going to want to shore up those plucks if you're Preds as we go throughout the game.
He was invisible. All right.
They are trying to find the pressure regardless. Johnny does have that ultimate, may be forced to use it to get away, but instead it'll be Kha'Zix using that Watery Grave just to hold on to the peel, and Johnny is able to hold on to his own Assassinate to get out of there. But you already see the pressure Rapio has. He's looked good on this Camazotz throughout the weekend and is already in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Camazotz, really good matchup into Loki as well. That Screech gives you vision so long as you're able to pick up the proc of it. And so should be able to chase out Johnny given the opportunity. Vampiric Bats off the mark, knocked up in a tower.
Gosh.
Rapio still has ultimate. Be forced to use it here, but that is as critical a failure on execution from Rapio as possibly could have been. That is the only world where Bat Out of Hell needs to get channeled. And now, if he locks eyes with Johnny, who still has Assassinate, by the way, might just die here. Fortunately for Rapio, Johnny just uses an entire kit clearing out the jungle. And Hawk, off the back of a phenomenal play, loses it all.
Oh no, he gets soloed in the mid lane. I'm going to call it a solo kill, even though most of the damage, I think, was done early there by Rapio. But the weird engagement in the middle lane lands us a first kill for both squads, thankfully, before 17 minutes. Johnny on the board for Hex Mambo. Niflheim Wargs get Gunter on the board first. And I think you see it come through. You might see it come through in terms of these small level leads, half a level lead here, half a level there. But I think you also brought up a good point last game. The kill at 20 minutes is going to mean a lot more than the kill at 5 minutes, and that still holds true for these small trades in the early game. I'm not feeling too bad about that.
No, the only thing a kill at the 5-minute mark is going to do for Johnny is get Transcendence online a little bit faster, which could feel like a game-ending moment if you're me and you're a doomer, right, on the other side. If I'm Rapio, I'm like, oh, God, he's just going to go back to base and start stacking. I'm not even close to mine.
Dude,
but
we haven't won the game yet?
Yeah, I mean, God, what do we do here? But at the end of the day, if it were 20 minutes, that's a Gold Fury or potentially a Fire Giant. And so the faster-paced game tends to lead to a little bit more action that might be considered slightly less impactful, but if the lead finds itself to the right targets, could have ripple effects on the rest of the match. And I think anybody would argue Johnny is the right target to find that lead, pushes that half level to an entire level now. 8 to the 7 of Rapio on the other side, has finished up that Transcendence. And then a slight departure in itemization between these two junglers. It's down the Mace tree for Rapio. Could be a Brawler's Beat Stick, could be a Jotun's, just depends on how Rapio is feeling day of. Whereas on the other side, Johnny going into this tree, it's just got to be a Hydra's Lament, even further boosting that burst potential that Loki has.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely bringing him into this early game conversation. As Kali, you like to get maybe 3 items online, waiting until you have that hastened. But both of these junglers are not going to be hesitating to getting involved around this 10 to 12 minute mark, which is where we saw the hesitating fights start last time around, especially around this Stygian Beacon. But
goodness.
Davey dashing in will take a little bit of a poke. Looks like he was off the mark with that EI Jutsu. And talking about the sports, we mentioned the positives and negatives of this Sobek and of this Kuz, and most certainly I think more of a positive here. Has to hit it, will burn the beads, and Spudio will dash away. So thankfully not a Boosh beads there, otherwise that could have spelled doom for Spudio. But we talk about these supports. Preds get more of a chance to be aggressive, find that CC, not on the Aphrodite, anymore. He does have that pluck he can throw out. But what surprised me, and this is a whole thing, throughout the weekend, throughout 10.6, these supports have been so hesitant to rotate out of the duel lane.
Yeah, that's something we've seen in Year 10 in general. It feels like what was previously in Season 9, a 4-minute rotation, has been pushed back to that 8 to 9 minute mark as Johnny, nice ultimate, connects with Gunter, and that should just be it.
It is. Johnny cleans up the kill onto the mid laner, but now Rapio looking to answer back, needs one more auto, and will find Johnny in return. Preds lurking in the waters, finds safety under the Tier 1 tower, but Davey and Spudio have both rotated over to this side of the map as well. All it'll do is burn the mounted archery, and it'll once again be a 1-for-1.
Goodness, the positioning of Hawk has just been phenomenal so far this set. Even there, Home Sweet Home finds just about as much value as you could hope for, lands nearly every shot of the fire bolts, able to avoid that pluck from Preds as well. Just clean stuff from the Baba Yaga, and that's before Prophetic Cloak. So if you're thinking she's slippery now, only becoming more difficult as the game goes on. And I think Johnny's willingness to trade out his life here, a departure from what we had seen in the previous match, very much so. Active, doesn't really seem to be too concerned with his own KD. We've seen tower dives already, invade attempts as well. It's probably due to the fact that Johnny doesn't really see himself as the necessary hyper carry of this late game. Now you can lean back a little bit, say, well, Spudio is going to scale incredibly well into the late game because Rom, or Baba Yaga can do it, so I know Hawk's got me. And it's more so Johnny now acting as a facilitator. You can even see it in experience share on map. Johnny has been much more willing to split some of these jungle buffs or even allow Hawk to solo them out. Whereas previously on the Kali, Hawk had to race Johnny to every single camp. Had to race him or he wasn't going to get any of that farm.
Right.
So the adaptability of Johnny now starting to show itself. And I think going to be difficult for the Niflheim Wargs to make that adjustment. Even then, I just love the Loki matchup in the Agni late game, even into the Hachiman as well. Sure, one of the safer picks, but his safety doesn't remove him from the playfield. So hop on the horse and bleed out on the way out, I think. It's going to be something we see a fair deal.
Small fight here in the mid lane. Will burn a couple of those abilities just to poke down Johnny pretty significantly. Guns are already starting to do that damage. And I was actually going to bring up that point, this departure from the norm, or at least from each other. on these mid lane builds. You've got this double penetration for Gunter, trying to be more aggressive early, and then you've got this Charon coins, which, thanks to the Baba passive, already stacked up, but we won't even get to talk about it. Instead, it's the blue buff invade. Julio and Johnny trying to defend against 3 of the Niflheim Wargs. They'll grab the buff, and they will look to get out, although Kha'Zix may be coming around the back end. They've got to be careful they don't overstay. Just want to come back in, let Kana grab the blue buff, and now it should be the jump, the dash, the movement ability away. They'll get away with one.
Yeah, Johnny a little bit too low, I think, to stick around in that fight, hovering at around 60% before the engagement had even started in earnest. And with the blue buff successfully defended by Hex Mambo there, not a whole lot of incentive to stick around in the engagement. It's on the Niflheim Wargs to make something happen, and a pluck onto Tyr displaces him, but at the end of the day, it's a Tyr, and he's 2 items stacked and in the defense stance, so difficult to shut him down as well. Kha'Zix needs to play carefully here. Could have just delivered Preds to his own backline, but unconcerned.
Ultimates here channeled from Hawk. I mean, I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the evaluation there that Preds was killable, as he was sort of just walking away, had the pluck available, but Johnny being in the area, and Hex Mambo certainly seem more willing to pull the trigger themselves. And, you know, that's got a lot to do with their composition. They've got certainly more early game prowess and a lot of their different characters. But, you know, if Johnny, similar to last game, maybe looking to be a facilitator, looking to trade 1-for-1 over anything else, I'm wondering how he's going to fight. But, you know, this is the early game fight. This is the first fight of the game. You want to be here for this capture point. And Hex Mambo, I think, surprisingly, are not here at all. It's just going to be the Wargs that take that for free.
Yeah, it was desynced rotations there from Hex Mambo. Individual members forced back to base one at a time, so good poke out by the Niflheim Wargs affords them the opportunity to take the first control point without any bit of fight back. Every single control point certainly valuable as Hawk forced to use those beads post-pluck from Preds and sent back to base. I don't know if we've talked about it enough, but even just grabbing one control point is still very valuable. 5% additional structure damage, 1% global movement speed for every single capture point that you're able to grab. So ideal world, 15% additional structure and 3% global movement speed for your team. Just helps you out on some of those late game sieges, which have been a major talking point here in Year 10. A lot of teams struggling to legitimately close out these games, break the base, get through that first Phoenix. The control point helps out a whole lot in situations like that. And the first one going to the Niflheim Wargs means everybody's just a little bit faster, does a little bit more damage to these towers.
Yet again, the Wargs on the front foot here around this blue buff, but this time Julio will successfully defend that and maybe try to catch out Kana here. Johnny channeling that flurry strike, but will back off. Knows Gunter is on the way in and getting chunked by that rain fire. I think smartly not choosing to engage there onto the soul lane. But it's the Wargs who have a small gold lead, right? This is definitely more than we can say for them as they were in game number 1, despite the fact that it seems like there has almost been less fighting, right? I mean, a lot of the Wargs...
I don't know if I can get behind you on that. There's 4 kills.
There's 4 kills, but almost all of them... one of them was not even a fight, right?
Okay.
It was just a trade in mid lane. The other one was perhaps the only fight that we've seen this game. No objectives, only the Stygian Beacon. Nobody showed up to it. Everything else has been a small engagement like that where nobody's been hesitant. Niflheim Wargs have continued to ask the question, and this time they're 2k gold up for just asking those questions. But Hex Mambo still yet to kind of respond in a way where it feels like their comp has the ability to respond a little bit better now.
Yeah, I agree. It's not as if Hex Mambo are looking at a composition like Game 1 where it's get to 30 and just win.
Wow.
Which is why we see these attempts here. Gunter stuck in the tower. Bleed no good.
No way!
Johnny has to go back in, but Hawk in trouble on the other side.
In trouble is right. Rapio channels the ultimate, but does not hit the last strike and misses the Vampire Bats as well. Hawk on single-digit HP, but he cannot find the trade. It'll be a 1-for-2 there, and once again, Hex Mambo respond, but they're on top.
Yeah, Hex Mambo clearly reactive in their decision-making, but reacting properly for the most part. Love that that play from Johnny. Had he executed a little bit better, maybe you don't need to lose your life, but realizing that the Vanish did not have enough bleed to finish off Gunter, and walking out of the tower would have resulted in his death regardless, decides to walk back in, finish off that Agni, and at least turn it into a 1-for-1 trade, pushing Hawk even further ahead, which phenomenal start for Hex Mambo's mid laner, of course. 0-1-4. Maybe not the prettiest slash line, but it's the resources and a level lead. Starting to look towards that prophetic cloak, things like that. It's going to become even more difficult to shut him down as the game goes on. I'm keeping my eyes on that katana from Johnny. It's almost certainly going to be serrated edge, but with Johnny, I know he's just such a massive fan of the Hasten katana. Maybe he switches things up.
Kozik's caught out here and will get the CC channeled. He has not gotten to play the game, but I don't know if they have the damage. They've rotated over, and they do have the damage. They take down
Big
the
stun.
support, but they've used everything to do it, and Julio is rotated over now from the soul lane. Old Skit channeled on the escape, and Johnny is forced to use his as well in a defensive manner. They'll take down the one pick. Meanwhile, Spudio looking to push down some XP on this left-hand side. That may open up the objective for the Wargs.
Could be Pyromancer pulled out and burning slowly. Hawks nearby. Might be able to keep it interesting, but won't be working his way into that right side jungle, concerned perhaps by the positioning of Preds. Pluck connects. You okay, Hawk?
Play beads, and he will channel the dash just in time, and then stun not there from Gunter. So they use a couple things defensively. They lose out on the ultimate from Johnny. They lose out on the beads from Hawk there. And admittedly, I got a little bit worried that was going to be a real answer back from Hex Mambo. It felt like they had to use everything to take down Kha'Zix right there. And a two-man ultimate from Julio coming in, a great rotation, but they're just not able to find any value off that engage.
Yeah, good shout on Julio. He gets massive value from his ultimate, not only burning the beads from Rapio, but also getting the ultimate off of Davey. Means that there could be an opportunity in the near future for Hex Mambo to look for some critical picks. The unfortunate nature of beads off of Rapio is that Rapio will likely have Bat Out of Hell before he sees any action again, and being able to remove yourself from the playfield is so valuable. So even if Johnny decides to maybe start the fight with Assassinate, Rapio should be able to displace himself pretty easily. This is a telegraph play. If Kana's this far up, you got to think there's something happening behind it. Kha'Zix has to go to the Fury.
He TP'd over, keeping Spudio out, but Julio and Kha'Zix are in between him and his team onto the Gold Fury, and they don't really have the shred to keep this one. They might have the shred onto Kana, though, as Rapio finds his way into the backline, forces the Rama ultimate, and now Hawk is into the home sweet home in the backline as well. But Spudio is getting chased down and will be cleaned up by Rapio. On the other side of the fight, though, Johnny has arrived, and he will trade out the Soul Laner. A 1-for-1 thus far, and low health bars for the Wargs, but they'll continue to chase on the back of Rapio, and under the Tier 1 tower he will dive. But it's Julio has continued to maintain this frontline position. Everybody finally backs off. Low health bars for both sides will just be a couple of picks.
So Relic Graveyard for the Niflheim Wargs. Beads lost from both Gunter and Davey. Again, creating opportunities for Hex Mambo. Julio has been doing so much for his team. 0-2. Not a credit. Not accurately depicting how much impact he's had in these fights. But at the end of the day, it's the Niflheim Wargs able to reset themselves a little bit healthier back towards this Gold Fury, and they take it with little fanfare. Hex Mambo starting to stack up some damage. Gunter dropped low. Hawk's got to be the concern point now. If he's allowed to continue farming like this and free casting in the team fights, eventually going to have the damage that he's just going to finish people off on his own. The Prophetic Cloak will slow him down a little bit, but additional survivability never hurt anybody.
Hex Mambo taking the appropriate route. They lose out on the fight in terms of TKOs. They lose out on the Gold Fury, but they take what they can get. They'll pick up the Stygian Beacon, second one of the game. Both teams now benefiting from that 5% additional structure damage, a little bit of movement speed as well. And, importantly, they'll grab the better map state. In fact, now they've taken down the Tier 1 tower in the left and the Tier 1 tower in the middle lane, but they don't have the Tier 1 tower in the right lane, and that is where the Wargs are grouping up. And this signals to me they may be looking to force a fight sooner rather than later. Pyromancer in just over a minute here, just under a minute rather. But everybody backs off. They choose to go back to their farm. I wonder, where is the next trigger pull? Is it still Wargs that you feel have the reins of this game? Or is now Hex Mambo in a position to try and force their hand?
These compositions are much more evenly matched in the late game state, so generally my answer is whoever's got the lead is generally the one that you look to make anything happen. So I would say the Wargs, probably in a better position as of right now to look towards that Pyromancer. You've got really good CC from range. Gunter's been doing a great job on this Agni of keeping Johnny at bay for the most part. Johnny kind of working his way forward in the team fight, wants to hold on to the stealth for as long as possible, and Gunter just hunting him down every single time, trying to apply as much poke as possible. I wonder. It's like going to be a Blood Forge for Johnny in 4th slot. You're really lacking a little bit for burst damage if that's the case, but a little bit more lifesteal might allow him to stick around in the engagement a bit longer. You've already got it from the Serrated Edge, and we've seen Johnny find his singular pick pretty consistently. He'll get his one. It's not a whole lot of damage from Johnny, but the cleanup always there. Assassinate, such a strong gap close tool that anybody dropped low likely will fall prey to the jungler of Hex Mambo. If it's Blood Forge in that slot of an HP shield afterward, could make him much more powerful in that back line.
Pyromancer picked up and Kha'Zix picked up, thrown back to the Wolves as the Wargs will knock him down to half HP. But look at Julio. He has the perfect flank and is setting up for an engage, but he only finds the one set of beads and will back off after the fact. Will just be the Pyromancer going over to the Wargs. Now they've got 2 runic bombs in their pockets. I thought Julio was going to go for a much larger engage there with the Lawbringer. Just burns to 1 set of beads, though.
Yeah, I think Julio realizing if he dies there, likely would have lost the Fire Giant, so instead, find what you can with as little cost as possible. And only 60 seconds left on that blink because of the Relic Dagger pickup. Means that beads off of Gunter is just a massive value trade. 2 minutes now till he's going to have that CC immunity available to him. So a clear target on his back in the next couple of team fights. Gold has not been separated enough just yet for me to really give a vote of confidence to either side on a Fire Giant play. Meaning that I could come down to map state advantage. We've seen Spudio reluctant to leave lane in general, has for the most part just continued sieging down that left-hand side, whereas Davey has been a lot more involved in the PvP. And once more shows presence around the Fire Giant pit. Preds leading the charge, pulling a Kha'Zix. We saw what that did last time. Sending him back to base here might cost you the Fire Giant, so I like the positioning from Kha'Zix. A lot of respect there. Niflheim Wargs showing positioning, but until the little effects on map, the Ring of Fire spawns up, Hex Mambo aren't going to be walking in the pit.
Yeah, and I wonder really what they're holding on for. I mean, absolutely, you give it to the gold lead and a small one for the Wargs for them to sort of be in the position of power. But if neither team feels comfortable, you know, if they're in your shoes, right, and they don't really see either one as having a huge advantage, if neither team feels comfortable having that huge advantage, ultimately, could it come down to a coin flip on an objective like this? There's so much posturing.
Yeah, it's just waiting for an unforced error or waiting for an opportunity on map. Maybe Julio finds a secondary Fearless on Gunter and all of a sudden that opens the door completely, or Johnny does the exact same. Poking and prodding for positioning. It's really all they can do.
Yeah, an unforced error may be exactly what they found, as Hawk was up a little bit too far, but Gunter is turned onto as well, and Spudio trades the mid laner for mid laner, as now Julio finds a double Fearless onto the tanks, and that leaves Johnny alone with the carries. He'll find 1, he'll find 2, and it's now Rapio alone versus 4, as Spudio finds a triple as well. Out of nowhere, the Niflheim Wargs get decided, and Hawk, for everything that he lost, will just trade 5 for 1. They're headed towards the FG.
Talk about the wind being knocked out of your sails there, Frog. The Niflheim Wargs find their free pick, what they had been posturing and jockeying for position for. The opportunity they had been hunting for the last 6 minutes presents itself into a free kill onto Hawk. But an overextension from the entirety of the Wargs puts all 5 members essentially into the enemy purple buff. And from there, Julio, the machine, finds a 2-man Fearless, setting up perfectly for Spudio. Johnny makes use of all the commotion to run havoc in the enemy backline. And Hex Mambo come out ahead massively. Fire Giant now on all 5. Here's your opportunity. Here's your go card. Hex Mambo with Fire Giant on all their teammates means they can just go ahead and start sieging into Niflheim Wargs. The Wargs have got decent base defense. Anytime you got a standard mage, you got a little bit of difficulty fighting into it. Gunter should be able to poke out the front line of Hex Mambo. Davies got enhanced range on his auto attacks as well. And with a yellow numbers build, Odysseus Bow will keep those blinks in check. But the Hex Mambo don't even necessarily need to get into a Phoenix here. So long as they can knock down 2 tier 2s or even grab the beacon, would be just fine.
Well, Niflheim Wargs, they feel like they still have the advantage. They were the ones that lost that fight just now, but they don't waste any time in pushing up and taking the Oni Fury right out from under Hex Mambo. They catch Johnny back in. He's back in base. They'll grab the Oni Fury, and this will not make sieging easier for the Hex Mambo. But critically, we're now getting around this time, and the third Stygian Beacon has been captured now for Hex Mambo. They are going to have this Fire Giant when these Titans spawn. And looking at the tower damage, I think they might spawn in the mid lane as they did last time. Nope, there's a whole, there's literally a little circle around the left-hand Phoenix that I just didn't, it's right there. I could have just looked. They're going to spawn in the left lane. Mifflin, I feel pretty confident about that. And I think they may use that to push that down.
I think so, and I think they'd be right to do so. Hex Mambo now have got 10% additional structure damage, 2% additional movement speed globally for their team. That will not be wearing it off any point, so with the help of their Titan, might be able to leverage the last remaining minute of Fire Giant power play that they've got. Titans unleashed. And now Hex Mambo start to work their way, a slow march to the left side of the map. Niflheim Wargs decided that, you know, with this slow play from Hex Mambo, reset a few times, grab the Pyromancer, that they've got an opportunity to push before the threat is legitimately on their side of the map. So, a tier 2 trade in the cards here for the Niflheim Wargs, solo for duo. But the difference being that the Titan of the Wargs gonna die before it even makes contact with Hex Mambos.
They are all the way pushed up just to take down that Titan before anybody gets a chance to push with it. But if they're careful, Niflheim Wargs will use this as an opportunity. Kha'Zix with a beautiful ultimate early to dissuade the push, and it will do exactly as it intended. Gunter and Davey do not get to step up to the Phoenix, and Preds left alone in the jungle. Johnny will find that pick as well, and now they may look to stop the backs. Johnny, Davey has no idea he might be dead from the bleed, and Johnny and Hawk combine. 3 fall now, and Julio and Spudio grab themselves a left side bird and still have their Titan at full HP. They might bring the rest of the team here and try and push.
Could be. Maybe you want the Titan to delay a little bit here, not necessarily push it all the way into the enemy Titan room, and instead have it get there as you start to approach that mid-Phoenix. It's just Julio trying to buy time, distract the members of the Niflheim Wargs as the rest of Mambo work their way down the center of the map. Mid-Phoenix already down to half.
Runic Bomb channeled, and it will get taken down, and now the rest of the team may look to end the game here. Gunter and Rapio Preds all looking to defend, but the Titan is falling fast. It's down to 20% HP. Julio's in on the ultimate, and it'll be Hex Mambo who take it in 2.
Man, the Wargs, I love the idea. Keep pressure up on the right side. Distract your enemies. Don't allow them to play around that Titan siege, but they are held in place for too long. Johnny finds a priority pick onto Preds, and from there, a clean team fight win. Didn't even get to have an opportunity to talk about Johnny's build, and he went for a fun one. It was Bumba's Hammer plus Shadow Drinker. He was going to be permanently invisible with infinite CDR, but the game ends just before he's allowed to have too much fun with it. Clean stuff, man. This is a team you have to keep your eyes on.
We didn't even get a chance. The other Runic Dagger was built by Julio as well. We didn't even get a chance to look at that. It just felt like that last Fire Giant siege, the Wargs didn't really know how to respond. They put most all of their members on the right-hand side of the map, and then they get picked in the jungle, and then only one person backs. Davey gets picked, their carry gets picked. It just felt like they weren't on the same page.
But I think there is at least one critical piece of information, or one thing I want to latch onto for this match, and it's that for Hex Mambo, it does not always have to be Johnny. This is a game, I think, that is dictated in large part by Julio. That tier performance was phenomenal. He's burning the relics. He's facilitating the backline. He's CCing priority targets. I mean, even on the last siege, distracts 2 with the Titan by himself. A phenomenal performance from the Soul Laner.
Hex Mambo close it out in 2, and with that, they'll be heading towards the main bracket to compete against some of our SPL teams. But that'll do it for us on the cast. We'll throw it back to J-Mac and Trelly on the desk.
A little bit more action-packed to start this game out, Charlie. This time we don't have to wait 19 minutes before we see a first blood. Instead, it's the Wargs and Hex Mambo both getting involved very early throughout this game. Most importantly, kind of keeping Johnny at bay for the Niflheim Wargs to start this one out. But unfortunately, they once again fell into the trap of waiting towards late game where Hex Mambo really does shine and become their strongest out there. Got to give more props to Spodio once again this game. His carry play over the course of this week has just been phenomenal.
Yep, it seemed like Spodio, there wasn't many answers for him. I do like to highlight what Mifflin was talking about. I think Julio on this tier was being very annoying. It seems like the tier pick has just been extremely dynamic for just about everyone this weekend. Very popular in the solo lane, and in particular, letting Johnny get late game once again proves to be a bit of an issue. There was a few times there where one shots from Invis, you catch Loki in the jungle, he's going to win that 1v1 trade. And unfortunately, even if you think you're split pushing, you think the enemies are gone, doesn't end up working out. So the Hex Mambo, as Miff said, a team you got to keep your eyes on, and also picks and bans, something you have to worry about. They have so many different dynamic and priority picks that it seems like you don't know who to focus out. This time they tried to focus out Johnny, didn't work. I don't have the answer for you, but Hex Mambo feeling pretty good after that one.
Yeah, so far we've seen attempted answers at Johnny, take a couple of bans away from him, maybe force him onto something different. So far in his 6 games, he has played 4 gods and has not had to worry or stray away from what we would consider the quintessential Johnny style of picks. We haven't gotten to, or maybe I should say we haven't needed to see things like the Hebo kind of come out for him just yet. He's been able to play a lot of his standard selections. So once we start moving up towards some of the SPL teams, I then wonder what the SPL does against a player like Johnny, against a team like Hex Mambo. Do they also try and focus out Johnny, maybe designate every single ban to this jungler, try and put him onto something, or maybe go elsewhere? We'll say the Kuzubo had a decent performance here, at least in this first one, able to come out, not fall too far behind. It was a little bit of a struggle early, a lot of focus towards him, but late game able to get some of those damage numbers online. Didn't really show me the must-ban necessity so far of the Kuzubo, but still a strong performance here in Game 2.
I mean, I think that's one of Kuzubo's strengths, though. If you're getting focused out, if you're trying to kill the supports, which I would argue has been the playstyle for a couple of these teams as of recent, is, hey, let's pick the support first, and then as the team fight goes. You pop your 2, you reflect all that damage, you get multiple dashes, you're annoying, you're hard to lock down, and because of that, your engage sort of, goes a little bit worse because of how mobile Kuzubo can be. So I was a fan, but I agree. Maybe not one of the must-ban picks up, but hey, still annoying.
And we got to see the real cool mechanic of the Titan fighting the Titan in the Titan room this time, as opposed to out in the middle of the lane. And with that, the Hex Mambo were able to find themselves a 6-0 for their weekend. They'll get to fight some of the SPL teams a little bit later on this weekend as well. But before we get to move on to there, we do have a post-game interview with Kha'Zix standing by.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. That's right, we've got Kha'Zix from the Hex Mambo. Congratulations once again on the win. You guys are now headed up to the main bracket after a quick seeding match. Definitely exciting. And I want to get your thoughts on Game 1 to start things out, because that was a 33-minute barn burner. I don't think you guys got first blood until 17, 18 minutes into the game. It was definitely a slow one. Do you guys feel like that is sort of your identity, especially when Johnny picks these slower picks? Are you just sort of hesitating and waiting until you get to that point where you can team fight, as opposed to trying to find invades or early ganks?
I mean, if we are able to get early invades, that's very good, but we're very confident in our late game team fight capabilities, so we're very happy to just wait and let Johnny get 6 items, and then we know we're going to win a team fight. So.
Yeah, I think you're right to place the confidence there, and I think in Game 2, you guys really embodied that, right? They tried to ban Johnny out. They really did. They took away 3 of his comfort picks. He ends up on Loki, and Miff said it as we were closing things out. The other members stepped up. Johnny obviously had a great game, but Julio was in there on the engages. You had a great game on the Kuzenbo. Even when Johnny doesn't get those comfort picks, I mean, is it really a full team effort, or how do those team fights come together when you're trying to, especially at the last Phoenix Siege, you guys were kind of splitting the map, and it felt like you were consistently all on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, even though Johnny is a very good player and we play a lot around him, we know that every other piece on our team is very good. So, I mean, the only reason we're playing around Johnny is because he's like probably the best player in the world. But we know that every other player on our team is also very good. So it's not like if Johnny's not around, we can't team fight. So, like, the fact that we're good at team fighting is not just because of him, but a large bit of it is because of him.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to rely on one of the best junglers down there in the SEC. Looking forward, last question for you. You guys are now headed definitely towards that upper bracket, but you're going to have a seeding matchup potentially versus the Wargs again, or versus these other 2 teams playing in the lower bracket, the Valkyries going up against the Sages. After getting a chance to look at all of these teams, NA and EU, who do you expect to be up there with you in the SPL or Caliber bracket?
I think it's fairly likely that we'll end up playing Wargs, so probably them. But if not them, I think maybe Valks or back on it now. They played very well earlier today.
Well, you heard it here. EU dominance potential to continue there from Kazakhs. Once again, Hex Mamba, congratulations on the win. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, that's right. Hex Mambo on a tear so far this week. Remember, 6-0 across their 3 sets that they have played. And still, as mentioned, a seeding match to play up against the winner that makes their way through the lower bracket to then try and play into a seed to see if they face off against the Gladiators, if they face off against the Eldritch Hounds a little bit later on in this weekend. We can take a look at the bracket to see how at least the lower end of it will now pan out and how things are shaping up for it. Niflheim Warwick's now waiting for the loser of, or I should say the winner of the Athenian Sages and the Valhalla Valkyries in the losers bracket there. Another best of 3 between the Sages and the Valks will be happening after this match here. And then tomorrow is when things will really start to kick out. We'll have the Wargs jump in. They'll have their opposition. Hex Mamba will be waiting for the winner of that one to play into that seeding match to see which of those 2 teams will be moving up into the next tier of the bracket against some of the SPL teams, which ones will be facing the Hounds, the Gladiators, and then moving in towards those quarterfinals as well, which, if I'm not mistaken, quarterfinals do begin tomorrow because we only got 2 matchups left in this bracket in particular after today would be done, and then we'll jump into some quarterfinals tomorrow, have some more quarterfinals as well moving in over towards Sunday. So a very fun bracket still to be had between there. We'll finally get some introductions into the SPL teams to see how they can face off against each other on this new meta. I'm very excited to see what some of the SPL talent has. But so far from what we've been seeing out of the SCC, a lot of still stuff that's fairly standard from what we had from 10.5 and a couple of new little pop-ups coming through here, Trelly.
Yeah, I do hope that we get to see even more switch-ups to the meta, right?
Oh,
Because,
yeah.
you know, once we get to finally see these SPL players on this client, should be a fun time. But we've already seen so much variety, and I think that has been a big deal, just not knowing exactly what these top meta picks are. Sure, there's going to be some flavor of the month stuff that these teams just, you know, feel like they're very comfortable on, but there's been a lot popping up, and I imagine it's only going to continue.
Yeah, we still got a whole weekend of Smite to go, and we still have one more set to go as well, so make sure you stick around. We got the Valkyries and the Sages coming up next.
NA continues on their winning? I don't know, but NA sure continues. Valkyries going up against the Sages, coming up next.
That's right, it's NA versus NA, and so naturally, we decided the best person to analyze it was a European to come and score its Alpha Jackal, and we're going to be watching the Valkyries and the Sages. One that I'm actually really excited to watch. It's one of the best case scenarios, as Frog said just then in the coming up streak. NA will both lose and win this set, right? And it is a very, honestly, heavily important set. If you've been watching the bracket, if you've been watching this weekend, this one is an elimination match. Last one was not. Winner of this still has some struggles ahead of them, but finds themselves in a slightly better position, and again is continuing to try and find that grind forward. We've seen both of these teams earlier today. Alpha Jackal, Sages get to come through, and they look pretty good, but definitely maybe leaving a little bit of want left in the air, and I think the Valkyries as well look really good. Leave us maybe wanting a little bit more. Again, for those of you who are visual, much like me, then we can show you the bracket so you see a little more of where we're at, which is right now down there, Sages and Valkyries match 7. Winner of this goes against the Wargs. Winner of that match, what is listed as match 9, is going to then get to go up against an SBL team next week. It's just between them and Mambo, whoever wins that in Mambo, to determine which one they play against, whether it's the Hounds or the Gladiators. So this is not the end-all be-all for whoever wins this, but it is a step in the right direction if you win it. Valkyries and Sages, and with both of them specifically wanting to, or at least for me, leaving me wanting a little more, it's the Valkyries that I turn my eyes towards right now, AJ, because looking at it, it's a ton of players that we know, some that people absolutely love and adore, and yet there have been those moments. Sam had a really great game on Thor in the first game. The second game, they have like a 10k gold lead for like 30 minutes, it feels like, but it takes 40 minutes to actually finish that game. And so that's kind of where I'm wondering for you, what is it, some of the strengths of this Valkyrie squad, and maybe some things you want to see from them?
The strengths that I think we saw exhibited today were they're able to get into a nice, comfortable early lead.
Mm-hmm.
They're one of the stronger teams at this early game meta that sort of developed over time. The issues that they've had is that they have struggled to close out games. Again, that was very prevalent up against the Solar Scarabs earlier today. As you mentioned, 30-35 minutes of them being the total command almost slipped through their fingers when they just allowed Worst Tunnel on Nemesis to come back into the game. As we can see here, Aquarius bringing out a pick that we haven't seen up until now, bringing out the Achilles.
Yep.
And I think Crimson as well has been a standout player today, specifically on his Yanis.
Yeah, that Yanis was, Undying had some really solid rotations, really good combinations. We saw some good games, I think, from everybody come through. Gamma went to the Maui, which is something that we haven't been seeing as often, but I feel like what we got was, again, another showcase of maybe why Maui should be showing up, at least somewhere on the list. And just a lot of fun to watch this team and what they were able to provide. But it is, like he said, and as we've kind of hinted at, been a very interesting ride. Even here, you're looking at them 5,000 gold up, kills are 12-2. That game didn't end for another 20 minutes after that. And so there's definitely those little moments, those notes that just showcase maybe how the Scarabs are fighting into it, or maybe some struggles that the Valkyries had. Now, I am going to say up front and immediately that if this game is rough for them, I entirely blame Gamma pre-Pix and Vance because he's not wearing the flannel to match with WoW. It's ruining with the team synergy. I can't believe he'd do this.
I don't know how he could do this. This is criminal from him at this point. And you know what? I'm putting all my points that I've very recently earned since Dave lost them onto the Athenian Sages for this entirely because of that flannel pick.
Yeah, look, it writes itself. If you're going to make calls like that, Valkyries, I don't know. We're going to have to look and see what they're up against to see whether or not that's going to affect them that much, right? A lot of name power, I think, on the Valkyries, but you could say something similar for the Sages. Not necessarily in that a lot of these players may be hitting the SPL level, but in the fact that in the last few lands we've had, every single one of them has looked incredibly good, and they come in as the first seed for a reason. Now, it was an unfortunate tumble for them yesterday that gets them down in the loser's bracket with 2-0 earlier. Now on their path to try and continue that, again, stay alive. And this is a team that, if you've been watching the SEC in North America, you should know pretty much every single one of these players. And I don't even know where to start for the highlight. What players are you looking at when you see this team?
When I'm looking at this team, there are two which really have come to mind, especially earlier today, and that was Snaddy and Jangaru. Both of them having monstrous performances to help them overcome the Weavers earlier today in our first game. I mean, Snaddy almost single-handedly carrying several team fights. Again, we're seeing some picks that have come out that haven't been coming out before, so they're digging deeper into their god pools here, with the Izanami especially coming out for Renjaru. But once again, Snaddy on this tier, 2, 3, 4-man ultimates consistently from him. He was unstoppable.
Yeah, it feels like it's just... I mean, I don't want to call it a must ban, because sometimes you see must bans and then suddenly they just go to something else and they trash you just as hard. But it is something that I think is going to be very difficult for them to deal with and something that you're going to have to address. Sages looked really good up against the Weavers earlier today. Unfortunately, I guess for any NA fans out there, no matter how this ends, there's only one North American team that's going to be still left in the bracket, still with a lot to prove. And that's pretty much what this is. May the best NA team win and see what you can do against Europe here, who has been dominating the bracket so far. You had looked at solo lane, and I think very appropriately. I also think we have to give Nehu a little bit of a shout out. I'm even going to mention Privative here because I feel like the two of them have had those moments where it's just a ton of damage, a ton of setup for the team, and it makes everybody else look really good, even though, especially when you're support, I'm always going to be a fanboy of the support players. It is just fun to watch them play, fun to see what they're able to set up and what they're able to get done. This one's going to be, I mean, look, just tough, right? If we got any indication from the Valkyries earlier that they're starting to snap into place, I think they showed it. So it's all up to us right here, right now, or all up to them, I guess, up here, right now, in picks and bans for game number 1, Valkyries and Sages. And the Valkyries will be the first pick team. Are there any bans that have stood out to you this weekend that like, in this set, you immediately are like, that's gotta go?
So far, it has been that tier. I think has to be one of the ones that you can't give to either Aquarius or Snaddy, and lo and behold, Sages have agreed with me. Are they tapped into our comms right now?
Yeah, they're obviously listening in. Banned for collusion. I saw the paycheck that they slipped you.
Oh. No, we're not meant to talk about that.
Or you slipped them, one of the two, I can't remember.
We're not meant to talk about that, you know. It's just Hi-Rez to them, I mean, nobody else.
Well, it's been, I don't know, spot on the money. Tier, banned out. The Baba Yaga has also been a very popular ban. 100% pick ban rate, 6 games banned, 8 games played. Not something that people want to let through. This is going to be the 15th one. Serket joins that list. And now, Serket's the one that's maybe a little more interesting because it feels like she got hit with a nerf, and as we saw immediately after that nerf, it didn't change anything in her priority. A lot of people, in fact, made her look pretty much the exact same despite the nerf that she hit. And so now skyrocketing back into the bans, do you like kind of taking that one away, specifically from the Sages?
I think if you don't have anything else you really are prioritizing in terms of a ban, and the Mardi Chorus speaks to that as well, it's not a pick we have been seeing too much of this weekend so far. I think it's absolutely fine to take it away. If you have something else that you want to prioritize, obviously you do that over the Serket, but it's a good all-round ban to go, hey, it's annoying, it can do work, it might not do, but just for safety's sake, we're going to take it away from you.
Well, Hachiman is the only other god. Baba Yaga, Terra, and Hachi were the ones I was talking to Mifflin about earlier, because those were the ones very often picked or banned. And by very often, I mean 100% pick banned so far. The Valkyries went to it, I believe, first pick in their set earlier, and no surprise, they're going to go for it again here. It's a Thor ban from the Sages, though, and that goes back to what we did see earlier, where Sam just had an absolutely insane game. So
monstrous.
Thoughts on, I guess, Thor getting taken out of there and Hachi getting picked up?
I mean, Hachiman probably the top pick ADC right now, head and shoulders above everybody else, I would say. I mean, the only one that really comes sort of close, you have your Kernanos has been sort of up there. I mean, we have seen a little bit of on her every so often, but again, Hachiman just seems to be the staple pick
like
that
the
we can
guy.
see. Yeah, he is the ADC, Rom, sort of second fiddle. And Horus has either been a high priority pick or it's been forgotten about in these drafts. It's either you pick him first or you never pick him again.
And he's been banned a few times as well, which is really interesting because it is very much like you said, like he's either in the bans and everyone's like, okay, this dude is a priority. He's going to be a he's up high in the priority for the picks because of the same reasons, or we've missed him completely. Yamoja, I think, actually still on that list as well as someone who like sometimes is just slipping through and it's like, wait a minute, that's like a really good support. They get the Rom, you had said, is playing second fiddle to Hachi. And that's going to be good for the Sages. We've seen, though, some really good snipes on that god, some good play from that god. But I think if I'm the Sages, I'm a little worried right now. Because they got Hachi. they got Maui, they got Yanis, all of which they won with a lot earlier.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of snipes, you almost called it into existence with the Yanis. We saw one earlier where he just completely got rid of E-Chrome earlier on with that Yanis in base. But the answer to that is the Dargy saying, well, if you go through the portal, I'm pulling you right back to where you came from. It's a risky jungle pick that we saw very late on in the day from the Sages yesterday. Had a good start up against Johnny, but unfortunately fell flat later on into the game. So surprised to see it come back this early on for the Sages.
Now, man, I kind of want to ask, like, because they're already targeting with the Kali. They're shooting at Sam, and I would assume that next one's going to be Sam. There's been, like, a really weird mishmash of junglers, I think, that have been picked up throughout the weekend. Like, the only one that stands maybe up at the front right now is Thor, and even that's not like that's so far ahead of everybody else. So with that taken away, Kali taken away, Fenrir taken away, I'm looking at matchups against Daji, and I know like Bakasura's been pretty high on that a list of junglers in general, but Robin's been in that mix so far, mainly for the EU squads. But like, do you think he has enough hold in this meta that he can still work against a Daji just as a counter pick?
I think he works fantastically against Daji as a counter pick. The second Daji goes in with most of her burst, if you time that overhead kick correctly, you negate so much DPS potential from the Daji that you instantly win that 1v1, and she's forced to teleport away, forced to go up into the parallel in a defensive position. It's a very strong counter matchup if you know how to play it. One of the players which I will bet my house on knows how to play it would be Sam Fasoka.
Yes. I would hope so, right? At this point, look, if you got World's MVP and there's anything in the Assassin tab that you're struggling with, something crazy has happened. Sages, though, as mentioned, banned out the Kali and the Fenrir. Maybe leaving that up for a play for the Valkyries to make. We'll have to see where Sam's feeling. Earlier, it was almost impossible to predict because he went for the Wheelish anyway, so who cared? Agni and Discordia banned out on the other side. Are there Giannis is a weird one to try and determine matchups for. So how do you feel about a Morgan Le Fay? That's way easier than what I was going to ask, which was who do you not want to play against? But how do you feel about Morgan Le Fay, I guess, just right now?
Ooh, it's difficult because it's one of the first times we have seen Morgan Le Fay at all this season.
Yeah.
She's sort of been taken a little bit on the back burner since she received some nerfs after her release. But with the builds that you got going on these days, with Soul Reaver, with Ethereal Staff, just pure proc items, you almost get the same when you take away some of the stims from your ultimate, some of those marks when you do cast it. So I think it's a good idea for long-range proc builds, for being able to allow Morgan Le Fay to poke people out from a distance.
We spoke him into existence. At least that's what I'm going to give us credit for. Raven, locked in. We'll get to see exactly how good Sam is on it. And then the Achilles coming back. You had mentioned it, something that we hadn't seen too often. And yet, for some reason, the last couple of sets, it's really sparked up here, right? The Valkyries playing it earlier. I believe we just saw it in the jungle. Not where it's going to be this time around, but something that Aquarius looked really good with earlier. And so before that last pick, since it's still grayed out, how do you feel about the Achilles into the 4 that the Sages have?
I think it's a 50-50 pick. I think now that the Wukong has been locked in, it gets a little bit better because you have the opportunity to execute the Wukong before he gets onto his Somersault Cloud, or force him to use it earlier than he would like to. But against the Morgan Le Fay, against the Dargy, against the Ram, against the Horus, all of whom have dashes, or in Morgan Le Fay's case, a fear, it's going to be difficult for the Achilles to go in and lock down people to then get that execute off. He has to use that CC immunity earlier, or he'll have to use his juke shoes as much as he needs to.
Well, the good news is there's some people around him that have some lockdown, right? Maybe not as much as you'd like, but like at least Raven has a root, Maui's got a hook, so maybe some balance into it there. Talk to me about Wukong, because he's just one of those gods I'm almost always, like, unless it's a Bluestone meta, I'm always perpetually surprised to see him.
Well, you say it's not a Bluestone meta. All we've been seeing so far with the Solar Laters this week is Bluestone Pendant, and then going into some form of damage item if you're something like a Thor. They've gone into what Wukong loves, which is that Soul Later. Gives himself some sustain in lane, gives himself some power, some good early kill potential, some penetration. It's an all-catch-all item that Wukong loves to build. He just builds defense from that point on, and there's not too much you can do about him. I mean, his passive is also probably one of the strongest passives in the game. And the fact that you get power, you get protections when you are below a certain health, And then when you go above that health, you still keep it for a little bit of time.
Yeah. Something that it can work out really well. Like, there have been times I've gone into a set and been a naysayer about a Sun Wukong and then watched him literally go like 6-0 in night and just have a hell of a game. And it feels like carry-wise, the potential is there for both squads, right? I mean, if you're looking at them in a vacuum, I'm leaning towards Rom and the Daji, maybe a little more than what I see on the Valkyries.
Yeah, I agree.
But after seeing what the Valkyries did with this style draft, and knowing that the Giannis was going 8-0 and 9, that maybe gives it a little bit more credit. So I think looking at specifically how these ran earlier today for some of these drafts or in a vacuum, in a 5-on-5 team fight, how do you see things unfolding for these teams? Who's got the edge?
If we're going to play both comps to their sort of fullest potential, I would say the Valkyries should have a slight advantage, given that those portals, as you mentioned, should be able to keep people in and out of the fight very easily, should be able to provide a lot more safety. But if the Sages are able to catch this Giannis out, which you're talking about catching your up Crimson out, it's not really too possible. He plays ridiculously well when it comes to positioning, but if you do manage to catch him out early with that Daji, her burst should be able to take Giannis out of the game.
Well, we'll see. Can he have a repeat performance? What will the Valkyries say? What will the Sages answer with? We'll find out with Dimes and J-Mac.
Dimes and J-Mac joining me here as my analyst. Good to see you, pal. We got North America rounding out the day. Day 2 here of Smite Masters. It's Valhalla Valkyries and the Athenian Sages. And J-Mac, taking a look at these two compositions, first thing that really jumps out at me is that Giannis pickup for Erupt Crimson after earlier just today having what Mifflin called a legacy game on this pick.
Yeah, Giannis is one of those picks that is kind of volatile whenever it comes down to your mid laners because you have two distinct styles of Giannis play. You go for your big burst, shotgun style of damage. You want to be the one hitting the hardest over anybody else. Or you have that more kind of utility style play. Things that really, like when Hurrywind was playing in the mid lane, that was kind of his coin, is I'm going to sit back, I'm going to provide portals for the team, get my team in, get my team out, throw out some damage when I get the opportunity, build that full cooldown. And because the pen has been given now to Giannis in his ultimate, having at max rank, 20% pen in the kit, can actually change up his build more than almost any other mages in the game now, where most of them are we're going double flat pen, we're going to build a couple of different percent pen items in here to try and guess that 40% cap. Giannis can build 1% pen item, say, cool, I'm at 30 or 40%, so I'm already hitting harder. Can really diversify his build, and I think that's what maybe makes him so strong now compared to some of the other mages.
And looking at the rest of that Valhalla Valkyries composition, it's almost a run back from what we saw earlier today. You got the Maui Hachimen in the duo lane. That was very successful for both Gamma and Wowie. Couple of change-ups, though. The Achilles has come out and looked pretty good in the jungle, now headed over to solo.
Yeah, while I do like Achilles in the jungle, he has a lot of damage to his kit, a lot of stims that come active whenever you have that second ability, or depending on which version of his passive, if you have the shirtless for more damage and a little bit more mobility, or if you have the armor on to be able to give him a little bit more defense in there, really gives him a lot of utility in his playstyle, a lot of diversity with how he can go. I do like having the tankier style of play because it really allows you to threaten the backline more as you can build more defense and then switch into the armor off stance, so you just get a little bit more power into your build. Upon that second ability, sustain more than just about any other warrior in the game at this point by yourself, and is one of those few warriors that can really get to the backline and be that consistent threat. And now with the buff to his execute going up to 35% HP,
Killer.
flat all the way around, makes it so much more devastating and so much easier to find those picks late game.
Now, on the flip side, Athenian Sages, I saw that Morgan Le Fay lock-in. Privative demonized ranked with his Morgan Le Fay support for weeks and weeks and weeks. Kind of was hoping to see it go the way of Privative, but no, the Morgan Le Fay heads into the middle lane on Nehu. Nehu's had a couple performances, really would like to step it up here for the Athenian Sages in this knockout round versus the Valhalla Valkyries. Talk me through this Morgan pickup.
Now, I really did like the Morgan Le Fay in the top 3 where it was kind of picked out there. The back 2 make it a little bit better for the opposite side here, because Robin's a great god that can really stick to a lot of these mages because of his natural immunity in the kit, whether it be his ultimate or that overhead kick. But Morgan Le Fay is going to provide a lot of self-peel more than any other mage in the game. You jump into Morgan Le Fay's face, and unless you pre-beads or predict with overhead kick ahead of time on this Robin, you're going to get hit by Dragonflight, you're going to get thrown up in the air, push back, hit with a whole heap of damage because you already know the Fear Sigil's coming immediately after if it's not on cooldown at that point. It allows her a lot of safety and a decent bit of sustain with her ultimate as well. Makes her a lot safer than some of the other gods with no inherent mobility into their kit. Being still an immobile mage allows her a lot of safety. It's going to allow her to self-peel herself. Going to allow Renjaru a little bit of extra safety as well in that backline. I think that's the most important part
for this Sage's composition and for these carries is to be able to peel for themselves. Renjar can go up in the sky by 4 or 5 seconds, allow his team to get through.
Sure.
Nayu can push some of these frontliners away from him, create a little bit of space, and allow him to really get the rest of his kit off.
J-Mac, I'm not sure if you saw that poll pop up or not, but 87% going the way of the
That's our
Valhalla
biggest
Valkyries. Days 1 and 2, you've been seeing hovering kind of like 70, 30, 65, been a little bit closer, but chat really going the way of the Valkyries, and you got to think maybe a bit of recency bias, right? We just saw the Valkyries play a little bit earlier, say just kicking off the day here. But in that same vein, do you think the Valhalla Valkyries being the most recent to play, do you think they're warmed up or a little bit more burned out?
I think that we're finally seeing the Valkyries that we probably expected throughout this phase. Their performance over the course of the SCC has left a little bit to be desired. Sam for Soccer playing these kind of oddball jungle picks, the Scyllas, the Agnis, Anubises, stuff like that. Even when he has gone towards more of his style of play, the Thanatoses, the Poseidons, it still was a little bit lackluster. So seeing the Valkyries back in that full swing, that expectation of the team that we had just saw in the SPL the year before, I think it's given fans maybe a little bit more hope.
Privative taking some shots here, already popping that active. That's going to be down for a couple minutes here in this early game, and the Athenian Sage is getting forced out here on the duo side. Now, when you're looking at two junglers, one that we've seen, Ravin, and one that's pretty much only a Jangaru pickup, as Jangaru's making their way over here to the right-hand lane. Is there one of these that really sticks out to you that likes to get active early as Sam answers the question? Nehu goes through a portal, Unstable Vortex just offline there in the middle lane, almost picking up First Blood, but meanwhile, over in this right-hand side, Jangaru, tick damage on Aquarius, not quite enough, able to escape to the safety of the Tier 1 tower.
Early game, I like Ravin just a little bit more pre-5. Pre-level 5, I actually favor Ravin over the Daji. You got quick CC, you got quick burst damage to combo in, you have immunity in your kit already. Once that level 5 hits, I put a little bit more favoritism towards Daji in these side lane ganks. In the 1v1, I'm still going to hand it to Ravin because he has 2 forms of immunity, gets him out of Palo, doesn't have to worry about anything from Jangaru.
Sure.
But when it comes to trying to kill these carries, get these side laners in danger, I really like what Jangaru can do, especially because he's got some extra CC around him to burn those beads and really be able to make use of the Palo, or use them to get the beads and then have either Privative or Nehu or Snatty get some of that big CC off in the fights.
Already here in game number 1 of this North American matchup, both junglers looking to get stuff going. In the middle lane, Sam for Soccer trying to take out Nehu. In reverse, Jangaru focusing their attentions on Aquarius. And it looks like this Daji's headed towards a more transcendent, stacky style build, and Sam for Soccer's going straight for penetration and power off the rip.
Yeah, get a little bit of that stacking power. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a slower game for Jangaru, but could be working towards some extra defense a little bit later, or maybe not defense, but a little bit of extra cooldown later on, some extra quick burst damage. Gamma sitting around this purple buff waiting for Wowie, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to go for that successful purple. Some of the benefits of the Maui, able to get himself over that wall. And this is what they were talking about on the desk in the solo lane. Snatty's already used the ultimate.
Oh, Aquarius off the mark there with the execute. Could have been a free First Blood, and Snatty turning it right back around. Tiger form locks down Aquarius, and one more shot. What a turnaround there. An easy First Blood dropped by Aquarius, and Snatty picks it up instead.
Can't be missing the execute. That's the most important part of the Achilles in this game, is getting the execute. You don't have to deal 500, 600 damage in the early stage. You just got to get them down to that 35% threshold. And you're almost, I say almost because we've seen it a few times so far today, you're not guaranteed the execute there, but you get that kill if you can land it. You don't even need the reset by that point, but the fact that Snatty already had used his CC immunity, got up in the sky, got his heal beforehand, means you essentially had a free target and you just let it go.
That was tough to watch there. Aquarius dropping down for First Blood. Doesn't even need a jungler to make an appearance over there in the solo lane as 4 minutes ticks over here. 1 kill up on the board for the Athenian Sages. And, you know, looking at it's 2-0s all day long. In fact, it's 2-0s across the board here at Smite Masters. And looking at this North American matchup, the Valhalla Valkyries and the Athenian Sages, two very close, stacked rosters and very close in skill. Wouldn't be surprised if this one ran to 3.
Sam for Soccer, though, and Jangaru both trying to get active in solo. Jangaru came by yesterday, but now it's a fight.
It's a blink in from both junglers up into that Palo. Aquarius drops first, turned immediately around Snatty, taking down the Achilles. It's a 1-for-1. Both solo laners dropping down. And the Valhalla Valkyries get on the board with their first kill.
And a First Blood benefit definitely going at least over to the Valhalla Valkyries in that regard, but or at least in that fight. Her first blood did go over in the solo lane previous, but getting that extra bit of a shutdown because Snatty was able to get those 2 kills there, finding that shutdown so important for the Valkyries to kind of keep Snatty at bay. He's already getting that Solier online, which means he's not going for defense. This is a good target for Sam to start fighting early because he's not opted for a defensive option just yet. Probably imagine so, looking towards maybe Manticore spikes already in that second slot, which will give him a little bit of tankiness, will allow him to get some of that extra benefit from the CC, gets that extra HP damage on his next ability afterwards. So starting that way, but now is the optimal time if you want to keep farming over on the solo.
Privative looking to invade this purple buff on the left-hand side here. Gamma and Wowie pulling it back under tower. Privative just playing a little bit of a menace here, trying to keep Wowie and Gamma's attention. And for the next, about minute or so, Jangaru and Sam, no Blink online, no Ultimates online, so wouldn't be surprised to see mid laners and ADCs playing up a little bit more aggressively, knowing that their junglers and the enemy junglers aren't going to be able to make that impact that they normally would.
And this is the benefit that the Valkyries have as a mid laner with Giannis, is you can play a little bit more aggressively because Crimson can then rally himself and whoever's near him to one side of the map or the other. Whether the snipe actually hits or not doesn't necessarily matter. It's all about getting those portals for your team, being able to transport them either out of a fight or into a fight to try and get a gank going through. It's one of the big benefits that Giannis has always had, is his high mobility, be able to literally just walk through any given wall that you want there, whether it be from your just first ability or your ultimate there. So I don't imagine for Crimson he wants to get super active early. Giannis doesn't hit very hard in the early stages of the game. It's really, once you start hitting that level 16, 17, you got 3 or so items in, that's when the real, what we like to call the shotgun style damage starts to ring through.
Items coming online here. Build's pretty much parity across the board. I mean, a little bit of differentiation in the solo and the jungle, but both of the ADCs heading down that Devo's Gloves route. Got the gauntlets online for the supports. Magic Focus picked up here for Crimson, finishing off that Chronos Pendant. So pretty much even across the board here in terms of items. Nothing too crazy being bought 7 minutes in here.
Primitive dashed in, quick pull back, and this could set up easily for Sam. If Primitive can get to the sky in time, but he can't. And so Sam is able to turn a bad situation for the Athenian Sages into a worse one, ties up the score for the Valkyries. And this is what you need out of these junglers. These are both junglers that are so much better in the early game. Robin does an immense amount of damage. Making sure that you can get the best benefit from that now is the way to go through. Same with Jengar on the Daji. If you're not able to get beads burned, she becomes so much less valuable through the late game. So I want to see the jungle stay active as this game continues going on.
Now, I've had these conversations with players in Alpha Jackal about this Daji pickup, kind of one of my question marks coming into Smite Masters, and I've heard a lot of naysayers, a lot of people saying, Daji, sure, you've got the Powwow for beads burning, you've got great damage, but there's other junglers that just do it better. Where do you stand on this particular pickup?
I think for Daji, it's never really been the individual character itself. It hasn't been that Daji's really good or Daji's really bad. It's a lot of composition around Daji that makes her either shine or look like complete dust more than anything else. So I like this composition around the Daji because it gives Jengar an opportunity to utilize that Powwow to take beads away, can set up for Privative to find the stuns, or vice versa. Priv goes in, hits a fracture. That's almost guaranteed in the middle of a team fight, an easy beads burned by there. That Jengaru can then punish. He's got great burst damage as well. Once you see Hydra's Lament come online, and that's, I think, where we see Jengaru's power spike really increase, is when Hydra's is online. You walk in, hit an auto, pop your burn, hit him with another auto, and all of a sudden you're chunking at least 30% of a carry's HP or more at that point through. So I think that's where we'll see Jengaru's best active chance to get through. But just going back into the initial point there, I think that for Daji, it's always been composition driven for her.
Good amount of action here as we hit 9 minutes and push towards 10 in this game number 1 between the Valks and the Sages. A little faster paced than some of the other games we've seen today, and already a lot of action over here in the solo lane as Jengaru's making the rotation over Aquarius, having to execute backwards. That's not the way you want to head. Snatty grabbing another kill for the Sun Wukong. 3-1-0 so far for the Wukong, and that's going to make a huge impact rotating over to those beacons or even a middle lane for a game.
But double ultimate, not going to get through there. 2 CC immunities from the Sages will keep that ult away from Gamma. And because we've been seeing support stick around this lane so long, it's kind of almost forced the junglers to get a bit more active elsewhere on the map or try and focus the duel like we're seeing here.
Aggressive in by Wowie, grabs a double stun. Gamma follows it up with some CC. Sam for Soccer is here, joins the party. Mystic Rush off the mark, doesn't matter. Wowie puts the finishing touches on Rinjaru.
through space and time there just to make sure that the team can pick it up. And the Valhalla Valkyries turn the kill around. So the Athenian Sages grab one over in solo. Valhalla Valkyries say thank you very much in duo, and it's once again 3-3 dead even here at 10 minutes.
It's one of the best resource burners in the game that the Valkyries have is that landfall ultimate from Gamma. Throw it out there. You don't have to commit yourself to it. You can stand at a range, force an ultimate, force a beads, and then set up for an objective like this.
Very early Gold Fury. It's 4 members of the Valkyries versus Privative and Nehu. But the support in the mid are enough to show face. Get the Valhalla Valkyries off that objective, so it's going to be a reset, grab some neutral farm. Valhalla Valkyries a little bit behind in gold here, but in just 10 minutes, gold isn't a great indicator of success.
Staying active early is probably one of the best things the Valkyries can do right now for themselves, because late game, the Sage's composition, it's going to be very tanky, it's going to be very slippery to try and get in out of these fights to deal. And so getting a few extra kills right now for the Valkyries, set up for these beacons, get ready for that first Rule Titan fight, could be one of their better opportunities, because come late game, you still got great defense. Aqua is going to be really hard to deal with for some of these backliners, I should say. Gamma's not going to have to commit himself to trying to get any of these kills or burn any resources, and you always have to keep eyes on Crimson, which is really hard to do as a Giannis because you essentially act as a second jungler, as that lone assassin style of play from that mage. So it's going to be difficult for the Sages late game to deal with some of the front line of the Valkyries if they can keep up their same pace. But with how hard the Hunters have been hitting, you've got to have somebody ahead enough, such as Aquarius, to be able to be a threat to that backline.
Speaking of Aquarius, 3 kills on the board for the Sages.
They're all
3
on him.
Deaths on the slash line for Aquarius. I mean, only 2 levels down. How impactful is it that Aquarius has been the recipient of all these deaths, or is it something where Aquarius can recover from this and make just as much of an impact as Snatty come mid-game?
I mean, Sages recognize he's the biggest threat come late game. That 35% execute is going to be easy to pull off in a team fight unless you can get a body block through if you're on the side of the Athenian Sages. So making sure to deal with probably the easiest person on this map to gank right now, because while he jumps on the horse, there's no catching him. Gamma can swing away over a wall. Only Jangaru is really going to be able to catch him at that point unless you commit an ultimate from Priv. So I like the focus towards the easiest target now, but if you're going to keep it up, you got to keep that pace going now.
Privative sent through a portal, no follow-up damage though. Sam a little bit off the mark with his initiation. Chaos side grabs that Stygian beacon for themselves, so the Sages pop that in their pocket at 12 minutes here. A little bit of movement speed, a little bit of gold. Good stuff for the Athenian Sages as they look to break open this scant gold lead they've accumulated.
Gamma, recipient of some damage in CC, but Priv also going to eat some back there. And Crimson starting to get his damage online now, and well, you can see just why this Hachiman is sitting at a 75% win rate and has been one of the top pick, top ban hunters really ever since his buff came through. And you got to remember, this is a partial revert nerf back to his first ability that Eagle Eye initially got the 120% scaling, got the additional bonus power with it. Dialed back just a little because he was hitting maybe a tad bit too hard in some of these fights out there, but still hitting very hard, and especially up against Rom, who just can't outrange him in those initial boxing matches if the Eagle Eye is up. While he's a phenomenal player to just be able to sit back here, just kind of farm safely, get that easy poke, and force his opposition back to base as early as he can.
Well, Executioner's Axes online for both Hunters, which means much more potential for a Gold Fury shred, especially both of these 2 mages in particular. Gamma and Privative are going back and forth. Sam for Soccer, looking to make something happen in duo. Both of these mages, both Giannis and Morgan Le Fay, wonderful secure, wonderful steal ability. So if either of these squads really want to attempt a neutral objective, they're going to have to make sure either Nehu or Erupt Crimson are completely out of the fight. There's always steal potential. Jangaru up into the Palau to avoid the unstable vortexes. Gamma knocked up. Gamma pulled in, but the damage not there. A 3-man Mystic Rush coming out for Sam. Landfall doesn't grab anybody. Privative in the air. Privative back down. And 3 ultimates burned on each side, but nothing comes of it.
Gamma a bit slow on that landfall. I would have imagined he'd used it to immune the Palau and try and cut off an escape path, but instead tries to use it to reclose the gap back in to try and bring the Sages back after a fight that they were already breaking away from. Problem is that there's so much immunity on the opposite side by that point there. He didn't even get a set of beads from it. All he did was get an ultimate here, an ultimate there. Not the end of the world. The most important relic for the Valkyries to burn in these cases are the beads. It allows Sam and Aqua to be able to really close into the backline. So I would have liked to see it a bit sooner there from Gamma on the landfall, but not upset there because they don't lose out on anything either.
Aquarius is now down 3 levels over in the solo lane. Luckily, the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries either even or a bit of a lead there in the duo lane. Level 11 to level 10, 14 to 13. A little bit behind, though. Sam for Soccer in the jungle has been doing a lot of ganking. couple kills on the board for him, but a little behind an XP as Pyromancer started up by the Athenian Sages. Gamma shows face, pushes the Sages off of the objective. A moment of calm here on the battleground as Pyromancer on the board, Gold Fury up as well. But like I was saying, neither of these squads can really take one for free with those mages on the board.
Now, I will say for Priv, his most valuable resource in hand right now is that Magi's Cloak for himself, because as we've seen, the hook from Gamma is not going to be enough to take that bubble away because it's not technically a hard CC to be able to bring them back through. So making sure to keep that bubble up means he doesn't have to waste ultimate to try and get away from things. He doesn't have to worry about having some other form of CCMU like a purification beads to get out. He can just rely on that bubble. Only problem is when he has to rely on the bubble, if he gets pulled into something, as we saw there with Crimson, or like we saw earlier with Sam being able to grab it either off of the root or from the portal through there, makes it a little bit harder for Priv. So as long as he's got that bubble, he's safe against the majority of what the Valkyries can do to him.
Snatty was deep there in the Valhalla Valkyries jungle, but Sun Wukong at this point in the game, I mean, pretty much ungankable, right? You've got form of CC to get out of there, the Somersault Cloud, you've got like 9 million different forms to turn into. Wow, he dashes away there from Rinjaru. Jengaru wrapping around the corner here in the Tier 1 tower, dashes in aggressively, but it's just to throw some auto attacks into the tower. Tier 1 is going to drop on the left-hand side. Wowie going in on the horse Jengaru, up into the Palau, yanks in Wowie, late beats though. As here comes the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries. Crimson throwing out the damage. Rinjaru dropping low already from those vortexes. Up in the air and back down. Gamma cutting off the escape path. Privative using the Horus ultimate to get out of danger. Sanford Soccer's made the rotation. But it's a full disengage. Gamma's not done though. Goes back in with the landfall. Nehu dropping low. No escape. Gamma locking down the remaining members of the Sages. A pull back in. Nehu finally drops as Sanford Soccer finds his third kill, maybe opens the door here for an objective.
So great fight for the Valkyries, especially Wowie, recognizing that he's got teammates coming back through. You have a Giannis get you across the map. You've got Gamma rotating back over, so you can start this fight through. But also good on the Sage for recognizing that they have reinforcements. Primitive is able to dash his way back in, immediately get back to Rinjaru, actually gets that healing surge right back to him before he gets up in the sky, and then immediately channels the ultimate as soon as he's ready to land back down. Course and Aegis need to be used from Rinjaru to avoid a little bit of extra damage, but it's able to bail each other out, and that's really going to be kind of the name of some of these early fights, these early scraps, is which team can bail the other team out a little bit faster, which one of these supports or which one of these junglers is able to peel for me so that way I can escape a little bit longer and delay this fight just a bit more.
You know, J-Mac, even though it's only 4-3 as we're getting close to 18 minutes here, it's not like this game's been devoid of action, right? We've been seeing scraps across the map, seeing some good ganks, but even there, you saw it was an engagement, a disengagement, a re-engagement, another re-engagement by Gamma. I mean, this is not a fight that you go into, you burn, you blow everybody up, and you back out. This are long, drawn-out team fights. Is that kind of how these compositions are drawn up, or how do these teams want to play them?
Initially, you would want these to be a little bit faster bursts. You have Jengar, you have Nehu. They can deal an immense amount of damage really quickly. But because of how tanky the teams are, because of how mobile everybody is on the side of the Valkyries, it makes it to where you can draw these fights out just a little bit longer. Because the only real sustain on map is coming from Priv, and it's not a massive heal that comes from this Horus in the midst of a team fight, obviously with the cooldown being nerfed as well from it, from 10 to 13 seconds a little bit earlier on in some of the patches. It's made a sustain not as impactful, and it's made it to where these fights really do come down to just who can outlast more than anything else.
5v5 for the first time here at 18 minutes and 40 seconds. Pyromancer started up by the Valkyries. Athenian Sages going to be short-handed with the jungler and the ADC on the left-hand side. Valhalla Valkyries are committing. The Athenian Sages take down the Pyromancer under the Valkyries' noses. Up in the air goes Snatty. But it's just to walk away, and not only that, the Athenian Sages are going to grab a Tier 2 on the left-hand side as well.
Actually not going to be able to stick around because the threat of this exactly. There's a Giannis on the map. You can't be sticking around for more than even just a couple of seconds at that point. Rinjaru immediately channeled back. Jengaru walked away from there. So it will just be the Pyromancer, at least stolen away by the Sages, and the fact that everybody gets out, the most important thing there. Because we've seen sometimes where you commit to a steal, you end up losing somebody. But therein lies the benefit of Snatty on the Wukong. You can dive in, try and steal something, pop your ultimate, and if you've got a wall nearby, nobody's really going to be able to chase you too far out through there. Sages keeping this game interesting and actually taking the lead back for themselves after they just lost it to the Valks.
And it's tough scenes for the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, they were a 5-man unit over on the right-hand side. You got Crimson there for the secure, but Sages have plenty of steal potential, right? Snatty over the top with Jingu Bang, Nehu, tons of magical damage on the board. It's going to be tough to sneak any objective or coin flip, but you're going to have a dedicated secure.
And here's a bit of the problem as the Sages early game where I wanted Jengar to be a bit more active, try and fight over into these side lanes a bit more. He did a lot of that on the right side of the map. I mean, he did a lot to Aquarius, but that's the only person who's really been under any threat from this G, and this is where she's going to start falling off, is now you don't really have any optimal targets to try and go for these Palows anymore. You don't really have that easy gank on any of the lanes, so now it's going to come down to your disruption in the team fights to be able to really be your biggest benefit, whether that be Primitive dashing in and stealing a set of beads, whether it's Snatty going in with a Tiger form to try and grab a set of beads. Your value has been lost a little bit in the G, and we haven't really seen the Palows except for used defensively in the last few team fights.
A little bit of a level lead for Sam for Soccer as well, who's bought himself a pretty decent slash line here at 3-0-3 as we approach 21 minutes in game number 1 here. Best of 3. Someone's going home. Both of these teams in the losers bracket. This is fighting for Smite Masters life. The Valhalla Valkyries already scraped their way through over the number 1 EU seed. Same thing goes for the Athenian Sages. And on both of these teams on their final lifeline here in the last set of the day.
Yeah, the Valkyries definitely do not want to go out here. Remember, this is a team that was projected to be the number 1 in the NASCC, a team that was just on the cusp end of being able to make it to the SPL and now fighting for elimination this early in the tournament up against their number 1 in the NASCC and the Sages. Really a lot on the line for both of these teams for reputation, maybe even just for mental sake, being able to find success here. Primitive caught out, but he's got ultimate just in time. He'll be able to get out, but that's a massive ultimate now to burning the team fight. A lot of the Sage's safety has now been stripped away.
The Primal Fury is online and being looked at here by the Valkyries. No Somersault Cloud. Boris can't take to the skies as well. Lockdown potential for the Valhalla Valkyries. Primal Fury taking some shots out of the Valks. Snatty and Ranjaru are leading the charge here. Jingu Bang over the top. A little bit of damage onto Gamma. It's going to be just fine. Chucking out a fishing hook. Can't find a target though. And in goes the solo laner Aquarius into the backline. Primitive's the target. Mystic Rush over at the top. Onto the Sun Wukong, but plenty tanky is the solo laner. Jengaru up into that Powwow and immediately back down on the ground. Just cannot find priority targets with that ultimate. But it is enough to drive the Valhalla Valkyries back and back to base.
Tried to go for, I imagine, Sam for Soccer there. Was Jengar on the Powwow, but as soon as that chain was broken away by overhead kick, by that Mystic Rush, no real target for him to pull that in, and that's kind of been the downside of Jengar in these last couple of fights. Primitive standing forward to try and body block for Ranjaru, but might want to have Ranjaru take a couple of those shots for you, because it's starting to reel in some damage, and Aquarius is back for another fight.
Oh, we got a chance here. Primitive, target of Aquarius, looking to make up for that execute missed earlier in the game. Execute range as Snatty has to go up in the air once again. Aquarius curious. Why didn't finish off Primitive? Maybe ticking over that execute threshold at the last moment there. But driving back, Snatty and Primitive opens the door once again for the Valkyries. Only Ranjaru and Nehu around the corner to defend this Primal Fury up in the air. Snipes raining down, not on the Primal Fury, but on members of the Valkyries. Primal Fury dropping low. Ranjaru has come back down to earth. Gamma tanking it up over the top. Comes the Valhalla Valkyries taking down the Primal Fury. Sam for Soccer, low mana. Ultimate able to escape, and the Valhalla Valkyries grab that objective and don't lose a single member.
And they don't really got to use anything for it either. Wow, we did have to expend beads during that fight, so it's down for another 2 minutes, but the Valkyries have just been playing confidently. They're stepping up to the objective. They're forcing the Sages to answer back to the question. They're making the Sages come out of their comfort zone, which has been this safe, kind of passive farm style of play for the last 10 or so minutes of the game, and it's making them become active. And because the Athenian Sages aren't ready to get active, they're not at full build for Nehu yet. Jengaru's not fully up in his damage yet. Snatty still needs a little bit of tankiness to his name because he is getting shredded by the damage of WoW and even what Crimson has gone for in his build. They're not ready for their team fight stage yet because they didn't abuse how well their early game was, and so now the Valkyries are putting them in such an awkward position for so many of these fights.
At 24 minutes here, J-Mac, for all intents and purposes, this is a dead even game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 1,000, not even 1,000 gold, call it 800 separating these two squads. Level 20 ticking across the board for ADCs, for solos. Valkyries half a level behind. Sages have hit it already. Primitive moving forward here, locking down Sam for Soccer, who's able to use that overhead kick. to escape some of the CC, but up goes Gamma and right back down, forced to use the landfall to immune the Palau Aquarius, and in goes Sam for Soccer with the through space of time ripping through Privative. Wow, charging forward on the horse. Aquarius putting the finishing touches on Privative, and the Valhalla Valkyries are not done. Snatty trades it back. Nehu able to escape with a Morgan Le Fay. Snatty picks up a second, and what was originally a great engagement from the Valkyries gets flipped on its head.
Yeah, a bit overzealous there from the Valkyries. You got the one pick, you force the Sages back under the tower. No real need for Sam and Aqua to dive that far in, but with Snatty back through, trying to find another kill, but look how much damage Wowie is just doing. Renjaru forced to sit to the sideline, but now he can go up for some big snipes. Wowie's got to juke out the last couple of shots, but Renjaru just out of range.
And Crimson able to portal away as well. Potential there for many members of the Valkyries and the Sages to fall, but no one does so. So it's going to be once again dead even 5 for 5. A little bit more of a goal lead here for the Sages. XP dead even. But I mean, towers across the map, tier 1s all online for the Sages. Tier 1's only down in duo and solo, still alive in mid here for the Valkyries. Only a couple objectives really ripped off the board. A couple Gold Furies, got one Pyromancer. Beacons are split down the middle even. I mean, what is it, if you're looking at this map in this state of the game, is it going to be the Fire Giant that really cracks this thing open?
It really is, unless one of the teams can find a pick before the Titans spawn in, before we start to see the surge up the mid lane. Otherwise, it feels like it's going to be a pretty even stalemate at the actual Titans, unless both teams really want to try and force a fight through. If Jengaru decides to jump in, pal out, try and take a couple of players through, that's the only real opportunity this early on, at least. And I say early, we're 26, 27 minutes into the game at this point. But at this stage, pre-enhanced Fire Giant, that's the best opportunity for a team to get anything going, is to try and get a pick before the Titans clash. But now that window of opportunity is gone, Renjaru's not even going to stick around for this fight. Instead, he was split pushing over on left to try and maybe see if a Valkyrie player would rotate over. Now seeing that none of them have, he's got to rejoin his team back here in mid.
Valhalla Valkyries and the Athenian Sages clashing around their Titans. Gamma leading the charge here. Taking a bit of poke out from the Sages, but plenty tanky is this Maui. Gets the bubble stripped away. Privative gets that one off the board as well. Aquarius looking to set something up here, as the Sages Titans taking the brunt of the damage. Look at Jengaru though. Eyes on this Daji. One big Palau could really open things up. And nope. Daji over the wall, decides maybe this is not the fight I want to take. But the tier 1 tower looking pretty juicy here for the Valkyries. In goes Privative through the portals into execute threshold. Healed back up though. Sam for Soccer not willing to commit to that one. And the Titan will die. Tier 1 tower still alive.
So I've been seeing this horse so much. One of the slipperiest warriors to try and deal with in fights like these. It has your standard dash to get in, but then you've always got your get out of dodge card with that healer surge to get back to your team. Even being an execute threshold, no real threat because he's able to outrange what Aquarius can do with the ultimate. However, while that clash happened over in mid, Renjaru and the Sages rotate over for Primal Fury, and right now in this meta with all of the damage kind of nerfed across the board, remember 30% sweeping nerf to all those tier 3 items, it makes the Fire Giant a little bit harder to kill, especially Enhanced Fire Giant. So right now, these Primal Furies are some of the most important ones that you can get as these teams, because getting that increased damage to these jungle bosses, to really anything in the jungle, is going to make it that much easier to kill, because, well, crit's not really meta right now, and that was the easiest way to kill Fire Giants, to kill Gold Furies, was to build up some crit on your Hunter, get a lot of shred from your mages. Now that you don't have that crit as a luxury anymore, have to do a little bit more damage, Primal Fury is a perfect way to do that.
Pyromancer back online here, as both of these squads hover around that objective. And 1-4-1, I mean, targeting Aquarius out hasn't really paid dividends here for the Sages, hasn't really translated into the middle game. And meanwhile, Sun Wukong has been the guy today. He's got the juice all day long. All 5 kills of the Athenian Sages onto Snatty, 5-1-0, making it happen here in game number 1.
And that does worry me a bit for the Sages, because it means they put all of the kills, all of that extra bonus into the Soul Lander's pocket. And while Snatty has been doing a lot of damage, second on the chart, highest for his team by nearly 7,000 damage over the next closest for his squad, it does mean that he is the biggest threat on map. And if you can take Snatty out of the fight, if you can find that pick, it's that much easier for the Valkyries to be able to find their way into these fights and be able to get these Pyromans, because right now, Snatty doesn't want to step up, especially with the damage output that Wowie has, and now that Crimson is online, has that full pen, at least in percent pen, has a ton of cooldown in his build, Crimson is unfazed by what Snatty can do.
Wowie's been doing it. Of the backliners, 18.8 18,000 damage for Wowie on this Hachiman. Looking great so far. 1-0-3. Got that dominance finished up. Odibo got some good attack speed. But same thing goes for Manjaru on the other side. Hasn't seen the same impact thus far, but the capability is there. I mean, there's a reason that Rom is top pick, top ban consistently. Safety, damage, snipes. I mean, you've got the clutch factor. ADCs on both of these squads could pop off and turn a team fight.
That's really where you need it more than anything. We saw in the sets earlier, Spudio was really able to pop off on both of these selections. So it's not like Hachiman or Rom is inherently better than one of the other options. That's why we're consistently seeing them as the number 1 and 2 ADCs to go towards. Sometimes it comes down to player preference of which one you want. Do you want the safety of Hachiman? Do you want the distance snipes of Renjaru, at least on the Rom in this case? So now that we're starting to approach that 30-minute mark, it's now enhanced Fire Giant. Both teams have that Primal Fury buff, at least one stack over to themselves. All going to come down really to these Fire Giants where we really see kind of the breakout, because being 3,000 up this stage in when your mid laners are both nearly full build, your hunters are pretty much even in their builds at this point through, your junglers are finishing up theirs, and your soul laners are already tanky. Support builds don't really matter as much at this point because they've got all their relics stacked up. So it's going to come down to fights in the jungle. You get one pick, that can easily set up for a Fire Giant. You get a pick and some extra relics, you can almost guarantee that you can get fire.
Kind of surprised. Enhanced Fire Giant, and we haven't even really seen a Fire Giant dance in this game. So the first Fire Giant of the game going to be Enhanced Aquarius, dropping low to the gank, the wraparound, force to get out with the CC immunity on the ultimate. Powwow doesn't grab anyone either, though. Nehu, a priority target, yanked back in by the landfall. All relics down on the mid laner and eliminated by Sam for Soccer. Privative out as well. No lockdown from Gamma. Sam off the mark there with the CC, but here comes Aquarius back in the fight with the TP. Aquarius with the final touches on a Privative. 2 down for the Athenian Sages and the Valhalla Valkyries. Rep Crimson could have been 3, but off the mark there with the Vortexes. And that can open up a tower push here. Good portal, enough damage. 3 down for the Sages.
Like I said, Crimson does not care about Snatty at this point. He's doing more damage than what Snatty can output. Snatty can't re-sustain because that Divine Ruin can come through and ruin all of those opportunities to live throughout the fight. So Snatty's best defense, which is jump up in the cloud, get 20% of my HP back, and then rejoin the fight, doesn't have that luxury anymore. Crimson's full build. He's hitting like a freight train at this point. There's really not much that the Athenian Sages can do in the fight. And the one benefit that Giannis has that very few other gods and mages in general in the game has is being able to stand so far back and be able to snipe opponents out. All he had to do was wait for Nehu's Aegis, and you saw, as you saw, 1,200 damage to his dome. Not much Nehu and the Sages can do about that.
Crimson making Giannis look like a top pick, top ban god today. Fire Giant falling down to the Valhalla Valkyries. That bad boy is going to be enhanced. These tier 1 towers in the mid and the left-hand side are going to fall with haste. Tier 2 towers will follow not too far behind the Athenian Sages. Maybe back to the drawing board here.
Athenian Sages going to be on the back foot. Benefit to them as they do have some decent siege defense. Rom, if he wants to go up in the sky, can start a fight out. Put them at half HP if he wants to use the snipe offensively in that case. Nehu on a traditional mage has some decent ways to deal with some of the minions as they go through. Either throw out that wildfire, throw out a sigil. You have some pretty easy clear onto the minions as well as some decent CC and burn onto enemy targets if they stand by through. But that's kind of where their best is right now, is on the defense at this point, and that's where the Sages have kind of been forced in these last few team fights, has been defensively. Sure, the Sages have been able to get at least one Fury off of their offensive play, but that was a while ago. It's been a bit since we've seen that. It was actually at that Titan push that we really saw them try and make their mark known to get an objective for themselves by getting that Primal, but outside of that, we just have not seen an offensive play by the Athenian Sages. They've been playing so reactionary to the Valkyries. And these towers, I imagine this first Fire Giant with its buff used to take out all towers on the map, but the Valkyries can find one little pick. They've got easy tools to move towards these Phoenixes.
Well, the Pyromancer goes the way of the Sages, but a tier 1 tower in mid drops to the Valks. Gamma and Wowie teaming up on this left-hand side to take down a tier 2 tower as well. Valkyrie splitting up the Sages, sending a couple members mid, a couple members left, trying to divert the Sages' attention to grab all the objectives on the map here, grab some more gold in their pockets, open up the base. Snatty locked down. Snatty taking a good chunk of damage there. Not quite as tanky as he could be with the Soul Reaver online, and not full defense-oriented build for Snatty here. I mean, it's worked out. 5 kills so far. A couple of those last hits, sure. But no other kills on the board for the rest of the Athenian Sages. It's going to be a Phoenix push here with the Enhanced Fire Giant. Jengaru falling so low, forced up to the Palo, goes back in. Aquarius dashing out, doesn't grab the execute, doesn't matter though. Jangaru finds one in return. I think that was a kill after death there. As Snatty pushes Gamma and Crimson out, but not before. The bird drops on the left-hand side.
And highlighted perfectly right there by Snatty trying to bird form up to a Crimson, gets hit by an unstable vortex, and Snatty says, well, that's enough pushing for me. I think I'm done for a little while. And it's afforded by the fact that he just doesn't have a whole lot of defense magic-wise to his name. And what little he does have, Crimson shredding through it. He's already maxed out on his percent pen. He's got a little bit of flat pen added through, and just so much extra burst damage that Soul Reaver's kicking through. Divine Ruin if he finds a proc on it. This Gem of Fate, or this Gem of Focus really keeping him topped off for as much damage as he can do. There's just nothing the Sages can actually really threaten the Valkyries with, unless the Valkyries bring the fight to their home base at that point, which under the Phoenix looked great. Jangaru nearly dies to the Scorching Blink. Gets up in the Palau just in time, forces Sam to ult away, keeps Aquarius caught under the Phoenix. That's their best way through, is to find a defense for the Sages to be able to force the Valkyries in tricky positions. Works out well for them once, but they've got to do it at least a couple more times because the Valkyries are starting to ramp back up again.
Enhanced Fire Giant proving valuable here for the Valks. With towers wiped off the table, the left-hand bird being extinguished as well. Sam for Soccer and Aquarius moving up this left-hand lane. Pushing it down here, splitting the Sages once again. Crimson, Gamma, and Wowie looking in the middle. Jangaru pulling and adapting here, wrapping all the way around the back. Could be a big-time powwow. Jangaru pretty much eliminated in the first fight, like demolished to kick things off. So if that Dodgy can survive just a little bit longer. Whoo, and who's not surviving? It's Privative in the backline. Sam for Soccer. Overhead kick there. Execute online. Jangaru takes out Gamma to start things off. Mystic Rush in the back. It's just Aquarius, and it's just Sam. Rinjaru takes out Aquarius. Sam able to escape for the moment. Erupt Crimson using those portals to his advantage there, and Jangaru finding a double. And what a turn away there. What a repellence there by the Athenian Sages, finding 3 members of the Valhalla Valkyries.
I just said it. You don't fight them under the Phoenix at this point. The Athenian Sages, Phoenix fights where they get to stand their ground inside of the bird, force ultimates, force relics through. That's where they find their success. The biggest win for them was body blocking Aquarius' ultimate, making sure that Privative does not die in that fight, making sure that Snatty, that Nehu, none of them go down to the execute, setting up that potential reset chain for Aquarius. And because Aquarius had expended all of his mobility to go in, can't blink when he's in the middle of combat, has already used the ultimate at that point, he has no choice but to stand his ground and then force the rest of his team forward. Gamma was dead before the fight really kicks off, and because of that, Aquarius has to be that sole front line. Sam then decides, I'm going to make the hero play, jump in the back line and help out my buddy. But then Sam has nothing because he's used his ult to jump in. He's used his overhead kick to get away from Palau. His beads were down going into that fight, so he has no way of escaping. Gets caught out by himself, even with Erupt Crimson giving him as much help as he could with those portals. The Valkyries are just playing so split up mentally under these Phoenix fights that they don't have anything left in the tank once they get to the Phoenixes.
Well, J-Mac, I suppose if there is a silver lining to that 3-man wipe, it's that it wasn't while Fire Giant was up, right? So it didn't allow the Athenian Sages to rush immediately to that objective. Fire Giant back on the map now. Valhalla Valkyries back in force as a 5-god unit, which means they can defend or attack this Fire Giant as well. He kicks things off here. It's Privative in the face of the Valhalla Valkyries, but Snatty pretty far away here, caught in the middle lane. Teleport in now behind the Valhalla Valkyries is going to be an absolute menace going in on Wowie, who's already dropping low. And look at Jangaru wrapping around the backside, playing the jungler. Crimson takes out Nehu to kick things off, and Wowie able to escape for just a moment while the tick damage finishes him off. Sam for Soccer finishes the ADC of the Sages. Jangaru wrecking havoc to the backliners and the frontliners of the Valhalla Valkyries. It's a 2-for-2. Privative caught out to the damage of the Giannis. Aquarius with just a few more shots here. It's going to be Erupt Crimson finishing off the support for the Sages. A 3-for-2 to the Valkyries have enough to take out an objective.
The only reason that fight even starts off well for the Valkyries is Crimson finding the first kill in the backline, taking Renjaru out of commission, making sure that he can't do anything, or I should say taking Nehu out of that fight there, because we see Snatty dive to the backline, and it's prioritization in these fights that's so crucial for both these teams. Snatty says, wow, he's doing a lot of damage. Cool. We take Wowie out of the fight. He's the most consistent damage dealer for this team. Unfortunate for Wowie, he gets stunned on top of the Scorching Blink, which deals that true damage, which hits so hard if you were left inside of the trail. Because of that, he's forced to Aegis early. He's got to use his beads early in the fight. And by the time he gets up onto the horse, the Ring of Fire is already around. He's got to run right out of the Fire Giant pit, gets burned by the ring, and then eventually dies immediately after that one. Jangaru is now playing these fights so much better because he's not being the first one into these fights. You can't, as the Dodgy, be the first one into the middle of big group ups. If you can find the 1v1, more power to you, but you gotta wait for Snatty to start things out. Get a relic away, wait for Predator to get in, go a relic away, strip some ultimates out from the enemy team, and then go in and capitalize. Jangaru playing this late game much better than his early game started through.
And if you're looking just purely at slash lines, it's been the right lane show, right? It's been the jungler, it's been the solo lane. But you look at the player damage, I mean, Rinjaru's dishing it out. Could see a little bit more, 19k for Nehu on this Morgan Le Fay. Definitely needs to see some magical damage come through. But it's not just Snatty and Jangaru. It's the entirety of the Athenian Sages making it happen. Just so happens that Snatty and Jangaru grabbed the last hits on those kills. The Valhalla Valkyries once again grouping up around this Fire Giant. The dance, the tango begins once again here at 40 minutes. J-Mac, as we hit one of the longer games that we've seen so far in this Smite Masters event. Sanford Soccer looking around here. But Nehu, absolutely not going to step forward. Same thing goes for Rinjaru. And now when we're talking 1v1s, if Sanford Soccer and Jangaru go at it in the jungle, as Crimson's looking at this Phoenix on the left-hand side. Perfect. Auto's coming through, but a TP out of Snatty is going to repel the mid laner.
This is one of the best things that Crimson can do. He's distracted two people. The Valkyries, they can walk in and find any pick that they want. Just keep W King forward. Take anybody that you're able to.
And Crimson has the ultimate online as well, so you can get back to Fire Giant with no problem. Sanford Soccer ripping through. Rinjaru, the through space of time, almost taking out Jangaru over on the left-hand side. Wowie finishes off the enemy ADC, as in the backline, Snatty, forced into that somersault cloud, is going to have to use it to escape. Tier 2 tower under siege here from the Valhalla Valkyries. Aquarius with lockdown on Snotty, well-timed CC. Gamma with the stun as well. Wowie finding a delayed double kill on this right-hand side. A brilliant move by the Valkyries, putting Crimson on the left-hand side. Aquarius still leading the charge despite being at about an 8th HP. Nehu finishes off the solo laner, and Gamma and the rest of the squad able to get out.
You can't send two people to defend a single Giannis on the left side. He didn't have fire minions, those were regular minions. Crimson did more than he was asked for. His job was, I'm going to go over to the left side, I'm going to force either Snatty or Jangar to come over here and deal with me. He gets the best. He gets both of them over there. And so now it's a forced 4v3 on the left side. Yes, Crimson and Jangar nearly take each other out during a fight through space and time. Apala has to be Aegis away from there. But Red Crimson did so much for his team by pulling two people away. It forces Rinjaru into an awkward spot on the retreat as the team then splits themselves up trying to get out. Snatty's late into the rotation, and because of that, he's late on the defense and doesn't quite get the memo from his team that, hey, we don't need to defend this Tier 2 tower. We don't need to keep this fight going. Fortunate for him, he still does defend Tier 2, and Left Phoenix is still alive. So silver linings where they lie. The Sages don't lose out anything except for a couple of players, a couple of relics during that. But it's definitely something they didn't need to lose out on. They didn't need to send two people to stop Crimson.
We're approaching 43 minutes here, J-Mac, and it's just caution around this Fire Giant. It's caution around the Phoenixes, and you can really feel it's the last set of the day here, day 2 of Smite Masters, and you can feel that both of these teams are just not ready to go home. I mean, they are clinging on with their fingertips, their last-ditch efforts here to stick around here at Hi-Rez Studios. And the Athenian Sages and the Valhalla Valkyries are both putting up a gigantic fight.
And their prize is they get a fight against the Niflheim Wargs, another EU powerhouse that just fell to Hex Mambo in the set prior for another second life and a second chance in this team, in this fight to really try and push up towards some of the SPL squads to see if it can be the Valkyries or the Sages have that opportunity to maybe join Hex Mambo if they can find not only a win here, but also against a win against the Wargs, which has been tough for North America to find the wins against the European squads. You've only seen it once so far in this tournament. That was just a little bit earlier on by the Valkyries, able to take down the Scarabs in their matchup. So an important game for both these teams, but man, look at how much damage Wowie is doing. That was a single auto to Snatty.
And especially with those enhanced ranged autos, Wowie has that opportunity to reach out and really touch someone that Rinjaru on the other side isn't going to be able to have the opportunity to do. But, I mean, if Wowie's doing that, then Rinjaru has the same opportunity. You got to be a little bit closer. So keep an eye on both of these ADCs. Keep an eye on Jangaru's playing these fights fantastically. And keep an eye on Gamma, who's dropping low. Privative dashing in, no lockdown on Gamma. Wowie able to peel for his support player. Aquarius gets out of dodge as well. utilizing some of Maui's, what is that juice called? What is the goo?
The mystical allure?
Yes,
It's a
that's
fish.
the stuff.
He throws
Yeah.
a fish out.
Yeah, but you step in the goo.
It's a puddle of water.
Is it water?
I'm pretty sure it's water.
I thought it was some mystical...
What, you think a fish is going to live in goop? It's got to live in the water somewhere.
I don't know, man. Mythology is weird. People
You know
be
what?
living in all kinds of stuff.
That is fair. Mythology does be a strange place sometime, but Valhalla Valkyries keeping even here against the Saints at the late game. Again, it's just going to come down to being able to get an ultimate, a relic, getting a knockout onto any of these teams is so vital for this Fire Giant dance because both these teams have similar burst damage. They have similar confirmation. There's a couple of runic bombs on the Sage's side, but you don't really want to use that to try and steal enhanced Fire Giant. You want to save that maybe for the siege after, but if one team wipes on this one, there's not going to need to be a siege at that point. You take a few people out. We're 45 minutes in the game. Respawns are sitting 60, nearly 70 seconds at this point. Could all come down to one more team fight, but if we only see one pick, might just be pick into all three Phoenixes and back away, unless you can find some more afterwards.
J-Mac, we're in that beautiful spot of competitive Smite where 3K pots have been popped. They're on the board. Saw one in Sam for Soccer's pocket. That's no longer there, which means the power has been applied to the jungler for the Valhalla Valkyries, who's chasing down Snatty. Throws out some autos, throws out some abilities, and actually takes Snatty down to half HP. Aquarius dashing forward as well. Blink in, Snatty forced into the Somersault Cloud. CC going to be down for the next engagement for just a little bit here. Nothing expended for the Valhalla Valkyries except for a single blink on the side of Aquarius. But plenty of engage for the Valks. You got Landfall. I mean, worst case scenario, you just through space and time, shotgun into the back line of the Sages. And the Valhalla Valkyries kicking things off on this FG.
Primitive dashed up to Crimson. That might be the last thing that Priv gets to do. Look how much damage that Crimson and Wowie are doing to these frontliners. The snipe's off the mark, but the Valkyries keep going.
Oh, Aquarius utilizing those portals to get right back to the Athenian Sages. Landfall, Primitive, not able to escape. Rinjaru taken down by the Giannis as well. And 70 seconds are the respawn timers for the Athenian Sages. The Valkyries have dropped low. Snatty's not done with the Valkyries, not allowing them to back and heal up for free. But 2 down for the Athenian Sages. The Valhalla Valkyries have a bit of time to play with.
Fortunate for the Valkyries, they took too much damage during that fight. Aqua's tanky enough that he could hold this Fire Giant for Wowie, who can resustain through. Crimson's back up to full HP. So there's still a chance for the Fire Giant. Snatty has steal capabilities. Nehu, though, doesn't want to step up. This should be enhanced Fire Giant for the Valkyries, but they've got to make sure to keep Snatty zoned out. They've got to keep eyes on Jengaru and Nehu as well. If they can sneak their way in, but it seems that the Athenian Sages are not willing to coin toss around fire. They'll give this up to the Valkyries and go back to where their strengths lie. Their base defense. Nehu is great on this Morgan Le Fay, keeping minions out at this point. Fire Giant being there means that backdoor protection is not really a factor for the Valkyries, so even more important to try and keep these minions out and force that tower aggro onto one of the players instead.
I mean, one of the few spills that we've seen the Valkyries take this game was under that Phoenix in the middle lane. Looks like the Athenian Sages, with only 3 members alive and Wowie doing what ADCs do at 47 minutes, aren't willing to defend the right side Phoenix, but now the Athenian Sages are back in force. All 5 gods on the battlefield here, ready to defend their Titan until the very end. So only one Phoenix goes down. It's going to be the one on the right-hand side. Left side Phoenix, of course, weakened. Middle Phoenix, full HP. Valhalla Valkyries come through. Grab the Pyromancer. So FG, Phoenix, Pyromancer, Valhalla Valkyries wiping the map here and readying their final push into the base of the Sages.
Putting both Runic Palms in Sam's pocket, probably the best call that the Valkyries can make, because it now allows them to be able to make a 4-1 split. Sam can just drop both of them in, even if only one of them goes off. If he split over to the far left side on that weakened Phoenix, he could probably take it out just by himself. He's just tanky enough with some of the defense items he's afforded to himself to be able to sustain up a little bit. Plus the fact that his shield is as large as it is now with some of the buffs that came through to Robin, I believe, upping up to 27% of his health when that shield is fully stacked up. Means that he's got just more HP to deal with than many other junglers can at this point through. Athenian Sages will be forced back onto defense, and because their right side is down, if the Valkyries put all of their eggs over to the left side, they can force somebody to stay so far out of position to deal with that right side wave. They should be able to take a Phoenix for themselves, but the Valkyries are playing this one so slow. Getting the minions grouped up in mid to try and help out, it's not necessary. With how much damage they have, I would imagine they would try and keep a fight forced here, but Valkyries are going to take their time and, again, awkwardly split themselves on the map.
Oni empowered fire minions worst nightmare if you are the Athenian Sages.
Not fun.
Stomping down the lane, insane amounts of damage, just backing up the already empowered and enhanced Valhalla Valkyries. Looking at this middle lane Phoenix here, Privative, Snatty, Ranjaru, Nehu on the defense. Jengaru hovering around, waiting for that prime opportunity, not for the initial engagement, but it's that moment, it's that second of hesitation where the frontliners go in when a jungler really does their best work. Sam for Soccer and Aquarius. Aquarius all the way wrapping around onto the ADC of the Athenian Sages. Crimson forced out early in this fight. Aquarius forced out of the Phoenix line as well. Jengaru not able to get anything of substance off of that ultimate. Erupt Crimson takes out Privative in the backline. Sam for Soccer finishes off the mid laner for the Athenian Sages. Middle lane Phoenix falls as well. Ranjaru through the portal and into the grayscale. Snatty falling low, not even willing to finish him off. The Valhalla Valkyries take down Snatty, a triple for Crimson, 8-0-4. Giannis going crazy, a deicide. The Athenian Sages fall to the Valhalla Valkyries. Game 1 goes the way of the Order Squad.
And that's what happens when you put so much pressure over to the right side to try and keep one player down, and then you don't keep up that pressure. You don't do anything more with it. You killed Aquarius 3 times in the early game. That's great. You put him 2 levels down. He's essentially a non-factor at that point, being so far behind, at least through the first 20, 25 minutes of the game. The problem is the Sages then didn't try and put pressure by the Gold Fury. They didn't try and go over to the Pyromancer to get a fight there. They just kept trying to hammer through the right lane, and it obviously is not going to keep working at that point. Dodgy works so well in the early game when there's so much easier ways of executing that ultimate, getting beats away, being able to find those Pal-Laos. But because they focus so heavily on this one single Achilles and didn't get much beyond there, it's not much more the Sage can do in the late game, except for those base defenses, which looked really good earlier on. The Valkyries probably could have just ended that game a little bit sooner.
And I mean, J-Mac, worth mentioning Erupt Crimson on this Giannis, making it look like an S-tier character. The Athenian Sages might have to think, do we ban this one out? We'll have to find out as we head towards game number 2 after a short break. Stick around.
the game one, but a Valkyrie's win nonetheless. Goes the distance, but it gets there towards the very end. Now, you might have had to wait a long time for that game to end, but you don't want to wait a long time right now if you want to get the V Shoujo skins. Now, for those of you who have already waited, you've waited too long. It has gone slightly less on sale, I guess is the right way to describe it, right? The first 4 weeks, it was at the most discounted. We are now in week 5, going towards week 6. So you need to get in on this deal while you can. Direct skins are currently the cheapest they'll be, except for the last 4 weeks. And same thing for the buy all. 70% off, so you want to make sure that you get in on those while you can to get all of the V Shoujo skins represent your favorite VTubers out there across all platforms. Of course, if you can't get them this week or next week, then the price is going to jump up. And once you get to week 9 and beyond, you won't even get the buy all. You'll have to buy them individually for $1,500 each. So you want to make sure you get in on it while you can and get the deal. Speaking of deals, that last game was a really good one. You got 50 minutes of really great Smite, all for the price of one game. And so, looking at it, Alpha Jackal, games that go that length are always really interesting. Mainly because you think back to it and you remember like that first blood that happened all the way in solo lane. It feels like so long ago. And it doesn't seem like it matters as much anymore. Aqua was the one who falls down. But because of the length of this game, you start looking at the team fights in depth and so much. But at the end of the day, the Valkyries are the ones that get to stand on top and have the first win.
Yeah, from a coach's perspective, what they're going to be looking at is they're going to be looking at the late-game team fights. What went right? What went wrong? Is there anything we could do differently position-wise, target selection-wise? That's the big takeaway from this game from a coach's from a team's perspective. The early game, almost a moot point, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, this early game fight that we see here from San Francisco was fantastic, but it gets to the 32-minute mark point. As you mentioned, that's just a distant memory. It's what happens in the here and now that matters.
And we saw good groupings. And, of course, a lot of people were mentioning it as we saw. It was Crimson on the Giannis. That is going to take away quite a good bit of accolades from this one, right? And to the point where we were saying if he gets it again, someone's probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time when you have a pick like this that's just turns up to a tournament unexpectedly and is popping off like it is doing, you have to swallow your pride and ban it at some point. Much like teams are banning out a couple of gods away from Johnny. I mean, we saw it back in the day with Sino's Naja, to name something just on the top of my head. It's a respect ban that you just have to put out there. Say, okay, you got us, play something else, please, and we'll beat you on that.
Gotta force him to be uncomfortable. It's 3 games today he has played on this Giannis. That is 3 games he has not died. It is ridiculous to me that he hasn't been able to do so. Look, Giannis is a slippery god, and we talk about that a lot, but if you look at it, your front line's doing well. Aquarius may be bullied a little bit this one, right? 2-7, which is definitely the worst slash line on his team, but when it comes with 12 assists, and also it means you get a 6-2, 8-0, and 5-1 for your carries, I think you're willing to ignore that a lot, especially considering, Priv, unfortunately, and Rinjara on the other side, 1-5 and 0-6. So definitely some fight changes that maybe need to be addressed, as you were mentioning, because once you get to 30 minutes, there's a certain point where you're just like, all right, if you're on the Sages, why was Rinjar dying every single time? Like, why is he 1-5? What do we need to do to protect him? And on the other side, you're also thinking, man, if Crimson can do that in a 50-minute game and still not die, I mean, we just keep locking him in. To the point where, and this feels so weird to say, almost dirty to say, do you first pick a Giannis if it's let through?
I don't think you first pick it.
Okay.
Okay, so if your first pick selection, you have your first pick and then you have your second, third, you pick it then. If you're the second side, you pick it third pick before they ban it.
Okay.
So you top 3 it, but you don't first pick it.
We're not worried about the Sages taking it. We're just worried, like, it's either getting banned or the Valkyries are getting it.
I mean, Nehu is a fantastic player, don't get me wrong. I just don't see him...
There goes the conversation anyway.
I just don't see him picking Giannis, and I think the Sages agree.
Yeah, I think he was in the same boat where he just sits back and, I mean, very much, hey, do you think you can play it? Do you want to play it? No, let's just get rid of it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's as easy as that. You might not even have the do you want to play it, just say, you know what, guys, we got, just stop it. We just need to get rid of him. First ban Giannis. Feels really good. Thor and Maui even joining him. So
I was gonna say about
the Sages are very much looking at what has been going well for the Valkyries today and saying no.
Yeah, I mean, last game, Maui's Landfalls had a huge impact on late game team fights. Been bringing in 2-3 people, forcing a lot of relics, forcing a lot of beads, and getting rid of the two main issues from the last game forces Valhalla Valkyries to do something completely different in this second game. And if they've won off one strategy, you know they're going to try and play that again. So if you force them into something else, it could throw them off their game just that little bit.
Well, we've been talking about a lot of gods that are 100% pick ban. Baba Yaga's still in the ban column right now. Serket, Marty are the 3 bans from the Valkyries. We just mentioned the ones for the Sages. Hachiman was the first pick, which has not been too surprising. We've seen that a lot. But with Terra left open, the Valkyries get their front line instantly. Alpha Jackal, they get Tyr and they get Terra, and I think that is terrifying.
That is team fight in a nutshell right there. T for team fight.
Yeah, you're going to drag us to 50 minutes? Cool, let's play.
Yeah. I mean, we're comfortable going to 10 minutes. We're comfortable going to 50 minutes. You pick the battleground, and we'll be there to make sure we win those fights. I mean, the Raven for Sanford Soccer, it did well in that last game. I'm not so certain it did so well to the point where you have to pick it up here, considering your pick was a Darji, which isn't exactly the best matchup for them.
It definitely feels like an interesting pick. I mean, you know, maybe CC immunity, like, it's nice against Terra, it's nice against Tyr, but like you said, I'm not sold on him being the best right now. Maybe that's just something, maybe I'm behind. I'm very notably self-assured, not a great jungler, so I think that's something, that we get to see. Maybe the Sages have something up their pocket, up their sleeve, to try and make this work. Agni, though, has been very solid in the mid lane. And the Valkyries, I was thinking we would see a Rom, but the other one, at least over the last month, who's been in that conversation in the Pro League has been the Xbalanque. How are you feeling about X-Ball right now?
I think he's in a decent spot. I mean, with everybody losing power overall in their builds, the fact that his passive didn't get touched means that he overall gets a net gain compared to everybody else.
True.
So I think it's a fantastic pickup opportunity, especially when you compare it to the fact that they've got the Terra. The Earthen Fury will get procced instantly with the fact that he's got those poison darts. So it's a good opportunity to combo somebody down very quickly at level 5.
Something that we've seen several times, right? Yeah. I mean, sometimes you don't even have to be there. We've actually seen plenty of times where Xbalanque just straight up doesn't even rotate. He's just going to pop his ult. Also, the only god who can hit structures from outside of the structure when he pops his ult. So something that works out pretty well for him. Aphrodite, Odin banned out here by the Valkyries, which, given how many of their gods already can't escape walls, pretty good choices. And then Kali, Fenrir. Like you'd said, shots have been going towards the jungle every single time. How can you control Sam for soccer? And so that has been the goal for the Sages, to push him onto yet another god. Is there anything, if you're looking at Tyr, Terra, Xbalanque, is there like a jungler that stands out in your mind as like, oh, that's got a lot of good synergy, or is it just kind of pick of the litter?
It's just pick of the litter. I think the Fenrir definitely would have been at the top of my mind because you bring them into the Earthen Fury.
Yeah.
The Odin sort of would trap them in, but they're the ones that have banded away themselves. Doesn't really speak to me as a Sanford Soccer really playstyle god. I mean, Thor would have been a good pick, but that's been banned away too. But it's going to be the Erlong Shen. We finally get to see the Erlong Shen. It's been banned a lot. It's never been picked when it's not been banned. Now we finally get to see it picked up here, and it's going to go into the hands of Sanford Soccer.
So it always feels like, and you know, I think Osiris belongs in this conversation, right? When Erlong Shen was big, Osiris in the jungle was still pretty big at that point. When he lost his knockup, he kind of disappeared for a little while. Has the itemization shifted enough this week specifically, this patch, to make Erlong Shen in the jungle feel good, or does he belong in the solo lane? Like, where does, well, I guess with the Tyr here, we kind of know where he's going into the jungle. What does he have enough on his auto attacks? Like, can he still do what we want him to do?
I'm going to be with you. When Erlong Shen lost his knockup, I thought he was the worst god in the game by a country mile. I mean, that was horrific for him in terms of a personal blow to his viability. Since then, he's received 4 or 5 buffs just to try and get him back up to the level. And this last patch, the itemization changes and the buff that he received have really pushed him over the edge. I mean, you're going to see him build into the Dawnbringer hammer, and that one is going to just allow him, when he ults, to control a large amount of space. The issue that Erlong Shen has is if he goes into any god with a slow or a cripple, he then becomes a lot less valuable. Who has both of them on his kit? The Ares.
Yep. Something that could, well, like you just said, cause more trouble than maybe you really wanted to deal with. Ares, though, some
It's
of
just a
it is
fantastic
dependent
Ares pick.
on the chains. You really like it.
It would be a fantastic Ares pick. I mean, have a look at who's got CC
yeah.
immunity on their side. It's just going to be the tier. Terra, going to be forced to get beat. Shibalonke, if you catch him out before his Rising Jaguar, he's not going to be able to get away without dispensing his beats. Erlong Shen has to get beats at some point. If he goes Blink first Relic, you're killing him on cooldown. This is a phenomenal pickup.
Let alone, you hit him with chains, good luck to,
Yeah.
to like every single person on the Valkyries. Oh, man. Now, it does still come down to on-field play, but in essence, that's a really good pick. They get the Guan Yu as well. It feels like the Robin's the only thing that's standing out on this team that's like, okay, maybe this doesn't work, maybe it works, but seeing the Sages in full, how are you feeling about their composition?
I love it. I am a huge proponent of the Ares pick into this matchup. As I said,
I
love it. I think this draft really does do everything you wanted to. You have Protection Shred coming out from the Guan Yu, you have massive area control coming out from the Ares, big follow-up from the Agni, Hachiman, and Raven, and good dive potential from the Raven and Guan Yu together. It's almost a perfect composition to do every little thing good in this game of Smite.
Well, that's what the Sages need right now. Trying to push us to Game 3 with a win. It sounds like you're on board with the draft. At least, again, it's always that play on field. Sometimes the draft will win you a lot. And the Sages are in a good spot. Looking for, presumably, a mid lane. Something to give Crimson. Since the Giannis is gone, you've got to go further into the God pool. And they didn't ban a lot of mages outside of the Giannis and the Agni. Yeah, well, I guess the Baba Yaga as well on the other side. They were all available. Yeah. A lot of opportunity. We've seen Discordia a good few. But it's Tiamat locked in. You seemed kind of about it.
I mean, has CC immunity on the ground stance ultimate, but I would have thought Discordia would have been the pickup here. I mean, just to allow the Erlong Shen a bit more presence in the jungle with that passive, or allow the Shibalonke to be a bit more threatening in lane, or allow the Tier to potentially get a solo kill onto the Guan Yu, and has that CC immunity with that Apple of Discord, good, area control with the Strife. I thought that would have been a great pick, but the Tiamat also does that just a little bit more dangerously, I would say. So you're having to commit yourself a little bit more, which, given the rest of their draft, makes a little bit of sense. This is a risky commit-all draft into your team fights.
A lot of opportunity here for the Valkyries. Again, win, and you move on. Lose, and it's not the end of the world just yet. For the Sages, lose, and you're eliminated, so you have a lot of pressure. And what I think is beautiful about this is it showcases, at least in draft, how important one God pick can be.
Yeah.
And how much things can change. We've seen it sometimes with like a Daji when you have like 5 people who have no CC immunity, and then your second pick, that 10th lock-in, you just get to go, okay, cool, give me the Daji. Ares, in this case, gets to do the exact same thing. Chains are feeling really good, still feel pretty good against the Tiamat, but is Tiamat enough to placate some of the difficulties they're going to have to deal with, knowing the support has a pretty good counter matchup?
I think at this point in time for the Valkyries, their composition has to come down to, do they team fight well enough around the Earth and Fury, around the extra damage protections that they're going to get, around the extra health that they're going to get from that ultimate? If so, it will be a successful fight for them against the Ares. If not, the Ares is going to be running this game for them.
Well, sometimes it's all up to the Ares. And right now, that's what the Sages need. Again, do or die. If they lose this game, they are eliminated. They managed to drag the Valkyries out to 50 full minutes. Now the question is whether or not they can do it again, but this time try to find a win. You seem like you're leaning a little more Sages this time.
Yeah,
We're looking at a Game 3?
I'm leaning all my channel points again into the Sages. If it was risky last time we did it with Dolson, but I feel like you're a little bit more, receptive of it.
I'm more receptive to you betting your channel points.
Yeah,
you can do that. I'm not going to go for it. Chat, you bet your channel points all the time.
I mean, the only thing we haven't talked about as well is the amount of protections the Ares will give his team as well, with his shackles as well as his bolster defensive, but that's for another time.
Yeah, something that he's maybe actually just going to showcase. Maybe you don't even have to talk about it. We can just see it happen in action. It's Game 2, and the Sages' life on the line.
It's Dimes and J-Mac and Doug bringing you what could potentially be the final game of Smite here. The Smite Masters day number 2 as the Athenian Sages look to force a Game 3 and escape going home by the narrowest of margins here. The Valhalla Valkyries erupt Crimson, finally forced off of the Giannis after a day of undying. I mean, going onto the Tiamat, it's a little different than the Giannis, but what a performance getting forcing a first ban Giannis.
Yeah, it's not as safe as Giannis per se because you can't walk through walls. You don't have that easy luxury of moving yourself across the map, but it's still a very safe pick in mid. CC immunity in the ultimate, a leap or a dash backwards depending on which stance you are in and which one you're swapping over towards. And just a pick that's worked out really well for Crimson over the history of this God's release and of Crimson's career with this God. So I have no complaints on the Tiamat. I agree with the Dessa. I would have maybe liked to have seen a Discordia that we can facilitate Sam for soccer a little bit on this Erlong Shen, because until he gets that first item or two online, really not going to be the most threatening jungle out there, but having immediate access to things like blink into a pin or blink immediately and use that mink after just for some quick chase gives Erlong Shen a lot of potential in the jungle, and for my money is worth probably the best spot for him. I don't imagine that we'll see Sam really drag out too much damage into his build, maybe 3 items at most, and then focusing on defense. As mentioned, things like the Dawnbringer make him so easy to be able to get access to fast defense. Jump in the middle of the backline with a blink, ult 2 or 3 people, all of a sudden now you have 30% extra protections, movement speed, and then you also get the mitigation from the buff that came from him in this 10.6. A lot of big changes to Erlong and a lot of good items that are working for him now.
And I mean, with the power that we know Xbalanque possesses come mid to late game, and the damage that we've seen Tyr do so far in the Smite Masters, no surprise that Sam for Soccer is looking to facilitate the rest of the Valkyries. And meanwhile, the Athenian Sage's Privative, the thing that really sticks out to me is this Ares pickup. Now, normally in tournaments like this, J-Mac, it's a little bit later on in the tournament when the script calls for the Ares to come out and start forcing things to, game 3s and games 5s. But here, Privative finds it in a game number 2.
When you're hand-delivered a composition like this on the opposite side, there's no better time to pull out an Ares when 3 of the gods rely so heavily on their mobility, that being the Terra. You throw out a chain, well, now she can't double dash through her monolith or her wall to escape. You chain up the Tyr, well, now he suddenly can't fearless your entire backline. He's forced to either use beads or an ultimate to get out. You throw a chain on a Sam, and it's curtain call at that point.
And speaking of chains, none available for Privative. Sam for Soccer makes an early rotation to the left-hand side. The Valhalla Valkyrie's not enough damage to finish off Privative here pre-2 minutes, while Aquarius falls low meanwhile in the solo lane. And a lot expended by both junglers here. Blinks down across the... Jengaru not even blowing a blink on that gank in the solo lane. So Sam for Soccer on the back end.
Just a bit off the mark with the pin. Could have waited a little bit longer. Waited for some of the CC from Gamma to go through and try and guarantee that. Maybe keep Privative away from the tower just a tad bit longer, but therein lies one of the weaknesses of Erlong Shen, is his early game damage really isn't all that great compared to your standard assassin or even some of your other warriors that have a little bit more ability damage in hand. His basic attacks do hit a little bit harder now with the buff to the dog passive, but just doesn't quite have enough until that first real item is online. Because of the damage nerf across the board to things like the Golden Blade, it's even harder for him to really get that damage through. And I'm honestly surprised that he went to the dual lane. It's a better matchup for him this early as long as chain is down. Has a good target with Privative, but all Priv's got to do is pop bolster defense, and all of a sudden he's a lot tankier and a lot harder to kill.
If you're the Valkyries, though, you're feeling pretty good that Sam is still has that mindset, right? Even though it's a more facilitative jungle pick, you've got sort of a mid to late game draft style with the Xbalanque and the Tyr rotating out of solo lane. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good if my jungler's making these aggressive plays and trying to create space across the map for the rest of my squad. Privative forcing forward, trying to sneak away that purple buff, but the Valkyries able to secure that one for themselves as the rest of the buffs spawn across the map and go down to the respective owners.
And Fire does a lot to these jungle camps. It's one of Ares' best perks right now, is being able to clear out some of the jungle a little bit easier, put some threat on those camps. So it does force Gamma and Wowie to at least answer to that and try and go for that immediate burst after. And this is exactly what Gamma has to worry about. Is if Priv steps up, he doesn't have a dash target. He's not able to freely dash through these waves with that monolith combo to be able to clear that one out easily for Wowie. So this is a very, very low clear lane for the Valhalla Valkyries. I don't imagine we see Wowie and Gamma get much pressure in this lane unless Sam continues to stick around this side of the map. But now that 5 is up for Renjaru, beads are there too, this is still a tough gank for Sam.
No ultimate for Ares this time. Sam for Soccer, ultimate online. Privative certainly to fall here. It's going to go down to Sam for Soccer for first blood. Jengaru rotating in. There's a blink onto Gamma. Mystic Rush connects with 2, but a great dash through a monolith from Gamma locks down Renjaru and Jengaru and allows the support Terra to escape.
And that's going to give that Soul Surge over to the Valkyries, who can farm up a little bit of that since Wowie's so healthy. He can stick around and get that extra gold, that extra XP. But that's what I was saying through there is until this ultimate comes up from Priv, as long as chains are down,
you have a great target to go into this lane. You can try and take out Priv, because 2 of your gods that would not normally need to fear the chain, as soon as those are gone, well, now you've got the option to dash in through Monolith, get those roots, to dash through wall to close up gap, and to be able to continue chasing down with the Mink. Sam waiting for that ultimate, not throwing it immediately, probably the most important fact there, because if he jumps that ultimate immediately, now he loses out on some of that extra CC that his teammate was lacking to try and keep that fight up.
Now, my question here, J-Mac, both of these hunters, Rinjaru and Wowie, have pretty decent escape tools, right? The Rising Jaguar, CC Immunity, very long ranges. There's a great lockdown stun from Gamma. And Rinjaru, of course, can just hop on the horsey and get out of dodge. Does that mean that these 2 junglers are going to be focusing their attentions to other lanes, or does that mean they're just going to have to try a little bit harder and put forth a little more effort in order to secure kills in the duo lane?
Sam's probably just going to be looking at Priv if he does come over to the duo lane anytime while Priv is over there at that point. Otherwise, you could probably just leave Rinjaru alone for a little bit. They're going to be hunters unless you get them down 3-4 kills in the early game. Once 20-25 minutes comes through, they're hunters. They're going to hold W left click. They're going to do a lot of damage with their in-hands. So at this point, it really is focusing out some of the easier to grab targets. Unfortunately for Sam, the easiest target for him to go for is Privative and Snatty if Snatty's ultimate is down. But unless we see Snatty kind of pull what we like to see a lot in the SPL, the solo lane, I'm going to ult the totem just because I can kind of mentality, probably unlikely we'll see Snatty's ult unless he uses it for initiation up against Aqua or uses it for a retreat if Aquarius gets the better end of a trade over there. So unfortunate for Sam, his best target is Privative. Maybe fortunate for him that he still at least has a target this early through, or if he can catch maybe the dash from Nehu. But there's a lot of factors for Sam where he has to wait for X or Y in order for him to try and grab some opportunity.
And is there enough beads burning potential on the Valhalla Valkyries? Is there enough CC to strip away some of that CC immunity potential to allow Sam to follow up?
Oh, absolutely. You have Aquarius in the late game. He can dive in immediately with that Fearless ultimate in blue stance to be able to take beats away from a carry. A Fearless is always a good option to do so. Crimson, probably not the best opportunity, but you do have that Ruination, that second ability in flight stance to be able to continue to try and put out some range CC, but unlikely to take anything from there. Gamma on the Terra, while the root might not scare the beats from somebody, being able to get a stun with the wall is there. So there's opportunities for Sam to capitalize on burnt beads, but they're small factors, and it requires other frontliners to be alongside him to do so.
Well, Smite Masters day number 2 starting to settle into some of these builds on this 10.6 Season of Souls patch. The Devil's Gloves have become standard here on the ADCs. Same thing goes for that first item, Spear of Desolation pickups in the middle lane. Just great penetration, great stats all around, no surprise there. Tainted Steel online here for Snatty. Walk me through that starter.
Tainted Steel is just a good item when you don't know what you want to go as a soul laner. Do you want to go Axe? I don't know. Do you want to go Sigil? Maybe. Bluestone isn't really necessary for a Guan Yu. He doesn't need all that extra bonus damage. Tallow Assault does plenty of it at this point. You can see just how much he's able to fight up against Aqua for it. So whenever you don't know exactly what to go and you look across the board and you see Sustain from Aquarius and Self-Regard, you see Self-Sustain from Sam, you see Team Sustain from Gamma, it's a good option just in general. Plus, depending on what you're fighting up against, you have 2 great options either in the Tainted Amulet or the Tainted Breastplate to give you an immense amount of physical or magical defense depending on who you want to focus out.
Gamma dodges out of chain there for Privative, locked down with the totem. Wall's off the mark there. Privative not stunned, but here comes Jangaru around the way here. Gamma falling low. Gamma just pushing forward so aggressively. Kind of a bad spot there, and Jangaru capitalizes on Gamma pushing forward a little bit too far there. Evens it up 1-1. The Valhalla Valkyries take a spill there in the duo lane, and Gold, for all intents and purposes, is dead even. Looking at levels across the map is Wowie's getting dove here by Priv and Jangaru. Wowie up into the Rising Jaguar. Lights go out. Mystic Rush. Jangaru finds a second out of the jungle, and the Athenian Sages now have a slight lead.
Just unfortunate for Wowie that there's still 3 people hanging around. As soon as he sees that Jangaru is near purple, he's got to know that there's going to be an extra gank coming through, no matter even if you pull it to the tower. And because he pulled the buff to the tower, he doesn't really have a good opportunity to try and secure that one for himself. Shibalanke really doesn't have great clear in that regard up against something like a jungle camp. You throw out your poison darts, sure, you get some burst, but it's a lot of tick damage afterwards, so not wanting to expend Rising Jaguar to try and secure a buff just means that if it doesn't die at 400 HP to a tower, Jangaru has not only good clear to steal it away, but also good damage to follow up, plus a form of immunity to get out of tower as soon as he does take it. means that Privative can step up and make it pretty easy for himself. And even going back to how that started is Gamma's trying to play so offensively to try and keep Privative locked down. He's stepping up, he's throwing out wall, hitting him with the autos to slow him down. He's not paying attention to the fact that there could be a gank coming through. Like, oh man, why is Privative still walking up at me? Why is Renjaru walking through the lane over to this fight? Maybe I should get out. By the time he realizes this, there's already a chain around his waist because of Privative, and now he has nowhere to go, and sets up an easy rotation for Jengaru to capitalize.
Sam rotating over to this left-hand side, maybe looking to make an impact, just like Jengaru did a few moments ago. And if you're an Athenian Sages fan, you appreciate at 2-0-0 that Jengaru is making his presence known around this map. I mean, that's how Sam for Soccer affected the early game just last game on this same Ravana pickup. It's by getting going early, getting going consistently, really allowing the rest of his team to ratchet up.
I am puzzled that Sam went for Frostbound Hammer compared to something like Dawnbringer. I mean, Frostbound's not as potent as it once was. You don't get that same big impact slow chasing targets down as much so as you did before this season. So maybe curious that he is going forward, considering you want to keep that continuous chase down. Could get some easy reapplication of it, but I just feel that you don't get the same impact as something like a Dawnbringer could bring to the team, but you're locking down one target, more benefit to you.
Pull in for Privative, but who cares? Sam for Soccer yoinks him right back in. Meteors raining down from Nehu. Valhalla Valkyries are not deterred at all. Erupt Crimson finds one for the Tiamat. And I think of any of these players that we've seen today, the one person you don't want to get going is Erupt Crimson.
Crimson is certainly a player who can have some strong impact. The Tiamat going to be a little less so. Early game on that god, not as potent. Instead, picks on a Sam. Could be so easy for the Sages. He's used everything to find a kill against Privative that didn't have anything left in the tank for after. And now with Aquarius over here, very awkward positioning for the Valkyries to, whether that be to try and start for a Fury or maybe try and find an extra pick to go for that Fury. But with Aqua here, might as well try and make use of this teleport to some degree. Instead, they're not going to go for the objective. Instead, it'll be Oracle Harpies for the Valkyries. Maybe not even that with Jengaru sticking around. Valkyries are playing a little questionably. They're investing so much to keep Privative down, but Privative's ahead at this point.
Yeah, just a curious teleport there from Aquarius. You're going to lose some farm on the right-hand side. You're going to lose a couple of camps as well. And what do you really get for it? A little skirmish around the Harpies. Sure, Stygian Beacon now online. Could be a good opportunity for Aquarius to make his presence felt here. Valkyries capturing the Stygian Beacon. So far, Privative's not stepping forward. A juggle from Aquarius just to keep the support Ares off of the objective. The first beacon of the game goes down to the Valks.
Privative still chasing out Aqua. Decent heal. We'll keep him from going down to the fire. Privative wants to keep this fight going. Pull's only going to get Gamma, so we'll be just fine, even though Beacon does go over to the Valkyries. It's Sam in danger again on the right side now.
Ooh, mistimed ultimate there. Locked down. Snatty almost finding the grayscale there, but in fact it's going to be Sam for Soccer dropping down to Jengaru. Snatty escaping with just a fraction of HP there. The Athenian Sages so far leading this game. I mean, last game it was pretty much dead even gold for like 35 minutes, and already the Athenian Sages starting to pocket a little bit more than their opposition.
And item number 2 for Privative is exactly why I'm not a big fan of Frostbound Hammer. You got one person who's going to be a nice and easy slow to apply. What do? Grab a Wing Blade for yourself and benefit the remainder of your team. That Wing Blade is going to get so much value on these ganks up against Sam, because he didn't have it in the previous fight against him. Now is it for any other, and as long as he can avoid being slowed by that little Minotaur right there, Privative can get so much value from this item to effectively nullify what Sam has gone for the second, which is why I would rather have seen the Dawnbringer. Sure, you only get the real impact of Dawnbringer from the ultimate, but you're almost using it anyways when you're going in for the fight. When you want to find a pick onto some of these frontliners and you want to try and take out a backliner, you're going to use ult anyway. So getting a one-time 10 to 15 second slow from a Frostbound is so much less impactful than that mitigations that you're going to get from your ultimate already, plus the protections and the movement speed to keep these chases going.
You know, we really haven't seen a huge, impactful no escape. I mean, we're not even at 15 minutes yet, but it's going to be those big 2-3-man Ares ultimates. Speaking of impact, though, the Athenian Sages walk up to the Gold Fury and take it out without even a look from the Valkyries. In return, the Valks are going to start up this Pyromancer, but Snatty's here to answer the call, forcing Gamma off the objective and allowing the rest of the Sages to make the rotation over. Just a Gold Fury. I'm not even going to call it a steal, a sneak. That was just a straight-up objective confirm the Valhalla Valkyries caught with their pants down.
Yeah, this is good positioning by the Sages. You go for the objective, and you realize we don't need everybody on this side of the map. So Snatty going to go head over towards that Pyromancer and make sure that the Valkyries can't take that one out and make it an objective trade. While, at least at the beginning of the game, Gold Fury more valuable in the immediate, it's what you do with the Pyromancer after that can maybe make that one a bit more impactful if the Valhalla Valkyries were able to grab that one through. So because they're not able to, Snatty able to get just pure net gain for his team. It's now afforded them 3,000 gold, and a lot of that coming in the pocket of Jangaru at this point. The 5K experience is going to be so impactful for these fights as well, because dual lane's 2 levels down, at least for the Hunter. Jungle's 2 levels down. Sam hasn't even gone back to base yet to get a second relic, so no chance he can step up in a fight here. And with Pyromancer for the Sages, they're just going to continue to expunge that lead just so much further and further.
About a 4K, a little under 4K, 3 and change here for the for the Athenian Sages gold lead. Aquarius forced out Rajaru, making the long trip from duo lane over to solo to take out this tier 1 tower and grab even more gold for the Athenian Sages. He's going to head back to base, finish off those chin size in just a moment here. Nehu dash down. This is an opportunity for Sam to make his presence felt. Nehu dropping down, but the damage finally comes through for Sam for Soccer. Is it too little too late, though? Yanked back in from the no escape out of Privative. Snatty is here. Running in, cavalry charge, locking down Gamma. Privative, sending out those flames, scorching the competition. Rinjaru sending out auto attacks. Meanwhile, in the backline, Tiamat erupts Crimson, being the target of Jangaru, who's just going to walk down the middle laner. Aquarius drops down as well. A double for the Hachiman. Jangaru takes out Crimson, and what a wipe. Only Wowie, the remaining member of the Valkyrie, still alive on the battleground.
You can't expend that much and go that far on a dive to try and kill an Agni. Sam for Soccer took so long to get the kill onto Nehu that the entire rest of the team was able to rally back through. And the biggest thing that I mentioned right before that Pyromancer started is that Sam didn't get to go back to base. He didn't have his second relic ready. Because of that, he didn't have beads for the no escape. So what happens is Priv walks back in. He grabs immediately with an ultimate, pulls Sam back in, sets up Gamma as well, because his bubble, his only CC immunity, actually got burned away just prior to that fight as well. I believe Jangaru able to take that one away. And because of that, it's 2 pulls back in, and the Valkyries are so far out of position, diving for one player all the way, as you can see where the surge is, to tier 2 tower to find that kill. Gives the Sages so much time to rally back through.
And the Sages transitioned that 4-man wipe into a tier 2 tower in the middle lane as well. So breaking open the base here for the Valhalla Valkyries. One less objective between the Sages and a game number 3. Privative chunking away at Sam for Soccer. Jangaru in as well. Sam falling low, no escape coming through. Sam able to use CC immunity to get out of dodge, but Snatty is in the backline, locking down the jungler. The flames coming out from Privative are going to finish off Sam for Soccer. 1 down so far for the Valkyries. The Sages, where does their attention turn to? Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower in the middle lane. Gone, only a Tier 2 on this right-hand side. Gold Fury respawning in just a moment here might be the next objective for the Sages.
This might be the most value that we've seen come from an Ares probably ever, in all honesty. At least here in this tournament, this is probably the best Ares draft that you could hope for, is at least what the Valkyries have gone up against it. 4 gods that rely so heavily on their mobility, 3 in particular, that just get absolutely stopped in their tracks once that first chain connects through. That as long as Privative saves chain for a team fight, the Sages essentially win that one. All he's got to do is chain one person, and that's almost guaranteed either going to get beads or going to get an ultimate to try and get away from at this point. You don't even need the no escape. You don't need that ultimate from Privative to be the impact. You just need a single chain. You just need Snatty to be able to capitalize off it, because in that last fight, Priv gets the ultimate, forces the beads away from Sam. Snatty says, word, I guess I'll just jump on the horse and chase you down now because you can't get away from me, and forces Sam to separate himself out of that fight. Absolutely love the Ares pick from Privative. Don't imagine it's one that you ban away, and again, this is if this game does end up going towards 3, but it's certainly a pick that you have to keep in the back of your mind now, knowing that not only does Privative have an Ares, but he's willing to pull it out in desperation matches.
Dude, tournament after tournament after tournament, going back years. I mean, all the World Championship after World Championship, backs against the wall, support players turn to Ares, and for some reason, it always works. The script cannot be more clear, J-Mac, and as much as the first game was dead even neck on neck for 35 minutes, the Athenian Sages have opened this game to about a 5K gold lead as the Fire Giant is going to be started up here by the Athenian Sages. Only Aquarius from the Valkyries here in the face of the Sages, trying to create pressure, trying to create space. The rest of the Valkyries completely out of position. Here comes Terra, here comes the mid laner. But no, the Valkyries completely let this one go. The Athenian Sages are going to capitalize. Taking out a Fire Giant Snatty, dropping low, up onto the horse. Pin isn't going to finish off the kill. And the Valkyries now only settling for a tier 2 tower on the left-hand side while the Sages have Fire Giant wrapped around their waist.
And the Sages immediately go towards the right side, tier 2 tower to trade. So much expended on the left to try and keep that one going through. Sam for Soccer using his ultimate to try and lock down Snatty. Snatty then forced to ult, but he used his TP just to slow things down on the left. That's the important part of it. As Snatty realizes, I don't need to be here. Fire Giant's at 15% HP. My team can do this. I'll go ahead and try and delay the Valkyrie so that way we can have something more to do after the Fire Giant. That's the important part that a lot of teams sometimes struggle with. Once we get the Fire Giant, what do? Do we all go back to base and reset? Do we push for a tower? Snatty makes that so much easier for his team and says, okay, you guys can push for a tower because I can go back here and defend. We don't need these huge power spikes just yet. Oh, by the way, you can grab a Pyromancer on your way out because, again, I bought so much time and forced so many backs and so much extra resources spent to defend on that left side of the map that now you have that afforded time and luxury to be able to grab extra parts throughout the jungle to do so. Because of that, Athenian Sages now expanded their lead up towards 7,000, which isn't the worst position to be in as a Valkyrie, but it's not a great spot, at least as of this time frame, because while you do have Tiamat, her first ability can be body block. You can stop that one from hitting the minions. You do have some clear if you throw out the Typhoon with your ultimate to be able to try and clear things out. But if it targets a god, you walk it away. But the Valkyries aren't here for a defense. It doesn't even matter.
Lights out. Shibalanke turns him off for the Athenian Sages. In goes Aquarius on the tier. Lockdown. Left-hand bird falls. But so does Privative. In return, Erupt Crimson picks up one for the Tiamat. Snatty, Rinjaru, Nehu all on the retreat. Some lockdown from the Agni and a dash away is going to create the space to allow the Sages to retreat safely. Aquarius not quite done with Jengaru, who's more than happy to take this boxing match. A left-hand bird falls, and I think the Athenian Sages are happy to give up the support for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were playing phone tag with each other, and the Valkyries were a little late on the call that time through, and because of it, the Sages are able to take out left Phoenix. Sure, they lose out on Privative. Not the worst person to trade out for a left side Phoenix, which is so important when you do want to set up for the next Fire Giant. It is going to make sure that Aquarius or somebody else is going to be sent to that left side of the map to defend. I say Aquarius because he does have teleport, so it's easy to put him over there, teleport him back in for the fight, and then keep things going a little bit later through. Sage is a little sloppy, at least on the retreat, but I did like that Jengaru separate himself, didn't try and funnel in with his team. But then you also run into the problem for the Valkyries of trying to chase into something like an Agni or into even Snatty on the horse. Used it defensively to get out, but there's so much potential turn and burn from the Sages. Valkyries recognized they couldn't continue forward.
And the Stygian Beak back on its way. Snatty knocked up in the air. Gold Fury on the left-hand side. Primal going to be taken down here by the Athenian Sages. Extend that lead even just a little bit further here. And we got a while before the Fire Giant spawns, J-Mac. What do the Valkyries need to do? I mean, we're approaching that point as Jengaru is straight up soloing Sam and puts the opposing jungler in the ground for the next 43 seconds. That was not even difficult from Jengaru. That was filthy.
Yeah, Jengaru said, you know what, the full, like the half damage, half defense build was kind of cool from you, Sam, but what if I just built full damage on the Robin this time through and just absolutely eviscerate in a 1v1? At that point through, I mean, with the Brawler's Beat Stick, you're not going to get nearly as big of a hill back for Sam because he doesn't elect into a lot of defense. The top end half of his heal, where it's a % of your max HP, is not getting nearly the same values if you would go into a bit more of a defensive option. So Sam just kind of losing out in potential 1v1 there. He used all of his resources on the wave, on the camp there, and Jengaru didn't even make that one easy. And this is part of why I was saying for Sam, I don't want to see a full glass cannon Erlong Shen build. I want to see a little bit more defense. Things like the Arc Druid Stone is really good to get that extra in-hand damage. Get smacked by a couple of abilities through, walk back in, here's a big burst damage on my next auto. Same thing with getting that Dawnbringer, bring to the backline for the extra protections. It makes it so much easier to live throughout team fights as an Erlong Shen, but with Sam going full damage, he doesn't have that defense. He doesn't have that luxury to sustain up against some of these much harder hitting targets. Because let me put it this way, Erlong Shen at 4 items in a 1v1 against the Robin, we saw what just happened, and that's not because of the lead. That's because of the nature of Erlong Shen. His autos hit harder. When you don't get a chance to throw an auto, you're just going to lose the fight.
And that was a great example of why Ravana has, I mean, exploded back. I don't have a more powerful verb, like catapulted back in the meta, especially during this tournament. I mean, first pick, first ban in essentially every single game. As Snatty is being ran down here, but so tanky, has that horse to leap onto, doesn't care even a little bit at all. Pyromancer goes down the way of the Sages. Fire Giant back online. Real lack of wards over on that objective, though. Gonna need to see some vision from both of these squads.
Fire Giant for the Sages. They'll give up the beacon to the Valkyries, and now the Sages know that the beacon was their goal. They can instead start for fire. A full push by the Valkyries?
Wow.
Over to a left side Phoenix could be big for them. They can delay this game. If they get the Titan spawning, they can keep this game going a little bit faster. Finding a pick on Snatty would be even better.
Oh, no horse for Snatty. Sam for Soccer moving forward, taunting Snatty back in. It's 4 members of the Valkyries shoving damage down Snatty's throat. Gonna go down, but meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Jangaru solos down the Phoenix. Fire Giant dropping, of course, as well. Left-hand side Phoenix for the Valkyries weekend. And the Valhalla Valkyries can't push anymore in this left-hand lane, so really, you give up a right-hand Phoenix, you give up a Fire Giant, and all you get in return is a solo lane Guan Yu that's going to be up in half a minute.
If I'm the Sages here, I probably just push up left, ignore the Titan, maybe send one person to go along with the Titan. Once Snatty respawns, send him up mid, say, hey, go have fun, let the Titans fight, do their own thing. But you can just push up left here, get those minions up towards the Phoenix. You still got plenty of time on your Fire Giant buff before you have to worry about anything. Grouping up in mid, not the worst idea for the Sages, though in a 5v4, it's going to be a little bit harder, especially if you don't have beads, but luckily for all the Sages carries, they do still have beads, don't have to worry about the tier. The range damage, at least from Wowie, from Crimson, able to deal with the Titan pretty easily. The Sages can do just the same thing. Renjaru even further range, at least on that Hunter, but the Valkyries aren't even going to give an attempt to push up with Titan. It's just they let them clash, take care of them, get that objective off the map, and now reset for a new defense.
And that's really the way we've seen. I mean, there's been 2 approaches so far during the Smite Masters tournament. It's been push with the Titan and allow it to assist you, act as essentially a 6th member of the team, or just let it go, you know, grab the benefits of that objective and allow your enemy to do the same. And it seems like that's the approach that the Valkyries and the Sages are both taking here, as the Sages are going to take down a Primal Fury in return, elongate this lead to a pretty significant, call it 12K here at 26, taking over to 27 minutes. Fire Giant around the waist of floor for a little bit longer. No Phoenix on the right-hand side for the Valkyries, a weakened Phoenix on the left-hand side. The Valhalla Valkyries going to have to make some kind of defense here if they're looking to continue their streak of 2-0s.
Most important part of that lead, though, is where it's allocated towards. Hunters, you have still pretty much similar build between Renjaru and Wowie. Renjaru hasn't sold the starter yet. Hasn't got much going through. Privative's going to get the ult, start this team fight out.
Privative yoinking in Gamma, who's able to walk the way out of that fight. Snatty doesn't grab too much with the horsey, and Wowie puts down the solo lane in return. Wowie is online, folks, and dishing out plenty of damage on this Shibalanke. Level 20, got 5 items online. That dude swings. Snatty going to be in the grayscale for the next 40 seconds. The Sages aren't giving up on this push, though. Renjaru, Priv, and Nehu still hanging around this left side. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Jangaru splitting up the map a little bit here for the Valkyries. Crimson and Sam defending the middle lane Phoenix. The rest of the squad, Gamma, Wowie, and Aquarius grouping up on this left-hand side. Jangaru looking for the initiation around the corner. Nehu raining down fire from the sky, dishing out damage. Renjaru just clearing the wave.
The benefit for the Valkyries on this defense is not only just having an extra person to push through, but knowing that the only ultimate online for now is Jangaru's. Now, obviously having a couple of bombs in pocket certainly helped through, but easy initiation for Aqua doing things just like this can get through, take relics away from the carry.
Stunning 2 to kick things off. Gamma. No stun to follow up. Snatty's got a TP online, and Snatty is back in business here. It's 5 for the Athenian Sages. Moving forward, Snatty with no hesitation right onto a Rough Crimson on this Tiamat. Phoenix not taking damage so far as Gamma is dropping low. Renjaru finds the first kill of the engagement. Aquarius dropping low to the Mystic Rush. Snatty in the backline grabs a 2-man stun. Crimson forced out. Wow, he's still chucking out those bolas. Able to repel the Athenian Sages, but not before losing the Firebird on the left side.
Benefit of that Soul Surge dropping in the middle is all of that extra movement speed afforded to Snatty and company, being able to just run right to the backline and then immediately use it to disengage after they get the Phoenix. And that's all that the Sages needed with this final little bit of the Fire Giant, was grab that left side Phoenix, make this next Fire Giant a bit easier. The right side Phoenix has respawned, but weakened and will have to be dealt with at least this final fire wave. The Athenian Sages are playing this patiently. The problem is that once we start cresting this 30, 35-minute mark, this 12,000 gold lead that they had starts meaning less and less. The mid laners are both fully online. The hunters are both finishing up their build once Wowie gets his final item online, which I do believe he's on the way to, but still lacking at least just a little bit. No executioner for him compared to Renjaro on the other side. So some of that gold allocation mattering just a little bit less. But what I'm really liking out of both of these teams, and it's something that we don't see as often at the SCC, you don't see it as much, at least in your casual or your ranked games either, is the counter building more than anything else. What happens when Frostbound got built by Sam? It's answered by a Wingblade from Privative. What happens when Privative goes in and Gamma has no way of cleansing CC immunity? He finds not only one, but two ways to deal with it. He can either wait for the Magi's to be available, or if it gets taken like this, his second option is this Absolution picked up. What happens? Throw up your ultimate. Now you get 1 second of CC immunity for you and all of your allies around you when that's popped. More often than not, Gamma's always standing by his allies when that ult comes through.
Fire Giant. It's past 30 minutes. We got an enhanced one on the board. J-Mac. Athenian Sages are going to start it up. Gamma, Wowie, and the rest of the squad. Aquarius on the left-hand lane, no doubt teleporting in. Sam for Soccer wrapping around the back, but Gamma dropping low. All ready to kick things off. Privative slowing it down. No escape in. Gamma yanked back in, and Nehu with a bomb from downtown takes out the support. Privative of half HP. A huge leap in. A Lawbringer over the top. Wowie finds one. Sam finds another. Nehu returns it right back around on the jungler. Wowie ripping through the Athenian Sages. A 3 for 2, and the Valhalla Valkyries are not giving up their final breath.
That should have been a much cleaner win for the Valhalla Valkyries, but the one thing Nehu does before going down is dashing through 3 different people. That Trail of Flames left behind has left so much damage, throwing it back towards Sam, applies the Divine Ruin, keeps that heal from being as big as it was, mitigates what Gamma's ultimate was doing for the team, and really puts a lot of damage back at the Valks. Sure, Nehu dies, but without that dash damage, without the return fire that he had thrown through in that fight, that could have gone so much worse for the Sages. But maybe the most questionable part about all of that was you landed the change, you got the fire, you got the slow on Gamma, if you're Privative in this case, but then he solo ults Gamma. I think what he was trying to do was catch Erupt Crimson through the wall and maybe get a beads or an ultimate from him there, but was only able to grab Gamma. Gamma's a little late on the ultimate from going through, or maybe a bit early from that Absolution of being able to try and save him there. But he was able to buy so many resources for his team because he takes a solo ultimate, because he takes a solo horrific emblem. None of that is available for the team fight after.
And just a massive Lawbringer over the top. I mean, locking down multiple members of the Athenian Sages and allowing the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries to follow up. Snatty and Privative moving back into this Fire Giant pit now. Wards peppering the pit and around the map. Vision is key here in Smite. Snatty leading the charge with Privative. It's 32 minutes. We had a 50-minute banger last game, J-Mac, and it looks to be stretching this one out as well. The gold lead becomes less and less important as items are online. Level 20s getting hit across the board. Only Gamma has a little bit more XP to go before hitting that final penultimate mark. And the Athenian Sages trying to bring it to a game number 3, not only in this set, but the first game 3 here at Smite Masters.
Yeah, game number 3 on the final set of the day would definitely be a great one to watch for an elimination game at that. Athenian Sages and the Valkyries fighting for their last chance to keep alive in this tournament. And we'll still have to do another elimination match after, even if you do win up against the Wargs. So it's such cautious play by both teams. This Fire Giant is melting at the hands of the Sages.
It's Sam on the left side and it's Jengaru on the right side. Both junglers playing the flank as Fire Giant is falling low. Might be a coin flip to secure the objective. Privative leading the charge in the back line. The Sages take down the Fire Giant. Jengaru finds Crimson, and Nehu is going to drop to Sam for Soccer, who is shredding through the mid lane. Agni, Gamma, and Wowie getting ran down by the Ravana. Gamma is only seconds away from death. It's going to be the ADC Renjaro to pick up the Terra. Nehu falls, but in return, 3 fall for the Valhalla Valkyries. A Fire Giant go the way of the Athenian Sages, and the map is wide open for the Order team to march down.
Aquarius is going to try to go back to base, but try being the operative word there. Privative is just going to keep chasing him through and not give him a moment to freely back. Even if he has an ultimate, still don't have a great target to go through, so this is just Privative buying time for the rest of his team to walk up and even potentially in the game unless Sam for Soccer can stop him. Privative just stops Aquarius again. the Athenian Sages are just going for the end.
And Sam Jengaru boxing, we've seen this one once before, and it didn't go the way of Sam. Snatty and Renjaru shoving into the Titan room. Jengaru takes down Sam, and J-Mac, we got a game 3.
Game 3 on our final set of day number 2. Elimination on the line, and both these teams pulling out all the stops to win this one through. Again, late game, you can't focus so much on killing an Agni. You can't spend that many bodies and resources to try and kill one person every single time. Nehu dies, he pulls Sam for Sakura that fight, but because Sam has gone to the backline trying to deal with Nehu, he's now left his own teammates far behind. He's left Wowie out of position. He's left the rest of his squad trying to deal with Jengaru, who is just running through the backline in this Robin, through Snatty, who is just cavalry charging to the back and dealing with everybody there. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the Sam build early game. Late game, it did a little bit more, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more defense in there. And all honesty, the Frostbound felt like it got really zero value in that entire game.
Are you chucking this up to composition issues, the Erlong Shin, maybe a little bit of the Tiamat? I mean, the rest of the comp is pretty solid. Or are you putting this /Mork in the way the Athenian Sage is just playing it out?
I think the Athenian Sages maybe just won only the draft because of the Ares. I'm not saying that you just have to ban the Ares and that exact same comp works, but the Ares certainly made that a little bit easier for the Athenian Sages, and I think the counterplay throughout the game and the positioning of the Sages really helped them elevate that win a little bit easier.
We got a game 3 here in North America. The Valkyries and the Sages go the full distance. Stick around for game number 3. Coming at you in just a minute.
Well, it finally happened here. We have a Game 3 on the horizon. Tie set after the Sages have a fantastic Game 2. And Alpha Jackal, sometimes it comes down to very simply one really good counter pick and maybe something else that goes along on the other side. But the Ares, I think, stands out. There were several fights at the very beginning where you said, wow, you won that just because you happen to be Ares. Like, that's it. You walk forward, you were Ares, you win.
Yeah, there was one fight where I believe there was just about to be level 12 on the Erlang Shen, didn't have the beads up, pulls 2 people on the tower, gets 2 kills there. Yeah. The rotation from Aquarius on the tier, he gets chained up, he dies as well. So 3 kills attributed just because of the Ares. I mean, Primitive definitely on that Godslayer energy grind because he was fragging all over the place this game.
I mean, it looked good. It set up so many kills for his team and made things, I think, just a lot easier for the Sages in general. And very similar, I think, to what J-Mac was saying towards the end of it. Is it, you know, if you ban the Ares, it doesn't necessarily make this game a win. Makes it a lot easier for you, though. Or, in this instance, if you're just not picking things that are really, really bad into Ares, that then prompts it. We also talked a little bit about the jungle. I think we got to see a lot more out of the Raven, admittedly, than I was kind of expecting. Yeah. Had a phenomenal game. And the Erlang didn't quite click the way that you would expect for a god that's been banned quite a few times this week.
No, we've been sort of building up to a point where he was going to get picked for the first time this tournament after being banned so long, and it's still all that suspense of going, oh my god, we finally get to see what this pick does, and nothing in this game. Granted, he did come against probably one of the worst counter picks you can have in Smite, the Erlang Shen into the Ares, so, you know, maybe you chalk it up to that, but this is a time where you have to reevaluate is this god a top pick, top ban?
Well, after that, I guess we'll see. 5-7-5, not the end of the world, but definitely maybe not as shining as the 7-0-6 on the other side. And Crimson finally dies today. 2-2 and
Twice.
5. Yeah, 5. So they made up for at least one of the other games. Now, I guess the question is, you know, if you're the Sages here, you found some success. Your bans were, you know, the Thor, which makes sense. We saw what Sam was able to do on that earlier. You got the Maui out of there as well. They should still probably ban Yanis, right? Like, you get that kind of performance versus what we've been seeing otherwise is a huge deal.
Oh yeah, you still ban away Yanis. You still have to respect what he managed to do in the 3 games where he was given it today and just say, yeah, you're still not having it. We did beat you, but you're still not having it because we're not sure whether in a do-or-die situation we can get this win against you. If there was a best of 5 and it was they still had 1 game to lose so they could still play and win the set, maybe they don't ban it. But in a do-or-die situation, you still get rid of it.
Yeah, do or die. That's the best way to describe this. Game 3, loser goes home. Winner at least gets to play tomorrow for their right to try and continue in this tournament. Valkyries will be first pick this time. Sages over on the right-hand side. And the Giannis will be banned a second time here by the Sages. Serket. And now alongside the Marty, banned out by the Valkyries.
We haven't seen too much Marty this tournament, so to see it banned up this high up, I'm gathering that the Valkyries and the Sages being on opposite sides of the bracket to each other, that they would have started to maybe, you know, scrimmed each other a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is probably a pick that came up in scrims a lot and just performed very well.
Yeah, he's actually, well, until this game, he was right at the 50%. Like, he's been banned a lot, picked twice. It's just nothing too crazy. And so we'll see, maybe eventually, what he has to offer. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe never. Maybe he's just banned.
He's just gone forever.
But he is banned alongside now the Raven, who, again, last game just had a phenomenal performance. And looked incredible there for the Sages. Hachi banned out by the Sages. And so, right now, front lines, probably feeling pretty good. Terra's definitely been very high up on the list. Yamoja, Baba Yaga as well, very notably available right now.
And still
with
available.
Thor, yeah, this is one of the first games in a while that she's actually been let through.
Probably a first pick right here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Certainly wouldn't be out of the question. I mean, has performed very well every single time we've seen it. Is one of the more difficult mid lane mages to deal with. In fact, I think the most difficult mid lane mage to deal with in this current meta, given that she builds into the cloak, it just becomes almost unkillable because of the extra protections that she has. So Valhalla Valkyries, they're still deliberating on it, but I wouldn't put it past it to pick up either the Emoja or in the Baba Yaga.
Definitely a lot of options. I can imagine that's the conversation. Frontline or mid? Like, which one of you feels maybe a little stronger here? Wowie, otherwise, has most of the time been able to get his carry pick here, but it's been Hachi, right? Someone who hovers above all else. I'm going to be honest, I would have gone down pretty far in the Guardian tab, at least 3 in the Guardian tab before I hit Maui. And to pick him over the others, I'm wondering, I just saw that lean back from Gamma, and I'm wondering, maybe I'm reading into the body language too much, but I also would react that way if I saw Baba Yaga locked in after logging in the Maui. Do you think that what he brings, I'm a big Maui fan, but over a Baba Yaga, is that first pick worthy?
Not in this meta. I think you go back to Worlds 100%. You continue after Worlds in the first few patches afterwards. You still say Maui, Maui, Maui. This patch in particular, Baba Yaga, I think, sits above the Maui in the pecking order. The Kali, maybe a little bit early, a pick up here from the Sages. I would have liked to have seen that third pick, but you can't go wrong against a god that has a 100% win rate at this tournament so far.
Yeah, when you're winning that much, you're not going to hear any arguments from me. You've just played well. And like you said, maybe a little early. Give some opportunities for the Sages to try and figure out ways to handle it. Sorry, for the Valkyries to try and figure out ways to handle it.
They're going to lock
this
this
they're
in.
locking in Achilles, and that one's real. And they're going to lock in the Thoth, so that's something that I'm going to be honest with you, haven't seen in a while. When we have seen it, it's been all right, but he's not been this standout go-to god lately.
No, we sometimes hear rumblings when we're hanging out with the players about gods that might be being picked up that are potentially good. And you hang it out with a person like Zeros occasionally, you think, okay, you'll hear a lot about it. Zero talk about Thoth, so I'm thinking going into this tournament, no chance of him being picked up at all. But in the end, we do see it picked up here. His extra range and able to deal with, the threat that a Baba Yaga brings. He can dash away from the Kali and actually stay safe from the Kali at that point as well. The extra penetration he gets from his passive will help him destroy those tanks a little bit more easily. But I'm just worried about his overall safety if he gets caught out without his dash.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things that can be troublesome for a Thoth, and you've got a silence, a very contingent silence, but a silence nonetheless on the other side that could cause some trouble for you, plus the stun, the jump, a lot of lockdown from Akali. Valkyries. Where do you think the Achilles goes? Aquarius has played this and played it really well, but we've seen it flexed in the jungle earlier. Do you think it has a home against the Kali, or do you think it's better if you throw that off into the solo lane?
I think you kind of have to throw it off into the solo lane at this point. I mean, Aquarius plays it very well in the solo lane, so I don't really want to take him off a pick that is strong for him. But if you get the opportunity to pick up a tier or a King Arthur in the tier versus King Arthur matchup, I think you have to lean into that, put the Achilles into the jungle, just leave it as a flex pick for now. Have a discussion about who wants it more as the bans go on.
Well, Sages still seem to be on the same line, right? Where it's probably an Aquarius pick, given what we've seen out of the history. Fenrir ban that comes through. Terra, by the way, rounds out their top 3, which is a frightening top 3. Baba Yaga, Kali, and Terra.
Is there an F6 button that you can do already?
Do what?
An F6 button that you can do already as a team? This would be the time in the lobby that I would do so in ranked.
Yeah, you probably could, but I don't know that they want to. Like you said, I'm going to steal what you said earlier. If this was a best of 5, maybe you do just hit it and hit the reset button, but no. You're locked in for this one. Fenrir, Rom banned out by the Sages, Tyr, and Odin banned out by the Valkyries. So the Sages still looking for 1 frontline, 1 carry. Valkyries still looking for probably jungle and carry, but flex potential still standing. Xbalanque gets locked in. He's kind of been in that conversation for, I guess, 3rd on the list behind the Hachi and the Rom. And I'm just going to tell you, Sages, I like that draft. It's just looking really good.
It screams team fight. It screams we get to 25 minutes, we win by default with the Kali and the Xbalanque. The Baba Yaga as well becomes just unkillable. I'm really liking the draft, like you mentioned. It's going to take some serious doing from the Valhalla Valkyries to turn this around. The Hombats could be the key to that. Just big AoE CC ultimates that can hit 4 or 5 people, really disrupt the team fight. And maybe that's exactly what they need.
They've got that. Maybe some CC coming from the Ishtar. Range CC. Plus Maui. I mean, if you're looking for, hey, let's get as much setup, let's burn relics so that Thoth can hit shots from the backline, this feels like it. And so maybe some pressure on Crimson, but that feels very similar. I mean, you go back to every game except for the last one. And Crimson is playing in the back, getting a lot of good damage out there, good snipes, things like that. Put him on Tiamat, doesn't have the same effect. Put him on Thoth, and while it's definitely still very different from Giannis, one thing that you can at least draw is high damage, long distance abilities, and a pretty big snipe, maybe not global, but still a big one on his ultimate. Guan Yu locked in for the Sages. So it feels like if you're looking at pure tier list, Kali maybe is someone that this week is on the rise, and like you said, when you have a 100% win rate, not going to argue against it. Everybody else in there is pretty much running the tier list considering the gods that have been banned. Valkyries are playing something that feels more like it's their gods, though.
Yeah, you're going with pure feel versus pure stats here in terms of brain versus brawn, which will come out on top. And for me, I just can't look past that Athenian Sages draft and go, I see that losing. I just can't say it. That draft is ridiculous on paper to the point where you have to win the early game against it, but can you win the early game against it with the draft that the Valhalla Valkyries have got? I'm not sure. Thoth takes a lot of time to ramp up. Hombats, your ultimate's on a 2-minute cooldown, so you need to rush into that cooldown reduction. You're not really as effective until you hit level 9, level 10. Ishtar, great early game pick, but with the reduction of crit, becomes a little less more effective in the team fights. It seems like it's all going to hinge on just how effective this Maui ultimate is in separating these fights.
It's a lot of pressure on Gamma. I look, and if you're grabbing Maui, and not only grabbing Maui, but first picking Maui over the Baba Yaga, over the Terra, the Yamoja even, you got to make sure that it has, I guess, the proof that it deserves to be up there. So some pressure here for Gamma to make this work out. And of course, I think to shake things up for him, it is difficult. And I have to look towards frontline presence, not just, you had mentioned the Maui, the Terra. I think Achilles and Guan Yu we have to talk about. Aquarius has had some really good Achilles performances, and that execute should be pretty helpful throughout this game, but at the same time, Guan Yu has been more prevalent, at least throughout this year, and definitely I think even this tournament, that in general it feels like that has a slight edge.
Yeah, I think that the execute from the Achilles will come up big in this whole team fight scenario, whether it's onto the Guan Yu, whether it's onto the Terra, or whether it's onto the Kali before that destruction ultimate comes off. But in the times we have seen Kali struggle this weekend, it's been against compositions that have had high CC capability onto a single target. This composition for the Valkyries does not scream that to me. It has some limited medium CC with some roots, maybe 1 or 2 stuns, a grab, but you're not really stopping the Kali from activating that destruction. There's 1 or 2 abilities across the entire team that are doing that.
And when you look at it, and much like you just highlighted, a lot of those are going to be tied to ultimates as well. Like if you're trying to get the lockdown, it might be a little rough here for the Valkyries. It is do or die, Valkyries, Sages, Game 3. Dimes, J-Mac, take it away.
Well, how about it, J-Mac? We get the absolute pleasure of bringing a game number 3 to the masses here at Smite Masters, the first of the weekend. It's Dimes, it's J-Mac, it's Doug bringing you game number 3 of the Valhalla Valkyries and the Athenian Sages. It is win or go home, J-Mac.
Yeah, I think a very important part that this brought up is the compositional change here for the Valkyries that does work really well against what the Sages want to do, but needs to be a bit earlier. And we're going to talk about maybe a swing of the Twitch poll was sitting at, 70, 80+% the last 2 games. Now nearly dead even at that 50-50. I think they're right to put some faith back over to the Athenian Sages because, as mentioned, Jangaru on this Kali, once late game goes through, it's going to be so difficult to stop this Destruction Ultimate from going through. You have maybe a stun from Aquarius. You have maybe a stun from Gamma, but then other than that, you're banking on ultimates to be able to stop that when it goes through. So you have to hope that your CC chain is just long enough. You have just enough of that CC and kit to stop Jangaru from getting that ult through. Has already elected to go in early beads because you are up against something like a Hun Bats. So as long as Jangaru can make it through, I would say the first 20, 25 minutes of this game, the Athenian Sages have a pocket late game hyper carry in this Kali. It's just going to be mostly, at least on the onus of the Valhalla Valkyries to get active in this early game.
And then, of course, you can't ignore the rest of the Athenian Sages because around that same exact time, 25 minutes, Nehu is going to be one-tapping you with Home Sweet Home, right? Chucking out those potions. Rinjaru on this Shibalanke, once known as probably the best late-game hunter in the game, still swings like crazy. But on the other side, the Valhalla Valkyries, I mean, Crimson, with these final judgments, ripping through team fights, is going to be able to one-shot people. WoWie's going to be swinging on this Ishtar, and Sam for Soccer on this Hunbots.
You got damage, you got initiation, you got displacement with the Fear No Evil. I'm loving this pickup for the jungler.
And I think kind of going back to the Shibalanke, and more than anything, just gods in general that give you more damage across the board see so much value in this current meta because items themselves have been nerfed across the board. You get 30% less damage from your itemization. Shibalanke's passive didn't get touched. Gods like Scylla getting 100 free power from her passive didn't get touched. So when you get these gods that can just continue amplifying flat damage more than anything, because percent damage with someone like Discordia, that's not going to scale as hard as something more like just getting 30 flat damage from a Shibalanke. So when everybody is getting 40, 50 less power in the build, Shibalanke is benefiting that much more from it. So I love seeing the emergent Shibalanke in this current meta. Don't know how much he'll be a top pick, top ban, but it's certainly showing that there is still some light for this character.
Dude, you mentioned the Scylla. Every time I've brought Scylla up to a pro or anybody really, I get clowned on for suggesting that pick, which me getting clowned on, what's really news here. Is Jengaru rotating on this left-hand side. Snatty and Aquarius going at it as well. Kali deciding not to go in. Smart considering, well, it's level 3. It's Kali. You've got really nothing on your side. Sam for Soccer stepping up in this middle-hand lane, but Jengaru full HP. Crimson able to step back under the tier 1 tower. And so much safety here for Crimson. I mean, you have a long-range dash, you've got long-range clear, you've got a long-range ultimate. Crimson, it's almost like Yanis Light, right?
Some action over in the dual lane. Slows through. Stun from Gamma to potentially set up for first blood. They need a little bit more.
A couple more shots out of Wowie, already using that backflip aggressively. Doesn't have it in the tank. Privative able to backstep out of danger there. Gamma, Wowie certainly have the aggression, have the advantage in this dual lane to kick things off, but you know what happens early game, J-Mac? When one dual lane finds an advantage, the jungler makes sure that advantage disappears like dust.
And at least for both of these junglers, until level 5 hits, you're probably not seeing Kali get active. She only has one form of CC, that immediate, really close range stun. Hunbats only has a slow and has to use his jump in order to get that. So until Fear No Evil's online, I don't imagine Sam is going to try and get active if he needs to step up to, say, a blue buff to make sure it doesn't get stolen, or a red buff just to contest and fight. He'll do so, but he's not going to try and really start fights out. Same with Jengaru. Doesn't really want to use that ultimate unless it's absolutely necessary for either a chase on a tower or just to live from potential CC or kill that might eventually come his way through there. So I don't imagine we'll see too much action out of the junglers, but again, the Valhalla Valkyries want to be a little bit more aggressive early. They want to try and find these early leads because you get to late game. Nehu's going to be tanky, having that prophetic cloak with the Baba Yaga. We've seen it pretty much all season long and hasn't even been up until just a new emergence from this one. This has been something that Baba Yaga's built for the last 3-4 weeks that Baba has been meta, at least at the top level of play. Jengaru is, again, late game hyper carry in the Kali. Renjar is going to do a lot of damage as well. So late game is very scary for the Athenian Sages. But the Valkyries do have tools to answer back late game, namely in Sam. Crimson can do an immense amount of damage on this Thoth as well.
Level 5, here we go. Fear No Evil, no beats for Privative. Lockdown, a great CC chain. For the Valkyries, a slow comes out for Sam with that Leap Monkey off the mark. No overhand smash follow-up as it was already used, and Privative once again escapes danger. As Sam, I mean, that was probably Sam's best target in the... Whoa, there come the Sunny Swords ripping through Privative. Very nearly takes down the Terra, but once again, Privative escaping by the skin of his teeth.
Must have just been because WoW didn't have access to ultimate going into that team fight, so he didn't have an opportunity to get that stun, but it would have been so much nicer to have that 5 seconds before to try and lock down Privative and guarantee that kill while Sam was sticking around, but an attempt nonetheless to grab him through. Gamma a little bit late on hitting 5 as well, didn't have access to Landfall to try and follow up on that kill, so instead, Privative able to slip through the noose that time and make his way back to base, keep himself alive, and really keep the hopes of the Sages up as well, because dual lane has been where so much of the action has broken out for these two teams. We saw it so much last time for Sam for Soccer on the Erlong Shin in Game 2. Now seeing that repeated here. And again, it's the second that level 5 is there, the second that Sam has access to that ultimate, trying to get active early. It's the name of the game for Sam and the Valkyries in this game.
And Jotun's Wrath, the first pickup here for Sam, so expect Sam to be an ult bot just running around, dropping Fear No Evils just about anywhere. It's going to be tough on Snatty, right? You got the CC immunity, same thing with Nehu. Run up into that home sweet home, so wouldn't be surprised if duo lane is where most of the action continues to be placed.
I think that's probably where the best pressure is going to be for really either of these teams. As long as Snatty has ultimate, he is not concerned about what Sam for Soccer can do with Fear No Evil. You hear the blink or the jump into lane, you jump on the horse, you run away. There's no Hun Bats catching a Guan Yu at that point. Mid lane, it's so hard to gank Nehu on this Baba Yaga, even early, because jumping to Home Sweet Home, now you've immune the CC, you get the knockback, and now Sam has no way to close gap initially beyond there, unless he saved Leap or Blink at that point through. So his best targets right now are in the dual lane, and with how much pressure WoW and Gamma has afforded to him, can allow him to make those kinds of rotations through. But we need to see success come from these ultimates. We need to see relics taken away. We need to see maybe a kill or two potentially through there. Last time, rotates over, he gets the horrific off of Privative. Might have been the only reason that Privative lives during that fight. But you need to go for a little bit more. Privative's got Gauntlet of Thieves online now. While not tanky immediately, just getting HP and small bits of protections as it starts to stack up, those stacks are going to start coming through, and it's going to be that much harder to kill a Terra.
Smite fans, settle in for a calculated game of Smite here in this best of 3. It's game number 3 of day 2. Smite Summer Masters, the Sages, and the Valkyries. Neither one of these teams are ready to hang up the controllers, the mouse and keyboard. Neither one of these teams want to go home. In goes Aquarius, back under tower. Lights go out from the Shibalanke. Jingaru's made the rotation to this right-hand side, but Aquarius pretty safe here under tower. Snatty box off as well. And we got a moment to breathe here. J-Mac, is it going to be, we've talked about, Jingaru looking to get a couple items online. Same thing goes for Nehu and Crimson and pretty much everyone on this map. Are we going to see huge engagements over things like Beacons and Gold Furies, or is it going to be one team really allowing the other team to maybe, okay, you take this objective, we're going to counter with an objective across the map just to avoid team fighting?
Valkyries definitely have some of the better Beacon fights through the early game. Fear No Evil, you cut off an entire corridor, sets up for Crimson to throw out that final judgment as well, even just long-range damage. You even have things like Landfall to completely close off an escape path there. So I don't imagine we see Sages put up too much of a fight around Beacon unless they already have the man advantage at that point. So likely the Sages would try and find for a pick before going towards Beacon or one of these objectives, because otherwise there's so much AoE control that the Valkyries have comparatively with, again, the Fear No Evil, the Landfall, just those two. And then even with Wowie's ultimate as well, just that conal stun that you can throw out there makes it so threatening to fight inside the jungle and around these tight corridors.
Something we've seen a lot here, JMac, in 10.6, are supports hanging around the dual lane a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not a ton of rotation. Gamma gets a pull in on Rinjaru, locked down from the sun dropping out of Wowie there. As Privative and Rinjaru able to back up in this dual lane. But, I mean, Gamma and Privative are essentially just babysitting their ADCs. The mid laners are left on their island. Same thing goes for Solo. Do you think that continues as we head into deeper days into Smite Masters? Do you think that's a character the SCC is? Jingaru is going to be the target here, but an easy leap away. A follow-up from Sanford Soccer, slowed down. Only auto attacks for follow-up there. There's the overhand smash. Jingaru forced into that destruction ultimate just to ensure that the colleague continues to live, and still goose eggs across the board here, 8.5 in.
Dangerous waters there for Jingaru, going in so deep into enemy territory to try and steal away that blue buff, but being able to do so, at least a big impact on keeping some farm away. But to answer your question, I imagine we'll probably see a lot of that towards the tail end of the regular season for SPL and even SCC. We've already seen the support stick around towards that 7 or 8 level. Don't imagine much of that changes, especially with how little there really is to do on the map until those beacons spawn back through, with how important the neutral farm is. Those shield buffs, those cooldown buffs are so important to grab because they're worth more than going for your normal buffs at this point. I think having these supports stick around there, let your carries get online, start getting their stacks, start getting your stacks, more importantly, on things like Gauntlet of Thieves, because of how wide open the map is towards the mid. It's a little bit harder for the supports to get farm over there.
Jingaru making the rotation over here onto the dual lane. Takes down the purple buff, strips it away under Wowie's nose there. Unfortunate loss for the Ishtar in the dual lane, but something that Wowie will certainly be able to recover from. Jingaru splitting this shield buff here now on the left-hand side, and it's even across the map. I mean, dang near dead even. We got a tiny lead for Aquarius, a tiny lead for Privative, but otherwise, gold experience as we take over to the 10-minute mark here, J-Mac. Both of these teams playing it nice and easy on Elimination Friday.
In Game 3s, you're going to see that Jingaru no bees. Should be an easy pick. What?
Down.
Gets out? No!
Landfall comes on through, takes down Jingaru for the first kill of the game. Sanford Soccer gets out scot-free as well. And you put the first one on Gamma.
Not the worst target to give it over to. Making sure to keep up your pressure and really escalate Gamma's build, because what I imagine he's going for has got to be this Relic Dagger, specifically the Bewitched Relic Dagger, giving that pseudo old Witchblade effect, reducing attack speed of the players around him, and with 2 very crucial targets to have something like that, specifically Jengaru running through the backline, which is where Gamma is going to be more often than not standing by Wowie, by Crimson. Reducing that attack speed on the Kali effectively kills so much of Kali's damage, because Kali is not an ability god. She's got an ability that deals damage, but she's not ability focused. She is strictly for those auto attacks. Get that chainsaw revving once you get things like the Kin size online, get that Odysseus bow. Slowing that down is the most important thing that Gamma can do for the team.
Gamma grabbing Privative with that fishing hook. That was a good catch by Wowie. Privative under tower, taking tower shots. Wowie with the lockdown takes about half of the support's HP. Not a ton of follow-up, though. But just good heads-up smite play there out of the ADC for the Valhalla Valkyries. So Erupt Crimson looking pretty good so far in games 1, 2, 3, 4. Back on the Thoth. Giannis Light snipes down the way. Could be big play potential here as we move into the mid-game.
Gamma getting some ward coverage up at purple just to keep eyes on what Renjaru and even Privative are doing for how long the supports are sticking around. I'm actually surprised they're still here over in left lane when the beacon is just 20 seconds away from spawn in. Would have thought we'd see more movement over that direction, but as I said, the Sages don't really have a great fight at the beacon. As long as Sam for Soccer is standing around, that should be more than guaranteed for the Valkyries to be able to grab that beacon, unless the Sages find a pick either onto him or onto Crimson, or force one of those players back to base before it spawns through. So probably at least for this first, maybe even second beacon, Valkyries should be able to grab that one with little to no contest, especially with how many bodies they can expend to do so and how much area they just control. Being able to find a pick on a Priv would be even better for the Valks.
Oh, once again, it's Deja Vu. Privative lockdown. Gamma going in onto Nehu, who's up into that home sweet home, chucking out some of those fire bolts. Erupt Crimson falls down to about half HP. Jengaru is the new target. Aquarius off the mark, but rotating once again from the solo lane, picks up the support. And the Valhalla Valkyries grab the first Stygian beacon of this game along with a kill.
And that's all you need from Crimson in the early game. Slam those ultimates. They're not going to hit for 700, 800, even 1 point whatever K late game at this point.
Disgusting.
But all they need to do is hit for a couple hundred, especially on these supports who are falling low. Privative steps a little bit too far forward, gets hit by the full CC chain that the Valkyries have afforded to him at the time. Between hook on Gamma, the dash was actually completely avoided out by juking over to the side. But as long as Crimson hits that ultimate, keeps those shots going through, even if it's just to the frontliners, it puts a little bit more fear into the Sages, makes it a little bit harder to commit through. Aquarius then teleporting in just makes it a little bit easier. He gets a kill. Sure, he misses the execute, but he was only an auto away from being able to find the kill anyway, so make sure to close that gap, get the kill, and get that first beacon online for the Valkyries, which will get them that global movement speed. Everybody afforded 1% more movement speed on their first stack of it. Every single stack gives you a little bit more, plus the extra damage to structures, and then the Titans, whenever they do unleash and start charging down those lanes.
J-Mac, if you're the Valkyries, you got a couple kills under your belt, you grab a beacon, cool, up a couple K gold. I mean, you're feeling nice, but the Athenian Sages, you called it. They're not waiting for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. They're pushing for 25 minutes here, and as long as they're keeping it within, 5K gold, they're feeling fine going into the mid-game.
5K down at 25 isn't the end of the world for the Sages as long as that 5K isn't primarily on Jengaru being behind.
Sure,
I think he's the one that needs to be as close to even as you go with the late game. You could be a little far behind, but
might
it
have been a little bit aggressive. Let's call it 2K.
Yeah, no, I mean 5K is still fine. If it's primarily 1.5 to 2 on a single person, depending on who that one person ahead is, could be hard to come back for the Sages, but being 5,000 down at 2,500 with some of the comebacks that are in there between the bounties, the chest camps that are in there, the neutral farm all being buffed back up, Sages still have a way back in, especially once we start cresting 30, 35 minutes like the first 2 games have. Gold starts meaning a lot less at that point. Once your mid laners have full build, you're just waiting for potions, you're waiting for elixirs, you're upgrading your relics at that point. Same with your hunters. You're selling your starter and then buying a new 6th item late game as opposed to upgrading the starter. That's become kind of the common trend again as you get this Death's Toll to begin. Once you get to your 5th full item, you go ahead and you sell that and you buy a new one out there. It's kind of the new trend that the hunters are going back towards at this point. So I think there's still plenty of comeback potential for the Sages should they be down a little bit late. But you definitely don't want to have to fight in a 5K deficit. You don't want to have to fight anything more than I'd say probably a 2 to 3K up against the Valkyries just because of how good the short amount of CC that they do have is. All it takes is that one chain and that one lack of beats, specifically most likely for Privative, to really be able to capitalize off of it.
Privative, the target of Sam for Soccer, who's got Ultimate online, got Blink online. I mean, any moment that Sam has ult up, or even Blink up, is a moment that that ultimate could be on cooldown, right? You could be looking for some aggression across the map. Pyromancer is online as well. Could be easy pickings for either of these teams should the opportunity present itself. Kali finished off the chin size, got the Golden Blade there, working on some more attack speed, and we're getting to the point where the Kali's going to start ripping through some of these Valkyrie's targets.
Already working on what I imagine is going to be the serrated edge. It's going to give him a little bit of extra pen, a lot of extra damage as well, some lifesteal thrown into the build there, which is always going to be nice for a Kali to have that extra little bit of damage, especially because you use so much of your kit to get in towards these fights. Means you're going to get a nice little extra boost of usage from the passive there for Jangaru. Would like to see a little bit more attack speed in the build as well. Odysseus Bow has become a very common, maybe third, fourth item for the Kali. It really lets him, especially if he can get into the midst of a team fight, pop that ultimate, and just start swinging away, get so many Odysseus Bow procs through the backline there. But essentially as a Kali, you've gotten your first couple of core items on, you've got your clear now with the Golden Blade, you've got your damage against the tanks and the kin size, and now you just need that final little bit of ramp up damage to be able to start shredding through these carries.
A bit of a micro thing here, J-Mac, but Snatty on the Guan Yu has teleport down for another 40 seconds, and I think we've seen Aquarius more than any other solo laner here at Smite Masters make those early rotations, make an impact around the beacon and the Gold Fury. Teleport online here for the Achilles. So it could be a rotation out of Aquarius, opening the door or making an uneven fight for the Valhalla Valkyries while Snatty just has to hoof it across the map. So keep your eye on that teleport active for Snatty and especially Aquarius, making a rotation to a potential Gold Fury here. Sam for Soccer, Gamma, the middle laner Erupt Crimson, all grouping up around that objective. It's Renjaru and Privative once again in this left-hand lane. I mean, it's tough to catch Privative. You got the bubble online. Tough to catch Renjaru. Sam for Soccer's kind of in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, but the good news for Snatty is 40 seconds at this point of the game is quite a long time, or quite a short time, I should say, for anything to really be done. I mean, by the time we're even now discussing it, the teleport is back up for Snatty. He was able to clear out a wave and immediately start making his way to the left side of the map, end up proxy farming right behind the tier 1 tower. But sometimes you don't even need the Gold Fury. You can just go for things like a Pyromancer if you don't think that your fight around gold is worth it. In this case, you're not out securing a Thoth. You have a Baba Yaga and you have a Shibalanke. You're not really going to be doing a whole lot of damage there. So trade out, get a Pyromancer for yourself. Probably the best call the Sages could make. Give up this Gold Fury. Sure, it's going to hurt your pocket a little bit more. It's going to put you down a little bit of extra gold, but you will have that Runic Bomb used for later.
Here we go. Privative with no bubble, able to be CC'd by Sam. A backflip locking down Privative from Wowie. Privative surviving, but here comes Crimson ripping through with the final judgment. Jaru juggled in the air, and Erupt Crimson finds a second on the Thoth. 2-0-1. You do not want to get this mid laner hot.
Gamma just barely, I mean, pixels away from Renjaru being able to escape, but that landfall catches him right on the edge of the ankle. Renjaru gets yanked back through and set up for an easy double kill for Crimson. That's why this Thoth is so potent. So much range damage, but also the ability to close that gap or create a gap if need be. Immediately able to dash right back in. Quick fires the ultimate, doesn't need a charge to get a kill on the Priv. Happens to clip Renjaru at the same time, which is why that fight is afforded then to the Valkyries to keep pushing it forward. And they decide, okay, well, if you're going to give up Pyro, and we know you needed at least 2 people on that side of the map to get that Pyro. Jangaru's not soloing it. Snatty's not soloing it. So now we have a 5-man advantage on the left. Push that advantage, get the Fury, get the kills, and a tier 1 tower after is a much more worthwhile trade for the Valks.
Valk's in a good spot here. You got a pretty decent gold lead on you. XP could be a little bit wider, but certainly aren't complaining if you're the Valkyries. Up a couple of levels, especially in that duo lane. A grand total of 3 levels, and that's exactly where you want to put them. Get Wowie to the late game. Crimson's always going to pop off on the mid lane. You get Ishtar running, and you're in a pretty good spot if you're the Valkyries. Now, neutral objectives down. Beacon went down to the Valkyries as well. Fire Giant, probably a glimmer in the eye at this point. Where should the Valks focus their attention to crack this thing open?
Keep pushing towards objectives. Once they're back up, keep your focus attention over towards there. The beacon was already grabbed by the Valks as well, so there's really not a lot of neutral objectives to deal with. So instead, it's all about keeping up the pressure, keeping Renjaru pushed all the way back towards tier 2, forcing him to back to base, on a single minion wave and forcing him to lose out on some of his minions. You can see that WoW is going to keep the minions all the way back. Sure, they're just going for a shield buff at this point, but that's more neutral farm. You're denying to Renjaro more of that gold that's not going to the pockets of the Sages. By continuing to try and bleed out the Sages in these ones, last hitting minions, WoW, he's not even caring. He's fully stacked. He doesn't need last hits anymore. He's letting the waves clear themselves out so Renjaro misses out on the most gold possible. I don't even think Renjaro realizes that Gamma's on the other side of this wall. He's staring into the jungle while Gamma's looking at him through the wall at this point.
Gamma's wrapped all the way around, but Renjaro is playing super far back, knowing that one more spell could turn the tide here. Little Rising Jaguar away. Gamma not willing to follow that one up. Heads back toward the Hunter in Wowie. Meanwhile, in middle lane, it's Crimson and Sam combining. Looking for a bit of neutral farm here. Privative's got the bubble back online. So for the moment, not going to be subject to a Fear No Evil out of Sam. Going to need to pop that bubble first to kick things off. A pullback in from Gamma, but damage ripping through Privative. Courtesy of Wowie, forcing the home sweet home out of Nehu as well. A couple of ultimates with that Terra ult being popped as well, used from the Athenian Sages just to run away.
The biggest downside of Maui, we've seen it a few times this weekend, is his, not necessarily inability, but his difficulty to really be able to pop a bubble like some other supports do. Because you have to expend your mobility in order to get the stun to break it through, the hook's not going to do so, you then somewhat rely on the rest of your team to be able to find that one. Crimson would have to use his dash to get the long range route to grab that one, or Gamma's got to dive in with it with his ultimate, that solar, or not his ultimate, with the solar swing to take that one away. Or I guess if you really want, you can try and use the ultimate, but as long as Privet throws up a monolith or a wall, he just immunes it anyways at that point through. So because of how difficult it is to easily be able to pop that bubble away from Privative, it makes him a bit safer now. But it does kind of enforce the mentality of the Valkyries of just keep W King a bit harder.
Jangaru now locked down from Aquarius, forced to pop the beads, is now going to be a target for that Fear No Evil. Aquarius certainly calling that out to the rest of the Valks. Meanwhile, Pyromancer heads the way of the Valkyries. A couple of minutes ago, they also stole a Tier 1 tower away from the Athenian Sages. The Valkyries are starting to open this one up a little bit, J-Mac. We got a 5-ish K lead, call it 4.5. Starting to tick over to level 20. Items coming online. Feeling pretty good if you're a Valks fan. You got a Oni Fury online as well. Certainly that'll be the next target here for the Order Squadron.
4 levels total in duo lane, 1 level for Sam in the jungle up for the Valkyries. 20s though, at least in solo and mid, and that's where some of the mitigation comes through for the Athenian Sages to try and stay alive during this one here. Navy's actually gone for a double stacking style of build. The Charon's coin is eating up most of the prophetic potential stack, so he hasn't been able to get nearly as much on there. Once both of those are fully stacked up, he's going to be very tanky. He's going to be able to deal a lot of extra damage to some of these frontliners. So because of that, the Sages are still waiting for that time bomb to sort of hit, that 25 minutes. Once those 2 items are up, Nehu's going to hit so much harder in these fights. It's going to be a lot more difficult to really try and deal with this Baba Yaga. But at the same time, the Sages don't want to just keep giving up objectives for free. You don't want to keep giving up things like Oni Fury. Sure, at this level of the game, when nothing's really going on, those Oni minions aren't going to mean a whole lot. But that's gold that you're losing on the map. That's pressure that you're losing out on, especially with things also like Pyromancer that's being taken away. The Indian Sages have got to draw the line in the sand somewhere. Is Fire Giant the one place that you do so? Probably not. But it is going to make these Titan pushes so much more valuable now for at least the Valhalla Valkyries, because as long as they know where that Titan is going, they can try and force a fight somewhere else and give themselves an advantage.
Now, J-Mac, Jangaru on this Kali, 0-1-0, has been pretty much non-existent so far. And we're at, 24 minutes. We're at that 25-minute mark we were talking about. At what point is Kali going to have to, like you said, draw a line in the sand, put her foot down and say, I'm going to run this game?
Right,
hold on,
a
just
great
a
opportunity to do
moment.
so.
Sam for Soccer using that Fear No Evil to try to create a little bit of distance, not able to do so, and Jangaru making me eat my words, picks up a kill. Jungler on jungler violence there. Sam's going to be down for 45 seconds. Aquarius trying to defend a Tier 2 tower. Not going to be able to do so as the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries get caught in the right lane, have to back to base.
Well, also goes to show that Snatty is that much of a threat on the right side of the map, because there were 4 members of the Valkyries pushing up the right Tier 2 tower. Snatty shows up and says, nope, this is my tower. You are not taking this. This is where I stand. And the Valkyries gave up their push. Instead, they all had to back away and try and either bail out Sam or stop the potential next push. Because of that, the Athenian Sage is able to win out on not just a single pick for themselves, but 2 towers. And for a moment, we're trying to go for their first beacon, but just enough respawn time for the Valkyries, and regathering around, they're able to get all 3 stacks of the beacon. So what that means for them, 3% movement speed. Now that doesn't sound like a big number on paper. You say, oh, 3%, that means what? They're moving like, what, 10 units faster than everybody else, but that all starts to stack up. It starts to mean a little bit more once you're trying to chase somebody out, once you're trying to get away from somebody or either close that gap. The most important part is now the 15% extra damage to structures and the Unleashed Titans. The Titan portion, that's not as important. Yeah. It's those structures that were at once so difficult to take down, now that much easier, and then when you amplify it with things like a Fire Giant, makes sieging so much easier for the Valkyries.
And that's when we start seeing towers and phoenixes literally disappear underneath auto attacks, especially out of Wowie, who's got that dominance online, plenty of attack speed, going to be absolutely punching through with those auto attacks. Titans have been unleashed. They're going to be marching down this left-hand lane. And now, J-Mac, we get to figure out how the Valkyries want to play it. Do they want to allow these Titans to go to waste? Just kind of trade Titan for Titan, or are they going to allow these Titans to push down the lane and push with it?
I think the best call for the Valkyries would have been leave Wowie on the left side, push the Titan by himself, at least kill the enemy Titan by himself. But then the Athenian Sages, they recognize that, so they go straight to the Pyromancer. Fire could have been a call with Wowie rotating in. A 5v5 fight likely to break out completely away from the Titans. Looks like the Titans are just going to have their own duel on the left side.
Slapbox over on the left-hand side while the rest of the squad fight over that Pyromancer. That does end up going the way of the Athenian Sages. Meanwhile, Jengaru on the right-hand side's got a giant wave pushing down. Might be looking at a tier 2 tower while the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries have their attention focused elsewhere. Jengaru gonna look at this tier 2, but here comes Aquarius to stop the push from the Kali. Sam helping out that Order Titan take down the enemy in the Chaos Titan. Privative and Snatty have made the rotation, though. Sam for Soccer did fall in the middle lane to plenty of damage coming out from Snatty. Privative making sure that Sam has to run straight away, but meanwhile, with 2 members, and now 3 of the Athenian Sages on the left-hand side, the Valhalla Valkyries have kicked off a Fire Giant. Nehu, home sweet home for the CC immunity, throwing out some firebolts there. Aquarius driving the mid laner back. Here comes Snatty, locked down on Aquarius, forced to use the ultimate for CC immunity. Jengaru ripping through. The chainsaw has been revved up for this Kali. Fire Giant not dropped by the Sages. Half HP courtesy of the Valhalla Valkyries. And the Sages continuing on the Fire Giant. Gamma moving forward. Crimson, low Crimson with the ultimate, dropping it. Are the Sages for just a moment here. Fear no Evil separating this fight straight in half. Gamma taking down Privative. Crimson taking down Snatty. Richaru turns it right back around on the enemy ADC. Jengaru is here. Nehu puts the finishing touches on Sam, and only Crimson walks away from that slaughter.
Valkyries make a great call. They say, okay, we sent a few members over to left side from the Athenian Sages. We could start a Fire Giant. The problem is they spent so long in the pit doing so little damage to it that once Snatty teleports back in, again, the teleport coming into conversation for Snatty, he's able to walk through. Sure, they lose a tier 2 tower, not the end of the world when you can get Fire Giant kept away from the Valkyries in that case. And then the biggest thing there was the constant interruption of Erupt Crimson's damage. We saw 2, maybe 3 times in that fight where Crimson's charging ultimate. He's getting ready to say, okay, no, it's too early. I can't steal Fire Giant with this. Okay, I'm going to charge again because 3 are coming at me. No, I need to stop because now one of them is in my face. Okay, now I'm going to charge. Nope, I've got to dash away at this point. Crimson was never able to get that ultimate through until the very end of the fight. And by that point, it's too little too late. The Athenian Sages have now officially brought themselves right back into this game and now have a lead.
And we saw the chainsaw revved up there, absolutely ripping through. Jengaru with the Destruction Ultimate can pretty much do anything he wants at this stage of the game. It's just Crimson and Aquarius here. Crimson might be in a tough spot here. Privative falling to half HP, but same thing goes for the Fire Giant. The Athenian Sages are going to leash the neutral objective. Gamma picks it right back up. He's not willing to let all of that damage go to waste. Sam and Aquarius around this left-hand side. Jengaru is right by Sam, though. It's jungle v jungle. Privative half HP. There comes the Terra ultimate. Erupt Crimson with some big shots ripping through the Terra. It's Snatty caught all alone. Fire Giant at a quarter HP. Finally now reset. Sam throwing some shots into Snatty. Fire Giant healing back up to full HP. And it's going to be a reset, as caution is the name of the game here at 29, almost 30 minutes.
The Valkyries want to try and go for that. They have to send Privative back to base. They do a lot of damage, and most supports in your games would probably go back. Say, I'm a quarter HP. I can't stick around, but Privative waits because he's got Snatty standing by him. Because of all that extra healing that comes from Snatty, from Privative being out of combat at that point, they're able to drop Monolith, get those heals off from Snatty as well, get Priv back to about half HP, and that gives him and the Sages the confidence to just walk forward. And that's the big name of the game right now, is just the confidence of the Sages to walk into these fights. Whether they are at a disadvantage or at an advantage, the Sages are just W-keying back out, keeping Crimson out of these fights. All the range in the world is not going to do Crimson much if he doesn't get an opportunity to use those abilities.
The range has been paying dividends for the slash mark, though. No deaths yet for Crimson, so at least
great weekend for him.
No waiting around in the grayscale. Pyromancer, half HP. Maybe willing to coin flip are the Valhalla Valkyries with a great confirm here in the Crimson ultimate. Privative moving forward. Nehu's here as well, though. Baba Yaga can do the damage with that home sweet home, with the potions throwing out as well. Jingaru on that left-hand side, keep an eye on the Kali. If Kali gets on Crimson, if Kali gets on Wowie, if Kali gets on Sam, could be game over for the backline.
Priv and Snatty sustaining themselves up. Jingaru pushing a wave over in mid. Could just give this up entirely. He could. If he wants to, just start forcing objectives over on the left-hand side, steal buff camps away, steal this chest camp out, go for a Fury. And that's putting that little bug in the back of the Valhalla Valkyrie's mind saying, where's Jingaru? What's this Kali doing? I haven't seen Jingaru since he cleared the wave. He went left. Is he at the Fury? Is he wrapping around? Did he go back to base? Because of that unknowing communication that's going on in the Valkyrie's booth right now, because they don't know where the Kali is, and because they already see how much of a threat he was pre-full slot in his build, before he had a full 6 items through, you always have to keep your mind open as to where this Kali is and what Jingaru is doing, knowing that the Valhalla Valkyries are forced to back away from the Fire Giant. They don't want to commit there. But again, the Valkyries don't need to be the ones to pull the Fire Giant. They don't need to even be the ones to do 90% of the damage to the Fire Giant. All they need is that 1 to 1.5k threshold where Erupt Crimson from the furthest range possible can steal that one or secure that one away for themselves. That's all the Valkyries need around fire. They just need that opportunity to snipe the Sage with that ult. You hit one target on the Sage with the ultimate, you've essentially won that team fight. If Crimson can find 2, might as well be GG's on the fight.
In this Fire Giant dance, we've also seen Maui with some great landfalls to cut off the escape. Jingaru running forward, ripping through Aquarius, forced to use the ultimate. Defensively there, Sanford Soccer caught between a rock and a hard place. CC a tip there from Wowie to save the jungler, but it is for naught as Sam's going to be dead for the next 60 seconds. The Athenian Sages having to drop back, having to heal up, but it's going to be a 4v5 for the next foreseeable couple seconds here.
Crimson did hit both Snatty and Renjaru. Unfortunately for him, Snatty was the one clipped, and he's got teleport, so he's right back in the fight. Renjaru, though, very unhealthy for this fight. Even trying to sustain off fire is not the easiest call. Crimson's got a decent bit of CDR into his build, 30% afforded to him from his first 2 items, that being the starter and that Spear of Desolation, so his ult will come back up very soon. Just enough in time to keep that threat up for the Sages, and that's the most important part, is keeping up pressure around here, not giving the Sages a chance to try and push, and not allowing Jingaru to do exactly what he did last fight, which is he dove into the backline. He jumped in the middle of 3, stunned, pulled beads off of Crimson, and just casually walked out of the fight with no threat to him. Jingaru has got to be the one that gets answered by the Valkyries. You need that final judgment to hit Jingaru, whether that's to get destruction out of him or to take him down before destruction has an opportunity to go off.
And here's where we're seeing all of that healing out of the Sages come in handy. Aquarius drops down to half HP. A landfall just for Peel. Aquarius is going to drop down to Nehu. Snatty and Privative are done. Final judgment only hits the tank of the Athenian Sages. Jingaru with half HP healing up. Sam for Soccer. Big play coming out of the Hun bots to really help out the Valkyries in their time of need. It's going to be a 4v5 for 50 seconds as Aquarius is on the back foot. Fire Giant started up here. Below on ultimates are the Athenian Sages. You got lights out from the Shibalanke, and you got the destruction from Jingaru. But no secure from the Sages, so not willing to start up that objective quite yet.
Crimson not hitting an ideal target in the fight. Only Aquarius dies, and by the time he respawns, it will have teleport to rejoin immediately. So the Sages have a 24-second window to what they want to do with it. Fire Giant is the best call that they can go for, but they've got to keep eyes on Crimson. That ult is coming back up soon.
No big bang yet for the Thoth, though. Not quite. No final judgment online. Privative moving forward. No CC. Wowie sending out some auto attacks just to see how much damage he can do. Nehu up into that home sweet home. Could be onto the Fire Giant. Sam for Soccer getting chunked out as well. Meanwhile, in the back line, the Athenian Sages take down the Fire Giant. Crimson using the ultimate just a moment too late. Sam does trade out Snatty. In return, Gamma's charging forward, looking for the hook here on a Privative. Big time damage from Sam, who holds the monkey. Overhand smash. Privative unleashing Earth's Fury. Jingaru finds Sam for Soccer in the meantime. Gamma's is not willing to give this one up. Looping around, here comes Aquarius back from the dead. Crimson takes out Privative. Ranjaru falling low. Aquarius charging forward. Landfall, there's the execute. Aquarius finds one. Nehu is the next target. Shots coming out. Lockdown on Nehu, but Jengaru is healed up.
Could have been, but there is still that tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, Jengaru and
gracious.
they're still doing a lot of damage in that fight. Perfect timing, at least for the Athenian Sage to go, though they were just about a quarter second from having that Fire Giant stolen by Erupt. Crimson kept him out of the fight just long enough to secure that one through and make sure they get fire, but at what cost? They lost 3 of their teammates in that one, and the Valhalla Valkyries can keep themselves alive even despite the small deficit to themselves. But now that we've hit that 35-minute mark, we're in the late game. Gold doesn't mean nearly as much anymore. All we're going to start seeing are these power potions picked up by the carries. Even the front line is going to grab some because, well, they've already got all the defenses that they need at this point. Making sure to still keep focus on Jengaru for the Valks. That's the important part, is where's this Kali? Because Jengaru didn't use ult in that fight at all. That entire double Fire Giant fight, even triple Fire Giant fight we witnessed, Jengaru is yet to use that ultimate. Because the Valks aren't forcing that, there's not enough threat to Jengaru, and he might, I'm not saying he will, he's a professional player here, might get a little lackadaisical, say, okay, well, I haven't needed to use the ultimate, so I'm not going to have to worry about it now. As long as those beads are down, that's their biggest threat. If they can CC him before beats are up, easy kill. Rep Crimson, full charge ult, fear no evil, boom, Jengaru's gone. Once those beads are up, Jengaru is again the biggest threat on map.
You know, J-Mac, if I'm the Sages and I take the Fire Giant and my team theoretically has to get wiped, like I don't have a choice, I think the 2 people I want that FG on is Jengaru and Nehu on the Baba Yaga, right? Like maybe Ranjaru
too.
Yeah, absolutely. But theoretically, if 3 people have to die, I love the fact that my Kali and my Baba Yaga still have that bonus damage on board. The Athenian Sages take down a tier 2 tower in the left-hand side, shove in a minion wave under this left lane Phoenix. 36 minutes, J-Mac, every single game in this set has gone the distance. We've made it to a game number 3 here in this elimination round. And the Valhalla Valkyries, the Athenian Sages, fighting to hang on at Smite Masters.
Looking at the lowest right-hand side of the relics is the most important ones right now for the Sages. 30 seconds till Ranjaru gets his relics back online. That's when the real fight of the Sages wants to kick off, or maybe it's just right now.
Cutting the lights, Shibalaki ultimate popped Gamma in. Gamma falling low. Home Sweet Home used preemptively to get under the bird stand for Soccer. Wraps around immediately. Jumps back out, isn't able to hang around. Crimson charging it up. Woo! Takes a shot there from Baba. Oh, just ripping through that Fire Giant damage combined with a 37-minute Baba Yaga. Ain't no joke. Wowie using the
Landfall?
ultimate. 2-man landfall. Yanks in Nehu. Where's the Fear No Evil? Doesn't matter. Crimson rips through with the final judgment. Mid laner falls. Jengaru is low as well. Crimson picks up a second. 6-0 and 3. This man can't be stopped. Jengaru with the chainsaw. How many can go down before Kali dies? 1. Execute Threshold. Aquarius don't even need it, baby. Jengaru falls and only Snatty up alive for the next 45 seconds.
Nehu going to be coming back up with Ranjaru, but that one all starts with just an awkward initiation from Nehu trying to get into that fight, drops the ultimate offensively to try and push back the Valkyries, and sure, you pushed Erupt Crimson back, you got the kill on the Thoth, but the fact is you've now put Ranjaru in an awkward spot because he doesn't have relics during that. Nehu's walked so far forward that all it takes is a nice little landfall in from Gamma to pull 2 people back. Snatty should go down, but he's just trying to buy time. This tier 2 has taken forever for the Valkyries to take down. They might, at best, get a Phoenix beyond here. Snatty's bought so much time for them that there might even be enough for a defense. Look how long it's taking them to take these structures out, and that's with their carry. It's only until the minions show up that this goes down swiftly. Now Nehu and Ranjaru are back. The Valkyries do the best that they can given their circumstance, and I want to say props to Snatty for holding out as long as he did in there to keep the Valkyries busy, to force Sam away, to make this push last a little bit longer through, and allows time for his team to respawn.
Primal Fury on the map. Fire Giant going to come back sooner rather than later. Got a middle lane bird down if you're the Athenian Sages, but still plenty of playmaking potential here. You didn't love to see that out of Jengaru, right? You love to see a reset. You love to see you find the target, you find another kill, you pick up a triple, you pick up a quadra, you win the game. I mean, that's kind of the ideal situation if you're the Kali. Only finds one, though. This next team fight, it's really got to go the way of Jengaru's. Fire Giant back on the map here. About 15 seconds away from the 40-minute mark All three of these games have really taken their time to get here, and boy, oh boy, this is some clean Smite. This is some excellent clashing from both of these squads. Pyromancer going to be dropped down swiftly here from the Valhalla Valkyries with all the damage on the board, and it's Aquarius playing Space Maker.
Sages have time, though. Wait for the Fire Giant. It's back on map. The Valkyries, again, they don't need to be the one to force this one. All they need is to secure. They need the last 5% of the Fire Giant's health is all the work that they need to do around the pit. The Sages can sit around and wait. They've got some time. Mid lane, sure, you have Fire Minions in, but Jangaru hasn't been with his team for hardly any of these Fire Giant pushes. He's always been in mid, dealing with the minions, then repositioning himself, always keeping his mind on where the Valkyries are and forcing the Valkyries to keep thought of where's this Kali? Are they in my backline? Are they sitting in my red buff right now? Forcing a lot of these extra wards to go through. So the Sages have time to buy until this mid Phoenix comes back up. The Valkyries also have time because they don't need to full pull this one if they need, because they have the secure. All they need is that last little bit of damage and somebody to step out of line.
It's Jangaru being held off by Aquarius in the middle lane. Gamma charging forward, dropping in the FG. Meanwhile, Aquarius getting chunked down here by Jangaru, who's taking a lot of damage in return from this Achilles. Snatty also forced out as well. So much space creation on the side of the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, if you get caught in a Fear No Evil, it's lights out for the Athenian Sages. Crimson is frontlining. Question mark takes a big shot. Potion to the face there out of Nehu, and it's going to be a backup from the Valks.
Aquarius is probably the worst, if not the second worst person for Jangaru to try and fight, specifically because of one item, and that's that Midgardian mail picked up. Not only is it the attack speed slow, but it's the movement speed slow. It makes it harder for Jangaru to stick to that target, slows down its attack speed. I say second, maybe first worst, because Gamma's the other one, who also has a way to reduce that attack speed, whether that be from the Horrific or from that Bewitched Dagger that was picked up earlier. So tanks are not ideal for Jangaru. He wants to find either Sam caught out of position, he wants to try and find Crimson or Wowie, but both of them have realized, I don't want to be near the Kali. I'm going to stay right here at the Fire Giant pit, and is now forcing the hand of the jungle of the Athenian Sages to try and maybe potentially make a mistake for the Valkyries to capitalize on.
Bubble shredded off of Snatty there. Privative still has a bit of CC immunity. Same thing goes for Jangaru, 1v1ing Aquarius in the middle lane. So Sam, no real great way to initiate with that Fear No Evil. Going to be relying on Gamma to kick things off with a landfall. Maybe Crimson sending some poke damage through. Opening the door here, Nehu hovering in the back line. Same thing goes for Snatty. Meanwhile, Aquarius forced to use the ultimate. Not even forced to use the ultimate there. Bit of a head scratcher there, J-Mac. That's going to be down for Aquarius for a little bit.
He's got some CDR to bring it back. It's just questionable why he would use Execute when he's under no real threat of a, third Mana Kali, even both of them sitting at full HP. I guess just trying to clear the wave as fast as he can to rejoin with the team, but all of that window of opportunity that the Valhalla Valkyries had to try and get that pressure, keep Jangaru away from these team fights, has now been lost. This final fire wave is the last one that needs to be dealt with. I don't know. It's questionable as to why Aquarius used the ult. As you say, it could have been just a misclick there. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it, but now the Athenian Sages, once they clear this wave out, once they deal with Jangaru here, or at least once Jangaru can deal with those minions, it'll be a full 5v5 around fire.
You would love to take out this Kali before the Fire Giant dance even begins, but with Destruction online, it just is not 9 out of 10 times that Kali is going to survive the initial dive before you can take her out. The Valhalla Valkyries not willing to start up this FG yet. I mean, it does a ton of damage at 43 minutes, and tanking the Athenian Sages while you're also fighting the Fire Giant could be the difference maker here. Gamma going in aggressively, loses that CC bubble. And this is just, I mean, it's going to be calm here, J-Mac. It's going to be looking, it's going to be calculated, and then all hell is going to break loose in one single moment. It's just a question of what ability, what player, what god is going to step forward and make it happen.
Well, it should have been right there, but something poked out Sam. Must have gotten hit by a straight potion from Nehu at that point to put him down 40% of his HP, and now Jangaru gets the luxury of split pushing, keeps Sam there. That would have been the perfect time for the Valkyries to go in. I mean, Jangaru was so far away from his team. He's pushing in tier 1 tower of enemy territory in mid, while everybody else is up at the opposite corner of blue buff at that point. Would have loved to have seen the Valkyries start something out, blink Fear No Evil from Sam, get a couple of beads away, reset, start that fight again, but all that push by Jangaru, whatever end up hitting Sam for soccer, buys the Sages an extra little bit of time, buys them some room over for Fire Giant. So we push into the depths once again. It's a 50-minute game 1, a 42-minute game number 2, and now we're hitting that 45-minute threshold here in game number 3. Elimination on the line for both of these teams out here. One going home, one still having to fight against the Niflheim Wargs, and the balance of this game on a knife's edge right now.
Sam for Soccer locked down. And you bring up a great point, J-Mac. Is it not worth maybe burning a Fear No Evil just to maybe shred some beads or get some relics off the table before actually initiating 60 seconds later?
Try. Who just dropped a runic bomb on the floor?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
Don't worry about it.
Mostly because that's some extra secure potential around Fire Giant. If you're the Sages, you need that little bit of boon. Don't necessarily need it for the sieges, but now Snatty could get caught out.
Caught between a rock and a hard place here. Up into the cavalry charge. Isn't able to stun anyone out or do any real damage, just using it for escape. And the Valhalla Valkyries have caught a little bit of a break here, moving forward with a minion wave as well. Could be an opportunity for this tier 2 tower to fall. Crimson sending through shots. Jingaru in the middle lane against Aquarius. No stun. Connecting. Here comes the Terra ultimate. Lights go out for the Valhalla Valkyries, who back off. No communication means no team fight for the Valhalla Valkyries. Couple of ultimates burned just to create space. Aquarius once again using the ultimate against the Kali in the middle lane. And once again, it's back off. It's heal. Utilize this Snatty healing. Utilize the Monolith. Just top it off. Get right back to fighting shape. Here comes
Sam.
Fear No Evil. Privative is going to fall. It's a question of who has the final shot. Privative
He's alive?
walks out. It's
Aqua's
Aquarius that trades it back out. Gamma on the back foot at half HP. Privative escapes J-Mac with
I don't get it.
200 HP, and it's Aquarius in the grayscale for the next 60 seconds.
You have the best range in the game, barring Giannis and a mage to try and kill them, and yet Privative still walks away with 5% HP, even nearly body blocked by Sam to go through there. Just one more basic would have done it. One hieroglyphic shot, but instead the Valkyries lose out on their solo laner instead, who pushed up even further to try and secure that kill under the tier 2 tower, and now open the door for the Sages to go for Fire Giant. A massive fumble by the Valkyries at the top side of the map have now cost them EFG. I don't know if that's necessarily in-game though. Still 30 seconds for Aquarius, but still all 3 Phoenixes up. Tower on the right side of the map. If the Sages can find one more pick before, that could have been GG, but for now, banking on having EFG on all 5.
J-Mac, you called it the best, a knife's edge, the precipice. This game was teetering and tottering, and it was a matter of 100 HP, 200 HP that has flipped this game in favor of the Athenian Sages, who cut the lights on the Valhalla Valkyries, who charge forward underneath this middle lane Phoenix. They who throwing out the firebolts, dishing out the damage. Gamma with a landfall. Gamma catches none. No follow-up here from the Valhalla Valkyries. The Athenian Sages, for the moment, turned away from this middle lane bird.
There's an empty net there on the cast out from Gamma. Doesn't even get any beads, doesn't get a bubble or anything like that, but did buy some time for the Valkyries. Gets Aqua back on the map, gets him reset, forces the Athenian Sages to now separate once again. Jangar going to split push on left, and again, the best person to send over there to defend against him is Aquarius. Has the ability to slow down that auto attack, always has that threat as well. As long as that Sunder is online for Aquarius, has a way to deal with Jangaru, keep him back, and keep the Sages split up. They've got plenty of time still on this Fire Giant, no need to rush. Wait for the next wave, wait for Anjaru's ultimate come back. You have an easy way to poke out this Phoenix from such a long range. I'm surprised that's not what they were using the ultimate for last time. Derivative, bit of an awkward dash dance there to try and deal with Crimson, but setting up for the Sages to move forward once more.
Unfortunate, Crimson couldn't grab a bubble with that stun. Jangaru and Aquarius. It's deja vu in the left-hand lane as the solo takes on the jungler there. Sam hanging around, just waiting, an opportunity for a Fear No Evil. Nehu takes a shot to the face there from Erupt Crimson over the wall, and that's exactly what this Thoth brings to the table on this defense, able to poke through walls, over walls, safely, most importantly. This defense is going to rest essentially on Crimson's shoulders, as Wowie gets locked down, and here comes Shibalake ultimate. Wowie caught between a rock and a hard place. Snatty on Erupt Crimson, who doesn't find a priority target with the final judgment. Sam takes out Snatty to kick things off for Anjaru. Now dealing damage to Gamma, now going to die. to Wowie. Sam onto Privative,
Oh, no
blinks
Aqua
in
in the
with
back.
the monkey. Aqua has created space. Crimson takes down the Terror. The Athenian Sages lose 3 of their members for a mid-lane burn, and now the Valhalla Valkyries, they charge it down the middle lane. This could be an opportunity to open up the middle lane Phoenix for the Athenian Sages and crack the base.
I think at this point you might just have to go in. I mean, it's no ultimate for Nehu for at least another 30 seconds. Jangaru doesn't have his for over that. But the Valhalla Valkyries have got to make a decision now. You have to full commit to the offense, or you don't commit at all. Either get a bird and get out, or go for the fight. You have 35 seconds until Snatty is back up, and Nehu's ultimate closing in. This is decision making now for the Valkyries. Do they go in? Do they back away? It seems the call is for the Titan.
This is it, the Valhalla Valkyries. It is a 2v5. Only Jangaru and only Nehu here to defend their Titan, to keep them here at Smite Masters. It's home sweet home. It's dishing the damage. The Valhalla Valkyries forced out on the back of the Baba Yaga. Jangaru hasn't even touched the Valhalla Valkyries yet. Now the Valkyries, they are back in the fray. Jangaru taking out Wowie. Nehu finds Sam for Soccer. Crimson erases the Kali. Snatty is back in the mix, hopping on the horse, shutting it down. Aquarius, Gamma force off of the Titan as well. And Jangaru and Nehu have bought enough time for Snatty, for Rinjaru, for the Sages to respawn and defend their chances to move on here in Smite Masters.
The Valkyries looking cross-eyed as they walk into the Titan. They say, oh, we got Nehu over here and Jangaru over here, not paying attention to the big objective in front of them. Should they have full committed inside the Titan? Probably so. Just dive on top of Nehu. You have the damage. You have Crimson. You see how much damage his ultimate does. You just clip the Baba Yaga at that point. You clip Jangaru. You take them out of the fight. You force them back, but instead, Nehu keeps Wowie busy out of the fight. Jangaru buys enough space on the left-hand side. He jumps past everybody, says, I don't need my ultimate. I just need to find Wowie. I just need to find anybody who's by themselves low HP. Does end up dying, but it buys enough time between him and Snatty, or between him and Nehu, to get Snatty back on respawn, and instead it's just the mid lane Phoenix. This is what I was saying for the Valkyries. You either have to full commit to the Titan push, end this game now with the 35-second window you have, or instead start stripping away these Phoenixes. You are so far in the game. We are 52 minutes in the game. You have elixirs in pocket. You can take every single Phoenix off the map. You take away that measly tier 2 tower on the right side, all 3 Phoenixes, back away. You might not be able to get all in that 30-second window, but at least getting a couple of them. Getting that left side would have been so vital for the Valhalla Valkyries to keep their push up for right, because now we're right back to where we were 10 minutes ago.
And the Fire Giant has respawned back onto the map. This time the Athenian Sages have control of that Fire Giant pit. And you're so right, J-Mac. It's just going to be a repeat.
It's just a record player.
It's going to be Aquarius.
It's a literal broken record right now.
It's going to be Aquarius and Jangaru in the middle lane. I mean, are you sure we're not watching footage from the 47-minute mark here, J-Mac, as it is a complete repeat of the Fire Giant dance from 10 minutes ago? The Athenian Sages control the pit. Jangaru and Aquarius in the middle lane. And once again, it's going to be Gamma. It's going to be a landfall. It's going to be Sam for Soccer coming in with a Fear No Evil. It's going to be... What is it going to be, J-Mac?
It's literally going to be what we saw earlier. A single pick. A single pick. We're 53 minutes in. Respawn timers are 75, closing in on 80-plus seconds at this point. One pick is what you need to get Fire Giant. After that, it's then going to the structures, to the left bird, to the right bird, to the tier 2 tower that's somehow still standing on both teams' side of the map, despite how deep into the depths of this game that we are. Getting Bubble away from Prudent. That's massive. 70 seconds without CC immunity. Does still have knockup immunity so long as he has his passive, and this could be a great opportunity for the Valkyries to get back in.
Oh, Sam with the using the cooldown reduction on the beads to get the monkey back online.
Huge.
The overhand smash takes out Snatty, who's going to be in the grayscale.
Walk in.
For 80 seconds, it is a 4v5 for the next minute plus. Sam for Soccer, middle lane, joined by Crimson, being joined by Wowie in just a moment here. No Fear No Evil. Privative still alive. Aquarius stopping the back on Jangaru. That's going to be a massive target to keep off of this defense. The Valhalla Valkyries have to. They have to make use of this next 60 seconds. Rinjaru using the ultimate just to escape Aquarius. Jangaru helping the ADC escape the might of the Achilles.
Too far up,
J-Mac, 50 seconds to play
God,
with Rinjaru falling down, and Crimson ripping through Rinjaru. Final
Judgment in Rajaru has come up short. Wow, he takes out Privative. It's 3 down for the Athenian Sages. It's only Nehu and Jengaru. It's a broken record, J-Mac. It is
Phoenix.
the jungle. It is the mid. Here
Phoenix
to
fire
defend
something.
for the Athenian Sages. The Valkyries grouped up as 5. Landfall available for Gamma. Make use of this time, J-Mac.
No ults. 15 seconds or less. Jengar and Nea do so much damage, or the Valkyries just need to commit to the Titan right now.
Gamma moves into the Titan room. Aquarius onto Jengaru. Nehu dishing out the
so
damage.
hard.
Wow, he's sending auto attacks into the Titan. It doesn't matter. J-Mac, the Athenian Sages did not prophesize this defeat. The Valhalla Valkyries spread their wings and move on to Smite Masters. Day number 3.
Bit of a slow phase for the Valkyries, but here in this tournament have finally ramped up and got things going, though it took them a while to do so. The lack of full commitment is a little astonishing here from the Valkyries. The team as veteran as this, yes, you have that decision making. You say, okay, can we go for this fight? No, let's back away. I feel that in that previous fight where they tried to go for Titan, they could have gotten more than just mid-bird. If you're not sure on your damage on Titan, when the enemy is standing by, the 2-man squad standing there, go for another Phoenix. Make your Fire Giant push that much easier. Put that much more threat on the Titan. But the most important thing there was stopping the backs as long as possible and keeping the enemy out of position, keeping the Athenian Sages locked down over in that right lane so Jengaru can't back. He doesn't have ultimate. He's got to take a long path in and then allow the team that pushed up mid to then encroach over to the right-hand side and be able to capitalize. Crimson only needed 1 ultimate. He found the one he needed that game.
Well, J-Mac, we were treated to some absolute bangers in a 3-game set between the Valkyries and the Sages. The Valkyries come out on top. AJ Gore, break that one down for us.
Well, 50 minutes, 40 minutes, then 55 full minutes there in Game 3. Long time to be playing Smite here, but it is the Valkyries that get to stand on top. And you could see it at the end there, right, in the player cams. A lot of energy, a lot of excitement over the win. A lot of Sages that go well and not well for both teams. A lot of defenses that go well for both teams. It really does. And again, we talked about this earlier. Actually, I think for Game 1, you get to a certain length of game. I couldn't tell you what happened for First Blood that game. I remember some action in the duo lane, but I don't think that's where it happened. But I can tell you that the beads at the very end to get some cooldown off of a timer, specifically to teleport in, little moments like that, AJ, that's what feels like the big difference maker.
Yeah, and there was a replay of First Blood. Took 10 minutes for the First Blood to come in. 10.
That was 45 minutes ago.
I was about to say, almost 3/4 of an hour ago, First Blood came in, and it came on the start of a landfall from Gamma and Sanford Soccer going in aggressively as well. But as the game went on, there was one person that grew and grew and grew into that game, and that's the man on your screen right now, Aquarius.
Yeah.
At the very end, he was untouchable by anybody on the Athenian Sages. They had zero answer for this Achilles.
Yeah, it feels like there were a lot of moments where if Jengaru is able to just get something done in mid, there was a split push. There's a split push in left. But every single time that he got any sort of presence forward, Aquarius would just kind of saunter up and be like, all right, man, are we doing this now or not? And every single time, you could see the Kali icon immediately start going back north. It did not want to be in that fight. And unfortunately, much like J-Mac highlighted towards the very end, sometimes all you have to do is stop the backs and hold on the best that you can. And unfortunately for the Sages, that's exactly what happens. You get really good presence. I think you have to give a shout out over to Crimson, 46,000 damage. Only actually 200 more than his solo laner was able to put out. But it is the slash line that comes along with that damage that makes a huge difference. I mean, tons of times we saw those Thoth snipes just hit.
Oh yeah, and then I think at the very end in that team fight, they managed to catch the Shibbolonge as he's dashing away from danger. Beautiful hit on that ult stuff from Crimson. Wins his team the game at the very end. And it's just the constant threat from that Thoth ult that kept the Athenian Sages at bay. Just kept them on their toes, kept them from really pulling the fire objectives, keeping them from pulling on any sieges. And that's the power of the Thoth. You don't have to really do anything. You just have to exist and be that threat.
Well, there are 5 players that are making insane plays for, I think, both sides in that game. But towards the end, it is only one team that stands on top, and you could choose pretty much any of them. But, of course, we choose the carry who looks good throughout all of that. We've got Wowie standing by now for an interview.
Wowie, first of all, man, congratulations. That was a hell of a 3-game set. The flannel took it home this time. Game 1 was 40-some minutes. Game 2 was 50-plus minutes. Going into Game 3, are you guys just exhausted? I mean, how are your mentals going into the final game of that set?
I mean, our mentals were good for most of it. I know that we could win. I think they had just a super Ares counterpick the second game. They had a super Ares counterpick the second game, so I knew third game we'd be fine. Yeah, my brain's pretty shot, and so was everyone. They were all just sighing, and it was just such a long day.
Your brain's shot. My voice is shot from casting that final in there. Speaking of some of those picks, the Erlong Shin in game number 2 didn't really go exactly to plan. Of course, Crimson gets his insane Yanis banned out from all day long. When you guys picked up the Hunbots for Sam, you picked up the Thoth for Crimson. How confident were you about that composition going into game 3?
We actually had to kind of draft on the fly. They did a really good job with drafting the last 2 games. They super counterpicked the second one, and then the third one, they kind of took everything that we wanted. We wanted to try some other stuff, and then they kind of took it away from us. So, we were happy with the comp, but they did a really good job in drafting.
Well, you've made it on to the next phase of Smite Masters. You guys going to take it easy tonight, or are you going to immediately start prepping for your next opponent?
I'm sleeping.
Wowie, Wowie from the Valkyries, headed to bed. You heard it here first. Take it on back, boys.
It is the right answer, right? At this point, look, when you finish your last game at 8:30, you've been here playing since 11, you go home and sleep. You got to wake up and do it all again tomorrow. But I think
I'm going home and sleeping as well.
I might grab dinner first, and then pass out. That sounds pretty good. That's honestly just a good order of operations in general. But right now for the Valkyries, what we are looking at is a still tough, but a brighter future than they came into today. They have been facing elimination. They have had their backs against the wall. But they take out the Weavers. They take out the Sages. And now they are one step away from trying to take out the Wargs and qualify themselves into the main bracket. So tomorrow, you're going to be watching the Valkyries take on the Wargs. Winner of that will play Hex Mambo, and that is then going to seed them for who they play in the main bracket. Now, because we want to make sure that we avoid having anyone play back-to-back, we want to make sure they have a set off, we're going to start off with that first elimination set. Then we're going to jump over here to the main bracket. So tomorrow, you're actually going to get treated. We're going to have Kings and Dragons playing, I believe, second. Then we'll be jumping back over to Mambo versus the winner of the Valkyries and the Wargs. And then we'll close out the day with the Leviathans and the Ferrymen. So a lot of Smite still to be played, and tomorrow the SBL teams start to get into the mix. Then on Sunday, Gladiators, Hounds, they'll have their matchup. And we'll get to see as well the Warriors and the Ravens for the first time in a month. Alpha Jackal, there's a lot to look forward to. Can you choose one that excites you the most?
Oh, one that excites me for tomorrow. I think it will be the Camelot Kings versus the Jade Dragons.
Yeah.
I think overall the Dragons will say they've had an underwhelming phase. I think they would have liked to have been first, maybe second seed going into this tournament, but instead find themselves down in what? 5th, maybe 4th seed. So they find themselves just one game away from qualifying for next week, sure, but they do have to go up against a strong Camelot Kings roster.
I'm really excited to watch, at this point, see what the Valkyries have to offer us in the morning, as well as, like you said, get some of these SBL teams into the mix, into the fray, and see what they have to offer us, especially on this new patch. But for now, we're going to close this one out. From myself, from Alpha Jackal, all of the other casters, everyone back in production, and everyone here at Hi-Rez Studios. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a long day, and I'm sure we're in for another one tomorrow, so we'll catch you tomorrow at 11 a.m.